the end of the bat. Fair ball! Watch out!
No.
Now the Sabres overrun the bag at second. And he's out. That's going to end the inning.
Oh, baby. Although I don't know if that play right there by Blake Sabol deserved that introduction.
Oh, baby, what are you doing?
It's oh, baby. Oh, baby. Oh, baby. Oh, baby.
Was that my 12U SFYBL All-Star team that lost over the weekend?
No, that was Blake Sabol running into a crucial out in the bottom of the eighth. But you know what? Giants that was a house money game.
I totally agree.
Giants won the series in the first two games, and I just want to say, as we say good morning to everybody out there getting off their graveyard shift, if you're getting ready for work, what is happening? If you're at work, what is happening? Good morning to all the teachers, all the students, all the people who are graduating, enjoying summer vacation. A little foggy today, a little drizzly, but good morning to Spinotti, Lutman, you, Joe Shasky. I want to say this, because that game was a throwaway game, Giants still 10 games above 500. They're rolling right now, winning back-to-back series at home, winning 3-4 against the Padres, and, of course, 2-3 against the Diamondbacks, who are in first place. But I got to say, last Saturday, because we're going to get into a lot here, the day of baseball on Saturday, the games you had, Orioles, Mariners going extra innings, Yankees winning 1-0 against Texas. You had the Blue Jays fighting off the A's, although they pounded them the last two games. But you had,
Scrappy A's
got one, right? You had Angels dropping 24 on the Colorado Rockies Saturday.
And losing the series.
And then losing the series, losing 4-3 on a Sunday. Unbelievable. Only the Angels, right? You had Dodgers, Astros. It felt like playoff baseball, Reds, Braves. But then I'm watching these Giants. And I'm saying Luis Matos hit his first career homer. By the way, they need to move him up to the lineup right now. And we'll get into that discussion.
Estrada's had a bad month. Keep going.
But looking at the Giants, and I'm saying to myself, the landscape of the National League with all these young, up-and-coming teams that are praised, their pitching doesn't scare me. I legit, right now, Phil, on June 26th on a Monday, I feel like the Giants are two starting pitchers away from being legit contenders to represent the National League in the World Series. They've got the hitting. They've got the youth infusion. They've got the dominant bullpen. Logan Webb is a horse. The bench, the depth, the power on this team in the middle of the lineup. They get two starting pitchers. They are legit threats to represent the National League in the World Series. And I can't believe I'm saying that on June 26th.
I'm with you. I mean, look, 12-1 over their last 13, leading into Sunday's game. They scored 92 runs and gave up 54.
Unbelievable.
Now, is that sustainable? Probably not. But to your starting pitching point, right now, I do not trust Alex Wood at all.
Cannot.
If I were to ask you right now, over under one more stint on the IL for him this year.
At least one.
Right?
And he's a guy who the third time around the lineup, whether that's in the fourth or the fifth. Yeah. And I don't know how you can live with that.
I love Alex Cobb. Alex Cobb, if he fell back down a little, no one would be surprised.
Nobody.
I mean, he's been a middle to back of the rotation guy his entire career. You're saying two starting pitchers. I'm telling you right now, the reality is, to me, they're three guys away. And this is what I would say. They need a mid-level guy. And I referenced Flaherty last week, something like that.
Yep.
Just, hey, you could go 150 innings this year. Boom, plop you in the 3 or 4 hole. There you go. They need a frontline guy. A Bieber, a Giolito, someone who's upper echelon, who can go 1-2 with Logan Webb in the series.
Right.
And then they need to bring up Kyle Harrison. I think they need to do it. That way, Kyle Harrison comes up, zero expectations.
Yep.
There's 2 acquired guys. We're going to take a little more buzz off of his, starts and doesn't put him in that pressure position. And then if you get 4 innings out of him, you can rework it. Maybe you're going 6-man rotation at that point to save your bullpen a little.
Maybe you're going Harrison for 4, Benaya for 2, or something like that. I hear you.
To me, they're 3 arms away. I want to see them acquire 3 arms here, and one of them is internal. The other 2 are external.
Because if there's anything we know about baseball, the right team can get hot. The right team can get hot and still a World Series.
The year Acuna went down, the Braves made a bunch of moves that everyone kind of and then out of nowhere they win the World Series.
I mean, the Nationals started, we know how they started that year. Exactly. They won the World Series, and they lost Bryce Harper the previous offseason, yet they won the World Series, winning a 7-game series in Houston. I'm looking around the National League, and look, The Braves are the cream of the crop right now.
Yeah, they're spectacular.
But you look
team.
at them, and I'm saying, man, the Marlins are still scrappy. The Marlins are playing good baseball. The Pirates are playing good baseball, although they're 1-9 in their last 10. They're competitive. They're losing a lot of close games. The National League, to me, whether it's Cincinnati, Milwaukee, Arizona, the Dodgers, it is very vulnerable. Very vulnerable. And if you play clean baseball and you run, that's why on the Crawford at bat late in the game, he what did he do? Ground out on the second pitch. He was up 1-0 in the count. I would have liked to see him just, hey, chill for a second, let Matos run the base pass and let him create some action there and let him run a little bit.
Well, it's really hard because, when you're at the plate and you take a good pitch to allow a guy to steal, right? It just,
that might be the only
good pitch you see,
no
especially
doubt.
late in the game. It's tough.
No doubt. My thinking was,
but I'm with you.
My thinking was Matos starts running, he starts rattling the pitcher.
I agree.
All of a sudden, the pitcher's worried about Matos on the base pass, kind of affects his focus at the plate, and Crawford maybe sees a cookie and he ties the game up.
Can we stop on Matos for a second? Saturday, you're talking about how fun Saturday was. He hits his first career home run, right? And in postgame, NBC Bay Area is interviewing him, Luis Matos. Now, Luis, I don't know how much or if any English he could speak. Carlos Ramirez for the NBC postgame is translating back and forth the questions from Laura Britt and I believe George Contos back to Luis Matos.
Second time in a week.
Dude, it was just really good. And it was a reminder to me, and I'm just telling you, to me, it was a reminder to me, we need to be a little more sensitive with some of these people that speak English as their second language. And I'm watching that Brothers in Exile last night with El Duque and
Levon Hernandez.
And I don't know. I just think that we're just so mean on some of these people, who are younger. Number one, younger, coming from another country to play professional sports here. We expect them because they're millionaires, because they've gotten paid, and because they're in the big leagues and they're professionals. We expect so many things. It's like the guy is literally any person who was born in America trying to navigate rookie waters of being a high expectation player. That's difficult.
Right.
Now add to it speaking in your second language. Add to it all of the cultural differences and everything. I'm just, A, I was impressed with Carlos Ramirez, and B, I'm so impressed with what I've seen with Luis Matos.
Well, that's why Luis Matos, and they batted him second in his first career game at the big leagues. And I think to lengthen this lineup, now I get it, J.D. Davis in the 3 holes hitting, Michael Conforto's found his power. You got some big boys in the middle of that lineup. But I would not mind, maybe it gets Estrada going again, I would not mind to see a Lamont Wade Jr., Thairo Estrada, Luis Matos. 1, 2, 3, get speed at the top of the lineup. You're playing gap to gap. You got speed on the base pass. You got some sneaky power out there. And then you let J.D. Davis and Conforto clean them up. Luis Matos batting 8th, 9th, 7th. That's not doing it for me. Now, I know he scuffled a bit, but I think this is a top-of-the-order guy, and you just live with the results. You got to find a way to get him in that top 3.
If you've noticed, Lamont Wade has got some back stuff going on.
Yep.
I think now might actually be a decent time to go Estrada leading off, Matos 2, or reverse it.
Yeah, I do not care. Do not care.
Just try it
Get
out.
him in the top of the lineup.
Exactly.
Matos is not a bottom of the order type of hitter.
I'm with you.
His patience at the plate, the way he walks, the way he can go gap to gap, his speed.
Yeah.
He creates electricity on the base pass.
I'm with you.
And he's got some power. He'll run into one. Luis Matos is a top of the order guy for the foreseeable future. I don't want to see him batting 7th and 8th. That's how you kill a young kid.
Yastrzemski's a very good defender. I don't want to make this sound like he's not good. He's a very good defender. Matos is on a whole other level. I mean, his ability to track down balls. He got one in quote-unquote triples alley the other day. He caught it effortlessly.
Yep.
I mean, the guy puts on the jet burners and he's flying into boom. He just catches it and he's pacing. I don't think people realize his first jump in defensively in the outfield is elite.
No, it is elite. So I want to see him at the top of the lineup. We know Schmidt's not playing much, but you know what? If he's not playing much, some people may say, well, give him some at-bats in AAA. I want him traveling with the big league club.
It'll work itself out.
Yeah,
these things always,
right.
Everybody worries about playing time. There's 162 games of inventory. It'll work itself out.
Let him travel with the big league club and let him do his thing.
I'm
man.
with you.
So the Giants 10 games.
And Estrada's scuffling.
Yeah,
that's
he is
the other
scuffling.
thing.
Got to get him going again.
His last 30 days, he's something like 220, 210.
Well, he had the injury. He's come back. He lost his rhythm a bit. Maybe he needs a blow. Maybe this day off will do some good for Luis Matos. Thairo Estrada here. Luis Matos, get him in the top of the lineup as the Giants go on the road. Look, their June has been spectacular. What are they, 16-6 in the month of June? They've been one of the best teams. Best teams since May 1st. And that's why I'm thinking, just watching them Saturday, that's a good Arizona team. And you think about the teams the Giants have played so far this season. The Miami Marlins, I think we can take a step back and say, you know what?
They're better than
we thought they were.
I totally
you know what I'm
agree.
saying?
Stop hating on the Marlins.
Stop hating on the Marlins. The Phillies are starting to come around, but the Giants went toe-to-toe with Philadelphia. They can hang with them. The Dodgers have never been this vulnerable in the last decade.
They've lost too much talent. Like, I know people you can't lose talent every single year the way they have.
No.
I knew the cupboard was eventually going to come up bare. It feels like it, doesn't it?
The way Corey Seager walked, and people just said, they can let Corey Seager walk. They have Trey Turner.
And Gavin Lux.
Well, Gavin Lux gets hurt on the first day of spring training. Corey Seager's having an MVP season with the Texas Rangers.
I always liked him.
I don't know. I try to keep premium players.
I've
never the money. Well, if you got premium players, you spend the money and figure it out elsewhere. I just never get people so quickly. They want to so quickly get rid of premium. Trey Turner can walk because we got Gavin Lux in the pipeline. What? That doesn't make any sense to me. You're talking about all major league
I totally
talent,
agree.
like all world talent
agree.
here. Do not let him walk. So at some point, he's going to catch up to you, and it feels like he's catching up to the Dodgers.
As we kind of because you're talking about Saturday and how many great players there are.
I mean, I thought baseball had a better day.
Can I be honest with you? And I said this. I think people laughed at me at the beginning of the year. I said, I know the NFL is king, and you have more ready-made stars because of college football. If I'm taking for the three leagues, NBA, the Major League Baseball, NFL, I'm not saying there's better. I'm saying there's more because the rosters are so big.
Right.
There's more under 25 talent in Major League Baseball than all the other sports combined. I'm telling you, there are elite players right now on some random teams. This kid for the Marlins batting close to 400. One of the great stories.
Luis Arraez.
Okay, the kid for the Reds that they called up, Ellie
De La Cruz.
He's this year's Julio Rodriguez.
Friday night, he had a ball 116 miles an hour straight to the wall, line drive.
He had a cycle in a week.
Yeah,
he's been here a week and he had a cycle. You know what I mean? Like, just go around baseball. As we talk about the Giants with Luis Matos, Corbin Carroll, who you got an up close person. I watched him score from first a week ago. From first on a single. I'm just looking around baseball.
Well,
we could argue. I think that's a fun conversation.
It's a fun conversation, yeah, for later in the week.
But there are so many under 25 superstars.
There are. They got to figure out a way to market them better.
I agree.
Because when you look at the NBA, you still got Trae Young.
I know.
You still got Jason Tatum. You still got Luka Doncic. You know what I'm saying? You still got Anthony Edwards and Zion Williamson and De'Aaron Fox and John Morant. So you got Tyrese Halliburton. You got
They market them way better.
The NBA does a great job at marketing.
Reeves.
So...
Did he just really put in our ear Austin Reeves?
Dude, you know what, Spadoni? You're an Alcatraz for an hour, okay? You're an Alcatraz for an hour. Stay away. But to your point, baseball does have legit stars. And I thought, look at that, Julio Rodriguez rob a home run in Baltimore, and then they come back. They just called up their shortstop, who was like the best infielder in AAA all year. So they've got nothing but talent coming up the pipelines there. Baseball's in a very good place right now.
I totally
agree. Guru texted me Saturday. I said, felt like I was watching playoff baseball Saturday.
It's been incredible.
I swear to God, I was like, this is incredible.
It's been incredible.
So now as we head to July, teams are starting to separate themselves. And I'm looking at this team 10 minutes away, down on 3rd to Kingston, the San Francisco Giants in 2023. I get it. The expectations this season was low. You're playing with house money this year. If they don't win the World Series, nobody's going to bat an eye, and everybody's going to hang their head.
This is a big year.
But you know what? You got a chance to steal something great. You got a chance to make some special things happen if you get a couple players. And then there's some magic there. The crowd's back. There's a buzz at Oracle Park. They had over 35,000 every one of those games at a homestand. Baseball's back.
No one's going to. I hate saying this. With some of these injuries, I got a feeling we're going to see. Luis Marco Luciano get called up to AAA. If you look at their outfield, I think you're going to see him in right field at some point
this season.
Yeah,
I'm not mad at it.
He had a home run over the weekend. Yeah. He's batting up to 268 now. He's only been healthy for a couple of months here, a month and a half maybe, I think at most. He's really starting to come on, and I got a feeling they're going to elevate him to AAA because if you just look at their AAA outfield, they don't have a whole lot.
Not pretty.
And if he gets to AAA, that means he's right on the precipice of being in the bigs.
And with the injuries that you have in this outfield with Yastrzemski and, Conforto's a bad step away.
The Lamont Wade back injury is concerning here.
Very concerning.
I'm very concerned
Very concerning. Very concerning. As you go on the road and look, Toronto, they feel like they got some life after beating up on the A's the last 2 games. It's a dangerous series.
And their team is going to be aggressive.
The New York Mets, we know they're going to be aggressive. By the way, they blew one yesterday. I was watching that game
They're
before
the
we
most
left Tahoe.
disappointing team outside of the Padres.
They were up 6-3, 6-2, rolling.
I know.
And they had a meltdown. Like, Buck Showalter may not make it to the All-Star break.
Remember when I made that big argument about the fences and how when people come in from the bullpen, they have these doors,
Yeah.
and the doors are janky and they
Yep.
keep breaking? Did you see the Aaron Judge thing with the toe?
Yeah, well,
They're saying it's the bottom where the cement is.
Yeah.
And I'm saying, like, Dodger Stadium needs to fix that.
yeah, they got to renovate that. That's a problem.
I mean, you cannot have a $300 million player who's one of the few legitimate household names in the game, Aaron
No.
Judge, go down because he ran into your wall
Well,
the concrete.
One thing I will not hear, though, because this
What's
started to
that?
trickle on my timeline.
What's that?
Oh, see, the Giants have dodged a bullet with Aaron Judge.
No, I would love to happen.
Aaron Judge got hurt, making one of the best plays of the season.
Totally
You
agree.
telling me I will live with that? If I gave
totally
Aaron
agree.
Judge a 10-year, $40 million contract and he got hurt making that play, I will live with it. That guy goes all out
He's their best
every
player.
single play, and you see him there in the dugout saying, I'm going to stick around the team. I'm here as the captain. We'll figure out a way. And the Yankees are scrapping right now. It don't look pretty with them.
Hey.
They're scrapping,
Boone
though.
is coaching.
I
gotta
Aaron
give it to
Boone,
him.
Aaron Boone
I
is
gotta
managing
give it
his
to him.
ass off, man.
He is he's tense right now. I don't know if you've been watching his post games.
Oh no, he is unbelievable. but I love it.
I do love the
I love it. You know what it is?
The Yankee media, I wish we were as rabid as they were.
Dude, you know what it is? It's sense of urgency baseball. I can live with that.
By the way,
I can live with that.
Speaking of media, did you hear over the weekend? Your boy made multiple appearances on postgame.
Who?
Sam Lubman! Sam Lubman was asking guys questions. They went, when they do like live game reactions. Imagine you do that all the time. Where they go to somebody who's being interviewed in the dugout
Lubman.
or whatever. Sam Lubman and JD as well were asking questions.
They were competing.
At Lubman,
Was JD and Sam Lubman competing?
what was the question that you asked?
That doesn't narrow it down at all.
Oh, 'cause you're asking so many questions?
Oh yeah, I try
Whoa.
at least 1 or 2 questions in with every little huddle there.
Well, here's the thing. Sam Lubman is now letting us know all about it.
There's
in
so
the
many
thread.
of them. I can't really give you an exact name.
I mean, the guy, he told us about Ryan Walker, Gabe Kapler. All I had to do was read the text and say, okay, Lubman,
How about when
we
he
get
gives
it.
us a nuggy nug and then says, that's off the record,
Yeah,
by the way.
a day later. A day later.
Unbelievable. You
Sorry,
can't go to
Lubman.
air with that.
Sorry, Lubman. I've already told multiple people what you said.
By the
24
way.
hours later. By the way, that was off the record. 24. You better tell Shatsky within 5 minutes.
Friday night, my buddy Joey Nevin had his 40th birthday party, and literally, I
Wait,
heard
Croatia
from
Joe?
What?
Croatia Joe?
No.
Oh, no, I'm thinking somebody else. My bad.
You're
My
thinking
bad.
of Jay
Yeah,
Fizzle.
yeah.
And Sam Lubman's name gets brought up, and they're like, no one gets more passionate over a Brandon Belt conversation. We're not talking about it today than Sam Lubman. I heard one person said I had to change channel. Everyone else said they were laughing, literally crying in the car.
Oh, my God.
Brandon Belt!
He was fighting for the honor of Brandon Belt.
Brandon Belt. By the way, Giants must-win game Thursday. That may have been the funniest thing ever to end the show. Today's just a must-win.
They got popped. They were winning. Oh, by the way, Alex Wood. I mean, that guy.
They had won the first
Alex
3 games
Wood.
of the series.
Alex
But Alex Wood picked the perfect day to stink. The Giants picked the perfect day to stink that day because Chris Paul, and we're going to get into Chris
Is
Paul.
this, honest to God, like the 2011 Niners feel like one of the more lovable teams of my lifetime?
This Giants team is they're starting to
They're
get
not
there.
there.
They're not there yet.
I'm not saying they're there.
They're not there
but
yet.
They're
but
so lovable.
they are lovable, and they're bringing it up the right way. So
There's not one guy that I like. Okay, DeSclafani frustrates me. I don't hate DeSclafani.
Alex Wood,
Frustrates me, but like he is
Jock
what he
Peterson.
is. What?
Jock Peterson.
He's just weird.
He is weird. All right, we're going to get to Nick of Berkeley on the other side. The segment is brought to you by Golden State Lumber, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. What's coming up in the game, sponsored by Chilton Auto Body. Your phone calls, 888-957-9570. We got more Giants talk, of course, but what is going on with the Golden State
my
Warriors?
God.
We've had a couple days to digest the Chris Paul situation. Friday on the morning roast was as electric as I've felt on this show. It was passion. It was feelings. How are we still feeling?
Felt like a Niner playoff loss.
I mean, Jordan Poole is gone. Just like that. Gone. How are we feeling today? 888-957-9570. We'll get into that as well as everything else that happened in the world of sports. That's all coming up. Sponsored by Chilton Auto Body.
Chilton Auto Body is 15 convenient.
Eat, Learn, Play golf tournament, and DJ Khaled. Actually, he is hilarious. When he hits a drive, right down the middle, baby, let's go.
Get me my putter.
Dude, I like, he's a pretty funny dude on that course, hitting the driving range.
I think he's done more for golf on social media than any of the influencers.
Right.
And the fact that he's not very good, like, I think to me, that's what golf needs. They need people like him who are having fun, enjoying it, playing music. Like, I don't know, man. I've warmed up to DJ Khaled.
No, I like DJ Khaled on that course, though. By the way, NBA free agency news, Naz Reid. We all love Naz Reid in the Bay Area. Minnesota Timberwolves said it feels like a bargain, signed a 3-year, $42 million deal
I wanted him on the Warriors.
with the T-Wolves. So what does that mean for Karl Anthony Towns?
Feels like he's on the way out the door, right? They have like $500 million committed to the center position.
Yeah, no, I don't like it. But what does that mean for Karl Anthony Towns? Feels like Naz Reid may be a better fit for that iteration of the Minnesota Timberwolves. But NBA free agency period begins Friday, 3 p.m., the legal tampering period. And could Draymond Green be on the move? Real quick, before we get into that, let's go to Nick in Berkeley. Nick, what's happening? Set the tone, Nick, here on a Monday. What's going on with you?
Oh, man, I felt like I got hit in the head with a hammer, man. It's no pool party. You know what I'm saying? It's like, man, you sitting in Washington, man. I believe in karma, man. What comes around goes around. I mean, we got a little bad karma for that, but we can overcome that. As long as Chris Paul and Draymond don't start arguing on the sideline like Durant, man, we'll be all right. You know what I'm saying? And that's, Dre just got to calm down. And Kuminga got to step up. But I'm just like this, man. The Giants are balling. And I agree with y'all. That center fielder, man, he out there looking like Vince Coleman, man. You got to have him at least. And if you ain't batting the leadoff, have him bat third. Don't have him bat second. You know what I'm saying? But he'll you got to pitch to somebody, man. The Giants can stay healthy and get another arm, man, like a mid relief or a guy that can just come in and throw gas for 2 or 3 innings, late in a playoff game or something like that. That's all golden, man. Giants are on a roll right now. I'm jacked, man. And let me tell you something, man. I want to give a shout-out to the 1988 Giants when they had the twilight doubleheader against the Dodgers. The first game started at 5 o'clock and didn't end until 1 a.m. And then it was like 18 arrests. If you guys look in the press clippings, man, you will crack up. I was wondering, Shafty, were you at that game?
Probably not.
Nick in Berkeley, man, always comes in with fire. Let's go to Robin real quick. Robin in the city. Robin, good morning, Robin. What's up, sweetie?
Good morning. Thank you for taking my call because I'm going in and go to sleep. I want to say this real quick. Old boy that just called in, you ain't got to worry about CP3 and Draymond Green because they all in the same clique. The LeBron kiss-ass clique, okay? So you ain't got to worry about that, okay? I just want to say this real quick, and I think, Bonta, you already know how I feel. I always consider everybody an asset except Curry and maybe Lundell, right? So with Jordan Poole, I'm sad to see him go, but what I'm really sad about is how he went down. It was dirty. I don't care what nobody's saying. I probably don't have time to really elaborate on it, but I come from the streets and I come from the classroom. And game recognized game. Draymond Green is a smug, arrogant manipulator. You dig? And I don't like him, and I don't like how he went down. I don't like the Warriors organization, how they enable him, all the stuff he's done all over the years and stuff. It just ain't cool. And I want to ask you guys this, and y'all answer it off the air. Would Pat Riley go for Draymond Green? Would Bill Walsh go for it? Will Bill Belichick go for it? No. I don't care. Listen, they traded Charles. They traded who was that? Haley.
Charles
to
Haley.
The Dallas Cowboys. Okay, to the Dallas Cowboys because they couldn't get along, and it was the worst trade, but they let him know, we ain't going to take your smack, and it come a time, and that's why he's arrogant. I'm going to say this, and I'm going to end out of this. If it wasn't for Steve Kerr's offense and Steph Curry's passiveness, as Draymond says, he ain't from the streets, and so I take up for him, because if he was from the streets, you would be gone, because oh boy, game is average. Period. He'd be on somebody's bench. Peace out.
Wow.
I mean, how do you follow that up?
Wow.
Might have been her best call yet.
Wow, she came in and sprayed the chopper. She sprayed the chopper on Draymond Green.
Okay, so I had a little league or whatever, Pony League tournament over the weekend in Millbrae. It was really cool. Seen a lot of different Piedmont, Millbrae, Pleasant Hill was out there, San Bruno was out there, San Francisco was out there. The talk the talk from everyone out there. I can't believe we have Chris Paul. I'm like, well, do you like it? I hate Chris Paul. Like, almost unanimous. Everyone can't stand Chris Paul. I think most people's settings was this. Okay, you want to trade Jordan Poole. We totally get it. But for him, for Chris Paul, and like, I think people understand that it makes some basketball sense. Actually makes a lot of basketball sense. And you can make arguments about age and stuff like that. To me, the more and more, and I know you've been early on this, and the more and more you think about it, obviously financial motivation is clearly one of the top 2 or 3 parts of why they did this.
Yep.
They were motivated financially.
Yep.
And I get what they want to do with the second unit, and they want to stabilize that. At what point has he ever been a guy that's conceded, like, I'm a second unit guy?
No, well, he's never done it. He's never come off the bench.
So that's going to have to take a lot of adjustment from him. And I'm not saying he can't do it, but like, we got to see him play nice and figure this thing out. Like, and I also think that also they need other moves around him. Like, he is a nice upgrade. If we're just going basketball for next year alone, it's a nice upgrade for a lot of elements where you think like maybe some youngsters alongside of him can play better. Chris Paul with Moody, Chris Paul with Kuminga. Like, I see all that. I see that vision. How does it solve their biggest issue? Size and perimeter defense. I don't think it does just yet.
Not yet. Chris Paul's not here to help you win a championship. I don't think if you're depending on Chris Paul to win another championship, then your expectation is going to fall short. Straight up. Chris Paul's not here, nor is he capable of leading a team to a championship,
And
especially at this stage of his career. That's no knock on him. He could still be a very serviceable player. And with that second unit, it makes a lot of sense. He could slow the game down. He makes sure that the offense, the second unit, whether it's Kuminga in there, Moses Moody, whoever's in play, will take better shots. He will not force bad shots. He will not turn the ball over. I think we underrated how much Jordan Poole did turn the ball over. I mean, he was very sloppy with the basketball last season. There's no doubt. You don't end up number 4 overall in the NBA in just 30 minutes of action, and you're number 4 in the league at turnovers. That's not good enough. Now, the Warriors do have a turnover problem outside of Jordan Poole. Draymond Green, Stephen Curry. But Chris Paul for now, and I want to get into the books and how they're resetting the books and how they're going about this, because I can kind of see the vision. Now, what do they do with Draymond Green? That's another question. Do they re-sign Draymond Green? Is there a sign and trade available? I want to get into that because I think I see the vision of what the Warriors are trying to do here for the next 3 years as they get under the tax threshold or the luxury apron or whatever it's called.
Okay, so, and this is where I could be so wrong on this. I could be reading this completely wrong. It feels like not only was the PBJ move, Patrick Baldwin Jr., to save X amount of millions of dollars because of how much he's making because of the luxury tax, it was also to get a player who could help them now, right?
Right.
Like, they got this
Chase
57th
Jackson
pick.
Davis looks like he can help them now.
More so than maybe Patrick Baldwin Jr.,
Absolutely.
which is fine. I would have said, like, in my heart of hearts, couldn't you have bought or found a way to get a second? It's a 57th pick. It's not like it's some coveted, 37th pick or something like that. Like, it's a 57th pick, so it's not some high pick. Couldn't you have done that and still been able to keep PBJ? No, because they were financially motivated to clear some money. If you bring back Draymond Green and you're going the next couple of years, see, to me, I think a horrible financial business move would be in years 34, 36, 37 for him and Klay Thompson be paying what you're paying those guys.
Well, I want to get into
what
that.
they're expecting.
I want to get into something
Because
here.
that luxury tax bill is really high.
It's really high. So I want to get into the money and how the Warriors may reset their books in the upcoming future here. 888-957-9570. The one thing about PBJ, we fall in love with PBJ. We don't even know who he is.
No, we followed up with the lottery. It's a lottery pick.
Right.
I mean, as in,
But he was a late first-round pick.
it's a wild card.
It's a wild
That's
card.
all it is.
This Trace Jackson Davis gives you something that you
we don't
need.
know
It
what he
feels
gives
like
you.
it feels like
Yeah.
he gives you something
We'll
that
see.
you need. A guy who's an inside presence who will go attack the rim.
I mean,
they don't have a guy like that.
No, I know, but like, there's been times like Jacob Evans was supposed to be more polished, ready to go type of player, and it didn't work out.
But
at
he
all.
was a guard who couldn't shoot.
Not the same. But
he was a guard
you
who
get where I'm
couldn't
going.
shoot. You know what I'm saying? This guy at least looks like somebody who can put the ball on the floor and finish around the rim. Now, I don't know how much he's going to do that. I'm not saying he's going to be an all-star, but for what they need, it feels like Trace Jackson Davis can give them a little bit more than what PBJ can give them right now. I don't even know if PBJ is going to play, but there's something about this team and their money moving forward I want to get into, and that's what's coming up in the game. Sponsored by Fremont Bake, full-service baking, no compromises.
I feel bad for the Johnson kids next door. listening to The Morning Roast with Bonte and The Butcher on 95.7 The Game.
All right, rolling along on my favorite day of the week, a Monday. A Monday, that's right, a Monday on The Morning Roast. Good morning to everybody out there who had a great weekend. Hopefully everybody had a great weekend. Robin came in with some heat. Nick and Berkeley, 888-957-9570. Giants, they lose yesterday, but they win another series against the first-place Diamondbacks. Now they go on the road with the day off today, taking on the Toronto Blue Jays and the New York Mets over the weekend. What would the Giants do? They feel like a couple pitchers away from legit being contenders in the National League. That's right. The Giants have the goods and the makings of a team that could represent the National League in the World Series. That's how well they're playing when it comes to their bullpen, their power, their speed. But they need some starting pitching. We'll shelve the Giants for just a second as we continue to roll on the NBA. This segment is sponsored by Golden State Lumber, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. Now, let's think about the Golden State Warriors and what they just did here. Chris Paul expiring contract with the team option for next season.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody expects them to pick that up. Klay Thompson expiring contract. Now, Draymond Green, we don't know what's going to happen here as he seeks 3 years, $100 million, 3 years, $90 million. We got some Brian Windhorst sound that we'll go to that he highlights as the Sacramento Kings could be a player in the Draymond Green negotiations. Gary Payton II, 2 years, $17 million left, right? Andrew Wiggins with the 4-year, $109 million contract. So you got 2 expiry contracts at least. Now, what if the Warriors pivoted here? Because Joe Lacob has said, we will win no matter what. We will win, we will win, we will win. And he doesn't believe in rebuilding. So how can you rebuild while resetting your books for the foreseeable future?
It's a great question.
How can you do that? Well, there's a couple ways here. This year you eat the luxury tax bill, but how do you do it? Let's just say they sign a trade. Oh, Siri, shut up, Siri. Hey, Siri, shut up. That's never happened before.
That's pretty funny.
Don't be mean to the AI, Bonte. They're going to take over, man.
Dude, I got information about the tax bill. No, not those taxes. So, Andrew Wiggins, we would say...
Don't put my business out on the street.
Right, come on, Siri. You would say that Andrew Wiggins, his deal, 4 years, $109 million, is very team-friendly.
$24 million to me for a guy who's in his prime. What is he, 27, 28?
28 years old.
28? Yeah, it feels like a really good deal.
Very good deal.
Especially for a two-way player because he provides what everyone's looking for. He can hit threes, but he's a 3-and-D guy with some athleticism.
So 24, 26, 28, then a player option for $30 million at the end of his contract. That's a very attractive contract for a team that may rebuild or want to take in some money. Now, what if the Warriors or Joe Lacob have said, you know what, we're going to pivot here with the new CBA and trying to get under the tax. We got to make some moves, which is why they made the Jordan Poole move. His extension kicks in. They're saying, you know what, we don't want to be stuck with that money. Even though we believe he could be a good player, let's reset our books by trading a guy who, look, as of last year, you had to pick one maybe, or you wanted to give a kid a fresh start. You gave Jordan Poole a fresh start and took on an expiring contract with the player who may be a good fit for the second unit, it's Chris Paul. We'll get into that in a second. But what the Warriors are pivoting, Shasky, and for the next 3 years, they take on this L.A. Rams mentality with Stan Kroenke, where they're going to take on a bunch of money early on in these deals. And where I'm getting at here is, what if they don't re-sign Draymond Green? Or they get Draymond Green to agree to a sign and trade and they take on another expiring contract. Or they want to dangle Andrew Wiggins and say, you know what, he's not untouchable and we want to reset our books for the foreseeable future. Let's take on another expiring contract. And what I'm getting at here is, what if you did a hypothetical and you said, Andrew Wiggins, you want to go home to Toronto? Well, here you go. We'll take on Pascal Siakam for the 1 year, $37 million deal and have another expiring contract. So where you got Klay Thompson, CP3, and Pascal Siakam, and you say, you know what? We're going to still compete and try to win this year, but we got a bunch of expiring contracts to where we could pivot next year and be in play for another big boy and maybe play this baby year by year instead of the whole 2 timeline. What's going to happen in 5 years with Kuminga and Moody? You just say, you know what? We're going to take a Rams approach to this baby for the next 2 to 3 years.
Okay, then, so let's put the timeline thing to the side for just a second. What about a lot of people are married to Steph, Clay, Dre? So in this scenario that you're laying out, are they married to Steph, Clay, Dre?
They're not. They're basically
So
saying,
you're saying Clay will expire, and they're going to either let him walk or whatever.
or figure it out later. But at least you had that option.
Okay.
It's about how do you be flexible? How are you flexible as a franchise?
Well, that would be the best to me. That would be give them the most wiggle room, and I love it, quite honestly. But the problem is, it feels like to me, just my interpretation, a lot of Warrior fans want to go down with the ship, which is what they say a lot. So, like, for example, Mark Stein puts out a report, and he's insinuating what everyone's saying. And I don't know how tapped in he is on the situation or what. Like, I'm just telling you what he said. But he's like, yeah, this gives them opportunity after trading Jordan Poole to re-sign Klay Thompson to X millions of dollars or Draymond Green X million. If you sign Draymond Green to $30-something million for the next 3 or 4 years, so Dre and Steph alone, that's $80 million to $90 million of the cap.
Exactly.
Just those two.
Exactly. If they're married to them.
You married yourself up to those two. The cap is 112. That's minimum. Maximum 136.
Yep.
That doesn't give you a lot of wiggle room. Now, right now, Wiggins is on contract for another 25. So let's go 90 million plus 12, 115. Boom. 3 players. Dre, Steph, and Wiggins gets you right to the minimum. So right there, you're restricted in what you could bring in. So even if Chris Paul expires, okay, you can't just go out and get a free agent to give maximum money. You can with the Clay slot.
Now, what if they don't re-sign Dre? Or what if Draymond does agree to a sign and trade?
To me,
because
if
here's
you
the
don't
thing.
sign Dre, that opens things up so that when that Clay deal expires,
this is where I'm getting at.
Yeah.
Here. So I don't know how untouchable Andrew Wiggins is.
I hope I'm not confusing people with all the salary talk.
No. Listen, just stand, you're fine. Basically, Draymond Green is a big key in this equation. What if you get him to do a sign and trade? What if Draymond Green says, you know what? That's about it here, because Brian Windhorst will play this out in a second, was talking about the Sacramento Kings being a player for Draymond Green. Now, I don't know if Sacramento would agree to a sign and trade with the Golden State Warriors. I don't know how that would work. But if you did and you got another player, and maybe, I don't know how everybody in the Warriors organization felt about Andrew Wiggins missing 2 months of action. Now, we get the situation. It's a private matter, but he missed 2 months. But it doesn't mean that everybody's on board with it. What if they say, you know what? That contract's coming into play. He's 28 years old, and sure, it is team-friendly, but we can dangle this contract and this player and maybe get a player back on an expiring deal.
If we were just going current team, what they have currently on their roster, it's probably the most valuable asset in terms of age, position, value on the court, and then you contrast it with the amount of money he's making and how others would view it.
No doubt.
Wouldn't you agree?
Absolutely. So
outside of Steph.
And let's agree with this. The Warriors do not want to rebuild.
Yes.
They want to win.
Totally agree.
Right? They want to maximize the window of Stephen Curry.
Absolutely.
So in this hypothetical, and where they're trying to have long-term flexibility with their salary cap and be players, when Giannis Antetokounmpo is a free agent and has a player option in a couple years, or if Embiid becomes disgruntled, you want to put yourself in a position. Kawhi Leonard. You want to put yourself in a position to be attractive and be a player in free agency for many years to come while resetting your books. Zion Williamson is definitely out there.
I would love Zion Williamson.
So, but if you say Andrew Wiggins, he's not untouchable, we can dangle him and get another expiring contract. Well, you got an expiring contract in Pascal Siakam. I don't think the world of Pascal Siakam. I think he's a flawed player at times, but he's an interesting piece.
Yeah.
So now all of a sudden, if you're the Golden State Warriors, you're saying we can still compete with Steph, Clay, CP3, Pascal Siakam.
For 1 year.
For 1 year. Now, what happens with Draymond Green, we have no idea. But at least for 1 year, you can compete for a championship. You got 3 players on contract years. And then after the end of the year, you're saying, where are we at? Did we win a championship? How did we reset? How did we pivot? You know what I'm saying?
No,
you get yourself financial flexibility while still being able to compete.
I love it. I love the idea of it, and I'm so totally open to it. It would be a dramatic organizational philosophical shift.
Huge shift.
Because if I were to put down one thing, I'd be like, loyalty to the core would be their number one ethos over the last however many years.
Right.
That would be anti what they've been doing for a long time. But if we're being honest, whenever you bring in a new person at for example, when we had a quarterback, Kirk Cousins, right? Minnesota Vikings. If Minnesota ever moves off Kirk Cousins, I bet they go in a completely different direction. And they go with an athlete.
No
right?
doubt.
When you have a player's manager for a long time, what do you end up doing when you get rid of that guy? You bring in an authoritarian, a dictator.
Old school guy.
Right? You go in the opposite direction. Right now, I don't think Dunleavy is the complete opposite direction of Bob, but it sure feels like they're changing their philosophy when it comes to the roster to the other end of the spectrum. We're about raw upside projects. Now everything's like, I need something that's a little more finished.
Right. So not
there
only
has
that,
been an organizational shift.
and listen, Joe Lacob may not like it, but he's always said he's light years ahead of everybody. So how do you get light years ahead of the league with the new CBA, with the new salary, with the tax apron? How do you get
Who's
light
their
years
money
ahead?
guy? Who's their Parag?
They've got a couple guys in the front
I
office.
just
They got
don't
a
know,
team.
yeah.
They got a team of guys. I'll pull the
Interesting.
names up in a second.
Yeah.
They got a team of guys who work all the caps or
Well,
whatnot.
and that's, I think the biggest thing for me, B, as you lay this whole thing out, right now they're at 270. Like I'm looking at it right now, right? So if you're looking at their tax bill, because if you're going to say that Jordan Poole costs too much, then we all need to educate ourselves on the salary cap. Right now, their entire cap is 181, but after the taxing, you're looking
Right.
at $250 million. That's what they're going to be paying. If Draymond opts in, and they sign a 3-year and doesn't opt in, they sign a three-year extension, $30 million a year, approximately. It's going to cost you another $100 to $110 million.
Yep.
You're looking at a $375, $400 million total deal. And then your tax hits are going to continue to be
Right.
penal because you're so over it. To me, if you're going to shift financially and reset things and give yourself wiggle room, right now is the time to do it.
Right now, it's the time to do it.
If
The
you're
time
not married to the Dre, Clay,
Right.
Steph,
Right.
triumphant.
No doubt about it. No doubt about it. So that's where I'm at. Are they married to this roster?
Okay.
Are they done with this? Are they seriously? The Chris Paul deal just seems they're not finished. Now I do think they're keeping Jonathan Kuminga. They do. I strongly
I don't
believe they're
think they're
keeping
finished
Jonathan Kuminga, but I don't think they're finished. And this whole Draymond Green thing, which what if he does get $90 million from elsewhere? What if the Warriors say we're not giving you $100 million over 3 years? Maybe this is just a leverage play from Draymond Green's camp. Now we see Naz Reid agree to a deal yesterday. If Draymond Green was coming back, you made this point. Maybe that deal's already done. Maybe that deal's already announced. We have no idea.
It feels like to me, if they were going to bring Dre back, they would be out in front with it. So that way, when they
Right.
want to get vet min guys elsewhere, like it's the word is out there. You know what I mean?
It is
Like,
out there. It is out there. But if they're not married to Draymond and he's agrees to a sign and trade, then I think it leaves the table. I think it leaves things open for an Andrew Wiggins trade for another expiring deal to where you say we can use like this vision 1 year because everybody has the free agencies up for next year, free agent players for next year, the year after. You know what's happening. You know there's going to be a disgruntled star or two. So all I'm saying is maybe you put yourself in position with Stephen Curry. You have Kevon Looney on a team-friendly deal, 2 years left, $15.5 million, one of the
best
biggest
deals.
bargains in the NBA. GP2's got 2 years, $17 million. Maybe he's a piece you attach to another player.
If you're looking at
you
the
trade
$30
him.
million max players that are out there currently, GP2 plus Wiggins gets you, and
Another
obviously
player.
future picks, gets you a Paul George, for example.
Exactly. So you may be able to swing some deals here. And if you do Paul George, okay, you got years left on the deal. You marry Paul George with Stephen Curry. I'm not mad at that. I'm not mad at that at all. But what if it gets you another expiring contract?
I just threw his name. I just threw his name out there because he was a $35 million player.
But what I like is that now you have financial flexibility if you go
like
this route.
this.
And you know what? I wouldn't mind. Like everybody would say, oh my gosh, the Warriors have all these expiring contracts. Well, you got a bunch of it. Look at the Toronto Raptors, for example. The Toronto Raptors, when they won their championship in 2019, Kawhi was on an expiring deal. They knew that. They knew Fred VanVleet was coming up in a couple years. They knew Pascal
Very
Siakam was
ballsy.
coming up in a couple years. They knew Marc Gasol was probably going to come off the books. They knew Kyle Lowry in a couple years was going to come off the books. They went all in on the Kawhi for 1 year to say, we're going to put ourselves in the best position to win an NBA championship. The Warriors can still do that by flipping some things around
Yeah.
as long as you have Stephen Curry and you build a roster around him.
Can we agree? Them standing pat, re-signing Draymond Green, and just running right into the wall with the tax bill feels like the least likely of all the scenarios. Given the moves they've made this offseason.
Well, given the moves they made and given some of the things Draymond Green has said about Chris Paul in the past. Now, this was a couple years ago on the podcast, All the Smoke podcast with Matt Barnes and Steven Jackson. And Draymond Green, as you are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app. Draymond Green had this to say about Chris Paul a couple of years ago.
I don't like CP at all. Like, we don't have a good relationship at all, but I respect his hustle and I respect his IQ. He's smart as hell. And
smart.
And CP was kind of using, like, CP saw stuff coming up. And, you know, once you start to get older in this league, you start to realize, like, okay, this guy is coming. Eventually, he may catch me because I'm going to start to decline at some point. And so I would kind of see CP kind of keeping Steph at bay, but yet giving him a stiff arm at the same time. Now, Steph, Steph ain't, Steph is Steph. Like, we all love Steph, right? He ain't cut like, he ain't got the street part to him. And so
he ain't confrontational at all. He ain't confrontational.
Exactly. And so with me coming from where I come from and the way I grew up, I'm kind of watching like, yo, he kind of rock with you, Steph, but he kind of don't. He kind of keeping you at bay. And so I took it upon myself to try to create division there.
That was Draymond Green back on April 23rd, 2020. I don't like CP3. Now, that was 3 years ago.
I don't like CP at all. Like,
I don't like him at all. But that was 3 years ago. That is a very interesting dynamic.
Does Draymond strike you as someone who has a change of heart often?
I mean, him and LeBron are best friends.
Yeah, well, there's
some
a
trash
lot of
talk going
money
on
attached to that relationship.
You know, and so there's some potential money attached to this one as well.
Yeah, that's true.
You know?
I think they could get along. Maybe I'm naive. I think they can all get along, especially if. But here's the part that I don't want to underrate. Chris Paul's always been about getting his money,
right?
And in a expiring, contract year, I do think you're playing with a little bit of fire when it comes to him because.
Yep.
Relegating him to a certain role that maybe he's unhappy with because it devalues him as he tries to get another payout. Mm-hmm. I don't know how he's going to react to that. We've just never seen him do it. Now, I believe that they're all professional and they can all get along, but maybe I'm being naive to the relationship, and I'm underrating the disdain the two of them have for each other.
Well, here's the deal. What I've heard over the weekend is that Steph Curry so far is very pleased with the moves. That's what I heard from a good source.
Okay.
Steph Curry so far is very happy with the moves that the Warriors have made, which is good. You want to make sure your franchise player is happy.
Is that exclusive Bonte Hill reporting?
Yeah, I guess.
I love it. No, I love it.
It's not official reporting. Just say it. Steph so far is happy, but
on or off the record.
Now that's kind of where I was going with this.
Kind of off the record, but it was told to. It wouldn't say, "Hey, keep it off the record," but I think it's obvious that Steph Curry's been on board with these moves so far.
Yeah, he's head nodding
and hearing from a source like, "Hey, Steph's very pleased with the move so far." So that's a good thing. What happens next, though?
A good reporter like me would be like, "Very." He said, "Very." I'm teasing.
Very.
I don't want to get caught. I don't want to get caught in the minutia.
I could read a verbatim. I gotta pull it up here. It's been a while. Long weekend in Tahoe, but anyway, Draymond Green. I was also thinking about this. What does it look like when Draymond and CP3 is on the floor together?
Didn't I say that to you immediately?
You did.
Like, they're both very ball dominant, top of the key type of dudes. Can CP3 play off ball? Absolutely. But you acquire a guy like that to run a specific offense and then run pick and roll and play at a certain pace. Draymond likes to play at a certain pace that's, I would say, higher than the CP3 pace. CP3 wants to walk the ball up.
Why am I making people nervous? And why am I shook? Nobody's shook. I'm just telling you guys, Steph Curry's pleased right now. You should be happy. Brian Windhorst got another one on Get Up today. He thinks the Pistons and Kings are the teams with enough to offer to pull Draymond Green from the Golden State Warriors.
If I was running the Warriors, and I was very worried about my financial bill moving forward because one deal in the NBA can kind of anchor you down and limit all your other moves. You lose the mid-level exception. You lose this. I would let Draymond test it, and I'd say, all right, what are you getting from these other teams? All right, and I would not match what Detroit or the Kings are doing. I would say, you say that you're loyal to us, and we've been very loyal to you, and you say you're loyal to Steph Curry. I would test that with Draymond, and I would see where his allegiances lie.
Well,
is he truly about winning?
Well, He could be, but he's also about getting paid.
Well,
this
that's
is
my
about his
point, though.
last
Something's got to give. You got to compromise a little.
But Sacramento, however, he can look at Sacramento saying that team's ready to win.
Absolutely, he can.
And he could go there.
I agree.
Now, it will be a very interesting fit.
In particular.
Detroit, yeah, you're a couple years away in Detroit.
A couple?
You're a couple years away.
Right now, they're one of the worst teams in the league.
We don't know how the Eastern Conference is going to flip.
Yeah,
Philadelphia could blow it all up. Boston could blow it all up. Who else? Miami. We don't know what they're looking like long
Cade
term.
could come back looking amazing.
Detroit's got a lot of young assets, and they could make a leap. Now, in the next 3 years, that could be a long time away. We'll see.
He could be their David Lee.
Let's see.
Let's go full circle.
Go back home to Detroit. But however, how about James Wiseman like that?
Oh, I didn't even think of that.
How do you not think of that? That's the first thing I thought about with Detroit. James Wiseman? Wow.
I mean, that would be Wiseman. Oh,
sorry,
boy.
we're making Luis Roberson. Don't be so nervous about Draymond Green. This stuff happens in sports. Our heroes move on at some point. They do. Now, will Draymond Green move on at some point? I don't know. Just from a basketball sense, forget the money for a second, because, I think it's fascinating that the Warriors, if they have this vision to where they say, we want to be the LA Rams in the NBA for the next 3 years. It's about Steph and maximizing his window, and then we're going to play a bunch of players on expiry contracts. That's a dangerous game, right? Clay, CP3, and another player on the expiring. But you do have trade assets here to kind of reset your books while continue to compete for an NBA championship. You really do. They're in I don't think the situation for them is dire at all. I think they have some guys here in Andrew Wiggins, GP2. We'll see what happens to Draymond Green. You have Jonathan Kuminga. You have some assets that you could flip and get serviceable players while still competing for an NBA championship. I truly believe that.
No, I agree with you. I keep going back to the Draymond thing, and it's got a lot of Iggy vibes to it when Iggy tried to squeeze the Warriors for a couple extra $1 million, and they were at different points in their career. One guy means something different than the other guy. But this whole get the bag culture that we're in, I get it when you're an undrafted guy. Let's say you're Caleb Martin right now, right? Get the bag, squeeze it for every dollar. Even Gary Payton Jr. Okay, yeah, he's the son of a former NBA player. That doesn't mean he's necessarily loaded or rich or whatever. How many opportunities is he going to have to be a coveted free agent?
Right.
I get it. Squeeze every dollar. Dre's made $156 million up to this point.
Just in basketball.
Now it's easy for me to sit here and say, take slightly less. But when you've had life-altering money for over a decade, I have a hard time feeling empathy about getting an extra $5 million, because at that point, you've made tons and tons and tons of generational difference-making money. I'm sorry. As a normal human being, we all take concessions left and right in our life. We don't get everything we want, right? $100,000 at one job isn't necessarily equivalent to $120,000 at another job if you're commuting like crazy, if you don't have parking, if the hours absolutely suck. Staying with the Warriors for slightly less has its benefits. So if he wants the full bag and he's only money motivated, I would press him on that if I was the Warriors during negotiations.
I'm sure they've done all that. And I want to continue this conversation because I don't think Draymond Green is strictly about the money. He wants to add to his legacy. He wants to put the finishing touches on his contract, on his career. And that could be a 5-time champ. He's already a 4-time champ. He wants more DPOIs. He wants to be on the All-NBA defensive first team. He's got plenty of goals. So I don't think he's just money motivated, but he is motivated to get the bag in his last opportunity to get a big bag. And if that big bag comes from someone else, would he agree to a sign-and trade? Will the Warriors be married to giving Draymond Green his full bag? Are they really married to Draymond Green? Because it's not just Draymond Green, a basketball player. It's Draymond Green, the podcaster. It's Draymond Green, the broadcaster. It's Draymond Green and some of the things that happens on the floor, get into it with refs, technical fouls, getting kicked out of games. There's everything else that comes with Draymond Green. And are the Warriors tired of that Draymond Green?
And we haven't talked about his body. He's going up against bigger guys for a decade. There's a decline factor as well that I think everybody is missing.
There is
a physical decline.
There is, he does do a good job on Jokic. All right, let's break. We'll continue this conversation on the other side. Coming up, sponsored by SE Johnson Off.
I don't like CP at all.
This is Pre-Tection. Yep, Pre-Tection. The everyday skin.
This is Steve Kerr, and you're listening to the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Steve, what is happening and what is happening to everybody out there? Hopefully you had a great weekend as 95.7 The Game's thousands of other stations and millions of podcasts are free on the Odyssey app. Hopefully you listen in air. Good morning to YouTube, Twitch, the Comcast Business Text Line, 888-957-9570. He had a couple days to digest the Chris Paul move to the Golden State Warriors. Jordan Poole and PBJ going to Washington. Jordan Poole. It's just crazy to think that. Because I do want to get back into Draymond Green for a second because the new league year tampering, or the new tampering period begins June 30th, which is Friday at 3 p.m. And deals are going to be flying off the table. Off the table. 3 p.m. West Coast time Fridays when things are going to happen.
Which is why, before you continue, if they were going to work something out, you would think the Dre Warriors thing would happen prior to that.
No doubt.
So that they can get the jump on other people and other things, and then also find your trade partners because you want to jump the gun on those people before they fill the void via free agency.
Well, that's happening right now. These teams are talking. There's no doubt. People can say tampering. These teams are talking. They know what's going on.
100%.
They know what's going on. Mike Dunleavy Jr. is not getting any sleep. He didn't even shave draft night there. So, 707 Comcast Business Text Line. Dre is not near Naz Reid. Not anywhere near Naz Reid. No way he should be making more than a 23-year-old Naz Reid. Naz Reid signed a 3-year, $42 million deal, which I think is a bargain for the Minnesota Timberwolves. A bargain. 3 years, $42 million for Naz Reid. A lot of people like Naz Reid. A lot of people. But real quick on Jordan Poole, I found it fascinating, Shasky, that we played this all last year.
Money time!
Going into the playoffs, we were having legitimate conversations about Jordan Poole being a starter and how Jordan Poole was your second-best player. And Jordan Poole goes on that playoff run. Now, I don't think he was your second-best player in the postseason, but we were all having pool parties. We could not get enough of Jordan Poole. Jordan Poole was our guy. The baddies, the pool party, he was our guy. And in just over a year, he's gone. And the dialogue surrounding Jordan Poole, after one punch, after the turnovers, the slips, his play, the postseason, we all just like, there's a lot of people happy that Jordan Poole is gone. A lot of people now, for CP3, maybe not, because CP3 is hated. But you got to think Jordan Poole had the 15th highest selling jersey in the NBA. I mean, 15. That list came out. It's Steph, it's LeBron, it's Ja. Jordan Poole was 15th in the league. 15th in the league in terms of jersey sales. And just like that, he's gone.
Well, the one thing that I keep coming back to, I don't think this is everyone. I don't want to paint with a broad brush because there are so many. The majority of fans are good fans. But when you see the way people talk about Jordan Poole online, when you hear how media people talk about him, are we really surprised that athletes can't stand a lot of people's guts when it comes to how they're being talked about?
Well,
it's very disrespectful to the human being. You wouldn't talk about your neighbor the way you talk about some of these athletes. And look, I'm guilty because I sports hate Chris Paul. Then I'll rip him from time to time. And it's with a twinkle in my eye to some degree. The way people actively go out of their way to jump the gun and talk about who Jordan Poole, the person is, and what happened with him and Dre, and then they like try to connect their own dots recklessly. Yeah. Honestly, it's a good reminder how sick social media can make people when they're behind the anonymous account and a keyboard and able to say whatever they want without any repercussion. It really, honest to God, it was very unsettling for me to hear how people were talking about him.
About Jordan Poole?
It really made me sad for him.
Well, it made me sick so much that I pulled a Joe Shaskin, called into the afternoon show a few weeks ago to defend Jordan Poole because I thought the dialogue was nasty. I did. I went on with a DC station last Thursday and I said, you guys are going to like this kid. This kid Jordan Poole is to this day, I remember when Guru and I sat with him at the rookie introductory press conference, and every time I sat with him in person, it was the same type of vibe. Every single time. Now, a lot of people say, oh, man, Bonte, Jordan Poole punked you when he talked about the slander on NBC Pulse. No. He was saying that he hears the slander from all around town about who he is as a guy. Now, I didn't think the timing was right when he said it. It's like he just came off a 19-point fourth quarter. You were dynamic. Forget all that stuff.
Yeah.
But that, to me, was an admission that, yes, he is reading everything. He is listening to everything, and it's starting to get to him mentally. He was mentally wrecked last season as a Golden State Warrior. Wrecked.
Well, I think we always, and I think society does this. Oh, you have money? Oh, because you have money, you should be insulated from mental anguish. And it's like, no. Anyone can go to therapy. Anyone can be miserable. Anyone can be unhappy. Yeah, money helps a little. Actually, helps a lot in a lot of cases. But that doesn't mean that you're removed from having emotions and stuff. And you get paid to kind of ignore certain things. All of us, it would get to every one of us. If that was your son or your nephew or someone in your family, man, how would you feel? And I just feel like you want to criticize the player who at times was god-awful. Fine. If you want to connect the dots and recklessly speculate about what happened at practice or how he treated Draymond or what that conversation leading up to it or what happened, that's where you just miss me with all that stuff.
Well, there's a lot of guys who've never been in a fight before who wants to perceive or wants to speculate what happened at practice. Oh, well, Jordan Poole pushed Draymond Green. This is the worst one because we've all been, you're from the Excelsior, I'm from Fillmore, California. We've all been in a situation where a guy walks up on you and takes away your airspace. You want to nudge him off. It's like, yo, you can talk to me, get out of my face. It's not a push that, hey, I'm ready to fight. It's a get the hell out of my face. So people are like, oh, well, Jordan Poole pushed him. Yeah, you've never been in a fight before. You've never been in that situation before. You don't really know what's happening. That was a get the hell off of me type of thing. And people justified that for Jordan Poole getting punched. Well, they gave Draymond, hey, well, you know what? He got pushed, therefore he was allowed to knock him out and damn near break his jaw.
It's not just that, which the punch is huge. It's the other part, which is he's the reason they didn't win this year.
Right.
And to me, that's like, all right, well, you didn't watch all year.
Right.
Now, was he great? No, he was up and down and probably way more bad, especially the last couple months of the year, than he was good. But what about the big guys? Steph had a bad series against the Lakers. He had moments. Klay Thompson had a bad series. Draymond had a bad series. Looney had a bad series. Looney was really good the series before. He was really bad in the next one. There's a pie chart of culpability. There's a litany of reasons why this year was underwhelming. And yes, Jordan Poole has a big slice of that, but he's not the only slice in the pie. And that's the part where I feel like he's being railroaded. And I think it's just too much.
No doubt about it. No doubt. And so he got all that. And a lot of people are like, well, we didn't like his attitude with the media. Well, I get why you didn't like the media. Think about the way the media, especially this market, talked about Jordan Poole all season. Think about how much blame he got and how much ridicule he got. Now he's gone, and you can make the argument, and I made that argument on Friday, that maybe Chris Paul is an upgrade for that second unit. Because Jordan Poole didn't view himself as a second unit type of player. But now he gets a fresh start in Washington. Best of luck to him. We'll see if he can live up to that contract. But it was just fascinating to me as I was thinking over the weekend, just over a year ago. At this point last year where he's walking down Market Street having fun at the parade, we're like, damn, Jordan Poole's going to get better. He's ours. And now, just like that. Just like that. Like you brought up before the show, man, did people sour on Jordan Poole quicker than Jimmy Garoppolo? Nah, people soured on Jimmy Garoppolo after a playoff game. So that happened quicker. But the comparison is valid.
It's very similar.
Because of how we felt about Jimmy Garoppolo when he first got traded here to when, now think about it, he first got traded here, we had all offseason, we're like, yeah, we got our quarterback. Then he gets hurt after 3 games, and then we're in wait-and-see mode. So the hate kind of... It took a while to stew.
The people that listen to what I'm saying. Jordan Poole was more impactful in the playoffs for the Warriors when they won a championship than Jimmy Garoppolo when they went to the Super Bowl. So I'll say it again. Jordan Poole was more impactful in the playoffs for them to win a championship in 2022 than what Jimmy Garoppolo did for the 49ers getting to the Super Bowl that first year.
Right.
That's not a knock on either player.
See, Mustafa, you're wrong. You just a tweet. No, he wasn't as impactful. He was more impactful for the Golden State Warriors.
They don't win game 1 on the road against Memphis without Jordan Poole.
He had one good moment. Mustafa was the one good moment he had in the NBA playoffs. Please, because I can name one moment in the first quarter against the Denver Nuggets in game 1. How about the first 2 games against the Denver Nuggets? How about first game against Memphis where he drops 31? Huh? What about the Dallas Mavericks series? What about game 5 in the NBA Finals? What about game 6? Like, stop it.
But I think that's the part is that now he's viewed as someone, and this isn't to say Jimmy didn't contribute. He did contribute. This is where I think we get lost in the weeds as sports fans. Brandon Belt's great. Nah, he's good. He's good. That's where he is. He's not horrible. He's not terrible. He's good. Jimmy Garoppolo. did a lot of good things. He's not horrible.
Right.
He's certainly not great Hall of Fame. Jordan Poole isn't the greatest player in the NBA, and he's certainly not the worst. He had a down year, but he was good at times, really good at times, and he was also awful at times. Yep. It's somewhere in the middle, and I think that's where we get lost as sports fans.
So 707 Comcast Business Text Line, he's daring me to read this. Poole didn't die. He's rich. Why you feel the need to defend him? You're not his parents.
He's rich.
I have no sympathy for him. Just stop it. I bet you won't read this on there. You're not his parents, so since we're not his parents, we're not allowed to have sympathy for the young guy. A little bit. The human element.
They don't win a championship. They don't win a championship in 2022 without Jordan Poole. Whether you want to say regular season or playoffs. And I'm thankful that he came here because when Steph went down and it was coming off the bench, he was dynamic in that Denver series to start that series. And I think people have forgotten about it. And maybe they beat Denver
forget all
without
that.
him.
Forget all that.
I just think we're being too harsh.
No. Forget all that. Forget the championships and stuff. The fact that 707, how would you feel if you got punched in the face and you became a meme every single day? You think millions of dollars is going to wash away that moment? Millions of dollars is going to erase that low moment in your life? 707, what if we posted pictures and had videos and made memes of you getting punched in the face and embarrassed every single day? There's not enough money in the world that can lift that down. It's going to take a lot of time.
It's your integrity.
It's your pride.
Yeah, I'm totally with you. And look, he was so up and down, so inconsistent. The live ball turnovers were so bad. But we're pretending like he didn't go absolutely nuclear in certain games, like it never happened. Like he was Brad Wanamaker.
Right.
Like that's the way we're talking about it.
Right.
So like what's funny to me is 10 years later, like we look at the Zito thing. Zito's one of the highest priced free agents of all time. Had 2 games. Two games. Okay? 2 games. And it's like, boop, championship, all worth it. Jordan Poole was better collectively over that entire year than Zito ever was in that year. All right? And we won the championship. And it's as if he was Brad Wanamaker. Like we bought his contract out at the end and was unplayable.
Jordan Poole's year was better than Barry Zito's tenure as a Giant. Was better than Barry Zito's. That 1 year was better than Barry Zito's tenure. And I love that you wanted to get in here. What's up?
That's just funny.
No, I just that text you read off there about how we shouldn't feel sympathy. I feel like people, and Shasta, you kind of touched on earlier, people like have a trouble separating like personal hate versus like sports hate. Like for instance, Chris Paul. I don't like Chris Paul, hate him as a basketball player.
Me too.
Max Muncy, can't stand him.
Agreed.
I hate him. Despise him to a cellular level in a sports sense. As human beings, though, like I have no issues with them. I feel like that's where people lose themselves. It's like people have this like personal like vendetta against Jordan Poole as a human being to this point. And it's like people relax. At the end of the day, this is supposed to just be a game. If you're frustrated with him, that's fine.
Yeah, but going to
the personal attacks like this that they get at him, it's just like people have just kind of lost themselves in this stuff.
You can't open the internet without seeing some sort of meme, comment, something like. Imagine his Instagram, and everyone, he's got millions of dollars. Yeah, but when you open your Instagram, and every comment, every DM, every tag story is making fun of you.
Everyone. So
I just don't think people understand.
But you know what? Now a lot of people got their wish. Jordan Poole's gone. He's now gone. All right, he's in Washington. So who are you going to scapegoat next season when things goes awry? Are you going to just go straight to Chris Paul? We're going to look at the veterans who blew games on that 0-5 road trip. I mean, Brian Windhorst, because you're on this. You believe that Draymond could be gone.
I just don't see how you can make all these money moves and then justify paying an extra $100 million in tax to bring Draymond back for the next couple of years. I don't think it's Clay and Dre get extensions. I don't know. Maybe I'm reading it wrong, B.
I still will be shocked if Draymond's not a Warrior. But I could see why they would put. There's opportunities. This is the perfect time. If you are going to move off of Draymond Green, now's the time to do it.
I agree with that.
Now's the time to do it.
That I agree.
And now's the time not to bury yourself with.
And it might be a short-term step back for the long-term gain. I don't know.
It may be a short-term step back in the month of November. Hell, you can still compete for a championship depending what else you bring around here. I truly believe that. Now, here's Brian Windhorst on who could be after Draymond Green.
Kings can now go hunting for Draymond Green if they wish. And that would be extraordinarily interesting because it is the exact type of player that they need.
So will the Sacramento Kings, who do have that cap space, want to steal from the Golden State Warriors? When Mike Brown want Draymond Green on that roster, How would we feel if Sacramento did pull that type of move?
Would it be? It's not the same because it's the Dodgers, but would it have a Jeff Kent-like feel to it?
I think it'd be stronger because
Kent left the Astros first, then the
and then
Dodgers.
went to the Dodgers. So you had time to kind of, all right, Jeff Kent's away.
Yeah.
Then he comes back in the National League West. This is top of the top.
Like, what would it even be equivalent to?
This is top of the top. This blows away Juan Uribe going to the Dodgers after a championship series.
I think that was everyone was like,
Jason Schmidt, even though he didn't really pitch for the Dodgers.
But you get where I'm going.
Diamondbacks aren't as hated. Bumgarner, the Diamondbacks.
Yeah, but
like that because it was like the D-backs.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
It was like it.
This is Draymond Green
If
going
he
to
goes
Sacramento.
to the Detroit Pistons, then it'll feel like Bumgarner to the D-backs.
Right. But if he goes to Sacramento,
not that they're on the Dodgers level, because I can already think of KC and D'Lo running with this material that Giants Dodgers is equivalent to Warriors Kings. It is not, but it's getting there.
KC and D'Lo would have to pivot so hard if Draymond Green joined their roster.
Could you imagine?
KC hates Draymond. Oh my gosh. Speaking of Sacramento, let's go to Jason in Sac. Jason, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey, what's happening?
What's up?
Yeah, I just wanted to bring up, because you guys were still talking about Jordan Poole. I did wanted to compare his 4 years with the Warriors with Harrison Barnes' 4 years with the Warriors. Who do you think guys had a better career? I mean, both of them gave us a championship in their third year, and then on their fourth year, both of them kind of left with a bad note. I mean, with Harrison Barnes, you definitely don't want to look at the Kevin Durant thing because it did kind of soften the blow. But there was a time where we were thinking about bringing Klay off the bench for Harrison Barnes. What did you guys?
Nobody's thinking about that. Number one, nobody was thinking about
Iggy.
that. Yeah, Iguodala. And number two, Jordan Poole was more impactful for that championship run than Harrison Barnes was for that championship run, in my opinion. I don't even remember Harrison Barnes defensively was better than Jordan Poole.
Yes.
But offensively didn't have the same impact as, say,
so
Jordan
long
Poole.
ago, it's hard for me to remember like his impact on that season.
Right. Hey, and I'm with Travis Irby. Barnes never scored like Poole.
No, but he did other things. He played better defense.
I remember he
was more of a glue guy. He was just asked to do different things.
I remember his first playoff run more so than I remember his championship run.
When he scored 20 points as a 20-year-old against the San Antonio Spurs.
Exactly.
The Black Falcon flies high.
But Draymond Green. Let's move on to Draymond Green because Jordan Poole's gone. I can't wait for Jordan Poole to speak with Washington. Going to be fascinating. Chris Paul now go to St. Warrior, run to the second unit. What is too much for Draymond Green? Or 888-957-9570. Does Draymond Green deserve whatever he gets? Does Draymond Green deserve $33 million for what he's done for the Warriors in the past? Because it feels like a lot of fans feel like that. Our YouTube chat. Give Draymond Green whatever he wants. It's all about keeping the core together. Are you still married to the core? Are you still, as a Warrior fan, married to the core with Klay Thompson, Draymond Green? Because I think
knowing
there's
that
an argument
limits
to make.
you.
Yeah.
No, that's the part. Because if it was like baseball, unlimited salary cap, yeah, bring them back. But when you bring them back for that money, you also recognize it really, really, really limits your movement. Because I don't think I think they understand a little. I don't know if they truly understand. Bringing him back has severe consequences in terms of team building around those guys. That's the part. It's not just bringing Dre back. It's the severe consequences around bringing him back at the money that he's asking for because it limits the amount of moves you can make. Dramatically.
And he's opted out of that deal for $27.5 million. So if you do re-sign Draymond Green, it's going to cost you a lot of money. Are you married to Draymond Green? Do you think the contract will age well? Let's go to Clark the Shark, Myrtle Beach. Clark the Shark, what is happening?
Hey, brothers, how are you guys doing?
We're good, man. We're good.
Yeah, all right. I love the conversation. And one thing I was going to say is, it seems like social media and getting on the freeway kind of reveals some of the problem with our culture. But that's another story. I know you want to talk about Draymond, and I think that they're going to let him go if he let's say gets an offer. They're not going to pay him 3 years for $100 million, and they shouldn't. I mean, what is it? He hasn't earned that. In fact,
he has hurt the team on so many occasions, whether it be kicking LeBron or chasing Kevin Durant out of town. And now, I mean, that's the most egregious thing you can do is hit a teammate like he did. That was a bully move. And to think that people are defending Draymond against Poole, a sweet kid. Oh yeah, he may have, be a talker, but he didn't deserve that. Yeah. And so I think to be a good team, let Draymond go. Tear off the bandage. They may do a kind of a last dance thing and give him a 1-year deal. I don't know if he'll take it, but I think what really has to happen is just let him go. Get back to being the good guys again.
That's a good point. That's a good point. Being the good guys again. Clark the Shark hit on something that's got me thinking. I don't want to go back down to Jordan Poole. I want to see how the Warriors can fix this roster. We're bringing up some expiring deals. Like, is Wiggins untouchable? Is Clay untouchable? Is it the worst thing in the world to have a bunch of expiring contracts while still competing for a championship? I don't think it's the worst thing in the world. But everybody keeps talking about, well, Jordan Poole's a talker. Jordan Poole's a talker. Well, we all love Draymond Green because, one, he's very good defensively, has one of the highest IQs in the NBA. But he's also a talker, and we like talkers. So all of a sudden, we don't like Jordan Poole because he talks? We're kind of contradicting ourselves here as a fan base. We really are. We fell in love with Draymond Green because not only did he play well, but he backed it up by talking a tremendous amount of trash.
What about this element? Are you worried about drop-off when it comes to after he gets paid? Because I'm looking at, he got paid in the 2020-2021 season.
And it was not good.
You talked
2019, 2020.
Yeah, but I'm saying, like, the money kicks in 2020, 2021. Points are down. Turnovers are up. Assists are up a little. Defensive rebounds are about the same. But the production 2 years in a row was kind of stagnant. And then this year, in a contract year, he has an uptick. Are you a little worried about slight drop-off? And we're not even talking about age drop-off. I'm just talking about drop-off in terms of motivation once you get a new deal.
My thing is the motivation should be averaging a double-double or close to it. And I've seen Draymond Green go out there, and when he wants to, he can score the basketball. Now, I'm not saying he's dropping 30 a game, but you can't give me 12 to 14 that this team did it. We saw it against Sacramento 21 in a big game 5. Could I get that consistently? Can I stay away from the 5 to 6 point games and get more to 12 to 14 point games? And I think Draymond Green is very capable of doing that. We just haven't seen it in a very long time. So a lot of people are going to be skeptical about that. Can you move forward with Draymond Green not giving you that offensive punch that you need? Because let's be honest, as good as Steph is, there's a slight slippage with the 3-point percentage. There's a slight slippage in terms of the deep threes made.
Yeah.
We see a slight slippage with Klay Thompson, especially on the defensive end. As those guys get a little older, they're still going to be productive offensively, but will it be as efficiently as it once was? And therefore, you need other guys to pick up the slack.
Yeah, I just, man, with it, it's got it's not this severe, but it's got a very Nash Kobe vibe there, where you're sticking with the old guys and you're praying for health, and I just think that you need a dude in their prime, and that's also why I'm reluctant to move off of Wiggins, Bonte.
Yeah,
because he's one of the few dudes in his prime. I mean, so you're gonna go Steph, Dre, Clay, CP3, and pray you get 60 out of each of them that overlap each other?
Yeah, I don't know. 510 is asking, what is a good sign and trade option for Draymond Green? We'll get asked Justin Termini at 8 o'clock. We've had Termini on before. He co-hosts NBA Today on Sirius XM Radio with Eddie Johnson, our main man. I know we got some Eddie Johnson sound bites I want to get to in seconds, but if you could pull those up from Friday. He joined Steiny and Guru, Eddie Johnson, on Chris Paul. We'll ask him if there's any sign and trade ideas for Draymond Green. What does he expect during this free agency period? Also, Mark DeLucci covers the Giants for Sports Illustrated's Fan Nation. He's all over the Giants. We'll do that at 9:20. Mark DeLucci, he's really, really good. You guys will enjoy him. But Draymond Green, what do you do here? Chris Paul as well. After having a couple days of getting our, let's play this first.
I'm warming up to it. Not that I'm hot. I'm warming up to it because I have to. I have to just basically accept it. He's going to be on the Warriors at least till January.
Now, Draymond Green did say this about the second unit, and this was a very interesting nugget here by Draymond Green. This was in The Athletic. This was earlier this season. Actually, back in November. And Draymond Green was talking about the second unit. He said, as a second unit, your job isn't to go out there and build a lead. Your job is to maintain the lead. If the first unit fails to build a lead, then your job is to slow down and settle the game. That's just kind of been my focus. This is when Draymond Green started playing with the second unit, remember? And they stabilized things early in the season. That's just kind of been my focus, just trying to help that unit play as much mistake-free basketball as we possibly can. What am I doing? Green said, number one, just trying to slow the unit down. That unit should not play as fast as the first unit, which I agree with. It should be more methodical. It should be more sets. It should be more pattern movements as opposed to random movements and random offense. I think for me, it's just trying to slow that unit down. And then number two, most importantly, make sure that unit is defending. Now, one thing about Chris Paul and about that quote, we know Chris Paul will settle down a second unit.
Well, he'll play deliberate.
What's wrong with my unit?
But can we also...
And we know he's going to play mistake-free basketball. So you got to give him that.
No doubt. I saw a lot of rhetoric about Jordan Poole playing way too fast with the second unit. Jordan Poole plays fast in general.
Right.
Can we also acknowledge the second unit was a revolving door of chaos where actually if you're going to play, up-tempo probably wasn't the worst way of playing with Kuminga and Moody and some of those guys because you know why? Because they struggle in half-court sets.
Right. But they, at the same time...
Because of the veteran point guard as well. Like it's a double-edged sword.
But they also, when we think about sets... I wanted more pick and roll with that unit.
No, I agree.
They were still playing read and react with a bunch of youngsters who don't really know how to run read and react.
And even the veteran, JaMychal Green, he's bombs away.
Right, but he didn't really play much.
No, I know, but I'm just saying, like, I'm using that as an example.
He's a three-point shooter from the corner or the top of the key.
And DiVincenzo would play with pace at time.
Right. But again, the second unit, to your point, was a revolving door.
The second unit just wasn't good.
Well, everybody's hurt. It was all hurt.
Yeah.
Wiggins leaves, so now you're playing guys heavier minutes, so we don't really know what that second, but with Chris Paul, at least, he will settle it down. So I do get it from that standpoint. If efficiency matters to me, when you don't turn the ball over and you shoot 37.5% from the three-point line, and Chris Paul at 38 years old, some people talk about him like a bum. He wasn't a bum with Phoenix last year. Now, we hate Chris Paul and we hate some of the antics, but let's keep it real. He was no bum last year.
No, but when you traded away Jordan Poole, I think a lot of us wanted something more impactful for the final 6 minutes of the game. You wanted somebody that could play both ways and play and be more starter as opposed to more bench solidified. But that maybe is an indication of just his value.
Yeah, and I don't know what we could expect from Jordan Poole. With the way we talked about Jordan Poole, think about that. Another thing, we're expecting impactful players, top-tier players from Jordan Poole, yet we talk about Jordan Poole like he's a bum as a fan base. So what were you expecting to get?
That's the problem.
What were you expecting to get for Jordan Poole with that contract attached to him?
I have a water bottle, and it's a terrible water bottle. Give me your Porsche, Bonte. Is CP3 going to start?
Well, no.
Are you sure?
No. Steve Kerr's talked about it. We've kind of heard some of the rumblings that we expect him to run that second unit. Who are you going to start him for?
No, Who
are you going to start? Are you going to start small?
No. I don't think he should start. Given what they have right now, I do not think he should start. But, I mean, this is a guy who started his entire career. I'm just asking.
He's 38 years old.
I know, but the mirror is the last to know.
If Russell Westbrook could come off the bench and all these other guys would start to come off the bench, I think Chris Paul would be. I don't know who you start him for, but here's what Eddie Johnson says.
This is Klay Thompson.
No, he's not starting for Klay Thompson. That is
who
asinine.
said that?
No, it's just a rejoin. He just played a rejoin. I know what he was doing. He's trying to add Klay Thompson to the bench for Chris Paul. You're not going to start Chris Paul and Steph Curry together.
The smallest.
Like, that's silliness. Nope. That's dumb. Eddie Johnson, color analyst for the Phoenix Suns, joined Steiny and Guru on Friday. He was asked if Chris Paul had anything left in the tank.
Chris has a lot left for a 38-year-old. I mean, let's just put it where it is. Like, we have to give him credit for being able to persevere as long as he has in this league. In a time when guys wish they could get 10 to 12 years in. He's trying to play till he's 40 years old. Says a lot about his determination, his desire, and his love for the game. A lot of young guys right now, I can guarantee you, i.e. maybe Kawhi Leonard, guys like that, they won't play past 13 years because I don't know if their love for the game is at a high level. So you're getting a guy in Chris Paul that loves the game. He's a student of the game, tremendous teammate, and he'll win games for you. Now, I'm kind of curious how he's going to fit because you all play a faster pace. And he's more of a controlled player right now. But from a basketball standpoint, without a doubt, he's going to make an impact on your team.
You believe Eddie Johnson? Because he keeps it real with this.
I'm with that.
He doesn't hold anything back. And Eddie Johnson's not the type of dude he's going to cape for the Phoenix Suns, but he didn't have to go out there and say that about Chris Paul.
In my mind, when I think of Chris Paul and what annoys me is when he's holding the ball with his right arm and he's pointing with his left hand and screaming at a teammate to do X, Y, and Z off ball. And all I keep visualizing is him and Draymond both standing at the top of the key demanding the ball. I don't know how it's going to, I want to see how it's going to fit. I kind of want to see it. And maybe I'm making too much of the overlapping minutes and they're not going to overlap as much as I'm visualizing in my head. I kind of have to see it. I think it'll work really well with Steph and Clay.
Well, I do like the fact that Jonathan Kuminga gets a pure point guard.
Yes, lob threat.
I think this could be really beneficial for Jonathan Kuminga in his third year. And we could see that quantum leap with Jonathan Kuminga.
But CP3 needs to be patient with him, too.
No, I think he will. I
think
he's going to put Kuminga in a great situation to thrive. Hey, this is where you need to be. This is where you need to cut. How about you take this shot? How about you get on the block here? You got the mirror. Chris Paul, think about what he did for that Oklahoma City team in the bubble.
That was like 3 years ago, 4 years ago.
2 years ago. But think about the seeds he planted with that organization.
For sure.
And how much better Shai Gilgeous-Alexander got around him. How much better Lou Dort got around him. And how much better they are today for that. I think as much as we hate Chris Paul, we don't give him credit for that.
No, it's not.
And he deserves credit for that.
He's really good. The biggest question is how much does he have left in the tank? Right? That's the first one. The second one is, can they all play nice?
Well, how much do you believe he has left in the tank?
I just don't know. I don't know. I think he's going to look really good at times. And then I think that he's going to be like the soft tissue injuries have lingered for him for 5 straight years. So to think that they're going to be able to walk this tightrope feels a little optimistic for me. I don't know, man. I think he's going to look really good when healthy.
He's played more games than Steph in the regular season the last 4 years. He played 70 games with OKC, 70 with Phoenix, 65, and then 59 last year. And there's a lot of load management to his game last season. But you look at the shots he took. I mean, this guy shot 44% last year, coming off a year in which he shot 49%. This is a career 47% shooter from the floor. All right, he's a career 37% three-point shooter.
He's an all-time player.
So
he's going straight to the Hall of Fame.
So you get the Hall of Famer to come run your second unit and at times spell Stephen Curry? I'm starting to get over the hate for Chris Paul. He still annoys me at times. But damn, this ain't a bad. It could do a lot worse. I mean, this ain't a bad player who's going to be on a contract year, so he'll be motivated to at least get 1 year. And if it doesn't work out, just simply flip the guy at the deadline.
Well, if he plays nice and he accepts the backup role, this is better than getting a Tyus Jones. This is better than getting
the best backup point guard in the league.
Yeah, I would agree. If he's accepting of his role and you can overlap some of those minutes, like in your heart of hearts, you're thinking you're going to get a lot of the Iguodala elements that you got in 2022 before he got hurt.
Yeah, no, but Chris Paul still, as much as we can criticize him, played 32 minutes a game. Now you may get him playing 26 minutes a game. Now you shave off some of those minutes over the long haul. Now, the playoffs is different. He could tweak something on any given day. Injuries happen. Hell, we see everybody get hurt. Everybody tweaks something in the playoffs. How many injuries we've seen in the playoffs over recent memory? We've seen a lot. We've seen a lot that really Embiid got hurt. He played like an MVP.
Jimmy Butler rolled his ankle.
So Jason Tatum rolled his ankle the first minute of game number 7.
Yeah.
It was never the same in that one. So I think as a basketball fit, getting over all the shit, I'm warming up to Chris Paul running the second unit. It's just a shock that Chris Paul is a member of the Golden State Warriors. That's the thing.
We're here. We're talking ourselves in. It took a couple of days, and we're both talking ourselves into it.
Well, everything around it, the financial flexibility, the guy who's running the second unit, he's efficient. He's going to hit open shots. He's not going to force bad shots. He'll get the offense in the right situation. That's one thing I can say about him.
All right, so we did this with D'Lo, and almost instantly we kind of realized,
D'Lo was a completely different player.
Agreed. But let me ask you, if you were to weigh the two options, more likely Chris Paul helps you meaningfully in the playoffs, or he's dealt at the deadline?
I think he helps you in the playoffs.
All right.
I think
is that like 75-20 or like 51-49?
It's more 65-35.
Okay, you met in the middle.
Yep.
I can appreciate that.
Well, a little more than the middle.
No, I'm saying like you met in the middle of the two numbers that I threw out there.
Yeah. I think it could work, man.
Yeah, I'm going to go 51-49.
I think it could work. I think it could work.
I think it's 50-50 that he stays past January.
I think it could work. I really think Chris Paul could work in his system, especially with that second unit. Now, what else are they going to do? That's the thing. Are the Warriors going to make more moves?
I think a move's coming before free agency.
And is Draymond Green going to be a Warrior by the end of the week? Did we see Draymond Green play his last game, or are the Warriors going to succumb to Draymond Green's demands and give him close to $30 million a year? You don't just opt out of $27.5 million, not knowing that, hey, I can at least match that.
Or no, I don't think it's. Some guys opt out to get more guaranteed dollars over X amount of years, as opposed to just the individual year.
All right.
So I don't know what his, but yeah, I think he thinks he can get $30 million. There's no doubt about it.
Justin Termini, he's going to join us at the top of the hour. Of course, co-host with Eddie Johnson on Sirius XM Radio. They do a great job with the NBA today. He was all over the draft. We'll get his thoughts on what the Warriors could do moving forward, who Chris Paul is, of course, how he will fit with the Golden State Warriors. So we'll do that at 8 o'clock. That's coming up. But first, we got to talk about the injury report. We've got good news and we've got bad news. Shasky, I'll read the bad news first. Kapler announced yesterday after the loss to the Diamondbacks that reliever Luke Jackson could miss 2 to 3 weeks with a lower back strain. Lower back strain. Luke Jackson out 2 to 3 weeks. However, good news. Alex Cobb, who's been out with the left oblique strain since June 15th, made a rehab start over the weekend for Single A San Jose, pitching 3 2/3 of an inning, striking out 9 while allowing one run. That's it. 1 run. Striking out 9 while allowing wrong runs. Excuse me. That would be nasty to strike out 9 and allow 9 runs. I think he would have made it past 3. Anyway, Gabe Kapler is optimistic that Cobb will be available to pitch for the Giants when they head to New York to take on the Mets this upcoming weekend. The injury report brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What's coming up in the game? Sponsored by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. That's right, Justin Termini. We like him on the roast. Host of NBA Today on Sirius XM Radio with Eddie Johnson. He will join us next right here on 95.7 The Game.
This is Matt Coker from West Coast Men's Health. I'm proud to let you know that
Oh, baby, oh, baby, oh, baby. A Monday morning on the roast. Having a lot of fun. Don't forget, Friday, 3 p.m. is when the legal tampering period begins with the NBA. Teams can start to fly and send players in and sign contracts and make trades and all that stuff. Everything becomes official basically this weekend. So a huge week in the NBA and a huge week for the Golden State Warriors. What will they do? Will they give Draymond Green that back? Would that be a good move? Will they maybe explore another trade here? They have a team-friendly contract with Andrew Wiggins, 4 years, $109 million. He did miss 2 months last year. Do the Warriors feel like they can count on him for the foreseeable future? That's a legit question some people have with the Golden State Warriors and Andrew Wiggins. Jonathan Kuminga. I mean, you have Chris Paul here. What is going to go on with the Golden State Warriors in the NBA? As we say good morning to everybody out there getting off the graveyard shift. Good morning to everybody getting ready for work. If you're at work, good morning. Good morning to all the big truck drivers out there, carpenters, janitors, teachers, cops, students, graduates, you name it. Now, I wasn't here this past weekend, but got to believe the professional dancers had a monster weekend. A lot of people were in for Pride Week. I bet you business was booming. No doubt about that. Guarantee that. Some money was made this weekend, folks. Shasky, good morning to you. Spadoni, Sam Lovett. I just like making you uncomfortable talking about it.
Oh, my God.
Start to queeze. Stop me. Stop me. Stop me. We still got to play that Paul Pierce sound when he talked about certain things. I want to get your opinion on that. You know what I'm talking about, Spadoni. Oh, hey there. Oh, hey there.
So Adonis Haslam's retiring this year. He was 42 years old entering this season. Iggy was 38 years old entering this season. He's retired. Melo, 38 years old entering this season. He's retired. LeBron James, 37 years old entering last season. He's still going. Chris Paul right behind him. Paul Millsap, I believe Millsap's retiring.
Yeah.
You're talking about a small list of guys as old as Chris Paul in the league right now.
Still effective.
LeBron and him.
He's still effective.
Wow.
Let's bring in Justin Termini. Justin Termini hosted the NBA Today on SiriusXM Radio with our main man, Eddie Johnson. Eddie Johnson's supposed to come on our show, too. He went on with Steiny and Guru Friday, so we'll get the better of the two hosts. Justin Termini on our show. He's plugged in on all things NBA, one of over 100 media members that they vote for the NBA awards and All-Star selection. And Justin, it's good to have you back on the Morning Roast with Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky, the Butcher, here on 95.7 The Game in the Bay Area. Justin, good morning to you. Let's just start with the Chris Paul for Jordan Poole trade. When you saw that hit your timeline, what was your initial reaction?
I mean, you're a little bit stunned, and I think my initial reaction was just like, it's almost like Isaiah Thomas and Magic teaming up like back in the 80s or maybe the early 90s. If Isaiah wasn't able to get over the hump, right? Because you got the two best point guards of a generation who are now teaming up, and Chris Paul goes from like having this guy as his biggest rival, or they're jawing back and forth at each other the last couple of years. Now he's got to go up there and be his teammate. But like I heard you say, I mean, Chris Paul is always injured, but I think the benefit here is I would assume that they're going to take it easy with him during the regular season.
Right.
And he plays maybe a little bit of a backup role. He's not playing as many minutes as he has in the past. And if you get a Chris Paul that is actually out there on the floor, I think that's a massive upgrade.
What does it look like for you, the best version of CP3? Is it off the bench, but does he close games with this lineup? I mean, him and Steph, that's a lot of lack of defense.
Yeah, I mean, and Clay's not what he was anymore, and we still don't know if Draymond's coming back, but it's a lack of defense. But, and Chris Paul back in the day obviously was a high-level defender just like Clay, and they've both taken a little bit of a step back. But it's also a lot of IQ, right? Like a couple of years ago, you just had the overwhelming talent there in Golden State. Now you have the overwhelming IQ where these guys are a little bit older, but, I mean, the intelligence level, it's got to be one of maybe the smartest teams of all time when you combine Chris Paul with Steph. And if Dre comes back, I mean, that's a really intelligent basketball team. So I think they make up for it in other areas.
Justin Termini here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game, host of NBA Today on SiriusXM Radio with Eddie Johnson. Of course, Eddie is a color analyst for the Phoenix Suns, so we had a lot of things to say about Chris Paul. Before we move forward with Draymond Green and what it could look like on the floor, or if Draymond Green's even going to re-sign, what's the overall thoughts on Jordan Poole league-wide? You're tapped into everybody. You talk to a bunch of people across the league. What is the thought process on Jordan Poole? Is the contract an overpay for him? And is Washington getting a player that's not going to live up to that contract? Or is Jordan Poole still a young, promising player in NBA circles that could be a superstar in this league?
I mean, I don't know about a superstar, but I think he's got some promise, and it's worth a shot for a team like Washington to see what he can do when maybe he's got a little bit more freedom out there and he doesn't have to look over his shoulder, and he feels comfortable, maybe in around Draymond. But clearly there's a lack of defense, and I also don't think the contract is great, but I think there is like a place for him to see what you have in an area where he goes from maybe the, the fourth option, the fifth option to the number one option. And as of right now, that's what it'll be. And you guys know the numbers, like Jordan Poole, when he was coming off the bench, he struggled significantly. His numbers went sky high when he came in as a starter. He's clearly going to have the opportunity to do that down in Washington. So I think it's worth a flyer, and certainly for a guy that wasn't going to stay with the team anyway in Chris Paul. And like I heard there were rumors that Golden State was seeing if they could get something for Boston with Jordan Poole. Like, I wouldn't have liked Jordan Poole in Boston or another team where maybe he's got to play a role on a winning team. Even though we already did it and won a championship, I do prefer to see him in this role that he's going to be on a bad team.
I mean, it's pretty random, right? A 38-year-old point guard for a 23-year-old combo guard. I don't know. It's a very random trade. How much better did the Warriors get?
No, I mean, I think they got a lot better, and I think it's not like as random if you think about maybe what was driving Steve Kerr nuts maybe the last year, and that's like going with the young guys. And they got so lucky they were able to win the first championship because you were trying to like thread the needle between like winning and also developing these guys, and they got away with it in year one. It looked like they got fed up with it last year. Wiseman's gone, Poole's gone. I don't know if they get rid of any of the other guys, but I think what it tells you is like, hey, we're sick of the lack of maturity. We're sick of like the lack of maybe like basketball IQ. So let's do the complete opposite. And that's kind of what they did. So, like it looks a little random, but I think basically the philosophy behind it probably was we're going to go all in with the group that we have right now. And we're going to give up on this like youth development type of thing.
Just when you think about Draymond Green, Mark Stein has reported over the weekend that it's likely he's going to re-sign with the Golden State Warriors on a multi-year deal. Now, a lot of us are skeptical on what that deal could look like, whether it's 3 for $75, 3 for $60, 3 for $90, 3 for $100 million. What's too steep for a guy like Draymond Green, who we know he's going to bring it on the floor, but off the floor, you got those other issues, and you got a lot of talking there, and it's a lot of distractions. What is too much for Draymond Green?
Well, it seems like it's going to be 3 years, right? Because it seems like I think that's how many years Steph has left on his deal. So you kind of align the deal. So I think we know that it's probably for 3 years. And Dre wasn't going to opt out of like the final year and $30 million or 27, whatever it was, to take like a 2-year deal. So yeah, I mean, 3 years, $75 million sounds about right. But like in that situation, right? Because I think you've heard it a million times. Like, does he mean the same elsewhere? I actually think like the one thing that would like scare me about Sacramento is I think that's a place where he could go and he would actually fit in. Unlike some other places where he goes and maybe he looks like Russell Westbrook in L.A., where he's kind of exposed because it's not the right situation. Right. But like Sacramento, where you've got Mike Brown that he knows, a team that needs defense. He fits right in by a center who needs kind of some protection and Sabonis because he's not great there. A team that, where Sabonis is a great passer, Draymond's a great passer. I think they could work off each other. Like, other than the Sabonis, like, Draymond relationship, that would be a good fit for him. So, like, that would scare me a little bit. But, I think 3 years, around $75 million sounds right, that you said Mark Stein mentioned.
Do you believe there's a big market for Draymond Green?
I mean, I think like there's a team like maybe Sacramento where he fits. I don't think he would fit in with the Lakers. I hate that fit. That would like blow up, I think, in their faces just because they need shooting. They don't need Draymond Green. I think there's like certain teams that could use him, but I wouldn't say like teams are, because the other thing about it is like, all right, he goes somewhere, it goes south. Like he's hard to control in Golden State, right? Where there's probably a lot of guys that, he respects around there. Imagine going to Sacramento, it blows up, they go backwards, and all of a sudden, instead of taking any responsibility, he's going, oh, well, I know how to win. You guys don't know how to win. This isn't my fault. It's your fault. And I can see that getting pretty ugly.
It's an interesting point I hadn't considered. I'm looking around the league right now, and I just don't think the Warriors are quote-unquote contenders right now, given the roster they have. Do you think they're contenders? And is there a move out there available if you don't that could make them contenders?
Yeah, I haven't thought enough about the moves that would like make them contenders. But I would say I didn't view them really as serious contenders maybe 2 years ago. My estimation, the only team that was worse last 20 years that won a championship was the 2006 Heat. They kind of got lucky with the path that they took there a little bit, highlighted by the fact that there was injuries in Denver. So I would say they're maybe like the fourth best team in the Western Conference, third best team in the Western Conference, which I don't think it's out of the realm of possibility that you catch a couple of breaks along the way. You can get to the NBA Finals, and I don't think they were as good as Boston a couple of years ago. I picked them to beat Boston, though, because of the lack of maturity, the fact that Boston hadn't been there before. So, there's a path for them, but I wouldn't say, they're one of the four best teams in the NBA, maybe one of the four best teams in the Western Conference.
Wow. All right, let's rapid fire here a little bit, Justin. You're tapped in here. Where's Dame Lillard playing next year?
It looks like Miami, and it looks like he's going to force his way to Miami, and I respect him so much for staying in Portland. I don't mind if he leaves, but I think it's souring me a little bit in the fact that, he's trying to force his way to one location. If you wanted to do that, you didn't have to sign the big contract, and you could have went there via free agency, so that's a little bit of a turnoff, but it does look like he's going to go down to Miami.
Thoughts on the Celtics-Grizzlies trade that brought in Marcus Smart to Memphis and Kristaps Porzingis to Boston?
Well, clearly it's an upgrade, on paper for Boston, bringing in Porzingis. He was a borderline all-star last year. He's 27. He had the best year of his career. At times, you could argue he was better than Bradley Beal on that team for long stretches. And we made a big deal about Beal going to Phoenix. The one thing I don't like about it from a Boston perspective, I loved it if the trade was for Brogdon. With Marcus Smart, you're losing from a team that was kind of soft. You're losing their toughest player. And I think a guy that meant a lot in that locker room and gave everything on every single play, almost like the Draymond Green of the Celtics, right? And I think losing his personality, I think, is a big blow for Boston. And the guy, even if you just look at the numbers, or if you can do it without even looking at the numbers, I think you sense the bigger the game, the better Marcus Smart plays. That was that game where Tatum had the, was one of 15 and 6 against Philadelphia before he got the 16 points in the final 4 minutes. Best player on the floor in that game, and Boston season is over if Marcus Smart doesn't play the way that he did. So I think it's a little bit of a loss. So I think it comes out even just based off of, hey, you got the better player, you got a couple of first-round picks, but you did lose the intangible stuff that's going to be hard to replace.
So Justin, before we let you go, what's the chatter about the L.A. Clippers? Because we're watching Paul George, Kawhi Leonard, thinking that something could be brewing down in Southern California.
Yeah, I mean, the difficult part I think about there is if the Clippers trade Paul George, and then I think they would rather trade Kawhi Leonard, to be honest with you. I mean, Paul George at least is a guy that tries to be out there on the floor and at least is out in the forefront when he does have an actual issue and explaining what it is. So I think there's more frustration with Kawhi. I think Paul George probably has more value around the league, even though he's 2 years older. But I would think the scary part about that for the Clippers is if Kawhi and Paul George are both healthy, even though that seems like it's impossible. If they trade Paul George and he's healthy for another team, that would drive them nuts because they're capable of winning a championship if those guys are both healthy. Whatever they trade Paul George for, I can't imagine they would win a championship with whatever they got back.
All right, Justin. Good stuff as always, man. We'll have you back on soon. It's a wild time in the NBA, especially here in the Bay Area. Chris Paul, new member of the Golden State Warriors. Since we thought we'd never utter out here on the West Coast. All right, Justin. Have a good one, man. We'll be listening.
Yeah, appreciate it, and at least it's better than Eddie, so it's always an upgrade over.
Absolutely. Eddie Johnson's scared to golf us, man. He's scared to play golf with us. He doesn't want to, Sasky, he doesn't want
to get exposed.
Yeah, there you go. There you go. Justin, yeah, see, he knows. He knows his golf game is suspect. Thanks, Justin.
All right, fellas.
Termini, Sirius XM Radio with Eddie Johnson at NBA Today.
If Draymond does leave in free agency, does that change how you view the Jordan Poole trade? Because a lot of people, if it's between Dre and Poole, I'm siding with Dre. But what if both are gone? Because I told you at the beginning of the offseason, I wouldn't be opposed to both of them being gone.
And it depends what your roster looks like.
Of course.
Now, he brought up Kawhi Leonard. And I couldn't help but look at Kawhi Leonard's contract situation.
What is it?
So Kawhi Leonard is 32 years old. He's got $45.6 million left on his deal for this year. And then he has a player option at the age of 33 for $48.7 million.
If you're asking me, the answer is yes. Yes, I'm in on Kawhi Leonard because I watched him play elite defense, and I know he always gets hurt.
Listen,
but I thought his defense was cooked, and then he came in a couple weeks later. Remember that
against Kevin Durant,
and just completely locked him down. And I said, you know what? I'm 1,000% in on Kawhi Leonard. He's like the perfect player opposite Steph Curry.
Oh, so I could be talking to Kawhi Leonard. I've always had a man across with Kawhi Leonard. I thought at one point, 2019, 2020, he had an argument to be the best player in the NBA.
Yeah.
As the guy. Yeah. The best two-way player.
Before the injury.
The best overall player. Now, here's a problem with Kawhi. I mean, look, in terms of setting and fit, he doesn't want the spotlight. Steph Curry's got that. Kawhi Leonard has no problem with that. You're talking about another ball handler. You're talking about a guy who can get to the free throw line. You're talking about a guy who could hit the mid-range jumper and a guy who can hit the three. Now, you look at his last few seasons, right? He missed all of 21, 22 with the injury. Played 52 games last year, 52 games in 2020, 2021. 2019, 2020 played 57, 60 games with Toronto. You have to low manage him.
Of course.
He's not playing back-to-backs. But if he is healthy, now, would the Clippers be intrigued with the Andrew Wiggins? Would they be intrigued with the Jonathan Kuminga? Now, all of a sudden, you get Chris Paul off the bench with Kawhi Leonard, and you have Steph Curry, you have Klay Thompson on an expiring contract. You have Looney.
Clay's the shooter Kawhi really hasn't had opposite him since who?
Would the Clippers want to do business with the Golden State Warriors?
It does feel like the Clippers. If I'm the Clippers, I want to get if I realize that core, those two guys aren't going to win, get me back assets and flexibility. Warriors could provide that.
Kawhi Leonard, would he be available? I know he takes a lot of days off. Gosh, he's such a good player.
I would love to roll into a series with Steph and Kawhi. Who would love it?
And you get Chris Paul handling the ball, who's going to take pressure, or Kawhi can handle the ball, and he draws double teams, and Chris Paul's wide open. That's the thing. We hate Chris Paul so much, but just the basketball player, because that's what I did all week. And I said, get over the hate, just think about the basketball player. And I actually started to do this Friday during the show. Him wide open. Chris Paul taking a wide open shot? Those are not no, yes shots. Those are, this guy can make it. This guy can make the mid-range. He can hit a wide open three. He's efficient. Would Kawhi Leonard actually be available? And would the Clippers want to do business with the Warriors? Could they pull? What if it's Dre and Wiggins stapled to that in a sign trade?
Hadn't thought of that.
Because into the argument that we were having about, or the conversation we had.
Why would they want Dre? They would have to be like a three-way deal.
Maybe have to three-way deal, maybe. But in terms of just the resetting the books, 7 o'clock hour, we were talking about, could the Warriors be the NBA's version of the LA Rams, to where they take out a bunch of expiring contracts and they play this baby year by year by year? Because now the 2 timeline plan, whatever it was, that's out the window. That's done. Wiseman's in Detroit, Poole's in Washington, D.C., and we don't know what the hell's going on with Kuminga and Moody. So that plan that you had the 2 timeline thing of these youngsters taking over the church when Steph Curry was talking about, hey, our job is to make Jordan Poole an all-star. Our job is to make Wiseman one of the best players in the league. Our job is to make Jonathan Kuminga a defensive player of the year. Well, that's kind of shifted. That's shifted. It's a win-now mode, but you can still win now by having a bunch of players playing for contract. I love nothing better than sports. Hey, you want to get paid? Prove it to me on the floor.
Let me ask you this one. If it costs you Klay Thompson instead of Wiggins, because they want that expiring deal in return, would you do it?
It'd be hard to say no. It'd be hard to say no to Kawhi. That's a hard one to say no to. Because now, if it's Klay instead of Wiggins, now I've got Wiggins and Kawhi, 2 defensive pit bulls on that team alongside Steph. I'll shift Wiggins to the 2. I don't care.
Could you envision a scenario where both Kawhi and Paul George are moved? It's a lot of money.
And the Clippers are moving into a new arena.
Yeah.
So they may want to just reset things anyway. But do you want to go into a new arena with nobody out there?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think so. I just think that everything should be on the table at this point. I mean, if you're going to absolutely, move and get CP3, who's someone who I never thought would be ever in the mix with the Warriors.
No.
I'm open to anybody and everybody. I'm big game hunting. I'm going Giannis. I'm going Embiid. I'm going Kawhi, Paul George. I'm open to whatever.
And Lakers in that business to getting superstars. So you look at Paul George's contract, same thing. He's got the 1 year left with the $45.6 million, and he's got a player option. And we know how highly he feels about the Splash Brothers.
Full mercenary mode? Going from loyalty to full mercenary mode for the Warriors?
Listen, but who are we loyal to? The only untouchable on this roster is Stephen Curry.
I don't know. You say that and I say that, but I don't know how many other people agree with you on that.
888-957-9570. Is Steph Curry the only untouchable on this roster? To me, he's the only untouchable. Everybody else is in play. Everybody. Even Loon Dog. And I love you, Looney. I love you.
This is Kevon Looney.
I mean, I don't think I'd never get a package of Fit Aid ever again, but
I'm gonna tell you,
you know
right now,
what?
You can never move Looney at his price point. It's one of the best values in the game.
One of the
you cannot move Looney.
I'm keeping Looney at all.
Not that he's untradeable. It's just that, God, it's such great value.
I would not want to move him.
Value.
He's got 2 years at $15.5 million left. I want Loon Dog. Hopefully another team sees Loon Dog and say, yeah, we don't want – I want Looney. Trust me. But let's be real. The only untouchable is Stephen Curry, right?
Yes.
Right, fans?
Yes.
So what do you do to maximize Steph's window?
It would be a dramatic shift in philosophy.
So, when people say you have to do everything to maximize Steph Curry's prime. Well, how do you maximize Steph Curry's prime? You do everything you need to do to maximize his prime, which is moving any and every asset that you have to make sure that you put together the best possible team alongside Stephen Curry to go win a championship.
What's better?
That's the mode we're in now.
Let me ask you this then. What's better alongside Steph Curry? Paul George and Kawhi, if you hypothetically, right? Hypothetically, Paul George and Kawhi or Draymond and Clay?
Oh, my God. If I know I'm getting 60 games from Kawhi.
But you don't.
You don't, which is a problem. And you don't know what you're going to get from Paul George because he seems to suffer an injury every single year. That's a tough one. On paper, you would say Paul George and Kawhi.
Yeah, I don't think you even think.
But you don't
twice.
even know about their availability, which puts a lot of doubts. And I know how well Clay and Dre play alongside Stephen Curry.
If you know for a fact you're going to just struggle guarding Jokic, the best way to counter them is put unbelievable pressure on them offensively on the perimeter. Mm-hmm. And that's the kind of team that I think could do it. Mm. That's why, if you can, you'd like to hang on to Clay because of that shooting. It honors the defense in terms of the half court. Boy, I'd love to get one other perimeter player as lethal.
I want to know, as we head into this new league year, and moves are going to be happening all week long, and Friday, 3 p.m., everything becomes public, and trades become official, and everything that happens in free agency.
That morning it'll probably start leaking, right?
Right, that morning things will start leaking. Who's untouchable outside of, Steph Curry, the only untouchable? And would you be willing to part ways with any of these guys if you know you're going to get some upgrades here? I don't know. The Warriors, some people believe they think they're in a dire situation because of the cap. I actually think they're in a great spot right now. As of Monday morning, I think they're in a great spot.
They're calling me Jigsaw.
Why?
Let's play a game.
Try to put the puzzles together.
You know the Saw, the movie Saw?
Yeah.
Where it always starts off with some sort of hypothetical, random, brain teaser.
Speaking of a franchise that jumped the shark, that one.
Yeah, I agree with you.
Only so many ways people can die. And I was like, all right, so I'm over it. Also, remember when Steph dressed up as Jigsaw and wheeled into a game?
I don't remember that.
All right. We'll get back into the Giants at some point. Maybe we are off our rocker.
I don't think we are. They just traded Jordan Poole for Chris Paul.
Yeah, I never thought that would happen.
It's one of the most random trades of all time. Warrior fans, if I told you in May you're getting Chris Paul for Jordan Poole.
Yeah, you would have called us crazy.
You'd have said you're idiots.
This is the NBA, folks. Anything could go down.
That is factual.
Anything could go down.
If you had Ben Simmons sitting on a couch for 2 straight years, let me know, because you clearly can see the future.
We saw Paul George get sent to L.A. at 9 o'clock on the West Coast at the Kawhi Leonard side with the Clippers. We didn't think that was happening whatsoever. Moves happen all the time.
Christian McCaffrey's a 49er.
Well, I guess a better question here is, are the Warriors done making moves? Do you truly believe in their heart of hearts that Draymond Green is the only move left for them. So I don't know if that's good enough to compete for a championship.
Yeah, I'm with you on that.
888-957-9570. That's what's coming up in the game. Sponsored by Chilton Auto Body.
Have you been in a car accident? Chilton Auto Body has 15 convenient Bay Area locations to help restore your vehicle to pre-accident.
This is Gary Payton II, and you are listening to the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game.
GP2. What's going to happen with Gary Payton II? Are the Warriors done making moves? Are they done? Welcome back to the Morning Roast here on a Monday morning. Joe Shasky, the Butcher, Bonte Hill, Mark DeLucci covers the Giants for Sports Illustrated's Fan Nation. He'll join us at 9:20 as we'll shift back to the Giants in just a second. Are they close to becoming National League contenders? He's had one hell of a homestand, and the fans are coming out over 35,000 for each one of those 7 games. They win 3 or 4 against the Padres. They win 2 of 3 against the Arizona Diamondbacks, and the Giants sit back 2.5 back of the Diamondbacks at 40. They're 44-34, 2.5 back. Dodgers half game behind the Giants, but tied in the loss column. National League shaping out to be a lot of fun, but a lot of people want to talk about the Warriors, so we're going to take these calls here. Tim in Raleigh, North Carolina. Start the segment off, Tim. Good morning out there in Carolina. What's happening?
What's up, fellas? Y'all making me nervous over here across the country. I don't never hear the panic in y'all voice. Guys, do me a favor real quick. Let's go.
Hey, whoa. Nope, panic, Tim. We're just trying to figure out how to...
But listen to Bonte, let's go top 8, Warriors against Nuggets. Top 8, guys. I'm taking Steph over Murray.
Mm-hmm.
I'm taking Clay over KCP. I'm taking Dre over Aaron Gordon. I'm taking Wiggins over Michael Porter Jr. Yes, they get Jokic. Now we got CP, we got Moody Kuminga. They got Jeff Green, Bruce Brown, and Chris Braun. I mean, I'm almost taking 2 out of those 3 above.
Yeah, but they all play real quick.
We got to let
Bruce Brown's also a free agent.
Yeah, but also they all play so well off each other. Like I don't know, like individually, yes, I get what you're doing, but like as a team, in terms of how they all play and how they all fit, I don't know, man. I think you're kind of underrating how good they are.
God. What we're not realizing is our team was broken internally. They were broken.
They were.
I don't think we understand how deep that goes. Yes, what the Nuggets had is they had a love for one another and they had their health. If the Warriors can get their love for one another as a team again, make a couple of more moves, guys, let's just slow down. We got to understand. You got to play sports. When you got internal strife and beef in the locker room, you got a couple of people feeling, man, this is messed up what happened to Poole. You got others feeling a certain type of way. Guys, that is deep. We got to realize that. So let's just kind of slow it down. We got this team more than ever. They need team building and team bonding. But they need a love for one another.
So is there, Tim, real quick, because you are a knowledgeable Warrior fan, I enjoy when you call the show. What moves are left for the Golden State Warriors? What would you like to see them do as we head into the new league year?
God, that's going to be a hard one, Bonte, because it's going to all be vet minimum. So I would like to see some size that's a little versatile, a little bit defensive threat. But I don't know, Bonte. I mean, I think they're going to just go vet minimums, try and fill in the gaps with the Bielitsas, maybe those old school role players. I don't know. That's going to be a hard one.
Tim.
I just feel.
Don't you understand, Tim? Don't you, he's not paying $240 million in tax to lose in the second round. Like, in his mind, if you're running the team, you're not going to lose money operating the team knowing that you're not going to be able to get over the hump.
But maybe they do believe they can get over the hump with these guys because they did push the Lakers to 6 in a broken season. Tim, thanks for the phone call. Maybe Lacob thinks differently. Maybe Lacob does believe that, hey, if I switch out Jordan Poole and get the vibe back in the locker room and Steph's happy with Draymond and you bring in CP3 who's yet to win the championship, because that's all he's playing for at this point, is to win the championship, then maybe we can overcome the Denver Nuggets. A lot of people believe the Warriors could have gave the Denver Nuggets a run for their money.
You're talking about on basketball, but there's also the financial component of how much am I willing to swallow in terms of this tax? And
he swallowed a lot in recent years.
Yeah.
He swallowed a lot.
I agree.
And he's put his name on it. Joe Lacob is saying, I got no limit.
Okay, but saying I've got no limit and then actually having to pay the piper when the team didn't win it all and you lose out on a Western Conference and a finals, gate that you desperately need, there are limits. Yeah. So I just think that thinking that it'll go never ending into the luxury tax is false. Well, and then also now the rules are making it even harder and even more penal moving forward. I think there is a limit.
There might be a limit. There might be a limit, but that's not my concern right now. Adam Honor on YouTube is something I've asked and I've yet to get an answer to. He just said no vet minimum will come to this chaotic situation. And I wonder, with what happened last season with the Golden State Warriors, Will they still be able to attract those ring chasers? Will those ring chasers now go to Denver? That's a great question. Will they now go to the Lakers again?
I mean,
will they go to Sacramento? Will they want to go to Sacramento saying, you know what? That's a team I go play for a year or two. That's a great fan base. They got things rolling. They're on the up and up. They're ascending. Have the Warriors lost that allure to where, you get an Otto Porter Jr., you get a Bielitsa, you get a Sean Livingston. Can you still get those guys on this roster after what happened last season? That's a hell of a question, Admin Honor, or a hell of a statement there, saying that no vet minimum will come to this chaotic situation. Maybe they look past all that and say, well, there's still Stephen Curry. That's the thing. You still got Steph.
I just think we talk maybe way too much about vet mins in general. It's about the guys, like the main dudes. They will help. One or two of those guys will help occasionally, sporadically. I don't know. I mean, what other what vet min guys are you out there coveting?
I don't know. I don't know right now. I want to see what happens.
To me, the big moves are the ones that are the most intriguing.
It comes down to the big boys at the end of the day. That's why I think we're making so much of the Chris Paul thing. Oh, Chris Paul is at him. Chris Paul is not one of the big boys on this roster. He can play like a big boy, but on this roster, I don't think the Warriors are counting on him to be a big boy. If he produced what he did last year in less minutes, you'll take that all day long.
Did you consider Jordan Poole one of the big boys?
I thought he was one of the foundational six.
Yeah. It's interesting.
And we saw that he fell off the table, and they didn't get past the second round.
That's interesting.
Playboy, Oakland. What's up, Playboy?
Yo, hey. Real quick. I think, I think it's time to move on from the big three. And I sent a text message a couple weeks ago saying that, and y'all both said that was the dumbest thing you ever heard. Now, like Tupac to the
Wait a minute, time out.
Which thing?
That cannot be true because I've been saying I would let Draymond walk.
What would be the dumbest thing ever?
I got the text message. I got the receipt, man. And I said it was time to move on from the big three, but I'll retract a little bit on that because I believe Steph Curry deserves to finish his career out in a Warriors uniform, and you need him to convince the fans to come to Chase Center. So I'll take Steph off the table. I don't think he's the only untouchable.
Okay. What was? I'm trying to figure out what the dumbest thing was. Moving off the big three. We discussed that you may have to come to that moment. You may have to do something like that. Let's go to Larry in Roseville. Larry, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Good morning, fellas.
Morning.
I love the show. I've been a loyal listener for years, even when I lived in the Bay Area, and I enjoy this conversation tremendously. Look, Draymond Green is, to me, he's a vital piece of this thing. And last year, I know we talked about it was broken and all that good stuff, but CP3 is not a bad deal. I've been watching his interviews, and he kind of looks like he's going to accept that second starting role for, those young guys. I see us doing a lot better, and I agree with that guy in North Carolina when it comes to us taking on the Nuggets, matching them face for face. I don't see us getting beat up by them. I'm sorry.
I do believe, Shasky, when it comes to Denver, who guards Jokic the best? Now, you're not going to shut him down. But who do you believe does a better job against Jokic?
Are you talking
in
about
the league? In the
period.
league?
I mean, if I was making a player from scratch, it would be Bam Adebayo, but he got his lunch money taken from him. So Draymond will be in the top 5.
Draymond be in the top 5. Will Looney be in that top 10?
Sure.
Because I think they do as well of a job on Jokic as anybody. But then again, Jokic's going to drop the triple-double. He's going to do what you got to do. The guy to cut the water off is Jamal Murray. Do you have assets to shut down Jamal Murray?
It's a lot to ask from just Wiggins because he feels like you're only outside of GP2.
What about Jonathan Kuminga? Could he be that guy?
I don't even know if Kuminga's going to be here in a week, so I just keep forgetting about him. You're right. Kuminga is someone I should. I mean, I guess I should think is going to be here.
Yeah.
Do you get where I'm going? It's like it's hard for me to rely on Kuminga when I feel like he's been linked to everyone.
Uncle Gene, Oakland. Uncle Gene, what's happening?
Morning, gentlemen.
Morning.
Yeah. So maybe it's old age stubbornness, but I'm still clinging to the notion that if you're gonna go for it again, you got to keep the big three together. Although your thoughts on maybe bringing Kawhi Leonard here and maybe breaking them up, that was intriguing. I don't know if that could ever happen, but anyways. But I want to say something about CP3.
you know, we've all been talking about how much we hated him and such. And like you, Bonte, I've been warming up more and more to him too, because in part I've been looking back at why do we hate CP3, or why did we? Well, early on, it seems to me he was dismissive of Curry.
Yes.
He saw Curry, you know, rightly so, as a threat to his supremacy, you know, and his style of play. And but that's turned to respect at this point. I think they both respect each other and are perfectly happy to play with each other. You know, he's been a major league prima donna in the past, but you know, he's just changed 3 teams in 3 weeks. So he sees it's the end of the line for him, or close to it. He wants that ring. So I'm sure he's been humbled by all this. And once again, I think he's ready to take that backup role. I think he's going to bring professionalism. He's going to bring you know, stability, and he's the best backup point guard we've had since Sean Livingston. So, yeah, I welcome this guy at this point.
Absolutely. Uncle Gene, good take there.
He's going to maybe take on a bigger role than Sean Livingston?
No, slightly, I guess. Slightly. But being asked to do the same things. What does Sean Livingston do?
No, I control the pace.
Right.
You know, be smart. Yeah, you know, don't let the boat take on too much water when Steph's on the bench.
Exactly.
That I agree with. But, again, I keep coming back to this. CP3, playing nice, accepting roles. There's going to have to be a lot of him tucking his ego. And I just don't know, man. I just don't know. Maybe I'm overrating it.
Yeah, I think you are overrating it, because one thing we know about CP3, you look at the first year he goes to a place. The first couple years.
Yeah, but he's in full
Clippers.
control.
Yeah, but he doesn't have to have all that pressure on him now.
That's true.
You go to Phoenix, first year they go to the NBA Finals, right? First year with the Houston Rockets, they compete with the Golden State Warriors, and they thought they actually had a shot to win that series if he didn't get hurt for games 6 and 7. The first year always goes well. Well, this is a 1-year deal. And knowing that Chris Paul has that, the Warriors have that team option if they want to bring him back or flip him at the deadline, they're in a great spot. Chris Paul has to play nice. He has to play nice.
I know. I think it's easy from the Warriors' perspective, like, play this smaller role here, even though I know you want one more payday, because this is how these guys think. He wants one more payday, and I don't know. Maybe he's ready to accept it. I hope.
Why do we think that he won't be able to accept it? Why do we?
Just because we haven't.
It's kind of like pocket watching, right?
No.
We always pocket watch, but we always do this thing like, this guy can't come off the bench. Will he want to come off the bench? Well, the bigger problem that we're missing here, or the biggest issue that could be looming for the Golden State Warriors, is whether or not he finishes. I don't care. I don't think he cares about starting. It's whether or not he's going to finish a game. How many minutes in the fourth quarter is he going to get? That could be the bigger issue, as opposed to like, I'm not going to start. I'm going to take a lesser role.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, so, okay, he's sitting on the bench, and you're going to play Kuminga over him?
The Warriors didn't play Kuminga.
No, I know. I'm going hypothetical.
Yeah. But do we, honestly, the hypothetical with Steve Kerr, you think Steve Kerr's going to play Kuminga over CP3?
I mean, but okay, so now you're playing CP3. This is the conundrum they will find themselves in. So you're going to play CP3, Steph, and Clay. And now you're going to have Dre and Wiggins out there? It's asking a lot from Dre and Wiggins defensively. I'm not saying that he doesn't have a lot of positives, but the main baked-in issue with this team is perimeter defense to close out games.
Also, if you do, let me play the other side, because I'll meet you halfway with the defensive stuff. That's going to be an issue. It will be a huge issue. But offensively, think of the ways they could attack a defense offensively. If that is the case,
I agree.
With Steph, Clay, CP3,
if you're going with
Wiggins,
the one non-shooter in Draymond, it's a lot better.
Think about offensively.
That I agree with.
That is so now you got 3 efficient scorers.
That I agree with.
Because Clay will have more space. Now, if they want to suffocate Clay like they did in the LA Lakers series, Chris Paul shooting a wide open 3 is a hell of a lot more dangerous than Jordan Poole.
But again, let's play this thing out. Now it's year 3. Moody and Kuminga aren't playing. Like, at the end of games. Like, I'm just saying, like, they're
not ready. If they're not ready to do it, then they're not ready to do it. Now you want Chris Paul to tuck his ego? Well, tell the youngsters who haven't done much in this league to check their ego.
Well, no, all I'm saying is something's going to have to give. And that's where we're going at with this, is that everybody wants to have their cake and eat it too, and I do believe there's going to have to be concessions on everyone's end.
Have we not seen this team and this core tuck their egos before to win championships?
They've done it in the past, but
they just did it a year ago.
Agreed.
They literally just did it a year ago, and we know what happened in this locker room. So you had a fractured locker room. We know that. Now the Warriors identify a problem, saying, you know what? We got a guy who probably couldn't coexist with Draymond Green anymore, and his contract is kicking in. Boom, let's get ahead of it to free up some money for us long term. Okay, now, perfect. But now you get to, think about it from a basketball standpoint offensively. You got Steph Curry, Klay Thompson, and Chris Paul. Klay Thompson offensively, if he's open and doesn't, now there's less pressure on him to have the ball in his hands. Think about how many times he had the ball in his hands in the playoffs. Well, if Chris Paul is playing,
that I agree with,
he will have the ball in his hands.
To me, whether it's the Kings series, whether it's the Lakers series, getting consistent stops was a bigger issue than offense. And we kind of argued all year, and you kept telling me offense is not a problem.
I disagree with that. They couldn't do anything offensively in the fourth quarter against the LA Lakers. Early in that game against the LA Lakers, they couldn't do nothing offensively. Offensively, they were atrocious.
Wait, are we saying early or late?
Against the LA Lakers in that series?
Yeah.
Offensively, they were a problem. They couldn't get buckets. They couldn't generate easy buckets.
I would say later on in that series, I thought it was the fourth quarter stops. They couldn't get stops. And yes, compounded that was bad offense
Lonnie
as well.
Walker IV had the game of his life in the fourth quarter.
Schroeder got what he wanted.
Okay, no, but in that game 4, it was the Lonnie Walker show.
Austin Reeves
but
got what he
also,
wanted.
conversely, offensively, you couldn't do anything. You couldn't create any shots. You couldn't get easy buckets.
It was both, but I do think I still think it's more defense. You got to get stops.
You also have to not be so guardable. They couldn't do anything offensively. They played with no pace. They took ferocious shots. So in that standpoint, offensively, if Chris Paul is playing in crunch time, you're going to get good quality shots. That is one thing for sure. And if you could make a couple extra baskets, that was the thing offensively. Okay, Lonnie Walker's going crazy, but what hurt that was offensively, you start doing nothing. You weren't scoring. You're going on scoring droughts. You get a couple baskets here and there, you negate with Lonnie Walker IV, and all of a sudden you're coming back home with a 2-2 series with Game 5 at the house. I think it could help you a lot here in crunch time if Chris Paul is healthy and able to go here. Let's go to Rich at Fremont. Rich, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey, what's up, guys? First of all, good morning, gentlemen. Hope you, like me, I got my Starbucks. I'm ready to go.
Long time no talk, Rich. Where the hell you been?
Hey, man, you would be surprised, man, when you're a family man and when you're working, man, you ain't got a lot of free time. So I got to take it where I can get it. So,
I feel you.
JoJo, how you doing, man?
I'm good. How you doing?
I'm good. I think the answer here to your question earlier, Bonte, is I said this before, and I'm going to say it again. I believe they need to go get Brook Lopez. This guy is a big. He can protect the rim. He plays defense. He can shoot the three, and he can get you rebounds when Looney's not in. Okay? I just honestly believe that this is the missing piece. And guess what? The Bucks don't want to resign him. So, hey, go get him. He's sitting there on the shelf. You know, if I'm Joe Lacob, man, we go get Brook Lopez. We go make that happen.
I would like Brook Lopez.
Exactly.
I've always been a Brook Lopez fan. And he could knock down a three. I like him. I was really impressed with him in the Milwaukee Bucks Saturday night game. I mean, fourth quarter wasn't great for him. He was a little overextended, but they didn't have Giannis out there. I've always liked my Brook Lopez.
Interesting piece. Holding the command on the open market.
Does he want to come here?
Well, he's from Fresno. I don't think he'd have a problem coming here. I don't think he'd have a problem coming here. He's a free agent. He made $13 million last year. What will his market be? How much money would you have available? Would you be able to flip a player? You know, what if it's a nice little sign and trade with GP2? Because let's be honest, GP2 is a small who plays big. They don't view him as a guard.
Yeah, but he's. So if I'm making the case for why he's important on this roster, there's a lot of little things defensively that they really need. You know,
can you get that from Kuminga? Could you get that from Moses Moody?
Yeah, I would hope that, and that's kind of where I'm going at with it's year 3. Like, if they don't think they can get those things from those guys, we're in trouble.
Well, if they can't get them, then they need to be flipped.
Yes.
If the Warriors believe they can't get that out of Moses Moody and Jonathan Kuminga, well, they simply don't need to be on the team next season. And so therefore, you make some other moves, and maybe you don't get younger, but maybe you get guys who are ready to contribute right away. Because that's what this thing is about. It's about winning the championship again. It's about winning a championship.
I'm open to flipping GP2. I'm absolutely open, but he does provide a role. They have very little defense on the perimeter, and he does fill a big void for them. Does a lot of hustle things for them. A lot of hustle things. But I was hoping that Moody would be farther along, which would make someone like GP2 expendable, because I think Moody's got more all-around offensive game.
Yeah, we didn't see much of Moody last year. We didn't see much of Moody until the playoffs, and I thought he played okay in the playoffs. He played fine, could hit a three. The question we were asking as the Warriors try to navigate the salary cap and try to figure out what's going on with Draymond Green. Mark Stein is reporting that Draymond Green is likely to sign a 3-year deal with the Golden State Warriors. However, Brian Windhorst has been all over this, and he continues to beat this drum. Here's what he said about Draymond Green last Friday on ESPN.
Kings can now for Draymond Green if they wish. And that would be extraordinarily interesting because it is the exact type of player that they need.
Now, Draymond Green is on record for saying this.
Extraordinary.
We'll see what happens as far as my contract goes. Obviously, I have an opt-out. Everybody know about that. I know about that. I'm aware of that. But as I've told you guys for years, I want to be a Warrior for the rest of my life. I want to ride out with the same dudes I rode in with. And, I think we've put the work in to make that happen. Here we are, our worst season as a whole since 2014. And yet, we had a chance to make another run. So it's never as bad as it seems. It's never as good as it seems.
So that was right after the season there. He wants to be a Warrior for life.
Can we stop on Brian Windhorst? Extraordinarily.
That was a good word. Way to nail that one on Ashley.
And it felt like is it EDM or EDC?
Right.
What's the name of the music?
EDM.
EDM. It felt like there's EDM music being played in the background.
Yeah, EDM. Robbie's, our boy Robbie used to work here. He's a big EDM guy.
Really?
Yeah.
Or promo guy?
Yeah. Glow sticks, all that stuff. Twirly things.
EDC, I think, is the big festival they have in Vegas, though,
Gotcha.
with the EDM music.
Gotcha.
Back in 2020, April of 2020, Draymond Green joined the
I thought you were going to say
podcast.
you went to an EDC
I've
party.
never gone to an EDC party. Where's my tube socks? Where's my headband? Where's my glow-in-the-dark earrings?
So, this guy is just bobbing. I love how the eyes are just glazed over.
That's how they be doing. They're just be in their own mode. And they're all musty. They got the short shorts.
Musty?
Little old throwback jerseys.
Yeah, what everyone is driving around in their cars going, what is going on? It's Bonte dancing around.
Yeah, sorry.
Like he's a dancing queen.
Yeah, this is what they do in EDC, right?
They're also on other things to make them do that.
Yeah. He's just feeling the out-of-body experience.
What was that show with all the high schoolers that were all on drugs that everybody was into?
Euphoria.
Wow,
You were very euphoric right there.
Yeah, very euphoric. I don't think Draymond Green was euphoric back in 2020.
When does that crack come into play for you?
Now the cocaine's happening.
Speaking of which, I know this is a random thought. Did that woman really get Zion's name tattooed on her face? Was that real?
I don't know.
Because I saw that.
She's a porn star.
Is she? I didn't even know that. All over the internet, I just saw that face tattoo thing, and I didn't know if the actual tattoo thing went to the face.
Yeah, I don't know.
Well, now I know.
Bad decision making.
I don't know what's going on. Maybe that cocaine was hitting. Maybe the cocaine was happening.
When does that crack come into play for you?
Because the cocaine's happening. Now the cocaine's happening, but the crack has to come into play.
That couldn't be real.
Hey, cocaine sometimes happening when you're doing bad things.
I tell all my family members, especially little young women, I'm like, don't get tattoos. Just wait it out. I know you want one at 18, 19, 20, 21. Just wait a couple years. Wait it. If you still want it afterwards, fine. Don't get something you regret. And the face tattoo has got to be the first regrettable tattoo if we were going hierarchies.
I don't know. Draymond Green 3 years ago on CP.
Gosh.
I don't like CP at all. Like, we don't have a good relationship at all, but I respect his hustle and I respect his IQ. He's smart as hell. And
smart.
And CP was kind of using, like, CP saw stuff coming up. And, you know, once you start to get older in this league, you start to realize, like, okay, this guy is coming. Eventually, he may catch me because I'm going to start to decline at some point. And so I would kind of see CP kind of keeping Steph at bay, but yet giving him a stiff arm at the same time. Now, Steph, you know, Steph ain't, you know, Steph is Steph. Like, we all love Steph, right? He ain't cut like, he ain't got the street part to him. And so
He ain't confrontational at all. He ain't confrontational.
Exactly. And so with me coming from where I come from and the way I grew up, I'm kind of watching like, yo, he kind of rock with you, Steph, but he kind of don't. He kind of keeping you at bay. And so I took it upon myself to try to create division there.
And now these two guys are going to be in a locker room together. Or will they not be? Here's Chris Paul on how he found out about the trade.
My son again.
No.
Yeah. I was at my gym right here in Winston playing pickup, hooping. After the game got over at 1, Lil Chris came up to me and told me. Yeah. I'm excited. Yeah.
What was your reaction?
Oh man, I was excited. I was excited to get a chance to go play for a franchise like that with the great players that they have. It's crazy how life comes full circle. You know, for the last 10 years, I've been competing, maybe longer than that, against them. But I'm all about winning. You know, so whatever's going to give me an opportunity to win, I'm all for it.
Well,
I'm all about winning.
That's one thing that I think that all of us underrate is that what makes these guys, like Chris Paul, whatever your thoughts are, you acknowledge he's an all-time player. Whether you've got him in the top 20, top 30, top whatever, we all can acknowledge he's had a Hall of Fame first ballot career.
Yep.
Right? The characteristics that get him to that state are very comparable to the characteristics that the big three have. So on some level, they're a lot more alike than they all want to admit. And I would not be surprised if they all get along once they finally get together. That I will. But at the time, will they butt heads? Because CP3 has a very strong personality.
Yeah.
He is. And I'm sure there are things that he likes done his way. And there's going to be some creative tension. I'm not saying it's going to be like screaming and yelling, but there's going to be creative tension.
Even with the fans, when he flops for the first time, somebody hits it.
As long as we get that charge, I'll be good with it.
There will be a lot of fans saying, get him off my team.
No.
But I do, from a basketball standpoint, how will it work with Draymond Green and Chris Paul on the floor at the same time? Because I don't anticipate Chris Paul running off of multiple screens, planning to read and react. He may just hover around the three-point line. But where Draymond Green operates, will he operate more on the block in the split action? Will he operate at the top of the key that he loves to do? How will it work with Draymond Green and Chris Paul together on the floor? It's the biggest question I have. Because I think in the locker room, once they start playing ball, at least back, for some reason, I don't think it's going to be that big of an issue as people were saying, oh, my God, Chris Paul and Steve Kerr fake. Like, I think that's a little overblown.
I agree, especially if they start having success. Now, if they start struggling, and let's say, again, any team is going to have some sort of creative tension, right, if they're struggling. But if they get off to a decent success, I think everything will be fine.
Let's go to Charlie in New York City. Charlie, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Oh, what's up, guys? I called a couple of weeks ago. I said that they need to make I said that Poole and Draymond cannot play together, and that was resolved. Paul, bringing in Paul with all the benefits of that, I don't think it's enough for them to be a title contender at all. I don't know enough about how the cap and all that works. I don't know how they could obtain someone like a Brook Lopez who would be perfect. And now I know you guys are going to say no, but I'm going to suggest a person whose his value is at an all-time low, but if put into this winning culture, maybe you can get some of that back out of him. He's not expected to score, but he can play at perimeter D, and he's 6'10". How about one Mr. Ben Simmons?
So who are you giving up for his $30 million salary?
I know. Well, I didn't take that into account. I don't know who they can afford or go for who would put them over the top. So if we're going to piecemeal this together, I don't know how you would obtain someone Ben Simmons or someone of his caliber. But if you're going to go bottom bin shopping, I don't unless they have something up their sleeve and they flip Paul with picks or something for like a Damian Lillard. I'm just throwing a name out there. Like if they package the big super package and
I'm in on Damian Lillard. Let's go 7 guard lineups.
Ben Simmons.
Do you want me to read you how much more money he's owed?
No, I don't.
So this upcoming year, $38 million. Oh my god! And then next year, $40 million, and then he's an unrestricted free agent in 2025.
Poor Brooklyn.
Money time!
That's 28% of the league cap.
Dude, they thought he was the missing piece alongside Kevin Durant and Kyrie Irving, and they didn't make it a full season with that trio.
I got to see how many games he's played recently.
I mean, look at the last 2 years. As you are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMG FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app. Download the Odyssey app and favorite 95.7 The Game for the best and most up-to-date sports coverage. Don't forget that you can also watch us every single day on our YouTube and Twitch streams. Just log on and search 95.7 The Game and be sure to like and subscribe to the channel while you are there.
Okay, so he doesn't play his rookie year, the foot injury. Then he plays 81. Then he plays 79. And then in 2019-2020, 57, 58. Didn't play at all in 2021, 2022. And this is my favorite. Holdout / back injury. And then last year, he played 42 games, started 33 of them. And let me give you his last 5 games because it's here. I don't know why it's here. But the last 5 games, he made 1, 2, 3, 4, another 4. That's 8. He made 9 field goals last 5 games.
Oh, my gosh.
4 turnovers, 6 assists.
Jesus Christ. That's not good.
Grand total of about 100 minutes. Ben Simmons. We're at the Ben Simmons. Should I put him up on the board?
Yeah, put him up there.
Ben Simmons.
So 2019-20, as you just said, I'm going to get this right. He played 57 games. The next year he played the 58 games plus playoffs. So then, actually, he didn't play in the bubble. He didn't even go.
No, he didn't go.
21-22, he played 0 games.
That was when he was missing time because of
mental health.
Yes, and a back.
And he's owed how much? 90 million? You said no, 78 million.
38 and 43.
Oh my gosh!
And then he's a free agent.
Oh my gosh! From 707 Comcast, but it's a text line. Hey Bonte. Ben was the missing piece. LOL, pun intended. He was truly missing.
Yeah, that's true. What would his rating be in 2K moving forward?
Probably a 60. Is Kawhi Leonard on that list? Go check that list out. I don't think Kawhi Leonard's on that list. Kawhi Leonard.
Ooh, some names were added.
Paul George.
Bradley Beal, but I think Bradley Beal was already on here.
Yeah, he's gone.
Yeah, he was already on here, whoever added that.
Somebody didn't take
and
the time
Kyle
out to read.
Kuzma, and I think Kuzma was already on here. What are people doing? If you're going to do the bit, you got to read it.
Right. Read the list. So let me know if Kawhi Leonard's on that list.
Oh, by the way, number 2 on this list?
CP3.
CP3.
Can't believe it.
Give me a highlighter.
CP3 on the list. Look for Kawhi Leonard. Right. I may have a highlighter in my backpack.
1 second here.
Kawhi Leonard.
John Morant, Dylan Brooks, Mikal Bridges. Kawhi Leonard, 23.
23 on the list. All right, cool. So we don't need to add that name. 888-957-9570. Is there any? Do you have JaVale McGee on the list?
Who?
JaVale McGee. This 530 Comcast business text line is asking for JaVale McGee. 44. They want JaVale McGee back. Is any other Warrior untouchable?
Was Ben Simmons? You said Ben Simmons?
Yeah, Ben Simmons.
Not on the list.
All right, Ben Simmons, get out there.
Simmons. It's number 46.
Number 46.
Okay. At what point it's like, who isn't on the list?
Well, Kawhi Leonard should be on the list now, so we got him on the list.
23, he's there.
Oh, he's there, 23.
For those that are recapping, Brook Lopez has been on the list. He's number 10.
Okay.
Cat, CP3, second person on the list we acquired.
Wow.
So, hey, dreams can come true.
They do.
MB3, who's MB3?
Marvin Bagley III.
Marvin Bagley III.
Is that he made the list?
Yeah, he did.
Oh my
John
God.
Collins, Bol Bol,
Oh my God.
Christian Wood, Joel Embiid, Zion, Porzingis.
You got John Collins?
Yeah, John Collins on the list.
All right.
Yeah, I like Collins mix. Brooks Lopez, Rui, Eric Gordon, YMCA Joe Ingles, LeBron, John Morant.
Is JTA on this list?
Who?
JTA, Juan Toscano Anderson.
Is. He's 36.
Okay.
Kelly Olynyk, Colin Sexton, Dame Dalla, Dorian Finney-Smith, Dwight Howard, Brandon Ingram, Mikal Bridges, Naz Reid. Oh, we got to scratch him off. He's already locked in.
Oh, there's 2 names I'm looking at on the YouTube chat here. Rashawn Holmes, is he on the list?
Rashawn Holmes not on the list.
Should get him on there now. Not a Sacramento King anymore. Plays a dunker role. Undersized big. Damian Lee. Is he on the list?
No, not on the list.
Bringing back Damian Lee. Stretch the
signed
floor.
a deal.
Spacing. I think it was just a 1-year deal. Might be a free agent. Knows the system.
Porzingis has been traded, so let's scratch him off the list. Okay. Anybody else? Bradley Beal was traded. Let's scratch him off the list.
Bradley Beal gone.
Okay.
Now your newest member of the Phoenix Suns.
I guess Dame's going to Miami, so we might be able to scratch him off.
A couple names over the weekend that surfaced.
Uh-huh.
Torrey Craig.
Oh, Torrey Craig. By the way, we are scraping the bottom of the barrel.
Torrey Craig on there and Watanabe from Brooklyn. Watanabe. By the way, Damian Lee is a free agent. So Watanabe, from Brooklyn, free agent, and Torrey Craig were names that surfaced over the timeline as Warrior fans were looking at.
That's 50
another
names.
one. We'll add number 51. Slow-mo, Kyle Anderson.
I actually wouldn't be opposed to slow-mo.
I am the same way.
I'm actually, you know what?
I'm telling you, Kyle Anderson was one that I woke up to and was like, that actually might not be bad.
I actually like that.
Now there's a guy who could take a punch.
Wow.
Some people are saying George Niang, Justice Winslow.
Justice Winslow, get out of here with that.
Listen, people are saying I was driving to the airport for Ben Simmons. I did not say I would drive to the airport for Ben Simmons, nor would I drive to the airport to drive Draymond off. That was a lot of callers that said that. I personally did not say that. Now, I was open to it. Said Ben Simmons, but I wasn't driving anybody to the airport for Ben Simmons. Check the tape, buddy. Check the tape. So that's where we're at with the Warriors offseason right now. Mark DeLucci is going to join us coming up at 9:20 to talk about those San Francisco Giants. He covers the Giants for Sports Illustrated's Fan Nation. Can't wait to see more of the rumors. Draymond Green apparently nearing a deal with the Golden State Warriors, but we shall see.
Doesn't it feel like the Warriors and the Giants are in polar opposite ends of the spectrum? One is playing with straight house money. The other is trying to cling on to the dynasty like they are Sylvester Stallone in Cliffhanger.
Well,
right?
Yeah. No doubt. Well, in terms of stabilizing something,
it's a great movie.
Or being stable, Cliffhanger is great. I love Cliffhanger. Been a while. Classic 90s movie. The most stable. The Giants, do they have a more stable organization right now than the Warriors? Feels like a lot of things going on with my Golden State Warriors, man.
Could you imagine Dunleavy sitting in on a conference of Farhan explaining how to do acquisitions? How funny would that be?
It's a shame. It's embarrassing.
Things I didn't have on my docket as I headed into the season.
Farhan's getting a lot of praise. Let's not forget about his offseason, folks. And Luis Matos is still a Bobby Evans Bobby Evans guy. Bobby Evans / Sabian.
Speaking of which, his son plays for one of the All-Star teams. 10 under.
Yeah, Evans is always out there.
The kid's a good ball player. Bobby Evans is such a great guy. I ran into him, and he's just such a great dude. Bob, if you're out there, shout out, bro.
Yeah, ran into him at the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame.
Guy.
Loves the show.
Yeah, great guy.
Friend of the program, as we say.
Yeah. The 10U's, they ended up winning it all in Marin this in Millbrae, this week. Yeah, the 10U team was very good. Yeah.
Giants, man. Yeah, Farhan's done well, but his all-season moves.
You think there's a little too much praise?
A little too much.
Really?
Show some love to Kapler.
I mean, come on, man. They're like 12 games over 500. They're way better than I thought they'd be.
Show some love to Kapler.
Oh, no, I agree with that.
You know,
I agree with that. And Kapler providing cover for Blake Sable on the base running mistake. Actually, on the other side, before we get to Mark, I want to explain that base running mistake really bugged me. And I like Blake Sable a lot. It's just, it's inexcusable.
It's a bad one. It's a bad one. You hear Crew go, oh, no. Oh, no.
Off the end of the bat. Fair ball! Watch out!
Well, let's break here off of that one. Giants Talk coming up here on the road, sponsored by Cars.com.
Oh, that's the sound of a car being added to Cars.com. And since up to 50,000 cars are added per day, over the course of this ad, 8 new cars will have been added. Ooh, there's
Off the end of the bat.
Fair ball! Watch out! Dowling. Sable's overrun the bag at second.
And he's out. That's going to end the inning.
I learned from it, but yeah, my takeaway from it is, probably a little over aggressive there. Just keep my head up and make sure I pick up the third base coach and see JD in front of me, because he was stayed at third. Probably would have stayed at second, obviously, if I picked him up early enough.
Now, back to the morning roast with Vontae and Shasky.
Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Blake Sable running into that out. But you know what? Don't let it put a damper on the weekend. The Giants didn't win the series.
I mean, it's
They won
huge
2 or
series
3
to
against the Diamondbacks. They won 3 or 4 against the Padres. Blake Sable with that mistake there. Would have been very interesting to see what happens had he not made that base-running blunder.
That's 3 straight series wins against NL West opponents. I believe, is that 4 with Colorado?
Yeah.
Because they won the Colorado one prior to that. So
I think 11-2 against the NL West this month.
Yeah, they've been excellent.
bad.
On that play, though, I just really quickly, when you're the back runner and there's a guy in front of you, all right, 1 base ahead of you, you always have to be cognizant of where they are. You cannot run that guy off the base. It's like the number 1 thing. Number 2, if you don't see the ball and you can't locate the ball, because this whole thing, run with your head down. Yeah, from home to first. But once you're on the base pass, you have to be cognizant of where the ball is in relation to where you are on the base pass, and then pick up your third base coach. Right? So running with your head down, you're not looking at the ball, nor are you looking at the base coach, and nor are you cognizant of where the guy is in front of you. It's just a really unfortunate play by Blake Sable. It's like straight up Little League poor base running, and that really is frustrating.
He had a rough day, 0 for 3 yesterday. At the
I love
plate.
the dude, though.
1 walk. But can you play the highlight against
love the dude.
Petone? Because I can't get over Crooked Kite. Here it is, NBC Sports.
Off the end of the bat.
Fair ball! Watch out! Dowling. Sable's overrun the bag at second.
And all you little leaguers that are out there, when 2 guys are on 1 base, don't throw the ball. Run at them.
We get all that. But can we find the humor in this? They became fans, Crooked Kite, immediately saying that from the booth.
Yeah.
Oh, what? Watch out! And then oh, no. And you see Blake Sable just put his head down and put his head
It can't happen. It just can't happen.
One more time, Spitone, the humor in it.
It just can't happen.
Off the end of the bat.
Fair ball! Watch out!
Hey,
Oh, no.
They turned into fans. Watch out, Blake.
That's why we love them.
Oh, no.
Bonte, we got picked off yesterday, I think 4 or 5 times on the bases. Nothing frustrates me more than getting a guy on base or multiple guys on base and having a rally completely crushed by poor base running.
It's a shame. It's embarrassing.
It's so deflating. It's so deflating. It kills a rally.
That was hilarious, man. That was pretty funny. But you know what? The Giants do bounce back.
J.D. Davis, by the way, quietly getting back into form. Big for them.
He's playing well. Giants 44-34. 2.5 back of the Arizona Diamondbacks, and I truly believe they may be a couple arms away from competing for the National League crown right now. They're second in the wild card behind Miami, who is playing very well. A lot of surprises there. Philadelphia is coming on strong. The Cubs split in London. The National League turned into a fun league this year. Cincinnati in first place in the NL Central, but I got you, Lutman. I was just about to go there.
Lutman hasn't said 5 words to us all day.
Jeez, so excited about Mark DeLucci. Hey, Mark DeLucci, you got a high bar to clear here. Covers the Giants for Sports Illustrated's Fan Nation. I love you, Mark. I'm just kidding. Good morning. I'm excited to have you back on the Morning Roast with Sam Lubman that's talked you up for months. So you better deliver, Mark. No, I'm kidding. Nope. No
Sam is, I guess, giving me a little too much hype here. I gotta bring the expectations down before we get into it. No, but I'm glad to join you guys.
No, I followed your work at Twitter, man. You do a great job covering the Giants, man, and they're hot right now. And I know you're so plugged in on the Giants farm system. You've written for Niners Nation, Go to State of Mind. So you know the Bay Area landscape very, very well. All right, the Giants, though. Number 1, they're exceeding expectations. I think our expectations. But 2, you see some youngsters starting to flash here. So where do you think the Giants are? Can they really do this and maybe shift their expectations and shift the goalposts from saying, hey, we just want to develop, bring in youngsters to maybe competing for something bigger?
Yeah, I mean, I'll say this. I think the organization, and I think, you know, as much criticism as Farhan Zaidi has gotten, some of it deserved. I think some of it perhaps a bit ahead of the curve heading into the season. I think, though, you know, I think a lot of fans were skeptical and thought this was performative. I never got the sense that the organization didn't view this year within the context of we believe we can compete for the division and, you know, maybe not replicate 107 wins like in 2021. Right. But I don't think within the organization they viewed their expectations for this year, I think, were very similar to the expectations they had for the team going into last season. Obviously, they got off to that really slow start and they stumbled out of the gate. And so that kind of led to some promotions of guys like Schmidt and Bailey and Matos. But, you know, I think they've always been sort of viewing this year as, no, the Dodgers took a big step back. They seem to be doing a kind of retool, kind of, I mean, again, going cheap in the context of the Dodgers, not in the context of baseball, for, you know, setting up for Shohei. And so I think they've always seen that path there. I mean, you could imagine if the Diamondbacks stumble out of the gate, the Giants are, you know, cruising right now, looking at the top spot in the division. So, yeah, I think they viewed it as they can compete for a pennant. They can compete to win the National League. And I think they, again, this past month has proven to them, right? They have the best record in the league since May 1st, right? We're at basically 2 months of baseball that you can say they've been the best team in the league from just a win-loss perspective. So I absolutely think they, you know, if they did ever shift to viewing this as a rebuilding year, which again, I think there was some nerves in there when they were seeing, you know, the team stumble out the gate for sure. Those have gone to the wind, and they're absolutely looking at, yes, we have young talent, but that young talent is here to help us win now, and we'll deal with the future in the offseason.
It just feels like, and I know Schmidt got a lot of rightfully got a lot of the headlines early on, but if we're talking about like sustainability, and we'll get to Matos in a second, like, I really think the Patrick Bailey call-up is the one that's changed everything for the pitching staff. Defensively, he's so much better than Sable, and I would even say even Joey Bart. And then offensively, he's just kind of a throwback. Bat on ball, you know, runners in scoring position. He's going to knock a guy in with either a ground out to second, a fly ball out to the outfield. He's a real throwback player. Like, I'm looking at a guy, Posey's obviously the greatest catcher in Giants history, but this is like a throwback 1980s. He's going to be here a decade-long catcher. Doesn't it feel like that to you?
I'll say, I mean, again, you know, you guys mentioned I've covered the farm system. That's been the biggest surprise, and that's one where, you know, he's been an above average big league catcher pretty much across the board. Again, the defense is weird with Bailey. Like, he definitely makes, like, his upside defensively is by far better than Bart's from what we've seen, and he's made some incredible plays. That said, again, he does still, again, there's some, I think, you know, he's really good at framing, but I think he can overemphasize that at time, and it leads his blocking to kind of slack from time to time, and he has some pass ball wild pitch issues. But, you know, yeah, I mean, his offense has been incredible for a catcher. I mean, right, like, as bad as Joey Bart was, as has sort of been in the context of expectations, if you look at Joey Bart last season, his triple slash was about the league average triple slash for catchers. Catchers in the modern big leagues just don't hit very much. Bailey has an above average slash line for anyone. And so that does so much for your lineup, right? That's part of the magic of the 2021 Giants. It wasn't just Posey being excellent. Again, Kurt Casale was really good, right? They were in that platoon, and that just gives so much more depth to your lineup. Again, with Bailey, the one thing that's so weird is that what's carrying his offensive performance is what he's doing against left-handed pitching. He has 3 homers. He's hitting, I think he has like a 1,500 or like a 1,200 OPS against lefties. And in the minors, he hit 100 against lefties. It was notorious. Scouts were saying he has to give up hitting right-handed. He's JT Snow. And so basically what's carrying this sort of from being just a solid hitter, kind of, you know, solid bottom of the lineup guy, to being like a 5-6 hitter almost, is this, what he's crushing left-handed pitching. And if he sustains that, then you're talking about a guy who potentially you could see having like a Yasmani Grandal type career, which is an all-star caliber catcher. But, you know, if that takes a step back, then again, it's still a valuable piece for sure, and it's absolutely done a lot to stabilize the lineup.
Mark DeLucci here on the Morning Roast, doing a great job covering the Giants for Sports Illustrated's Fan Nation. All right, we talk about the starting pitching, and we saw DeSclafani struggle yesterday, and then he settled in. But Alex Wood struggled last Thursday, only going 3 innings and getting rocked by the Padres. It's apparent that the Giants need some arms. Is there anybody in the farm system that could help them this season and help them compete at a high level? We know about Kyle Harrison, and we know he's not ready yet. But is there any other arms that could help the Giants this season?
I don't think so. I mean, like, I know Carson Wisenhunt is probably a name that people would like to throw around and throw in there. Mason Black's picked it up at AA. You could maybe see. I don't think, though, in terms of starting pitching. I mean, to be honest, right, like, I think you've seen them already if they are, right? It's Tristan Beck, Keaton Wynn are probably the two I would have named a month ago. And obviously at this point, they've been used in this kind of long reliever swingman role. I mean, again, I think, look, the Giants paid Sean Manaea and Ross Stripling this offseason, and I think there's, again, Manaea's kind of been better since he settled into this long relief role. I think, again, Stripling, they believe his back issue was causing him more issues early in the season and was the reason for that poor performance. I think Stripling's going to come back being kind of this, bulk innings long reliever role, but I think there's a hope that Stripling comes back and can kind of fill in that fifth spot or fourth spot, depending on how Alex Wood does here. But, I don't think there's really, I do think Harrison could help stabilize the situation too, and I think the Giants are hopeful of that as well. But outside of that, I really don't think there's something internally that, at least right now, I can say, yeah, this player's on a trajectory to be able to help in July, August, September, at least right now.
So we're thinking external, because I'm looking at this rotation, like, to think that Cobb is going to sustain this, maybe that's aggressive. DeSclafani, he frustrates me a lot. The good and bad versions of them all within one start. Alex Wood, I have very little faith in right now. I know Ross Stripling's coming back from the IL right now. I think he was activated this morning. I don't know, man. This rotation internally right now just is ugh. Right? And they feel legit. Like, the team feels legit, and the rotation feels so meh. I'm just being honest.
A yuck and a meh.
I don't think you're wrong. And again, the fan base agrees with you. I interact with them often.
I mean, it's one dude basically, right? And like a bunch of prayers.
I think, and again, we can get into the names. It's Marcus Stroman, Eduardo Rodriguez. Maybe a guy like James Paxton or something.
Oh, wait! You brought up Eduardo Rodriguez.
Yeah.
Hey, I like. Hey, under team control for a couple years too. If he opts into his contract, I like where your head's at.
Too. I like that too.
Rodriguez is kind of in the same place as Stroman, right? Where if you trade for them and they're good, they're probably gonna opt out. So it can kind of be viewed as a downside, because if he blows out his elbow in September, he's gonna opt in, and then you're paying him for next year when he doesn't play. But it's kind of like the situation that it worked against the Giants with Carlos Rodon last deadline, right? Where buyers were, Rodon may have been a top-line starter, but there was concerns given his history. I'm going to trade for Rodon. He's going to be a free agent if he's good, and then if he gets hurt in August or whatever, then we're on the hook for whatever. But, yeah, no, I like Eduardo Rodriguez a lot. There's also the connection. Scott Harris, right, former Giants GM, is now running the show in Detroit. I think there's a deal you could kind of build there. I think, frankly, I think a guy like David Villar, who's kind of on the outskirts of the Giants' depth right now. Again, not the centerpiece. I want to be clear. I think you're looking at a prospect like Grant McCray, a prospect like Iverson Arteaga, maybe a Mason Black, and then a guy like Villar and Sean Jelly, which also helps the Giants kind of alleviate some of the pressure on the 40-man roster.
Yes,
open up some roster flexibility. And for Harrison Detroit, he can pluck a couple guys from his previous organization that he thinks can contribute who've kind of fallen out of favor here. So yeah, I think that's one I'd eye a lot. But the one thing I'll say is this: Giants fans are frustrated with rotation. I get it. I have a lot of the same questions. But there isn't a fan base in the National League that doesn't feel that way. There's really a fan base in MLB right now. I mean, you look at starting pitching depth around baseball. Part of this is just a function of the way player development has changed in recent years. Everyone is desperate for starting pitching. And I would argue in the National League, there are maybe 1-2 contenders that have a rotation that I'm more confident in than the Giants.
Atlanta.
Yeah, and that's it.
Yeah.
And I maybe Miami, but again, even
Miami's got the two.
A step back.
Miami's tough.
They got the
Miami's
two hogs
tough
at the top, man. Those guys look really promising.
To his point, though, the Giants are right there if they make the right move to make a big time move in the National League. I'm kind of with you here, Mark. Eduardo Rodriguez is a name if you can't get Shane Bieber. I'm not sure about the other names here, but
Lucas Giolito?
Yeah, maybe. It may cost a lot.
I know. They need something, not just for this year, next year, too.
I'll say this, right? This is the thing, right? It depends on what prospects you're willing to give, right? Like, the big name is going to be Dylan Cease with the White Sox, right? Mm-hmm. And that's going to be a case is, are you willing, can you build are you willing to part with a Harrison, or are you willing to, can you build a package around like Luciano and Wisenhunt? Like, that becomes the question.
No.
Right? Because again, the Giants aren't the only team that is going to be wanting starting pitching. And so, again, when you look at the rentals, that becomes guys like Giolito, Jordan Montgomery with the Cardinals, another name. Again, James Paxton, who's been hurt a lot, but when healthy is very good with the Red Sox. Like, those are players who, won't cost as much in prospect capital, but, there's a reason they're rentals most of the time, right? I mean, again, I guess Stroman and Eduardo Rodriguez, you can kind of put in that camp as well, but that's a different scenario.
So Mark, let's two quick outfielders. The first one, Matos. This guy, just the way he tracks down balls in center field, he just looks the part. And then obviously the plate discipline is elite, and he looks like he has tools to be a decade-long center fielder. I'm loving what I'm seeing thus far. But is there another youngster that can maybe crack this lineup at some point this year? Like, is Luciano legit? Because I'm looking at AAA. They don't really have any outfielders. I mean, outfield looks really thin at AAA, and I got a feeling he's going to get called up at some point soon. Is he legit for this year, or is it just Matos going to be the only youngster in the outfield this year?
Yeah, I mean, I think a name I'd actually be watching is Tyler Fitzgerald. He's a guy who he was drafted as a shortstop out of Louisville, has been developed as an infielder. But I was, I'll say scouts have kind of been comparing him to Chris Taylor for the past couple years at times. The Dodgers outfielder who was developed as an infielder in this super versatile piece, power hitting right-handed back. The issue with him was strikeout rates, making contact. And he went back. He repeated Richmond at the start of this year, and he slashed the strikeout rates quite a bit. He's up at AAA now, hitting quite well. And I think last week, for the first time, the Giants started playing him in the outfield. So I think Tyler Fitzgerald would be the guy I'd watch on that front. But again, that's not going to be a game-changing piece, right? Like, that's a utility bat, right-handed, kind of supplement if Slater goes down or something like that. Again, look, the fact is, you walked into the season, right, and you're asking, if we're talking in February, you're asking me who are the Giants who could maybe make an impact this year, who are the big name prospects, right? The names are going to be Luis, it's probably going to be Harrison, it's probably going to be Schmidt, and then the maybes are going to be a Bailey or a Matos or a Luciano. Again, Luciano's still a really good prospect. I still think he's going to take a year, and a big part of that's just he doesn't have a defensive home yet. They've I think made the smart decision of giving him a chance to develop at shortstop because that's obviously the most valuable position for him. I still don't think that's where he's going to.
Yeah, he's a right fielder.
Let me ask you this.
Yeah, I mean, he might be a left fielder, he might be a third baseman, he might be a first baseman or a DH. I'm not necessarily, but yeah, the point is he's going to have to figure that out. So I don't think he's going to be too in play this year unless he just crushes it and they say, screw it, we'll just have him DH.
Mark, before we let you go, and we're talking to Mark DeLucci, he covers the Giants for Sports Illustrated's Fan Nation. Obviously, you interact with a lot of fans, and you see Twitter and the timeline and how fans react. If the Giants do not make a move, how frustrating will it be for Giants fans? Will they be able to accept that, seeing how well they're playing since May 1st? Which is crazy to think about. When we came into the season, we didn't think nothing of this team. Now the focus shift and the goalposts change to where Giants fans will be irate if they didn't make a move.
Yeah, I don't think so. To be quite frank, I think the fan base is actually way too nervous about making a move because I think, there's the fan base is, it's a tendency of fan bases to fall in love with prospects. Not that prospects aren't valuable, but I think there's a lot of folks who see Schmidt and Bailey and, Matos and even Luciano turning things around at AA over the past month and things like that. And they're like, no, we got the future. Let's just sit. I don't want to trade a Grant McCray. I don't want to trade any of these guys. I trust our farm system. And I think, you take the chances you get when you're a contender. To me, you always, trust your development to be able to find guys later on. Again, it bit Bobby Evans and Brad Sabian from time to time, but I think that mindset, and to be fair, again, that's what Zaidi and company did in 21, right? They went and traded for Chris Bryant, and they gave up, some pretty valuable prospect capital to do it, even though he was going to be a free agent. So I think the Giants fan base wouldn't necessarily mind it because they would just view it as that means Kyle Harrison's going to be our trade deadline acquisition, right? Like things like that. And again, it depends on obviously where the standings are. If the standings are where they are right now, I think that would be a mistake from the Giants standpoint. I think they have a deep farm system right now. They have a lot of depth, which should enable them to make moves that even if they give up a valuable prospect, even if it's a prospect who goes on to become a good player, they should have other guys or other options to be able to withstand that in the coming seasons, which is why I'd be aggressive out there.
All right. There we are. Mark DeLucci.
Good stuff, Mark.
Not bad. Not bad. I think we may have you back on. Mark DeLucci covers Sports Illustrated, covers the Giants for Sports Illustrated's Fan Nation. Not bad, Mark.
I love it. All right, on occasion. All right, appreciate it.
All right, we'll give Loveman a high five for that booking. Right there. Mark, good stuff, man. Seriously.
Good stuff.
We appreciate the time.
All right, good morning, guys. See you later.
Anytime. Mark DeLucci covering the Giants for Sports Illustrated's Fan Nation, and brought up prospects and how, got me thinking. He's like, the fans want to stick with the prospects.
We've been waiting for so long.
Well, we think about Jordan Poole being traded. And we think about the love we have for Kuminga, and people still haven't gotten over James Wiseman being traded to Detroit. Why do we as fans fall in love with players we don't really know, who are just like on the come up, but really we don't know who they're going to be in the league? We fall so hard for young prospects.
Why do people play the lottery? Why do people gamble?
But I mean, we fall in love with prospects as opposed to, hey, you know what? Give me the proven talent any day. Like, why do we do that?
Well, no. I think it's a different point in their life cycle. So, like with the Warriors, I do not think we're falling in love with the rookies. I think the majority of people think that the rookies haven't done anything and they have loyalty to the core.
We were so fixated just a year ago when it came to Jordan Poole.
Oh, Poole's different than, I think, Kuminga, Wiseman, and Moody. Because Poole's shown more.
Kuminga, the love. People are pissed he didn't play in the playoffs.
There are a lot of people that think that he didn't deserve to play.
There's a lot of people who thought he should have played.
Okay.
A lot of people who thought he should have got minutes against the Lakers.
That because of the situation of the Warriors, we view the rookies different than the situation of the Giants?
Those are some facts.
Right?
Those are some facts,
I think that most people go back 6 years ago. 6 years ago, it was 2018. Giants were like, veterans, we need free agent splashes. Screw the rookies. You have Posey, you have Belt, you have Crawford. You've got to figure Bumgarner. You got to figure this out. We don't know how long these guys will be here.
There was still a lot of pushback with that, though. There was still some pushback. I go back to the days where
they traded the whole cupboard.
There was Giants fans who were fixated on Tyler Beatty and Ty Block and Steven Oker and all these. It's like, geez, like when Adam Duvall got traded for Mike Leake. There's a lot of Giants fans who are not happy about that. And Duvall he's got some power. He's made a nice little career for himself. He's okay, but I don't think it's make it or break it yet. But there was a lot of people when they were in a win now mode, needing an arm in 2016, and they were falling off the wayside. A lot of people were ticked off because it just feels like we fixate so much, especially in today's day and age, with all the salary cap rules, cheap talent, guys you could have perform at a high level for the cheap before you pay them. It just feels like, man, we wrap our arms around youngsters so quickly, and we're like, no, we don't want them to go. No matter the situation, it just feels like we're so fixated on keeping.
But we didn't do that with Trey Lance versus Jimmy G.
Oh, I think we did for a little bit.
I don't know. I think a lot of people were still like, why are we doing this? I don't know. I think it's situation by situation.
Football's a little different too.
Yeah. And plus you have in football, you're more ready as a youngster to impact a team after 3 years of college football at minimum. There's more name recognition, association.
Well, it's also quarterback.
Yeah, quarterback's
When you
different.
go from one proven quarterback to an unproven quarterback, that position seems to be a bit different.
That I agree with.
A lot of people were ready to see Trey Lance like myself. I didn't mind seeing him start one game.
But I think a lot of people want homegrown talent in general. Like, very few people have come here as a free agent or in a trade and have been embraced. Hunter Pence is rare. Barry Bonds, who was born here, but is rare. The majority of our all-time stars, Montana, drafted here. Steph, drafted here. Posey, drafted here. Like, just go back to the last 40 years.
No doubt.
There's something different about homegrown stars.
Draymond Green,
drafted here. Exactly.
Which is why people don't want to let go of Draymond Green. Think about that. He's overachieved in his career, and he still gets some pushback because of some of the things off the court. But Draymond Green, one of the best picks, again, King of the Hill. I had him above Steph as a number 3 all-time pick in terms of the best Bay Area draft picks all time. Second-round pick, 35 overall, 4-time champ. And look at what he's done for the organization. He's got to get his number retired.
Well, I also remember what Gabe Kapler said when we had him on a couple weeks ago, where he said, when you have it's your own guy and you know it's going to be your own guy for 10 years, it's just more fun, I think, as a fan, as an organization, when it's your own organic guy. You'd be like, yeah, that's our guy who came up through our system or through a trade than through the system. Like, it's just more fun when it's like natural that way versus, going out on the free agent market. Because remember, Warrior fans, they never really truly accepted Kevin Durant for some weird reason either, because, again, he was a free agent.
Go back to Warrior basketball. Remember that?
Yeah, oh yeah.
No, I'm kind of with them on that. Like, we still, I think there are a lot of people that think fondly of David Lee, but if David Lee had been, if I said to people, David Lee, Monte Ellis, Don't you think most people think more fondly of Monte Ellis than David Lee?
No doubt.
Right? Both had flaws. Both were, good players, not great players in the NBA, although David Lee ended up being an all-star.
David Lee actually helped you get to the playoffs.
I know.
Monte Ellis never helped you get to the playoffs.
Do you get what I'm saying? Like, I do think there's something about that. Like, Bogut. The Bogut trade Bogut became a Warrior over time, but it wasn't that way to begin with. And I think he's one of the rare ones that was embraced as such.
Even Kevin Durant. How would you... Doesn't feel like he's embraced now. I was having a conversation in the text thread where they're like, I never wanted Kevin Durant to come. We didn't need him. My pushback was, no, you needed Kevin Durant.
Yeah, you weren't going to.
He's an all-time Warrior,
Yeah.
and the fact that your franchise was able to attract one of the best talents in league history. I mean, think about how far the Warriors have come to the point we're getting mad about them trading for a 38-year-old Chris Paul. They got Chris Paul. It's crazy.
I mean, even Wiggins, after the year he had, we loved him so much. Almost immediately, people were ready to sour on him.
Yeah.
At the first sign of missing time. It's just so, I don't know. I just think that we give our homegrown guys way more of a runway.
I got to shout out my guy Vince Lee and his kids. You were talking about the Millbrae tournament earlier. 10U San Francisco All-Stars.
Yeah, they won it all. 11. Yeah. I believe. I don't know who won the 11. I know Millbrae won 12 U's. They beat Piedmont.
Well, the 10U Millbrae Mad Dogs. 10U lost the championship game to the SFYBL All-Stars. That's your team,
that
right?
was the team we were talking about, but that's the 10U. Yep, that was the one I was talking about.
My guy Vince Lee and his kids.
Yeah.
It was a close game, apparently 5-4.
Yeah.
Had the tying run on third with one out, but it all fell short. They balled out this weekend, but they said you guys were solid defensively. But shout out to the Millbrae Mad Dogs. My guy Vince Lee and his kids. Love Vince, man. That's my guy. Go back to Washington High School. So shout out to you guys for even participating.
We've got regionals
giving them
this
a
week.
run for their money.
Got regionals this week. So, you're watching all the Little League stuff that's going to be on ESPN. We're not in Little League. We're in Pony, where you can take leads and you can throw people out. And so it's just a different game. So everybody that's going through their Little League qualifying right now, good luck to you. I want to hear from you. Please send it to me. And if you're in Ponies like we are, I want to hear from you as well.
Also, NBA is got a big weekend in the College World Series. You've been watching any of that?
Oh,
College
yeah. Today's the
championship.
Yeah.
Florida won 24-4 yesterday. After that extra inning special extravaganza, I should say, Saturday, where LSU wins it, and they're showboating left and right.
Did you hear about the pitcher from LSU? The guy with the mustache?
Yeah, what about him?
Well, apparently, it's kind of interesting. Apparently, he goes up to people every single day at practice. Every day. It's kind of a jerk move. I outworked you today. I outworked you today. I outworked you today.
Yeah, I don't like that.
And they were saying this on the broadcast, and I guess he's some top pick, whatever. And I was like...
And they were giving him props for that?
Yeah, and I was like... That's kind of a jerk move.
I did catch that, and I thought it was a joke. And I was like...
No, they were dead serious.
Yeah, but then they also, on the same broadcast, were saying they were making it seem like, if you wear bling bling, it shows a lack of maturity. When you don't wear bling bling, it shows me that you're mature. And I'm watching Camilo Duvall with the diamonds in the air saying, give me more of that. Dude. Give me more chains. Give me more bat flips. The same clowns in Philadelphia on the announcer broadcast. Marcelo Ozuna hit a home run, and Ron Washington was like, hold up. Give me my high five, baby. And they were like, the lack of professionalism. Like, shut up.
Well,
that's a lack of professionalism. I outworked you today. Who the hell are you to tell me that you outworked me today?
That's what I'm saying.
Screw you.
That's what I'm saying. But one of the things, we have a father, Dewan. Shout out Dewan Fields if you're out there. And he's the best. He brings the speaker, okay, and he has a playlist for music.
Is that Prince's dad?
No, it's Dewan Jr.'s dad. And he's a great baseball dad. He's at all the games, and he does walk-up songs for every kid, right? Mm-hmm. And it just makes it fun. Every kid's got their walk-up song, and he's like, now batting, Logan Johnson. Right. And the kid comes up and he plays the music, and to me, it's fun. And if the kids are going to, gravitate toward baseball, why are we turn the music down? We shouldn't have music. Stop pooping on this stuff, man. I want these kids to enjoy baseball. So to your point, be on Bling or whatever gets these kids to like the game, I'm all for it. I'm so sick of hearing
baseball's
negativity.
Been very fun this year. It's been a very good year of baseball. A lot of fun, a lot of bling, a lot of swagger. Hell, the Giants got some swagger with Matos and Doval. Now, I do want to see this, though, when it comes to the Giants, because I truly believe they're 2 arms away from being a team that could represent the National League in a World Series. A sentence I thought I'd never utter this year. I'll come full circle on this team. Seriously. They've got the youngsters. They got the bullpen. They're a couple starting arms away. But Luis Matos needs to be batting in the top 3. Enough of batting him seventh.
Okay.
Eighth. This kid's got star potential written all over him.
Well, with Lamont Wade's injury right now, I think there's an opportunity to experiment with him at the top of the order and just see where it goes. And Estrada right now, I think Estrada's in a tough spot. He's had a tough month quietly, and the team's been winning, so we haven't made a whole lot of it. I'm a little worried about Estrada because it does feel like he had a really down month, and the injury, whatever happened, feels like the wrist isn't right.
Thairo Estrada, the last 7 days, 20 at-bats, 5 games played, 2 hits, 6 runs, batting 100. He's also struck out 8 times in that same span. Luis Matos in the last 7 days, 27 at-bats, 7 hits, 4 runs, 1 homer, 2 RBI, 10 total bases, tied for second on the team in the last 7 days. Only 4 strikeouts again, 1 stolen base. I want to see him run a little bit more, which is why I want to get him at the top of the lineup. And I think he couldn't lengthen your lineup. To me, even if Lamont Wade Jr. is healthy, I was talking to Lovman about this last night. I don't mind seeing Wade, Estrada, Matos, J.D. Davis, Conforto, and you deep in this. I don't mind seeing some speedsters and flip the game. Do a little something differently.
I think J.D. Davis, for me, God, I'd love him as a 5 or a 6 hitter. Like, that would tell me you have a true cleanup guy.
Well, not only that, but I know Lamont Wade Jr. is going to walk and get on base.
Yes.
I know Thairo Estrada, when he's right.
50-50 chance of doing that.
When Thairo Estrada is right, he could get on base.
Yeah.
And he could get on. Luis Matos has already shown you that he could draw a walk, that he's going to be an on-base percentage machine who can run as well. Give me some speed at the top of the order. I would love to see some speed, see some action here. So, Giants are off today. I guess College Baseball World Series is by itself, huh? It's the standalone.
Yeah, I'm excited
tonight.
for it. Honestly, the college baseball season, every time it comes around, I always say to myself, why don't I get more into it? Like I'm saying, like in like May and stuff. I know they don't televise a lot of it. The stadiums are so cool.
Let me ask you something, because I keep seeing Danker put this on YouTube. When it comes to the Giants and pitching, what's the deal with Trevor Bauer?
Do not. No one's touching Trevor Bauer. No. Have you read any of the stuff?
It's nasty. I wouldn't touch Trevor Bauer at all.
No one is.
The deal with Trevor Bauer is no.
No, okay. The deal is that Major League Baseball will not let you, without putting a memo out there, they're not going to let you bring him in. Dude, guys on his team in Japan didn't want any part of him. Yeah. I'm so out on that guy.
So that, and because that
the vibes are so good.
Yeah,
why would you even think about bringing in someone like him? No way.
I just thought the chat was out there. I would not touch Trevor Bauer. I'm not advocating for Trevor Bauer, but it was asked.
No, I think it's a fair question, and the answer is what we just did.
I'm with you. I'm with you.
And he's
there's a Giant fan out there though who's saying we need an arm.
Look at the Dodgers paid him to go away. Major League Baseball wants no part of it. Here's the other thing: we don't even know what his suspension is going to be if he were to be activated. I'm good off.
Are we sure Major League Baseball's done with him?
Yes.
Marcell Ozuna right now is playing for the Atlanta Braves.
I'm just telling you.
Getting home runs left and right, getting high fives.
I'm not going to do comparative shopping on which guys are allowed to play. I'm not trying to do comparative shopping,
but don't tell me that Major League Baseball would say no when that guy's playing for the Atlanta Braves.
I'm out on him. I'm just right now with the Giants and everything that's going on. The last thing I want is to bring in any kind of case. This is Lubman. You've been going into that locker room. Or that clubhouse, for how many years now?
I guess my second full season that I've been doing it.
Explain to me what you said to us on the chat over the weekend regarding the vibes.
Oh, yeah, no, just the vibe this year from last year is completely different. It's just going in last year, it was just like, it was just kind of like dull. It wasn't super fun. It was just kind of whatever. This year you go in, like, even after losses, like the atmosphere's a lot better. Like they start playing like Bob Marley after losses, and like it creates like okay, we lost, but it's not like an end of the world kind of thing. It's a better overall, happier vibe in that clubhouse right now than it was last year.
So like the last thing you want to do is have a bunch of young players who are trying to find their footing in Major League Baseball, answering questions about a teammate that they just met.
I'm 100% on board with that. But I'm saying that's the type of stuff that's going to come around.
Yeah, I'm out on that.
I'm so out on that.
Ugh, but God, I couldn't even imagine him.
But let's not act like there's not a major league team that would take a chance on him. With that said, time for final thoughts. Final thoughts, Shasky, start us off.
My final thoughts are this. For all the kids out there running the bases, God, I love you, Blake Sable, because you're Troy Polamalu's cousin. I know you played football growing up, and you're a USC Trojan. But come on, man. Like, the rule of thumb, when you're the back runner and there's someone in front of you, you got to know where that guy is at all times. You can't run him off the base. Secondarily, you got to either pick up ball or you got to pick up your base coach. You cannot run into an out at third base in the 8th inning. It's very, very unfortunate, but it's a learning moment. Talk to your kids that are playing baseball. Do not run a guy off a base.
Yeah, I kind of agree with you, Shaz. I mean, that was really frustrating. Sable and I, we both had the same reaction. We both had our hands on our head at the same time and just ruminating over it. But at the same time, when you have a team that's as rookie-heavy as the Giants, these are the moments I think you have to just kind of live with. Again, learning moment from Sable, don't do it again.
10-year anniversary, gentlemen. Aaron Hernandez was arrested, charged with first-degree murder, and then released by the New England Patriots. A moment in time that I will never forget. Some other ones, OJ, maybe Michael Vick, but that one, the picture of him getting escorted out of his house with the plain white tee over the handcuffs. And as we just found out a few days after that, a gun that was used in the murder just right near his house by a pond. Just a crazy moment in sports. 10 years ago, guys. 10! Seems like yesterday.
That's a wild final thought. I've not thought about Aaron Hernandez in quite some time. What about that 30 for 30 on Urban Meyer? Something in Florida's coming out soon, right?
Interesting. That Florida team, man, just the amount of people on that.
Yeah, but they had the halo at the top of the org chart, so everything was good. But everything underneath the halo of Tim Tebow.
We learned all we need to know about Urban Meyer with that Jacksonville season, by the way.
My final thought is I am too old to be playing beer pong on a Friday night until 4 in the morning.
What?
I am too old to be at the roulette table on a Saturday night. I'm too old to party. Shout out to Big Dog City. We had his bachelor pad in Tahoe. Very great combo cabin. Thanks to the host up there in Tahoe. Was awesome. I think we all had a great time eating chicken wings.
South or north?
South.
Nice.
I love South Lake Tahoe.
Little
Love
Harris?
South Lake Tahoe. Did a little Harris.
Nice.
Did a little Harris.
You bring the sticks up?
Did not bring the sticks.
Did you rent a pontoon?
No, we did not. We had another boat.
Oh, nice.
We do the pontoon.
Nice.
We're some broke boys.
No.
When I had the money for the pontoon.
Renting a boat is expensive in general.
No, the hair. Dude, we're cooked.
Are you?
Cooked. Very cooked. That's my final thought.
But CP3's got a lot left in the tank.
He's in a lot better shape than me. That's for sure.
That's true.
That's final thoughts. Brought to you by Xfinity. The next generation 10G network, only from Xfinity. The future starts now. Guru and Steiny back in the saddle. They're coming up here on 95.7 The Game. Have a great Monday, everybody.
Matt Coker here with West Coast Men's Health. In the past 5 years, we've seen thousands of men at our clinics. Most guys tell us the same story, that in their early 50s, it's not that they couldn't function, they just...
All right. How'd the first weekend of being a Warrior fan with Chris Paul on the roster feel, Warrior fans? How does it feel to be rooting for Chris Paul and the Warriors?
The same Chris Paul that was at the Dodger game over the weekend, Snotty. He caught hell for that. Root for who you want. Everybody.
Why?
I guess it wasn't the Giants, the Gigantes. Anyway, I didn't come down this road, but I'm going to go first because you asked me a question. Snotty, I'm down 15.
Oh,
3
nice.
weeks. I got to put the right on the table early, brought to you by Atco Pest Control.
Yeah, let's start with you.
Go to AtcoPestControl.com.
Forget
for all your
Kuminga
pest
or
control
Chris Paul.
needs. Listen, I told you I was down 15 in 3 weeks. Tell me if I'm wrong. You look disappointed.
What are you talking about?
You had a look like Captain Kirk. You had kind of a like, you ain't got that 10 in the first week result. So it's 3 weeks, it's 15. You do the math. I'm down 5 each week, but I think you wanted a bigger decline for me. Maybe I missed it. Maybe I read it wrong.
I just want you to be happy, kid. I want you to be happy with whatever weight you feel is comfortable
Chef,
for
you
you.
said my face getting thinner, but he was just throwing me a bone. Go ahead. Let's get to it. Forget me.
Well, no, it's hard to forget you when you jumped out of the gates talking about yourself.
Evan,
how's your jump shot?
I felt good.
Okay. Yeah.
I took it to Lil Daryl for calling me 55.
Sure.
You remember that little jab?
Yeah.
But other than that, I'm feeling light. I don't feel like Mahorn. Eddie Jones now.
Okay.
I'm yours now. Let's go, Stoney.
All right.
You forgot? I'm excited to see you, bud. I'm a Dodger fan.
What's the next move for the Warriors? What's the next move for the Golden State Warriors?
Send out a press release saying we signed Draymond Green for 3 for 100 or wherever it's at, and this is their version of running it back. I am bothered, but I drove in and I spent some of the weekend thinking, you talking about myself. You ain't no scout. You're not a GM. If Steph Curry, Joe Lacob, Kirk Lacob, and the rest of the gang feel like they're better with 38-year-old Chris Paul, well, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to shut the F up. I'm going to get on the sideline, and I'm going to watch. But I'm going to tell you this, Donnie. I got my bag of I told you so. Because this don't look right. It doesn't equate to being better. And if somebody can call the show before we get out of here today and tell me, give me another positive for Chris Paul, the addition of Chris Paul, besides he's going to run the second team better, I'll wait.
Well, we did this before, and I told you. He makes them smarter. Their IQ went up. He gives them a great decision maker late in the game if they need it. I think defensively it's probably a wash, but I think I'd rather have Chris Paul because he's at least a smarter defensive player. What I'm wondering, Warrior fans, is this. So I'm looking at the Warriors, and right now they still have their starting five of Curry, Clay, Wiggins, Draymond Green, and Looney.
Boom.
Okay, they've just switched CP3 for Jordan Poole. They've got Gary Payton II. They've got Moody, Kuminga. That's 9. And they got their 2 rookies, Davis Jackson and Podziemski. That's 11. All right, they don't have any free agent money. They can only sign somebody with a veteran minimum.
What about Jerome and Lamb?
Fine.
Okay.
Fine. You want
to? I'm fine. I'm just.
So fine. That's 13. What's their? What else can they do? I mean, we're talking about Jonathan Kuminga, right? That's it. They're not going to trade Curry. They're not trading Clay or Wiggins, right? Draymond would be on his way back. They're not trading Looney. So it's really about Jonathan Kuminga at this point. You think they're going to trade Jonathan Kuminga?
I don't. And if it works...
Well, then they're done.
No, they are done, and that's what's concerning.
No, making moves.
Yes, exactly.
Okay.
And this is what it is. So, we talked about the draft picks. We talked about the big boy from Indiana, Dale Davis' son, Steiny. Like, is he going to somehow, being 23 years old, he's older than Kuminga, is he somehow going to fit into this system better than Kuminga to where he's getting more playing time than Kuminga? I don't know, but if I'm Jonathan, I'm thinking about that. So this is a big summer for JK, but if you wanted to get aggressive, could you call Toronto and try to package J.K. and maybe somebody else, Steiny, a pick for Siakam? I don't know, but that's what would have me sleep better, because right now I see other teams in the West making moves, and for whatever reason, this Chris Paul one doesn't tickle your boy's fancy at all.
888-957-9570 is the number, and my question is, what's the next move for the Golden State Warriors? And the other thing I've heard, and I've heard people on both sides of this, whether it's been a guest on 95.7 The Game or whether it's been a host on 95.7 The Game, I've heard both these. Oh, Warriors are better today than they were last week with Chris Paul. They're better with Chris Paul instead of Jordan Poole. And my question is, are they? I mean, they might be. They might not be. Again, why? They've moved a guy who basically has been a 20-point per game scorer the last 2 years, who was in the lineup just about every game. And Chris Paul, by all intent, looks like he's going to be a sixth man on this team. So my question is, why do you think the Warriors are better now with Chris Paul? Or if you don't, why aren't they? And my view is simple. I don't know. I'm not sure if they're better or not. I think they're better in some areas. I think they're maybe not as good in others. But I think overall they could be a little better, but they might not be. And I know that's hedging, but quite frankly, I don't see it as a monumental improvement or non-improvement.
Okay.
I see it as an incremental move one way or the other. I don't think it changes their overall look too very much. But if that's the case, if they're essentially the same kind of team, maybe a little better, a little worse, who knows? Well, how's that good enough? Right. How's that good enough to get back in the mix next year? 888-957-9570. Because I'm looking at the roster, and the only thing I can see at this point is to trade Kuminga. And maybe Moody, and maybe, Wiggins? But are you going to be able to trade Wiggins and Moody, or I'm sorry, Wiggins and Kuminga for somebody who comes back who's better than both those guys?
Well, Siakam
either one
would
player,
be that guy.
You think Siakam's better than Wiggins and Kuminga?
I do. It's not even close. So I would do that. I would do that in a heartbeat. But also, too, Steiny, producer Evan said it to us before the show, like, one of the benefits of, let's say that Chris Paul doesn't work out and he's not a good fit, is you get off that money. But is that where we're at in Warrior world, to where we're looking down yonder for an opportunity to get up off of Chris Paul? And why I was so attached to Jordan Poole, and I can go Bobby Brown, it's my prerogative. I'm judging Jordan Poole on his best day. And Jordan Poole was young. He was part of your future. I'm not saying he was your future, but he was a part of your future. You didn't think twice about giving him that $100 million. He earned that. So now that's gone. You can't tell me you're more explosive. And Steiny, I'll give you and others, if you want to say, Guru, we're smarter, but man, on a good day, Jordan Poole had found a way to be on the basketball court for the Golden State Warriors, closing games sometimes, not just ending them, closing them. So now we're at a juncture to where Chris Paul, we're about to go through this experiment of the first time he's not going to be a starter, and we're supposed to light candles and pop champagne on that. So I'm waiting to see that. But again, it's what I told you I thought about when I got in the car, Stoney. If the Warriors think they're better, then who am I to sit here and tell you they're wrong until we see it play out? But as far as your question of the day, what other moves are there, Stoney? I think this is it. This is what you call running it back.
888-957-9570 is the number. Would you trade Wiggins, Kuminga, and a 2026 first-round pick for Pascal Siakam?
Man.
He's a free agent, so then you're going to have to re-sign him, which would mean next year you're going to have to re-sign Siakam and Klay Thompson. Are you realistically going to do that?
You'd have that Paul money, though, right? If you were like, oh, thanks for the season.
Yes, you would have that Paul money, but don't forget, some of that Paul money is going to probably go back to signing Draymond Green. And then what if making the Siakam trade? What if you go ahead and make the Siakam trade? Kuminga and Wiggins for Siakam, maybe a pick or not.
Okay.
At that point, I don't know that you can re-sign both Siakam and Klay Thompson. Because both those guys are going to cost a lot of money. Even if Klay doesn't cost 42, he's probably going to cost 30.
Well, who's better now? I think between Siakam and Klay. Just under
it's Siakam.
Yeah, no doubt.
Okay, so
and
then
I love you, Klay.
So you'd have to get off Klay Thompson then next year if you want Siakam. Because Siakam's going to need to get paid.
So there's no doubt in your mind. I know you threw it around last week. Klay Thompson is coming into this season without a new contract. They're not going to do anything to try to get it to where he's not just in the lame duck season. Because I'm looking around, Stoney. Like, are you really going to let him do that?
Do what?
Let's say he got off to a cold start, and everybody's, the contract's on his mind. Like, would you want to get that off the table if you're the Warriors?
That's a good question.
Trey's coming in with a brand new spanking deal, and Klay's just lingering. I get it. You can do it, but
the other thing is, everybody's talking about how Draymond's, for the most part, locked into coming back to the Warriors, and I believe it. Until he goes somewhere else, I think he's probably going to be back with the Warriors. But I keep hearing Sacramento, and the one thing I'm thinking that the Sacramento Kings could absolutely do is if Draymond Green is talking to the Warriors about a 3-year, $85-90 million contract, let's say, why wouldn't the Sacramento Kings say, we'll pay you $4 for $125?
Wow.
Why wouldn't they just do that? And he'll either take it or they'll make him go back to the Warriors and get that 4th year.
That's what Windhorst meant by hunting.
So, yeah, we'll see. We'll see how it shakes out with Draymond Green. Free agency starts Friday at 3 o'clock our time. But a lot of stuff is already starting to happen. Looks like Portland talking about Damian Lillard maybe being traded.
Dame is not talking about getting traded. I'm selfish, Steiny. I just want Dame to play in big-time games at a high level like we've seen a little bit Western Conference Finals, but I want more of that. But it sounds like he's content. I just don't get it. I hope he demands a trade.
Let's go to Gretchen in Walnut Creek. Hey, Gretchen, how you doing? It's so funny, Spinoni.
Yeah.
Really, it's that funny that somebody hung up the phone.
Or got disconnected, Stoney. Call back, Gretchen.
Anthony's at home. What's going on, Anthony? How you doing, man?
Little PTO.
Good morning, fellas. Yeah, a little PTO. I don't believe that the Warriors are better. I just don't. I definitely agree that they're smarter. There's no really denying that. But the reason why Poole got traded is because the team decided to go with Draymond in the big three over Poole. But, when we talk about the Poole situation, part of the reason that we lost in the second round was not just because that we got our butts kicked, was because the camaraderie and the togetherness was lost when Draymond Green punched Jordan Poole. So my question is, how is inserting CP into this team going to fix the camaraderie when CP has been known to be a bad teammate, or at least someone that's difficult to deal with on a team, and he usually runs his course everywhere he goes. So I'm really questioning the camaraderie part, because we know that the Warriors can play basketball when things are clicking, but the issue is things weren't clicking and we ultimately lost. Obviously, we did also lose because we had no size, and we lost because the young guys didn't contribute, but they weren't able to contribute because Steve Kerr didn't allow them to contribute. And obviously some responsibility falls on them for maybe not doing the little things when they had an opportunity to do it. But, there's blame to go around everywhere, but I'm just trying to understand if Poole was sent away because of the camaraderie that was lost when Draymond hit him, I don't understand how adding Chris Paul to this equation is going to make it better.
Yeah, I got to tell you, I don't know if he can make it better, Anthony. I don't have any worries about Chris Paul coming into the Warriors and messing up their chemistry. I mean, he's been around for 17 years. He knows Steph forever. He's played against Draymond. It's possible, I guess, he could come in and upset the apple cart, if you will. But the apple cart was already upset last year.
In a major way.
So I don't know. I'm not concerned with the bad teammate thing because I don't really think he is a bad teammate. He might have had issues with a couple teammates here and there.
I don't either.
I don't necessarily think he's a bad teammate. At least it's not what Eddie Johnson thinks. We had him on Friday. Crypto Dreams is paying $5 for this tweet, ladies and gentlemen. He says, "What you're missing with Poole gone, there's no drama. The punch is gone. So if there's equal with Poole, they'll win more games for the season because the drama is gone." All right.
Well, that's so. If you believe that the Warriors lost to the Lakers because they weren't connected, okay. To me, they lost to the Warriors because of size and a lack of shooting. But if that's what floats your boat, go ahead. But damn, Stoney, I got another one. Brandon Blunk, $5 on YouTube. CP better than Poole. 114 turnovers versus Poole's 252. Poole lost to so many games with turnovers. If each turnover is 2 points, that's 504 points given up by Poole, more than CP3.
Well,
put the Warriors in the finals.
That's optimistic. Yeah. The Warriors can hold their turnovers down to 2 a game next year. I like their chances. Yeah. Gretchen back in Walnut Creek.
Hey.
What's up, Gretchen? How you doing?
Hello.
Hey.
Are you there?
Yeah, we're here, Gretchen. What's going on?
Okay, yeah, well, Jordan Poole's gone. Let's get over it. Now we got to concentrate on small fastball.
Small ball?
What? Well, yeah, small. It's fast because these guys know how to pass and they know how to get there.
All right.
Yeah, but Paul's not fast, Gretchen. Oh. He's slowing down.
Jeez. Yeah. All right, Gretch. Good thing we got her back. Yes, Evan.
Well, they really don't have a choice but to go small at this point because if you're talking about what's next, what can they add?
Yes.
Like, how does a big fit into that? I mean, you had a chance. I guess you drafted one, but
yeah,
drafted a guy 6'9". I mean, if you trade Kuminga, you can't trade Kuminga for anybody smaller.
You got a big butt.
Yeah.
I mean, is there somebody out there a veteran who would sign for the minimum?
Could it be someone like, the Denver Nuggets last year had someone like DeAndre Jordan who didn't play a whole lot, but...
Right. No, that's about who it's going to be.
Yeah.
That's about who it's going to be. It's going to be somebody like that. And then when the Warriors sign him, everybody's going to say, this guy's going to be really great for us. But then they're going to realize he's 38.
Well, that's Cousins and Howard that would do you a vet minimum, Stoney.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Rocky's in Berkeley. What's up, Rocky? How you doing, man? What's next for the Warriors?
All right. How you guys doing today?
Doing well.
So here's what I got. I just figured I'd chime in on this. You know what I think? It's less about I think it's less about what they lose with Jordan Poole. What they gain with Chris Paul is something that I really thought they were missing last year, which was the hunger to win. And Chris Paul wants to win a championship, I would say more than any of the guys on that team right now. And he also does not make a lot of late-game mistakes.
Right.
And what you do hear about for him being a quote-unquote bad teammate is, well, he was a bad teammate with James Harden because James Harden wants to go to strip clubs and be fat. He's fat. By all accounts, he took Devin Booker under his wing, and Devin Booker loved him because he's a competitor. And I think he's going to fit right in. I think it's all going to be a big minutes game next year. I still think they come in at a 4 seed, maybe even a 5 seed, and I think they can be competitive as long as everybody plays a little fewer minutes. I think that's what caught up to them last year. So thanks a lot, guys.
Thank you. From Michael Silberg, he's paying $5.
Man, we got some bread.
Dunleavy slipped at the presser talking about needing to address the aging roster. CP3 deal was in the works. Dunleavy's not clowning himself on purpose. Okay?
I just know that presser, Jordan Poole, was a cornerstone, and not too many days after he was gone, Stoney. I'm having trouble dealing with it. I'll get over it, man.
My feeling on the Warriors is, let's just say, and I don't think they're a championship team and I didn't think so at the end of the year. And my feeling is if you bring the same team back, you aren't really going to – I don't think you're going to make a lot of hay, but I understand that may be one of the ways the Warriors may go. So now they've just traded Jordan Poole for Chris Paul. I see it. I get it. I understand why they did it. It might help them. It might make them a little bit better. Certainly doesn't make them a championship team. But now I'm looking at the roster and saying, well, how can you make this? Like,
preach, man.
You can't make this a championship roster at this point, can you? You have to believe it is one still to think it's a championship roster. Because if you didn't think it was a championship roster at the end of the year, they certainly didn't do anything to make themselves a championship roster. So, okay, they still have the rest of the offseason to do it, but how?
Yeah.
How are they going to do this? Is there really a player out there who they can acquire? Like, even if it's Paul, like, do you go get a Paul George for a Wiggins and Kuminga and a pick or two?
Now that I wouldn't, and I love PG3, but I think Wiggins and him you might even get more from Wiggins.
You might get more for Wiggins than Paul George.
On the basketball court, assuming that, Wiggins is not going to miss 2 months. Wiggins is solid, guys. And I know, Steiny, we don't know what took. Yeah, he was tending to his family. But outside of that, I'm looking at Wiggins like that playoff run he had when they beat Boston. Damn it, that's who the real Andrew Wiggins is. So from that standpoint.
It's actually not. That's all I'm going to say. It can be again. Can he be the player?
Well, okay.
He can be
I'll meet you
again.
halfway on that.
Yeah, I guess he can be the player he was 1 out of his 8 years in the NBA again.
Would you do the Paul George trade?
Probably.
Well, what if you could package Kuminga somehow? What about Miles Turner, a guy like that gives you some thump and some athleticism down low? This is and Draymond. They're keeping it together, so they must think they still got action. I'm just hurt that the culture failed the Warriors in a sense that they couldn't rectify this Jordan Poole thing, and now he's gone, and you got CP3.
Uncle Looney on the YouTube chat line says, what's a championship team look like? Miami just made it. Let the Warriors play and we can make some judgments. But we know Miami wasn't really a championship team, Uncle Looney, don't we? Not saying that. I don't want to take anything away from them.
But they're a damn good teams, Donnie. They got shooters.
They are.
They got height.
Are they a championship team?
Yes, they were just in the finals.
Okay.
And if Tyler Hero played, who knows? I'm just like, you can't diss Miami. They were in the finals.
You think they'll be in the finals next year?
I don't know, but
I would bet against it.
Okay, I get that, but I wouldn't be floored if they did.
No, but I don't think they'll win a title. Like, they're gonna. Why would they beat Denver next year? Yeah. I'm just saying, like, the like, I think team like Miami, like, they weren't a championship team until the playoffs started, really, right? Because they were like they were playing team.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, if I was Pat Riley, I'd be doing everything to try to get Dame Lillard, and then they would be a championship team.
Well, it depends who they give up. They giving up Adebayo?
I think he would have to be included.
Well, then how big are they going to be? Then they're going to all of a sudden turn into a really small team. 888-957-9570 is the number. The Golden State Warriors, are they stuck at this point? Everybody's saying, what's their next move? What's their next move? What is their next move? Is it really going to be trading Jonathan Kuminga and maybe Moody? Is it really going to be packaging one of those guys with another player to see if you can get a veteran in here? You don't have money to get a free agent. I'm looking at the roster. I'm all ears in terms of what the Golden State Warriors' next move is to try to get better. Because we all agree they have to take one more step up, right? They got to make one more upgrade at least. And then the other thing is, how do you fill in your bench? You only have veteran minimums at this point. So the Golden State Warriors, their offseason is off to an interesting start. Chris Paul is in. Jordan Poole is out. What is the next step for the Golden State Warriors? By the way, you can cross Naz Reid off your fantasy.
I saw that. Damn it!
Fantasy. How are you going to get him anyway?
You can dream. Didn't somebody call me a dreamer the other day?
Okay.
Yeah.
888-957-9570 is the number. Golden State Warriors, you tell me what their next step is. It's all brought to you by Buon Vino.
The roar of our engines, the pump of our heartbeats, the pedal to our metal.
It's JP with the Golden State Warriors. Now back to Steiny and Guru.
Technically, I guess he's still a Warrior. Trade's not official. Second thoughts?
I'm done. KD doing spaces, Steiny, Twitter spaces with randos.
Okay.
Guy said he wasn't top 5, some random dude.
Okay.
KD came into Twitter spaces and spoke his piece.
He's not.
What do you mean he's not?
Top 5 in the NBA now?
Yeah, top 5 right now, currently.
Of all time?
No, currently.
Oh.
Yeah.
Who cares?
KD.
Exactly.
I'm done.
Exactly. A couple things. Michael Silberg says Lacob is disgusted with Draymond Green, and he doesn't think Draymond's coming back. And then Dan Rockin says the Warriors have a better chance to win it this upcoming year than they did at the beginning of last year. Please explain.
Yeah, Roxy Bernstein.
Please explain that one.
What's Lacob disgusted at? The fact that Dre is...
That he's the bully. And that they sent a bad message by holding on to Green.
Wow.
I mean,
I'll tell you what.
It's just a texter that's saying that. I don't know if it's true.
And my big mouth has said this a couple times. I said this to you. I was looking forward to the life after Draymond Green and seeing what Curry and Clay can do and how Kerr would, implement something to offset the departure of Draymond Green. But as it stands now, this team can ill afford to lose Day-Day. Because if you take Day-Day off this roster, Steiny, you know what I say when I say Saran. It's a wrap in regard to the Warriors winning it again.
I think it's a wrap anyway.
Oh, Jesus.
It is. Till further notice, I don't think they're a championship contender.
Jesus. Well,
not in my book. They're a playoff team, but they're not a title contender.
That is just, man.
Yeah, sorry, I don't see it. I saw a 44-win team last year. And I don't think the problem was all Jordan Poole.
Oh, I'm with you. And we're not by ourselves. But again, we'll see.
Flea in San Francisco. What's up, Flea? How you doing, man?
How you doing, Steiny and Gula?
Doing well.
I got 2 points I want to make with you, Steiny.
Yep.
This is what I want to say. I want to say, if you got Steph Curry, Klay Thompson, Wiggins, Draymond Green, Chris Paul, Kuminga, Moody, and one more big man, and you line them up with any team in the NBA, I'm taking the Warriors next season. Second thing I want to say to you guys is Chris Paul in the half. Warriors is not a running team like we was when they were younger. Chris Paul in the half court, and he's a pure point guard on the Warriors. So you got to think that Steve Kerr and some of the upper guys in the organization they said, okay, we need an actual pure point guard at this point in time. And Steph career, Clay career, and Draymond Green, and they set in a slower pace, especially half court. So I believe Chris Paul is going to be more of an asset because now even though he's older, he's an actual pure point guard that can actually control the game in the half court sets, especially with our young players.
Flea, I'll agree with that.
Put Flea down for being all in.
I'll agree with Flea's second part. I don't necessarily think just because you have that top 7, you're a championship team.
Well, that top 5 for a majority of last year, Steiny, if you're into it, plus minus, there was none better. And they're running that. They're bringing that back.
That's
you don't like it.
So they had a lineup that they used 9 minutes a game. That was the best in the league, but it was so good they never used it down the stretch. Like, what good is the best lineup in the league if you can't play in the last 6 minutes of a game? Because they never did. But I'm just not hanging my hope on that the Warriors are going to bring back the same guys, but they're going to take a step up.
And I don't agree with Fleece, Donnie. I think they try to move. They try to run. That's why Jordan Poole, when he was doing good, was so effective. That whole slow it down. I don't know if that's the right play. That's why I'm not by myself when I say stylistically. I just don't see the fit.
The fit would be as a sixth man, I guess, and running that second.
And the
unit.
first time that he'll ever do that in his career.
If he does it. If he does it. Justin's in San Jose. What's up, Justin? How you doing?
I'm doing good. How you guys doing? Good.
Doing well.
So I'm thinking, it's just like everybody else. When the trade went down, I hated it. It just didn't make no sense. But after hearing like all the analysts and hearing you guys, I think because like what Flea said, we were the top team with our starting lineup, and what we lacked was our depth. And I think Chris Paul, being a true point guard, and with his mindset, he can bring up Kuminga as well as with Draymond Green. I think that's our next step is having Draymond Green come back. But after hearing everybody, I'm starting to like it more and more. Are we better tomorrow? I think we are, but I'll say maybe in 2 or 3 years we might not, because that's when Jordan Poole would be in. But you never know. We got to see how it plays out next season.
Appreciate the call, Justin. Appreciate the call. From the 559, Goo, I think this is what he's saying. Goo, would you prefer they kept JP and got rid of Draymond Green?
Yes. And I would have did that for the now, and I would have did that for the future.
888-957-9570 is the number. The Golden State Warriors at the end of the week, it's free agent period.
Man, Friday.
Don't expect much.
Well, yeah,
you need money. You need money. The Warriors need money, and they don't have any. In fact, they're cutting money.
I don't like this. The first time under the Lake-Up regime that funds have been an issue.
Second off season. Second off season, it's happened.
When was the first?
They let Gary Payton II go. They didn't want to pay him $8 million a year.
But they did that from a standpoint of we're champs, not we're big-headed.
They did that from a standpoint of saving money. Because they went out and then got him, but they only did it because they got rid of all Wiseman's money. So, look, the Warriors, that's the other thing. If you pay Draymond, which it looks like they may, then what do you do? Because at that point, essentially, you have the same team as last year, but for Chris Paul playing for Jordan Poole.
Wow.
Well, if you think they're a championship...
Oh, I don't. That right there to me is a negative. But you're not better with Chris Paul if you run... If the way you just said that, you set it up with now it's CP3 instead of Jordan Poole. I'm sorry, because I know in crunch time, somebody outside of Curry or Clay or Dre, who's not even looking to shoot, is going to have to put some pressure on the defense and come downhill. And right now, Chris Paul, I could say Jordan Poole has mastered that on a good day, but Chris Paul is nowhere near that offensive presence that Jordan Poole is. Now, if you're going to pass it to that guy, okay. But now I'm looking at who is that guy, Steiny?
I just don't understand this. And I'm not saying this is you, but if it is you, you can explain it. There are a lot of Warrior fans out there, it seems to me, who continue to say, if things fall into place next year, we're a championship team. If Wiggins comes back, all right, Clay, he could be better next year than this past year because it'll be his third year after his surgery. Oh, we were one Lonnie Walker fourth quarter from beating the Lakers, which means then we get into the Western Conference Finals. So it's the same team, but for Chris Paul coming in here for Jordan Poole. If you think they could have won it last year, why in the world would you think they're not a championship team going into next year? Because that's all I'm asking.
Yeah, Jordan Poole, to me, was the secret weapon. He was a Swiss Army knife, and Evan talked about it. Steiny, you could start him. It didn't matter who you started him with. He could come off the bench. I just don't think CP3 offensively, now I'm focused on offense for this example, gives you nowhere near what Jordan Poole could give you. So your power has been rendered in a sense. Like just your firepower, the weaponry is not there for me.
So you think the Warriors got worse?
I do.
And that whatever degree they got worse means they're no longer a championship
That's how
contender.
I feel. That's how I feel right now.
All right. I there's no right or wrong. There's no right or wrong. I don't know if the Warriors got better or worse. I really don't. To me, it's a tricky one because Poole helps them win a lot of games, but he also is in a lot of games where he doesn't help you. And Chris Paul has a tendency to be a little bit more less rough around the edges.
But it sounds like you're coming to the side. Let me know if I'm speaking for you, Stoney, to where you're thinking it's not a foregone conclusion that Chris Paul will come off the bench. Are you starting to think he might start?
I have no idea.
When I left you Friday, I just assumed he was coming off the bench.
Yeah, so would I. I mean, the one thing, there is no. This is going to be. This is going to take years. All right? It's not going to be one decision, and all of a sudden the Warrior fans are like, oh, yeah, we got the window's open for 6 more years. They've got to make. They've got to make move after move after move over the next 2 years.
They're strapped financially.
That's right. That's right. That's why Warrior fans should start to think about things like they're not going to win as much anymore. Because if they think that way, then they'll be more pleasantly surprised when they make it to the second round of the playoffs.
Wow.
Because I just don't think this is a championship team right now, and I don't think it was a championship team with Jordan Poole.
But if you keep going in reverse, Donnie, we could say we didn't think it was a championship team when they beat Boston. So we got to keep that energy.
The bottom line is, as the Warriors' season progressed, they were the number 3 seed. Once they got into the playoffs, it's like, you know what? They're better than we thought. Yeah. But they played all last year.
I give you that.
They stunk all last year.
On the road, too.
And
I was the idiot waiting for things to change.
Idiot. Jason in Tampa. What's up, Jason? How you doing?
Hey, what's going on, guys? Hey, so I think a lot of people, a lot of what I'm hearing is people want the Warriors to sign big names, get rid of this person, get rid of that person, and I don't think that's the way that they're.
Uh-oh.
We lost him.
Jason, call back. We lost you. See what I'm saying? Here's all I'm saying. We got a trade?
Oh, what?
Oh, wait. It's done.
I'm excited.
95.7 The Game breaking news.
Oh, no, Steiny.
It's an unserious organization, the Atlanta Hawks. According to Woj, the Hawks are finalizing a trade to send John Collins
to
the Jazz for Rudy Gay and a future second. Atlanta's largely unloading Collins' 3-year, $78 million contract for roster-building flexibility and alignment with looming changes to the salary cap.
That's your boy Landry Fields? They just gave him away.
Never met the guy in my entire life.
Imagine Collins being a dub. That's damn. He just got him for a box of now laters and some stamps. Steiny,
so you would have taken Jordan. You would have taken John Collins.
Oh my gosh!
Where would he would have for who?
Who you want?
All right, you could have gotten him for Peyton.
Night.
Okay, then where's he going to play?
Well,
does he start?
That would go into me not bringing Dre back.
Oh, gotcha.
Wow, gotcha. John Collins at Jazz, him in marketing, and your boy.
Who's my other boy?
Light skinned cat. What's his name? Used to be the Lakers. Clarkson.
Yeah,
I'm just a John Collins fan, that's all. Gosh, imagine being a Hawk fan, right? Trae Young. What'd we just do? Hey, we gave away Collins for Rudy Gay. Oh, my goodness.
That'd be one way to get bigger if you're Golden State.
Man.
What? John Collins?
Yeah. John Collins, making $25 million this year.
Yeah.
You a fan or are you still out on him?
Doesn't play defense. Last year, he was not very good either. Couldn't make a 3. Couldn't make a 3 last year.
Trae Young, man, what's his future like there, Steiny?
Who wants him?
Oh, come on.
Who wants Trae Young?
The Knicks would take Trae Young.
For who? Oh, the Knicks wouldn't trade your boy Brunson for Trae Young.
I forgot they got Brunson.
Who wants Trae Young?
Take him off.
Who wants him?
Sixers. Hard might be leaving. Him and Embiid.
Ew.
The Lakers were also linked to Trae Young as soon as the season ended.
Trae!
Steiny, if size was our weakness, how are we better off with CP3? Please make me understand this. Well, you didn't get... who cares if you go from Jordan Poole to Chris Paul? To me, who cares about the size there? They got bigger. They drafted a guy who's 6'9".
Yeah, and they got wider, too. I know it's 15 in 3 weeks. I ain't nowhere near in a position to throw shots. But, Evan, they got a little wider, too, the Warriors did. Yeah.
Let Draymond let Draymond accept whatever offer he receives in free agency. Keeping him at this point of his career.
Man. But the worst part about saying bye-bye to Dre, for the simpletons out there, Steiny, if he said night-night, you couldn't go use that money to get something.
Nope.
Start next Friday. So that is what makes you want to have a double.
Better hope Vivek Ranadive doesn't throw a boatload at him.
Dude, they could use them.
Vintage you again. This was vintage you suggesting.
No, you're talking. Why are you putting it on me?
Because, I throw out there, the one thing Vivek could do, Ranadive or the Kings, is if the Warriors have some action with Draymond at 3 years or so for, let's say, 90, what if Vivek comes in 4 for 120 and Goo goes, well, Steph got to go back to the Warriors then. It's not how it works.
There's a bond that these guys have, and it means
not
something.
So Draymond Green is going to take $30 million less because Steph will be mad.
Yeah, I couldn't even do it for radio. That'd be a bitch. Shout out Dibs, Donnie. No,
if
he were to get that much more, he's out.
If I'm Sacramento, why wouldn't I start jacking that price up on Draymond Green?
Oh man!
And if you're Draymond Green, why wouldn't you sniff? Kings had a better regular season record than you guys last year. And you are now going over to that team.
And he's what they need. Boston needs Dre. Milwaukee needs Dre. Philly needs Dre. All the contenders. So that's how special he still is, Steiny. Do the Warriors need him, or do they need some more punch? Firepower. They need a bigger than Dre that can do different things, that can get the ball and go right back and two-hand flush, block a shot, more than just on occasion. That's what the Warriors need. It's crazy. They could just swap.
Swap what? They're not a player away anymore.
Well, I'm not. Hey,
they're not a player away. They're not, unless you drop Giannis. Problem is, if they bring somebody in, they're gonna. They have, right now, to me, I look at their roster, and they have 7.5 legitimate players. They're starting 5, Chris Paul, Kuminga, and I'll give you half for Moody.
So Dante's gone. I know I'm hanging on. He's out.
Yeah, he's gone.
Okay.
So any trade the Warriors make is most likely they're going to have to give up one of their top 7 or 8. Who's this player who's out there, and is he going to start? And if he's not going to start, what's he really doing other than being a JaMychal Green who plays here and there?
Well, I'll tell you what. That's why I'm having trouble dealing with the departure of Jordan Poole. He was that guy that could do whatever you wanted, Steiny. He could start. He was Geico.
He didn't want to be
here. 30.
He didn't want to be here.
Why? Because nobody checked the bully on the team.
What if my sources say that the reason he didn't want to be here was less about Draymond and more about looking at Clay and Steph and saying, I'm not going to start here for 3 years. I want to be a starter.
No, that's real. I said that 2 years ago, and I thought he wasn't going to sign the deal when he did. I could process that easier than this Warrior culture we hear about not being able to rectify Poole v. Green or Poole versus the whole Warrior team. I just can't believe we live in a world. Oh, Steiny, I forgot to tell you. July 21st, Apple TV, the documentary for Steph comes out. They got the trailer. I got goosebumps. But I can't believe he can look at this move and say night-night to his protege, Jordan Poole, for CP3 and not be able to fix this with Dre in Poole or Poole and whoever. That's what hurts me. I'm looking at this Warrior team, and I'm talking about executives. Fetsis, Chris Mullin, but nobody could get in there and fix this? Because now you're looking for a guy that could do what you just asked, and Jordan Poole was perfect at it. I mean, again, nobody's perfect, but damn, it was looking good. And you were more powerful. Oh, he'll run the second team.
Well, it's more than Jordan Poole does.
After this year, what he put on film, I can't.
707 Steiny, Bill Walsh said, let a player go a year early rather than a year late. We should say bye-bye to Draymond. I've brought that up before about how everybody loves that phrase, but everybody's afraid of it, really. And what a lot of people said is that just applies to football, not basketball, because football, there's 22 guys on a
You think
starting
Kuminga's ready to
offensive
start, Steiny, if that Dre somehow didn't come back and they say, here you go, son.
I mean, this is one of those things, Goo. I'm sure if you look at his stats, he started
right,
40% of his games. Maybe not that high, but how many games did he start last year? Maybe not that many. But at some point you're going to have to. At some point you're going to have to make that decision.
Nick D on YouTube, Steiny says I'm talking nonsense.
Yeah, you are, but that's all right.
Well, we are. I hate when you single me out.
Well, there's only one guy here.
It real.
There's only one guy here with a track record.
Well, me taking the mini victory laps.
For what?
Dude, I've been on the heater.
Which one's the last one? The Pirates?
That one. I'll take that day one. Lost 12 or 13. Anyway.
Maybe they don't want JP because he's a me guy. Well, that's according to the 925.
What's Draymond?
He's a team player. He's a great teammate.
Yeah.
Great leader.
True. Let me show
That's
you.
what people think.
Let me show you a great team. Let me show you how to be a great teammate. Exhibit A. You'll wind up and punch your teammate. You catch him before he falls to the ground. Please.
888-957-9570 is the number. The other question that Evan was throwing around, and I said you better be careful.
I throw around a lot of questions.
He wants to know, did the Warriors essentially admit they blew it with their strategy by what they did with Chris Paul and Jonathan, or whatever his name is now, Patrick Baldwin Jr.?
Oh, PBJ.
Did they essentially say, we made a couple mistakes, and this is the start of trying to fix these mistakes?
Yep.
You see, I don't.
And I don't feel like this is the right answer to fix the
I actually
mistakes.
don't think they admitted mistake. Well, they may have acknowledged a mistake on the direction they thought they could go. But I don't know. I don't think they admitted a mistake on the players, because I think Jordan Poole can play in this league.
No, you and I.
The reality of the situation is the Golden State Warriors have made a decision that they're going to do everything and anything in their power to try to win a title next year. They may have gotten worse with the Chris Paul trade. They may have gotten better. We'll have to see. My question is, how the hell did they get any better from this point on?
What if I told you they don't?
They don't. Well, I would agree with you. See, I would agree with you because there's just not they're constrained. Even if they want to make moves, they're constrained. 888-957-9570 is the number. Chris Paul's here. Now what do you do if you're the Golden State Warriors? What's your next move on 95.7 The Game?
Win the battle against rust and corrosion with PB.
a porn star.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Steiny and Guru with you. John Collins going to the Utah Jazz for Rudy Gay in a second? Wow.
That's nothing.
It tells you what the league thought of John Collins. Yeah. Rudy Gay's what now, 37? Not that old?
Is he old as Chris Paul?
Not quite, but I bet he's 35.
Will be 37.
Oh, my God.
July. No, doesn't tell me his birthday. He's just 36, born in 1986.
Okay.
I used to like Rudy Gay.
August 17th, so yeah, 2 months.
All right. Let's go to George because I think, you know what I'm going to have to do? I'm going to have to be the voice of, I'm going to have to be the what's it called? The tough love friend. I'm going to have to be a tough love friend.
Oh, boy.
Let's go to George in Los Altos. Hey, George, how you doing?
I'm doing good. You're not going to tough love on me, are you, brother?
Depends. How we getting him?
All right. So just a couple of things off the top of my head. I hate the Chris Paul move, but we did it, and we did it, and we had to move Jordan. I could have thought of a lot of other guys I'd rather have than Chris Paul, but it is what it is. In terms of what else I think we can do with what we have now, it'd be great to get Brook Lopez because he gives us some size. He's a great competitor. Boy went to Stanford. He's a smart guy. He can shoot the ball, definitely even from the outside. And we need a rim protector and another big man to round this thing out. I think this team really has another championship left in them. Our starting five was at one point in time the best starting five in the NBA. I think we ended up at number 2 or number 3, you guys. So they got a lot left in them, and I don't think Draymond's going anywhere. I think he's going to stay with Steph and finish out his career as a Warrior. So that's really all I got to say.
Appreciate it, George.
Yeah. I don't think he's going anywhere either.
How? How do you get Brook Lopez? He's a free agent.
15, 6-1 last year.
Right,
Played 78 games. I got you, Steiny. And what would you
How do you get Brook Lopez? That's it.
I got you.
How? You'd have to sign, and then you'd have to trade him. Yeah. He made $13 million last year, and they said he might have been close to being a defensive player of the year.
Man. Underpaid.
Let's say you could get him. Let's say you could get him for
this is what
Kuminga and Moody. Let's say Brook Lopez says, I'll sign for $10 million. I'll sign for $20 million. Not gonna. Well, 2 years, $20 million, and then the Warriors obtain Brook Lopez for Kuminga and Moody.
That's too much for me.
Okay.
Because I'm excited on Moody too.
All right.
And this opportunity it looks like he's about to get.
For Gary Payton II and Moody.
I would do that.
Gary Payton II and Kuminga. So you're going to give up either Kuminga or Moody for another 35-year-old.
37.
No, this is Brook Lopez. I'm talking about Brook Lopez. Brook Lopez is 35.
Oh, man. Yeah,
Can't get him.
I don't think Brooklyn would do that.
Can't get him.
All right, scratch him off. Who can you get?
That's the point.
Cousins
Father
and
Time.
Howard.
Father Time wants to talk Warriors. Tell him, Father, it's time to pack it in, right? Father
Time.
All right. Father Time was going to try to get cute.
Father Time was defeated.
Yeah,
he got defeated Saturday night in the church league. Steiny, I was feeling a little lightfoot.
You have a cold?
No.
In this day and age after COVID, if you're not feeling well, seriously, don't come in.
I was just telling you, boy, you're golfing.
That's one thing that...
I had a good night Saturday.
That's one thing that has changed. Back in the old days, it was a sign of toughness if you came in and you were sick.
No doubt.
Now it's a sign of selfishness.
Yeah.
You're a selfish SOB if you come into work and you're sick. And I keep hearing these sniffles, and I'm starting to wonder if you're selfish or not.
There are many victories, and I post the videos for you.
I haven't seen a video of yours in about 7 weeks.
No, that's a lie. You saw me in Bullard, Texas.
That was a picture.
It was a video.
No, you guys were in...
Well, I did both. I flooded the market. Anyway, go ahead.
By the way, I thought you were just at the... When you said heaven,
Yeah.
You weren't at the stadium.
I was at the practice facility, Frisco, Texas, the Star.
Yeah,
they call it the Star.
Yeah, but
that's where you buy the merchandise. They got the team store. It's It's like Santana Row.
Yeah, but it's not.
It's where
they really play.
It's where they practice.
Yeah,
somebody, Padoni, help me. And that's out there.
It's like. The Philadelphia Eagles.
It's called the Star.
They used to train at Westchester State University. So it would be like if you'd gone to Westchester State University, walked out to their football field.
This is brand new, Steiny.
This is heaven.
It's a happening place. It's called the Star.
Hey, I thought they trained in like Irvine in like training camp, the Cowboys. Don't they?
Oxnard it was, I think.
Yeah, remember
Oxnard? There you go. It's right next to each other, right?
Yeah. Anyway, I thought you were actually at the real stadium.
Wow.
That's all.
But
as long as it was important to you, that's really all that matters.
Oh, boy.
T's in South San Jose. What's up, T?
Hey, what's going on? How you guys doing?
Talk to us.
Doing well.
Yeah, as far as this whole Chris Paul, Jordan Poole thing, the same people that were, at least people I know, the same people that were ripping their hairs out of their head watching Jordan Poole play are now crying that he's gone. Look, the guy's gone. In my opinion, the guy was nothing more than a cherry on top, visibly pouting on the court, effortless defense, constantly killing rhythm, terrible contract. Let's move on, embrace the old guy, and we got one more left in us. Go Dubs.
Yeah, I'm with everything except the one more left in us.
Hopefully it's two, Steiny.
Two what?
Let me tell you what's...
Wait, two what?
Two more runs at it. You got Steph for a good 4 more. Listen.
Now he's got another contract coming after this one. Just think about 4 more. Yeah, because I think when he's 39, he'll be even better than he is now.
What makes this so perplexing is the fact that Steph Curry is the least of your problems. Normally, when you have a run like this that quote unquote at the end, you see slippage. You see the stars slow down. You say, who's going to deal Steiny? He's not really young Steiny anymore. But that's not the case. Michael Jackson is still singing at a high clip.
He's just not touring as much as he used to.
But why? That ain't on him.
Not,
the
yes,
venues are not being booked because you got lesser around you.
No, Michael Jackson's getting older.
No, Steiny.
What do you mean no Steiny?
Michael, Steph's still at a time.
When he plays.
Right.
Okay. But just put that stipulation on it.
But you gotta understand, Steiny, we're in a load management era.
Okay.
It's not a death blow if your star plays 59 games.
But it is when it's Chris Paul.
No. You had Geico with a young kid that could get you 25 to 30 when Steph was out for whatever reason, him or Clay. Now you just punted that away like Lucy on Peanuts, and you're telling me it's okay, nothing's changed, because you got an older, wider guard who's going to pass the ball to who on the second team that's going to do what Jordan did. I'll wait, but that's what has me up at night. There's no way this team has gotten better with this move. And this move only happened because Draymond Green went Mike Tyson punch out. So I would at least like to hear Dunleavy say, we tried, we couldn't fix it, we had to do this. But for people, the connoisseurs out there and the experts say, dude, there's nobody that thinks this is a win for the Warriors.
Yes, there is.
Who?
Everybody.
Like,
almost.
Who's that?
Justin Termini said the Warriors are better now.
Justin Termini carries weight. I don't know who that is. I'm just talking about what I see on the national perspective, and nobody, it doesn't even matter if they care or not. Nobody is saying this puts them over the top or makes them better.
There are many people that say the Warriors, Willard says the Warriors are better today than they were yesterday.
All right, that's Willard's opinion, and I love him to
but it's not like 90-10. There's a ton of people out there that think this is a good move. They wanted Jordan Poole gone. Listen, I'm just saying it. I don't care what you think of the trade, but there are a lot of people that like this move.
Yeah.
If you like the Warriors.
Yeah. And Steiny, I'm just trying to emphasize for those people, and they do exist because I hear them. They got a voice, but it's not basketball reasons They feel because Jordan Poole should have been punt. I'm hearing that stuff. Oh, he deserved it. Like, that will never go away. Warrior fans, the ones that were out on Poole, they focus on his personality. And to be honest, none of us knew him. But everybody's saying he deserved everything that came his way.
888-957-9570 is the number. Chris Paul's a Golden State Warrior. Do I think they're better with him? They might be. They might be. All I'm going to say is I'm not going to ignore the things that everybody was saying last year. There are a lot of people that were saying Jordan Poole doesn't fit on this team. Okay, well, you just got Chris Paul. Does he fit on this team? Well, if he wants to play sixth man, he might. He might be the right guy to get Kuminga going a little more and Moody going a little more. See, I think it's possible that even though Jordan Poole might be better than Chris Paul can easily make the Warriors better than Jordan Poole can. I think it's within the realm of possibility. I don't know if it's going to happen. I don't know. I don't think the trade, in the grand scheme of things, I don't think the trade really moves the needle in a big way in terms of they got better and they got worse. Like, yeah, maybe a little bit one way or the other, but to me, not a lot.
And the stuff I hate talking about, what was going on behind closed doors or what was not going on, maybe they got better by addition, by subtraction.
Dennis is in the 415. Hey, Dennis, how you doing, man?
Hey, Steiny Goo. Hey. Show, man. First time caller.
Thank you.
Hey, so the CP3 trade, I think it makes the second unit slightly better. Does it make the Warriors championship team? Are they going to take on Denver and Boston? I don't think so. But I think what we're dealing with is the fiscal reality of the new, the new business landscape.
No doubt.
And it just reminds me of the 90s Cowboys, right? It's like they had to keep Aikman, Irvin, and Emmitt Smith together, and they were so top heavy, and then they added on Dion, and they started bleeding free agents, and they just, the dynasty was over. And I think we're seeing a parallel of that 90s Cowboys team to this Warriors team. Thanks, guys.
Yeah. There's absolutely, this was more than just about money. See, if they don't address the money, then they begin to restrict what they can do in free agency. They lose exceptions and things like that. So it's not just saving money that they're trying to accomplish.
Mid-levels.
They're trying to keep their exceptions, some of them. 888-957-9570 is the number. So this is like a perplexing situation. And I was thinking about that. And on the one hand, I'm like, oh, yeah, he's right. There are so many decisions to be made.
Mm-hmm.
They're hard. We're not going to know if they're the right decisions or wrong decisions till down the line. What do you do with Kuminga? And I get it. But then there's another part of me that's like, it's not perplexing at all. This is what happens at the end of a dynasty.
Oh, my gosh. But I never thought money would be a part of why the dynasty couldn't be enhanced or prolonged.
But why? Joe Lacob himself told you it wasn't sustainable. Joe Lacob, the owner, said this is not sustainable.
But we're spoiled.
Right, but you didn't believe him? Like what?
It doesn't hit when it comes out of his mouth about the future until it's actually happening.
I mean, we all knew it was going to come at some point.
Man, this is hard.
Well, maybe if you would have been listening to me for the last 3 years, I could have softened the blow for you.
Man.
So, 888-957-9570 is the number. 510 says, not true. Most people are upset about the trade. Yeah. I don't know. I'm not sure. It might run 75-25, but I don't think it's like overwhelmingly people are down on the trade. Because here's the thing. What do you think? Don't you think it was like half and half, Draymond and Poole?
Yeah.
I mean, look.
Poole didn't help himself with his play, so I think that grew. I think it was 65-35 Draymond, and Poole, it was once 60-40 or 50-50. Poole might even been in the lead, but his poor play and the fall downs and the throwaways, I seen it, Steiny, that he became public enemy number one by his play on top of the Draymond
How about
fiasco.
this? How about this? Will you agree with this, Goo? If you're a Draymond Green fan and you were team Draymond Green as it came to he and Jordan Poole, you're team Draymond Green. Well, how can you not like this deal then? If you're team Draymond Green, you have to like this deal. So I'm figuring if
home run,
team
Steiny.
Draymond's got 30% of the Warrior fan base or more, well, then this trade's got to have it.
And Draymond Green?
Because this solidifies his return, most likely.
And his ability to lead, because he told us not too long ago, weeks ago, that his ability to lead was compromised because he knew he was kind of in the doghouse with everybody else. So maybe that'll make him better, but that goes on your boys' list, Steiny. Oh, Wiggins will be better because I don't think that's too big of a stretch, but these are other things that aren't actually a player, but things that you have in-house that it can prove and may have you, with the ability to show that you guys are closer than a lot of people think.
Hey, you know what else I think's a bunch of hogwash?
Boss hog.
Is, Draymond punched Jordan Poole and then he lost his voice and then he changed a little bit, and then he became a leader again, and now everybody is Team Draymond again because he got his voice back, and so next year Draymond's going to be a leader again, and everybody's just going to be a follower. No chance.
Well, it has to be a chance, Steiny. That's what it is.
No.
They got rid of the, I will never use the C word. Yeah, they got rid of the riffraff.
No, they didn't.
They got rid of the guy that Steph said, get your ass on a bus back to the Bay. Yeah. So I think Kuminga was part of that. And that's why I'm hoping Kuminga, Steiny, somehow gets freed in the sense that somebody can say, son, go out here as yours until you F it up. That ain't happened for Kuminga. So he might be part of the fluster bus. Okay, you got rid of Poole, but we seen him pout. I'm talking about Kuminga. We seen that already.
You're going to get rid of...
I would not.
You're going to get rid of Kuminga?
I would not.
You've already gotten rid of Poole, and now you're going to get rid of Kuminga because of Draymond Green?
No, this is because Dre kind of in his way.
So that's what KD, Poole, now Kuminga? That's what we're getting?
Oh, okay. Boy, that list is...
I don't believe for 1 second that that Draymond has the entire team.
But what are you gauging that on? That's a big net, Steiny. That's a big thing to say.
Because
it's almost like Willard.
Because there's 14 guys on the team. That's why. It's not just Steph. It's not just Clay. It's Looney and it's Wiggins. Last I checked, Wiggins and Poole were tight.
And Looney did say you got to earn the trust again.
I think there's absolutely a chance that Wiggins is like, really? Now, I know I've just been here for 3 or 4 years, but that's some messed up stuff.
Well, hold on, son. We had your back while you're mad talking to Wiggins. You left for umpteen months, and I can make the argument your ass cost us the season. Family over everything, I know.
Then move me. See?
But
see what it gets to?
Yeah, but it does, but
this team
that
is
ain't where it's at.
What do you mean?
That Draymond's the chief now, and he can go back to that role.
This team's not together. And it's not going to be just because Draymond Green gets a contract extension.
Wow.
This team's not going to be together just because Poole's gone and Draymond's back. They still got tons of work to do.
But the personality, there's only one player that might not like his role right now, and that's Kuminga. Other than that, I don't see any risk, Steiny.
Well, Chris Paul might not like his role. Well, you were the one who talked about that for 2 days.
Yeah, we got some sound before we get out of here from Draymond.
Clay might not like his role either.
Or not getting his contract done.
Thank you.
I mean, this sounds like it's going to be the hardest season that Steve Kerr's ever had.
I totally agree.
And that's not even on the court. This is like the egos involved with this team, right?
The disease of me.
Well, I just think it's okay. You have Steph.
Okay.
Then you have Draymond, who to me, if he comes back on a 3-year deal, you're just getting the same old Draymond.
There's no right.
You've just re-empowered Draymond Green. So He's going to be the same player, if not worse, because he's declining. And he might be every bit the headache he's always been. Okay, then you got Klay Thompson, who's on a contract year.
What's going on with that?
What do you think? You like Klay on a contract year?
No, and I think Klay's like, I don't want to play on that. But Dunleavy's got to know we got to take care of him or approach him. We got to talk. That's all. Klay, you're a big part of what we're doing, but right now we need you to play this final year out, and then we'll reassess where we're at after this season. Okay, I have 30 shots a game. Klay, like, okay. Oh, man. Like, I don't envy them at all for what they're facing.
888-957-9570 is the number. Let's go to D. D's in Walnut Creek. Hey, D, how you doing?
I'm doing pretty good.
Cool.
Hey, all this negativity about Chris Paul, I think the team's going to be better because Jordan Poole didn't know how to lead, direct, or teach the team the second unit anything. Chris Paul is going to bring instant credibility to that second team. He's going to put them in the right place, just like Draymond does. He's going to direct their movements and things like that and put them in the right place to catch the ball, and they're going to score more on that second team and win more games than they did last year. That's a fact, I think.
Okay. See,
yeah.
There's some people out there that like this trade.
Yeah.
Or that I think certainly most Warrior fans understand it.
So let me ask you this, Donnie. I know it's early and they just had the draft Thursday night, but I think there's no doubt in my mind that Davis is going to he's a big body, 6'9", 245. He's going to be on the big club. But what about Padinsky? Do you think he has a chance of making it, or he could start off in Santa Cruz?
No clue. I have no clue.
I can't wait to see him play in Summer League. I'm sure he'll be there. Willard and Dibbs had him, both of them on Friday.
What was I going to say on Chris Paul? Oh, do you realize, here's what people, I don't think people realize this. So, Chris Paul's in Washington, okay? Let's say theoretically the Wizards bought him out for $30 million or $25 million and said, now you can be a free agent. And the Warriors, in theory, could have gotten Chris Paul for the veteran minimum. They wouldn't have.
Right, okay, gotcha.
They wouldn't have.
I see where you're working.
The only way they were going to get Chris Paul was to give up Jordan Poole. It's the only way. They were not going to take on Chris Paul's money unless they gave up money. So, Steiny, let's be honest. You really don't like Draymond. It is just so clear that he gets on your nerves and you're always throwing shots at him. Yeah, no. Draymond's a heck of a player, but he's older.
And we both
he's declining. He's declining. Listen, I'm not up for paying guys a lot of money at this age. See, here's what I worry about. I don't want it to happen, but what I'd be like, this is the kind of thing that I worry about, is next year, one of these older guys tweaks something, misses 2 months, it's not coming together, and the next thing you know, boom, you miss the playoffs.
Oh, my gosh.
And now you don't have your pick.
Oh, my God.
And now you don't have a first-round pick. Yeah, the Warriors have the number 7 pick in the draft. You know what? Maybe we can get a player, come right back. Now you don't have a pick. Okay, well, now the guys are a year older. They're all under contract for 2 more years. For 2 more years. Now what are you going to do? You got Draymond for 2 more. You got Steph for 2 more.
You can't do squat.
You got Klay for 2 more, all at pretty good money. Oh, we'll just move them. How? For
At
what?
that point, yeah.
Just saw John Collins get moved for Rudy Gay. There's not a lot. I don't think there's a lot of value out there for certain players. 888-957-9570 is the number. What is the next move for the Warriors? And Guru brought up an interesting point. He thought before the Warriors traded Jordan Poole, they had a shot at winning a title. He doesn't think they have nearly the shot at winning a title next year with Chris Paul as they did with Jordan Poole. I don't necessarily disagree with him, but I don't necessarily agree with him either because I'm not sure they had a shot either way. 888-957-9570. Let's get going. It's all sponsored by SC Johnson Raid.
What's up? It's your boy Guru. And if you hear that excitement in my voice, it's because SodaWeightLoss.com. The days I think you complete me. Today's not one of them.
Well, now I know. Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Steiny and Guru with you, and you know what? I'm coming back to the studio from down the hall, and something just dawned on me. And I actually got a little bit annoyed. But you're not going to believe it, though, Goo. I got to try to figure out why.
Oh, boy.
Rephrase that. What do you mean?
What does Spadoni or Evan do? Because it ain't me.
No.
I've been minding my own, Jack.
No milk in the coffee machine.
Yikes. Now, you could have brought milk from home.
But here's the other thing that's starting to annoy me.
Milk and magnesia.
Less calories.
I'm coming right down your road because I'm sick of it. I'm sick of the hypocritical. I'm sick of the two varying opinions.
Oh.
You know, you all, I'm going to put you all in there because it's not just you, Goo. It's some other people that want to have it both ways. You all out there want to say, oh, well, we had the best starting five plus minus in the league. We have the best. That's still that starting unit.
Yeah.
Oh, it is?
It was a fact.
Oh, I thought you said two bigs can't play together.
Well,
I thought Looney and Green were exposed against Sacramento.
That doesn't just erase
you
what
can't
the
have
fact
both
of the 82-game season was, Steiny, and it's a good thing to have because I'm catching hell.
Oh, it's a good thing to
Evan
have.
put up my quote about keeping Poole, but the flip side on that, what I should have added is when was the last time the Warriors, during the Steve Kerr tenure, married a youngster? And when I say married him, empowered him. The closest is Jordan Poole because you gave him a contract because you thought he was, I don't care what anybody tells me, you didn't see him falling off. You thought he was going to be a fixture here. But he got to the ring on his finger without even being a starter. But he did start. My thing is, if you were to save this money with Dre and kept Jordan Poole in his future, Jonathan Kuminga would have got an opportunity to show you if he can do it or not, Steiny. So that's what I want Warriors to finally do. You drafted these guys, let them fail. Because Wiseman did get a chance to fail, to me. He got hurt, but let him fail. What's the worst that could happen to JK?
You're the same
you guys
person.
messed it up.
This is what confounds me. There are people just like you saying the same thing, but then they also want to say, but anything for Steph. But anything to keep the window open.
Right.
Okay. You ain't winning it with a 20-year-old aside of Steph. Besides Steph.
But we're not asking you to, Steiny.
What are you asking me for?
To be a part of it. To be a part of it. That's all.
Is Dre here or not?
He's here. You have no choice now. I was talking to Spadoni like there's no way Dre leaves.
Cannot be a big part of it because the best he can be is a seventh man.
And I'm telling you this, Steiny, that tells me there's going to be more turbulence ahead if somehow Jonathan Kuminga, lo and behold, just is having a tough year or a tough start or a tough stretch. There are no scholarships. And if Dre's in your way,
you want to give Kuminga
and
one.
Davis, no, I think he showed flashes and got the rug snatched out from underneath him. And Steiny, I know you keep going to the Wiggins return. It was before the Wiggins return. It was, I don't know what these youngsters got to do to where if they mess up, they still get an opportunity to try to fix it. I'm not saying be a bonehead 24/7 and you still get ran out there. I'm looking at you right now, Steiny. Don't you want to see what Kuminga has or more? I'm tired of these increments.
I
want to see what Kuminga can do when he knows he can mess up and play freely and stay in the game. And let me tell you when that can happen is if Dre were gone.
I'm going to say it again. Say what you want. Last year, Jonathan Kuminga played 67 games, and when he played in those games, he played 21 minutes a game. We're seeing what Kuminga can do. What are we talking, 5 more minutes a game? 10 more minutes a game? Is that really, we're going to see a whole brand new Kuminga? But my point is, I'm not looking at Jonathan Kuminga only playing 21 minutes a game as a 20-year-old thinking he's a failure. I know how hard it is. He's on a team with title aspirations. It's like I'll never sign it. I'm never to me. I'm never going to buy in to people's argument that Kuminga should be playing. Okay, well you're a championship team. I don't think you can have them both. Not with a 20-year-old with absolutely no experience. So I don't believe there was ever a way to have Kuminga be a starter and you're going to go to the NBA Finals and then win it. I just don't. I think Kuminga is actually doing fine where he's at right now. I think he's fine.
Needs more. Not
that's fine. And I'm willing, if Draymond walks, I'd be willing to say, hey, Jonathan, you're going to get more of an opportunity this year.
Right.
But what does Curry think of that?
Well, I think we know what he thinks. So I got to hit rewind. I appreciate the passion. I agree with much of what you said. But, Steiny, this team knew where they were. So if you knew Jonathan Kuminga's age was an issue or his maturation process, what he's going to be in year, whatever, he should have never been brought onto this team at this juncture then.
Well, we're going to be able to say that for a decade.
Well, right now you got Wiseman.
Exactly.
You got Poole out of here. It ain't but Moody and Kuminga left.
Listen, dynasties are made to end, all right? But every once in a while you get a couple breaks, you get lucky, and you have a chance to extend it.
And they had it.
And they blew it.
They did, man.
They blew it. But you know what?
Oh, that hurts, man.
Even if they would have drafted LaMelo Ball, I don't necessarily think that we'd be saying the dynasty's going to go on for another 10 years.
But wouldn't you feel better,
Ball,
though?
Of course.
It wouldn't even have to. You know what you got.
Well, you'd love it because they'd have the ha-ha.
It's more than ha-ha.
No, it isn't.
You got the good ha-ha. Like, you respect LaMelo Ball's game. And forget his name. Just a player that is... Jordan Poole had that, Steiny.
Yeah. But he wasn't.
They inked
Here's
him
the other
for
thing.
a reason.
Maybe LaMelo Ball. You know, maybe they didn't draft LaMelo Ball because they didn't think he fit the culture. So then, what do you think of the culture?
That's what I'm questioning right now.
All right, Khaled's in Clayton. Hey, Khaled, how you doing, man?
My guys, how you guys doing today? It's been a bit since we've spoken, but
yeah.
I couldn't handle listening to Guru. I couldn't handle listening to Guru no more on this Jordan Poole romanticizing. I mean,
oh wow, Khaled, that hurts.
How could and I love you, Goo, but how could you say that this team would be better off not having Draymond Green and having Jordan Poole? And you can make me speak a little ill of Jordan Poole. I'm a diehard Michigan fan, and I liked him when he was in Michigan, and I was excited when we got him, and I was riding with him when he was struggling. But what I will tell you right now is Dre is the cog that makes the machine go on both offense and defense. And neither Jonathan Kuminga, Jordan Poole, or anyone else that's currently on this team was going to be able to sit there and fill in that role. Everyone wants to look at the offensive numbers. The offensive numbers in regards to Dre don't matter, because what you have to look at is the way that he and Steph play off each other. And Steph loves Dre. And Dre is got to be given a lot of credit for a lot of what Steph has been able to do throughout his career because of the way that he sets those screens and gets Steph the ball the way that he wants to. So please stop with the JP3. He's young. He had potential. Potential doesn't get you titles.
All right, Khaled.
Titles is what...
Khaled, I love you, and don't hang up, man. Listen, you are stuck in the past, and it's okay. I've been there. Draymond, when you play these better teams like the Lakers, he needs to bring something to the party. You know what he's not bringing, Khaled? And you didn't mention scoring, getting a bucket. And that's why Sacramento exposed the Warriors in this too big lineup, and nobody wants to talk about it. But that was real. What is Draymond doing later on in this stage in his career as far as putting the ball in the hole? The Warriors and Curry need help. And Dre, it's running out, Khaled. That's all I'm saying. The screens and all that little cute stuff you're talking about, that's coming to a head. And it came to a head when the Lakers exposed the Warriors because they knew they only had two dudes that could shoot it. And I'm just ready for the next phase of Steph Curry and this Warrior team and this offense to where Steph can get some help. So it's not that hard. But I've never seen a guy get you 6-8 points and people around here celebrate it like it's 30. And stuff hits the fan now, and he's not an option. Looney's not an option. You got to reinvent yourself. So people calling me crazy for having that concept of reinventing yourself, and Draymond was taking the ball out against the Lakers. out the hoop? Come on, man. And he was doing that against the Kings. He had one good game against the Kings.
Go. So you're going to basically let Clay off. You're going to let JP off. You're going to let Andrew Wiggins off. All of those other shooters that were on the floor. Everyone wants to focus on Dre. I'm not living in the past. I'm living on what I see. When I went to those games every day, and I would go to those games and physically watch what was going on the floor. You're going to get Clay off for having some of the worst shooting that we've seen from him in quite some time. You're going to let Jordan Poole off for going in there and etching the bed by bouncing the ball off his foot and out of bounds. You're going to let Andrew Wiggins off for fading away offensively from where he was the year before to where he was last year. Come on now, Goose.
All right, Khaled, let me just say this to you. Hey, let me just say this still.
Yeah, you can fit. Okay. Khaled, thank you, buddy. Good stuff.
If you want to talk about we let a dude punch a teammate in the face and get no suspension. So just add that to the list, Khaled. That's all I'm saying. Just add that to the list, the let.
You can
L-E-T.
You can come back with Draymond or maybe go somewhere else. And this is where people, unfortunately, I don't think it matters.
And that's scary.
He comes back for 3 years or he walks. I don't think it matters. I don't like either one. If Draymond were to go to another team right now, you're worse. If you re-sign Draymond for 3 years, he's getting worse. So either way, your team's getting worse. It's just a matter of, are we getting worse quickly, or is it going to be gradually over 3 years while Draymond ages?
And again, Spadoni was doing
That's the way I look at it.
I was looking for you and Evan. Spadoni said something to me just about, I need to slow my roll. I'm looking at you right now like there's no way in hell, and I have no sources that Draymond would go anywhere else. But you and Spadoni got me thinking, what if Vivek did that and up the ante? What if some real money that just blew the Warriors offer off the like, there's no way Dunleavy Jr. would make that move with Poole, I don't believe, in Lake Up, knowing they even thought there was a chance there could be a figure that they would be so far from that Dre would lead this team.
Well, I hope they're not that naive to think that.
Because now, people up here, I know what Dre stands for and what he's done. I'm just, them without him now is just, oh my goodness.
Vince is in the city. Hey, Vince. How's it going, man?
Hey, what's up? What's going on, fellas?
Hey.
I just wanted to say, I'm with Steiny today. I think the Warriors have a lot of work to do. And we barely locked up the 6th seed last year with everybody that we had. I don't know if we're even going to be in the 6th seed. We might be fighting hard for a play-in spot. There's a lot of teams they're not only getting younger, but they're getting bigger and faster. And I'm looking at the Warriors' offensive game plan very similarly to when Colin Kaepernick was a quarterback for the Niners. Because he took the league by storm, and it lasted, 2-3 seasons? And then everybody figured him out. And then he was exposed, just like the Warriors. Draymond is not the guy. I mean, he's a guy for the team, but he's passing up 2-foot putbacks, looking for a dude standing on 3. For what? Get the bucket and let's go. But I don't know what's going on with the team. I don't know if the chemistry was just off after the whole thing with Jordan Poole. And I still don't know how I feel about Chris Paul coming to the Warriors. It makes sense, but I just feel like he's not the piece that we needed. But we needed something, so he fills a void. But we just have so much work to do, and the guys, you guys are saying it's getting close to the end. It's like Last Dance all over again. These guys are in their 30s, and this is a young man's game, and I don't know. I'm just wondering, what's going to be the move? I think the teams need to start looking to the new CBA. Need to start looking at actual college players who are playing in a system, who are seasoned and ready to go, versus these G leaguers or whatever it is, 1 year and one and done. Because those guys don't seem to be ready to play when they're put in the game.
Appreciate the call. It's Vince in the city.
Vinny,
you asked the question, and there's.
What are they going to do?
What are they going to do? What's the move going to be? There might not be a move out there. In fact, that's what I think is most likely. There's not really a move out there. Now, I'm not saying they're not going to make a move, but I think if they make a move, it's most likely going to be the same kind of move with Chris Paul, where people are like, they get better. I don't know, maybe not. They're not going to be able to move one of their lousy players for a starter.
Yeah. And what do they have? What young commodity do they have? And you help me. The way I see it, Steiny, is Jonathan Kuminga. You got a team-friendly contract with Wiggins. I still, again, you could say I'm double talking. I still give Wiggins the benefit of the doubt, Steiny, because last year it was a bad one. But it was more of a bad one, not all basketball, because of his whereabouts, and he had to leave. And maybe that messed him up more than anybody knows. But just on this day, I'm going to trust Steph, because, Steph, you are involved in this because you had to sign off on bringing CP3 in for Jordan Poole in his future. So if Dunleavy and company and Lakeup think they got enough, then all I can do is sit here and sip my tea and hope, Steiny. But on paper, I just don't see it.
See, I look at the Warriors differently than other people. Just the idea of a title at this point.
Wow.
How about the idea of...
Now, when you say this point, do you mean just because they won one at the stage of their career, again, 2 years ago, or why are you saying at this point?
Because I don't think they're going to win a title next year. I just don't think they're going to win a title next year. You said that last year. You're right. I said that last year. I said it this year. I said it next year. I'm going to be right from now on.
I don't like that.
I am.
Well, you don't know. But right now...
Well, you don't know the Warriors are going to be worse with Chris Paul as opposed to
and I'm sharing my feelings.
Jordan Poole.
I feel like it's leaning there.
Yeah, and I
but
feel
I'm
like
open to hopefully I'm wrong.
Yeah. And I feel like the Warriors are never going to win another title. Maybe I'm wrong. To me, it's not about winning another title. It's about somehow either sustaining where you are into something new where you begin to build, or it's the inevitable decline, which is coming, is minimized because you can turn it around with your flexibility and some young players.
Well, I'll tell you what. We don't know who I would give you credit. The author of the two timelines thing, Steiny, they had that chance that we talked about they messed up with Wiseman and what he could have meant to keep this thing going. We were told from Steve Kerr himself a couple years ago before that draft, he had a vision of the youngsters, carrying the load per se during the regular season. And now Poole's gone. Wiseman's been traded. What's next? They had an opportunity in their hand if they could have cashed in with the Wiseman pick and what the promise we saw from Jordan Poole. So I'm looking at it from that vantage point, and I'm like, okay, is Kuminga going to pout again? I don't know. Hopefully he'll have a great year. But how's he going to have a great year if Dre's still in his way and this new kid Davis? So I don't like any of it. I'm going Troy Aikman right now.
Then the reality is right now they need players. They need players to fill out their roster, too, I think. But 888-957-9570 is the number. The Golden State Warriors. So they've got Curry, Clay, Wiggins, Green, Looney.
Okay.
Now, that's the best. Now, keep in mind, everybody. That's the best five-man unit in terms of plus-minus, supposedly.
Those are facts.
Which I don't know if it's a fact anymore.
Well,
I don't know if it's a fact anymore.
For 98% of the season, it was.
Well, they played together for 82 minutes, and that's the point. They don't play together down the stretch, and if you can't play, you can't say they have the best five-man unit in the NBA and then say, we can't play two bigs again. We can't play Looney and Green. Well, wait a minute, I thought it was the best five-man lineup in the league.
Which they went back to against the Lakers.
Yeah. Okay. So how do you get better?
This
to
has
the Golden
happened
State
very
Warriors?
fast.
No, it hasn't.
See, to me, it has because I've been in denial, Steiny.
Thank you.
The financial aspect, the component of it that you've been preaching and people calling you a hater, it's here. It is right before our eyes. And this Chris Paul, Steiny, that was a salary dump. That was more of a salary dump to me than you telling the masses we're closer to a championship. Now, I could be wrong, but the savings for Joe Lacob and investors was huge. But that don't help you get better or get us closer to a player that can help this team
the other
win.
thing. How are the Warriors going to get better if they've got to be salary conscious and they've got to be constrained? How are they getting better unless it's players already on their roster if they don't have a lot of money to spend? This is where you know what, 925, I'm with you here. We just got to stay relevant. I agree with that. And you did with the Chris Paul trade. Absolutely.
Losing to the Warriors in the conference semifinal, is that relevant?
What?
To the Lakers? And I'm asking, like, if they followed up another season with Steph Curry losing in the second round, would be
to me or to you?
You.
That's fine. That'd be fine.
Was what you expect because you
Exactly.
got them winning the title.
Like, I can't have them winning the title. They're not.
Man, oh man.
They're past their prime. They don't have a good mix right now, the roster. And the other thing is
well, Clay could be working his. Khaled said I didn't have no heat for Clay, and I love you, Khaled. Maybe this will be a bit. No, I'm being real. Maybe the best acquisition will be him playing basketball this summer, to where he's better, and maybe he got a little tired. Steph too. I don't know, but I'm just again, Steiny. That's all we got. That list I gave you of is there a Santa Claus? Of Wiggins will be better. Clay will be better. That's where it's at now, Jack.
Again, I think it's interesting that Clay can be better. Clay can be better now. Can he be better? But during the season, everybody's saying, Clay had a great January, February, March, April. Okay, well, if he had a great second half of the season, how do you expect it to be better?
More consistent.
Okay.
And, him to be stronger in playoff time, if that's what ailed him against the Lakers, because he did have some open shots.
Yeah, it was just, you know what? Warriors just missed open shots. It's just, that magic youth pixie dust is coming over the summer. 888-957-9570 is the number. I see Nolan, I see Rob, I see Leroy. We got a couple open phone lines. The Warriors, they have Chris Paul. The question now becomes, what's the next move? And how do you get better from this point on? And did you get better by acquiring Chris Paul? It's all sponsored by SC Johnson Raid. No, Guru's fine. I'm the problem.
This can't keep her.
What the F do you got to lose?
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Steiny and Guru with you on a Monday. Talking Warriors. Free agency starting at the end of the week, but man, a lot of stuff has happened already. John Collins has been traded from the Atlanta Hawks to the Utah Jazz for Rudy Gay and something else. You know what? Tell me if you follow this logic and if it works. So John Collins makes $28 million a year. Okay? He's got one more year next year. And then he's got a player option for the year after that, and then he's done. You know what this tells me? The Warriors would not have traded. The Warriors have no interest in John Collins. Because why wouldn't the Warriors have just traded Jordan Poole for John Collins? Isn't conventional wisdom you'd rather have John Collins than Chris Paul?
Hell yeah.
Okay. So why wouldn't you have just traded for John Collins?
Because he's got 2 years left.
Okay. But you still would end up saving 2 years of Jordan. In other words, you would have saved a ton.
Yeah.
Not as much as with Chris Paul. Chris Paul has a team option for next year, and Collins has a player option.
So what are you getting at?
What I'm getting at
is that dire?
Is the Warriors could have saved a good chunk of money had they traded Jordan Poole for John Collins. They would have saved not as much, but 70% as much. They didn't want it. They don't want John Collins. Right? I mean, that makes sense, doesn't it?
I don't. If you look at this roster, man for man, how do you not want John Collins?
Well,
that's what I would ask anybody. I mean, I know he hasn't. Wiggins wasn't what he was when he came here, but my gosh,
okay,
we're
so
talking
now,
about a young man that could, and he's going to be with Steve Kerr and the rest of the gang. Man,
what are you going to do with Kuminga then?
Now, if you told me that he would have had to be a part of it, I would have included him.
Why am I reaching Mustafa Ward? We got Chris Paul making 30 with a player option. I'm sorry, with a team option. We have John Collins making 27-ish with the player option, and we have Poole making 27-ish. So the Warriors clearly had an opportunity to do something with Atlanta for John Collins, but by doing the move with Paul, they saved more money, and maybe they didn't want Collins. They didn't want Collins as much as
you would think.
Yeah. Now, maybe Atlanta wanted no part of Jordan Poole.
And I got to tell you this, Donhead, you guys told me
maybe they don't.
That's what it would have took to get John Collins. I'd have been like, you're smoking. And they got him for much of nothing.
Yeah. Nolan's in Pinole. What's going on, Nolan? How you doing?
Good. How are you guys?
Hey.
Good.
I was just saying, they should, probably package Draymond and Clay, even though, that's kind of unrealistic because of their salaries and what they'd have to do for sign and trade with Draymond. But they need to get some, big wing or center who can really put points on the board because this small ball isn't going to carry us, especially when we have a bunch of big centers in the West and just a bunch of bullies. So, yeah, that's it. And also, they could have packaged Wiseman and Poole and gotten somebody with a lot more than Chris Paul.
Maybe.
We got Gary Payton the second back with Wiseman and save.
I mean, if I'm Washington, I'm saying, man, we got a lot for Chris Paul.
Man,
we got a young player that we may have for 10 years.
Yeah, to go with Tyus Jones. I just Eddie Johnson said it, Johnny. If we see Jordan Poole do what I think he's going to do, average 20 to 25.
Oh, he's going to do that. He's averaged 20 to 25 with the Warriors.
I mean, this ain't funny. It's just how can you say that didn't fit when it did? But we know a fight happened. So I guess I need to. You know what? From a personal standpoint, for me, I could process all of this better if somebody with the Warriors organization just said the two couldn't coexist. We chose Trey. Steph wanted it, and we're moving forward. Because that's pretty much
they don't have to say it.
Yeah.
like it's all said. I mean, of course.
But you can't ignore the failure collectively.
Of what?
The culture. To be able to bring these guys together to where you can re-sign Dre
I'm gonna like
and have Jordan Poole be a big part of your future, man.
Yeah.
And if the third year of that contract would probably be Jordan Poole's 6th or 7th year in the league, I mean, he could be a problem.
Well, this is what happens at the end of dynasties.
Wow.
Started with Myers. Sean Livingston's now gone.
That was well, no one brought that up.
What are
but
you
he said
gonna,
family.
what are you going to do with?
He said family.
What are you going to do with Steve Kerr? He's got one more year left. See, this is the part. I just don't think this. The punch absolutely mattered, but so does Draymond's contract situation right now. And you know what else matters? Clay going into the last year of his contract.
That matters.
That's going to be a story next year. Like you cannot convince me that moving Jordan Poole and now all of a sudden they're together now. They're together. We'll see. I don't believe
I'm up
it.
here saying the culture is fixed. You're saying, nah, Goo, it might be some residue. It wasn't just that's interesting, but the reason I'm thinking this way, Steiny, is because of the way that they're moving and the way that I think this Draymond's contract announcement is imminent. We'll hear about it soon. So if that's which way they're going, they got to know we got rid of the problem or 80 to 90% of it.
I guess what I don't understand is.
Yeah, Poole, go and get over it, Goo. I'm hearing that.
I just, here's the one thing is one of the strategies the Warriors were looking at in the offseason after their season ended. And I was talking about, I wasn't crazy about either direction. I might start to come off, the big three. And clearly there's another school of thought that is shared by most people. I think most people, you got to do whatever you can for Steph Curry to keep this window open. That's what most people, I believe, think. Would you agree with that?
Yeah.
Okay.
And I'm one of them.
They just made a move that shows you that's what they're doing. So why is everybody so mad or disappointed?
Because Chris Paul can't do what Jordan Poole can do. And
You,
he's 15 years older.
by bringing Poole back, you ensured you couldn't win a title because there was chemistry issues that you knew you could not overcome. So, because you knew this wasn't a championship team with Jordan Poole, for whatever reason, because of Steph, you have to try to get it back to being a championship team. And the only way to do that was to trade Jordan Poole. And the best deal you could make was for Chris Paul, 38, with all his strengths and weaknesses. But make no mistake. Make no mistake. This is what it looks like to do everything and anything you can for Steph Curry. That's all.
Yeah, and I'll say this to that, Stoney.
So don't be mad.
Do we know if this was the best deal? Now that John Collins, and I know he shot 29% from three, thank you, 510, but Stoney, do we know they got the best package for Jordan Poole? But they got the best package for Jordan Poole if money savings are an issue. Then
Well,
it's
and our
not
guy
about
Rotzi-
the basketball player.
Our guy Rotzi brings up a good point. Is Atlanta's probably trying to do what Washington's doing, so they didn't want Poole's 4 years at big money. You know, the reason the Washington Wizards were able to take Poole's money is because they got off Porzingis, they may be off Kuzma, and they got off Beal. So they need to pay somebody. But Atlanta's still got guys being paid. So I guess that's the way I'll say it. You know, if you were on the side of we owe it to Steph to do everything to try to get him another title, then you can't be mad at this move.
Well, let me ask you this.
Quit complaining.
Yeah, I'm not complaining.
Quit crying about it.
Yeah, I ain't crying.
This is what happens when you want to try to get Steph Curry more titles. And I'm not saying it's wrong, but you can't cry about it.
Where's the Steiny meter at going into this season? And I know we're days away from free agency, but I got to be honest. When the Warriors lost to Memphis and Steph didn't score an OT at home, that offseason was rough for me because I'm being honest. I thought it might have been over then. Okay, them winning championships. I ask you on this day, do you feel like this team is where that team was after they lost to Memphis? Like,
no.
This is the worst I felt like for a Warrior team in a long, long time.
That was like 3 years ago.
Yes.
Yeah, no, they're worse. See, this is what I mean. 415, why not go get Kuzma?
You can't.
How?
Hello?
How?
I don't know. That's the... Ain't no I don't know.
And here's the other thing. Here's the other thing that I'm starting to hear. Well, maybe we can move Wiggins. Okay? I'm open to that.
Now, yeah, but for what? Now,
but wait a minute. I thought he was your second best player.
Yeah, he is your second best player.
Well, then you better get a damn good player for Andrew Wiggins.
And did I ask you, because I think you asked me, Wiggins for PG-13? Because my boy just cussed me out on text like,
I gotta believe
Wiggins is better than Paul George.
I bet there's no way Paul George has to be making a lot more than Wiggins. So it'd have to be Wiggins and Kuminga. Now, do you want Paul George for Wiggins and Kuminga?
No.
When's Paul George a free agent? I might not scoff at that.
Player option coming up next season.
For what, $79 million?
Only 48.
Okay.
Good God. 48, man.
Rob's in San Bruno.
Our guy.
What's up, Rob?
What's going on, fellas?
Talk to us, man.
You got to understand. The Warriors got three guys who can score 20-plus points tonight. Wiggins can get you 20. He's been doing his whole career. Steph can get you 35. Clay can get you 25. They already have that. Poole doesn't bring what they need. I like Poole. But Poole is like D'Angelo Russell and the other cat they brought in. I forgot his name. But they're young. They're hungry. They're ready to get on the floor and eat. They don't fit what the Warriors want to do. They're too talented to be telling them, oh, just play this way. I think Chris Paul, in my opinion, coming off the bench, he's going to get Kuminga going. He's going to get
Moody
and Klay Thompson going. He's Moody. He's going to create offense. It's a difference between being a great passer and a great floor general. Draymond Green can pass within the system they play. Chris Paul can outplay the system and create lanes for different players that, that's not Steph Curry's ability. That's not Clay's ability. And that's damn for sure ain't Jordan Poole's ability, nor Draymond. So I think the Warriors fans understand this isn't about CP being a superstar, CP. This is about CP being Jason Kidd, what Jason Kidd was to Dirk Nowitzki when they won that championship, a floor general, setting up different offenses. And I think had they kept Wiseman with Chris Paul, this would be a better move. But I think the Warriors got to get some size, rid themselves of Draymond Green, let Kuminga grow with CP, because CP for sure going to get Kuminga some alley-oops, some open looks, and they need to find a way to get it big, because right now, this is a Jokic league. He bullied all the big names and won a ring. This is a Jokic league. You got to stop Jokic. Get some bigs who can score, put the ball in the hoop. That was Wiseman, but you all talk down about him like he was the type of scrub, but he got touch at the hoop, and he can dunk everything. Draymond Green can't dunk nothing. Looney can't barely catch and dunk. So at the end of the day, the Warriors need to get bigger, but I'm fine with Steph, Clay, and Wiggins.
All right, Bob. Rob, thanks. Appreciate the call.
He shocked me a little bit. Well, you had four dudes, Rob, that could get you 20. You got three.
This is why people say what they say about you.
And they say stuff about you, too.
No, I'm saying the scoring part. 415, guys, we can still move off CP3 if that doesn't work. His contract is very valuable. Can't move until January.
But that means it was a failure again, though. I get that, and that's a reality.
Okay, now let me play devil's advocate. Now? Let me play devil's advocate.
Season ain't even started.
Let me play devil's advocate. I'm going to ask you to think a minute. Did you say that about D'Angelo Russell?
Yep.
And they turned D'Angelo Russell into their second best player.
Did.
So, if they move who's to say they couldn't move Chris Paul for a big time player, or at least a guy who fits and maybe he's good for him for 3 or 4 more years.
Wouldn't a situation like that actually apply more to a player like Draymond Green? Because D'Angelo Russell had signed a long contract. Chris Paul is on an expiring contract, so that probably is more valuable to the Warriors. But if things don't go well next season, what's to say they don't try to move one member of the Big Three?
Yeah. Let me ask you a question. How much do you think you could get for Draymond or Clay if they both have 2 more years left on their deal?
I think teams would be running from both of them.
Running away?
Yes.
So do I.
Now we can keep it real like we always do. Who's more attractive to you at this juncture, Clay or Dre?
When you say attractive, what do you mean?
Just like if you had one roster spot and you had to choose between the two, I'm taking Clay, man. I'm taking a guy that can give me 20, 25 points. I'm taking a guy that if he's on a heater can get me 40 or 50. And that ain't no shade at Draymond Green. But don't act like he's playing 2016 defense. Look around. He's not. And we're asking him to guard the Jokic's. We're asking him to guard all these big dudes, man. Klay Thompson can still get you buckets. And I'm telling you, I know you might laugh at this, Donnie. There are about 4 or 5 teams that are in dire need of shooting that would probably find Trey attractive somehow.
Clay?
Yes. Like the well ain't dry. I know he had a bad series. He wasn't the only one shooting against the Lakers.
From the
we had mentioned his name.
Who?
Montrezl Harrell.
Oh God.
The big fella.
He used to be what happened to him?
Could have stopped after used to be. Could have just stopped right there.
I give you 2. And this will be his 20th team, it feels like, in the last 3 years.
Leroy's in Oakland.
Lee.
What's up, Leroy? How you doing, man?
Hey, what's up, Steiny?
Hey.
What's up, Goo, man?
What's up, baby?
I'm so upset. I'm so upset with the Warriors, man.
Uh-oh.
I'm so upset, guys. I just, man, Goo, Steiny, what did they do in the draft? I mean, just totally screwed up the draft. They screwed up bringing Chris Paul in. And now, because of that, you got to keep Draymond.
Man.
I mean, Goo, I was with you, man, but we got to keep him now.
Doubt.
I think Bob Myers saw all this stuff coming and saw who we wanted to pick and saw the direction we was going in and was like, I'm out of this piece. But, man, they just totally screwed stuff up. So that's where I'm at, guys.
Hey, Leroy, was your guy available for the Warriors at 19?
Yes. He went 30th, I think, right, Leroy?
Did he go 11? Leroy didn't. He didn't share that, Stoddy. Maybe that got him a little
He
salty.
wanted that
too.
guy
Brown. I want to say Brown.
Kobe something.
Yeah. Leroy with the early venom.
It was Kobe Brown out of Missouri.
Kobe Brown out of who got him? I can look it up.
Dublin Marge was the star of the week. Dublin Marge said the Warriors should take Trace Jackson Davis.
Oh, she got it. Yeah,
And,
big fella.
she was right. Ooh. 6'9"?
No, hey, and I ain't gonna say nothing because you
Kobe
guys are
Brown
gonna
went
laugh.
to the Clippers at number 30.
Yeah.
What?
He's got
Let me see.
some.
You saw 4 highlights, and you think he might?
No, he's
he
got
might
some.
Work himself into the starting
Evan
lineup.
Spadoni, tell me what you think.
Oh,
He's got some Antoine Jameson in him in regard to getting the rebound and the ability to put it back in. I see some of that.
It's hard for me to compare a lefty with a righty, just because when I picture it, can you compare him to a lefty?
Well, that bothers me, but no.
Why?
Because you're right, but because normally I'd have been like, but no. When I see him, just his mere presence down there, and him using the glass, I'm like, oh, yeah, okay, got a little Antoine Jameson. Who is underrated by, to me?
Who?
Antoine Jameson.
Well, of course, because he scored.
And he didn't jump out the gym.
One-dimensional. He's one-dimensional.
It'd probably be worth more now in this game
my God,
than back in the day.
Why would you say that?
But that's a great call.
You know what? I got to tell you something. That's always
that
something
get to you?
That's always something because I think it's just something you say and it sounds good, but if you really think about it,
Evan.
it can be questioned.
Well, we can get into it.
Okay.
Yeah.
So what did you? Jameson would be better now than he was. Why?
The game.
It feels like there'd be more teams that would use his services as far as a stretch for a guy who can step out and shoot.
I mean, he averaged 25 a game.
Well, that could be 35 this era, Steiny.
No, it wouldn't have been. Because nobody averages 35.
Just only Saturday night.
Well, there's also some players whose game might be better fit for, 10, 20 years ago.
Sure. Why? I'm just asking why.
Well, because maybe they don't shoot it as well. Maybe they're more physical. Maybe they like to go in the post, something that doesn't exist as much anymore, especially for like guards, for example.
Yeah.
Like a player like Marcus Smart might have been more valuable, 20 years ago.
Or he might have been less valuable because everybody played like him and couldn't shoot.
So that means there's more roster spots and teams that need a player like him, right?
Back then?
Yes.
Well, it's more that's just was the guy you wanted, and that there were more guys like that back in that day.
Yeah.
Now there's more guys who just shoot.
Yeah, that's cool. 415, Dre Rich was such a better player than Jameson. I don't know about such a better. I would take that to the scorecard.
Want to know a little fact about Jameson?
Give it to
He's
us.
only one of two players, along with Tom Chambers, to have scored 20,000 or more career points without being elected to the Hall of Fame.
Yeah. Damn. Go ahead, Antoine. Boy could score. Remember you had 50, him and Kobe? Same game.
All respect to those two players, but neither of them are Hall of Famers.
Jay Rich.
Kobe Bryant.
Who?
You
said
just
Tom
followed-
Chambers.
Yeah, but you were just talking. He was just talking
I
about
got
Kobe.
you.
You
Tom
gotta listen to
Chambers
your
and
partner.
Antoine Jameson are not Hall of Famers. Who was the other guy?
Richardson.
Oh,
No.
boy.
No. Jay Rich did not suck. He was competitive as hell.
Rich was a bad boy.
Jay Rich was competitive. That was his best trait. He
I
played
loved him.
really, really hard. Bay Area favorite. He may be on the Mount Rushmore of Bay Area favorites. Certainly, if you take out any of the championship teams, it was Jay Rich, Monte, maybe.
Ain't no maybe. Who else?
Mully.
Yep.
Does Baron Davis fit in that category?
Yeah, but he was
Wasn't
here
there for
so
that long.
So
Yeah, he
short.
was in and out.
That's not
Man.
true, 415. The Warriors
What?
could not have had Vince Carter. He was going to Toronto the whole way. He was the Raptors had the Warriors draft Vince Carter and provided the Warriors with cash because they weren't going to get him. All right. 888-957-9570 is the number. The Golden State Warriors, are they in transition right now, or are they running it back? It looks like they're going to try to run it back. We're going to find out about Draymond Green. Where is Draymond Green with Sacramento? Sacramento really a player? I don't know why they wouldn't be. They're a pretty good team. They might be one Draymond Green away from, I don't know, getting to the conference finals. I mean, you got to figure Draymond Green changes the balance of power in Northern California, I would think. 888-957-9570 is the number. We'll talk about it on the other side on 95.7 The Game.
When back to the office means back in traffic.
Talking these that Draymond Green's value is terrific, but $100 million, unless that contract is 10 years, he's not a $100 million player.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
That was Freddie Coleman. First take. Yeah, what? Sounds like you're taking exception.
I love Freddie, but he's looking at it wrong.
Oh.
With the moves that the Warriors have made, they have to re-sign Draymond Green. It would come crumbling down. And I'm the guy 2 hours ago, that said I would take Poole's future over the next 3 for Draymond. I stand on that. But Freddie, if they're really, the Warriors are trying to maximize this Curry window, now with Poole gone, you have to have Dre.
You know, the one thing about Draymond's deal and where they are money-wise is while right now it saves the Warriors some money, it doesn't really save them money if they choose to go down a certain route. So here's what I'm getting at. Jordan Poole was owed, let's say, $130 million over the next 4 years. All right. They just took on Chris Paul's 30.
Yep.
All right, so they saved $100 million in real money. Okay. But now they're going to extend Draymond Green, most likely. So he was only going to make 27. So let's say he gets, just for kicks, 25, 25, 25.
All right.
That means of the $100 million you're saving
70.
from Jordan Poole, $50 million is now being given to Draymond. Okay? Now Clay becomes a free agent.
Gotcha. Do you have a replacement for Clay?
No. But what I'm
don't.
saying is, let's say you give Clay $25 million for 25 and 25, which I don't think he'll take. But then, like, there goes Poole's money. And, like, that'll be the move. Like, that's all you'll be able to do at that point is re-sign Draymond, re-sign Clay.
And it's the
but
only
you can't
thing
really
can do
go
with that
anywhere
money.
from there either.
Yeah, because you can't get a player with those funds.
Exactly.
And so this is all you can do with those resources, Donnie. So, you know, the other day I told you the investors in Lake Up are popping champagne, but maybe they're not because they know this money they're robbing Peter to pay Paul.
Now, the salary cap's going to go up. So there's no such thing as I shouldn't say there's no such thing, but salary cap's going to go up. So we'll figure how how that salary cap going up affects the Warriors. But look, it's just, 415. Klay Thompson and Chris Paul are gone. Well, you may be right, 415.
Well, the Paul one doesn't bother me. It's to Klay. How would you, I mean, who is that? Who is that guy that would take Klay's spot? Is that Moody? Is that a big year for me? I don't know. I'm asking, but man, I can't even envision the Warriors without Klay.
Well, that'll be
not
in
Jordan
24.
Poole just stepping in.
So in theory, right now, let's say the Warriors let Klay walk after next year. Steph Curry would be under contract for 55. Wiggins would be under contract for 26. Most likely, Draymond Green would be under contract for 26. Yeah. They'd have Gary Payton II, who would probably be under contract for $9 million. It's a player option. I can't imagine he's walking away. Looney's making $9 million. So already you're at 55 plus 50. That's 110, 120, 130. Boy, even with Klay coming off at the end of next year, you're not going to have significant money under the salary cap.
Gosh, Don, that's sobering. And I just remember the Bob Myers press conference, the portion where Joe Lacob was talking, and he talked about these cockamamie rules that the league has implemented. Steiny, I call them the Warrior rules or the Ballmer rules because that's who it affects. The guys who were spending, put money back into their team. But with that said, Joe Lacob had a comment, and I'm paraphrasing, like they were still going to find a way. But from right now, Steiny, it's like, Steiny, how's he going to find a way? Like, how can you maneuver around this? Because these are the term is these are the rules.
You have a championship core, like you said. They won it last year. Why can't they win it next year?
Well, the year before last.
Well, now it's going to be that.
Man.
I mean, a lot of people think that messing around the edges is all you got to do, and you can get back and win a title.
And we're wondering, and I know Bob,
we may find that out firsthand.
Yeah, and Bob was being truthful. It's about his family, but I know another caller had brought it up, Steiny, but damn, if I'm Bob Myers, I'm at the house making a bologna sandwich for the kids or whatever, going for a walk. That's far more better than dealing with this. This is stress. When you know you want and need something, but you can't afford it. Oh, yep. That's torture.
Well, it's something that was easily foreseen.
And that's
easily
But you're the
foreseen.
only one that looked at it and held on.
And you know what? Here's the thing.
Man, oh, man.
Here's the thing where I'm going to really tell Warrior fans to chill the F out. Seriously. Because you can't be complaining about the situation they're in. They're in the situation they're in because they've got 4 titles and they've got Hall of Fame players. They're in the situation they're in because Steph Curry's one of the greatest players in NBA history, and they have to pay him $55 million. They're in this position because Klay Thompson's one of the best shooters in NBA history, and they had to pay him $43 million this year. The reason the Warriors are in this position is because Draymond Green's one of the most important glue guys that you can imagine. They got to pay him $27. The Warriors are in this position because they had to pay Andrew Wiggins because they needed athleticism if they were ever going to hope to win that title last year, which they did. And you can't develop a bench if you're paying or if they just paid Jordan Poole $30. They had to trade him. You can't have it both ways. You can't. You can't say I want Steph, Klay, Dre, Wiggins, and then I want to go out and get a good bench. Doesn't happen. The rules precluded that even before the change of the rules. So, there was no avoiding this.
So, are you saying Warriors shouldn't be mad if somehow
That's what I resent.
If they're not a player in regard to a threat to winning a championship because of what you just mentioned?
Of course, they shouldn't be mad. Why would they be mad?
No,
you can be disappointed.
That's the word.
But how can you be mad?
And I ain't going to be disappointed for something that has not happened. But, man, just seeing what it is now in regard to cash strapped is real. And this team has been ignored. Joe Lacob has been in a Ferrari blowing past. Guru, get on. Dub Nation, get on. This is how I do it. And now that's finally, it seems, come to a screeching halt.
888-957-9570 is the number. And where are you at with the Warriors? You got Chris Paul. There may not be a lot of moves in the hopper that they can make. So how good's this team? Yes, and this is, 650, I'm glad you brought this up. Because I want to discuss how we're going to discuss something moving forward. How do we discuss Wiseman? Maybe not right now, but how do we discuss the Warriors' young players moving forward? 650 says, Steiny, they could have avoided this by drafting better. Yes, they could have.
And trading
So
the
how
picks.
long do we bring that up? Is that going to be Joe Barry Carroll and Kevin McHale?
It can be.
Okay.
And I think it's just in the embryo stages because now you're telling me or selling us the young players can't play for the Warriors when the Warriors themselves went out and handpicked those young players. We don't know what Wiseman is going to be, and now we got a list on what Jordan Poole is going to be. And I'm going to tell you what, Steiny, I'm going to come in here on a daily basis until our show is over talking about Jordan Poole if he averages 25 to 30 points a game.
What if I told you he's going to? That's not going to bother me. Now, if the Wizards make the playoffs, that would bother me. But I don't care if Jordan Poole averages 32 a game and they're 21 and 61. That wouldn't bother me as a Warrior fan.
Yeah, but if people had kept their hands to themselves, maybe Jordan Poole's a Warrior. It's like, I know you didn't like to see Jordan leave, but Steiny, he left because things that were outside of basketball.
We don't know that. It may just be playing time was a big factor.
Huh?
I'm not saying I know, but maybe it was more than just he was sick of Draymond Green. Maybe it was like, never going to play as much as I want here. 415, this team has maxed out 4 championships, and I'm fine with that. We're no longer the team that has players signing with the Warriors for league minimum anymore.
Damn.
We have a core but no bench. That's how it's going to be for the next few years. Rookies on the bench, and yeah, I think so. Boston has good starters and a good bench. You know why? Because they haven't paid Tatum and Brown their monstrosity contracts yet.
They're coming.
Roger's in San Jose. What's going on, Raj? How you doing, man?
Hey, I'm doing good. Yeah, so just want to talk about like some of the free agency moves. We still have a lot of options out there in free agency with the vet minimum, and also maybe with the mid-level exception.
No mid-level.
I want to target is Torrey Craig. Maybe Brooke Lopez if we get lucky, and find that lob threat for Chris Paul, because let's not forget, Chris Paul was just a few years away from being the second best player on a team that went to the finals. And Rick Celebrini, if he can keep him healthy like he has for a lot of injury-prone players in the past, I can see us, winning the West next year, and maybe get a guy like Mason Plumlee who can run the floor, who can play solid defense, and, be that lob threat off the bench.
Well, they only have a veteran minimum. So that's going to be the real issue.
If you had
Brooke Lopez was making $14 million. My favorite player, Mason Plumlee, he got paid, and rightfully so. Yeah, I'd love Mason Plumlee. Every Warrior fan would be happy to have Mason Plumlee. Problem is you can't get Mason Plumlee. Made $9 million. Why would Mason Plumlee take the veteran minimum when he could get the mid-level somewhere?
Yeah, and I'll tell you what, to the people out there, the fans, if that doesn't excite you, the vet minimum, then Steiny, what we talked about with Andrew Wiggins being a part of a package is all the Warriors could do, and that's when it's getting super duper risky. But if we're talking about a Siakam or OG Anunoby, somebody of that, one of these quote unquote big boys, but maybe just a step down or a tier below, that you're gonna have to gut yourself and go for it. Like that's the only way. And I don't see them doing that with Wiggins.
I mean, to me, Wiggins might be their only chance to make a significant move, but then again, you're giving away what people were calling their second best player just a year ago.
I'm calling them that now.
So sometimes it feels like the Warriors got to figure out kind of where they're at and where they're going. I think it's going to be some rough sledding, but hey, if they're going to try to do all they can for Steph Curry, then that's the way I want to see them go, and go full throttle. And I think the Chris Paul move shows that, here's the bottom line. They may be the Golden State Warriors right now may be operating 1 year at a time, plain and simple. Plain and simple. Because if they weren't, they would certainly think about extending Klay Thompson right now. And I don't think they're doing that.
But that year is with championship aspirations.
Which year?
The every year from here on, like next year, they think they can win a title with this move, you believe?
When you say they, who do you mean?
The Warriors themselves.
I don't think so.
And I don't either.
But Steve Kerr said they weren't a championship team last year.
Well, I'll tell you what, we're looking at the San Francisco Giants, who are 44-34, second place in the NL West. The surprise team of baseball, to me, if not one of them. Steiny, there's not a walking soul, especially here in the Bay after the Correa, the Judge, courtship, all that. Where I'm going is, this is the beauty of what we do and why we follow and love sports. We think we know what's going to happen, but when it's all said and done, there's one person, the Lord, the baseball gods, and look what they're doing. And I know the season's still not over, but they're off to a great start. So as melancholy as I am and as down as I am because the Warrior culture couldn't save Jordan Poole, I believe, and now you go get rid of Poole for Chris Paul and what you think he has left, they've yet to lose a game. Free agency's this Friday. It looks like they're strapped. But until we actually see it pop off, Steiny, I guess I got to slow my roll on being despondent and being disappointed. But right now, I just don't know how anybody's excited about what the future holds and where they're going and what they can do to get better.
Well, I don't think you should have been like
gung-ho.
Yeah, what so you're telling me a week ago you were gung-ho about the offseason, but now they've acquired Chris Paul and now you're depressed?
I thought it would be another offseason of Jordan Poole getting better. I told you I ran down the list of Wiggins being here, Kuminga.
So you wanted it all internal development and then get rid of Draymond?
I wouldn't have been mad. Yeah, you could say that.
But then the natural question is, how the hell were they going to win a title if Draymond's not on the team?
Well, you got Steph Curry, and then we talk about this vet minimum.
So you think they could?
Yeah, and now you got this Davis's son.
Wait, so you?
Yeah.
So you don't think the Warriors can win a title now?
I'm skeptical.
Okay.
Because of the firepower they left with Jordan Poole and what you replaced that with, and it was CP3. Now, please miss me with the calculations and the contract numbers because I know they could trade them come February, or you could just wait till you're off of them after next year's complete. But is that what we're doing now? You're telling me to look forward for something a year down the road? But some teams are living that way. The Warriors haven't had to live that way for a long, long time.
Well, they lived that way 4 years ago when they were 15 and 50.
But that was a fluke 15 and 50 because your star got hurt and you got
Star gets
blessed
hurt
with
a lot.
something that you just flushed down the commode.
Star gets hurt a lot because he's getting older.
Where are you going? It's your first time today. You hadn't mentioned it, but over the weekend I heard it. The last 4 years, Chris Paul has played more regular season games. How many playoff games has he played and missed? I'll wait.
I don't know.
More than Steph.
Okay. The problem is Steph's not going anywhere if he can't play in the regular season because they're not going to be a high enough seed. So you pick your poison there, I think. So you think that the Warriors, let's say they have Jordan Poole. You think they could have let Draymond walk and you'd say they have a chance to win a title. But now, because Jordan Poole's gone for Chris Paul, even if Draymond comes back, they're not a title team.
I'm just skeptical. Yep.
But they could have won a title just without Draymond, you think? Like if you would have you wanted to let, and I'm not saying you didn't.
I'm standing on it.
All I'm trying to say is,
Kuminga, go in there. Yeah, I think you could have matched what Draymond did production-wise in every metric. I think you could have got that. Okay, maybe not the assist. Maybe I'm wrong. And maybe to the people in the back that say Curry would have been nothing without Draymond and the screens, I don't agree with that. So I would have been more willing to part with Draymond, no shocker here, with Draymond Green, keeping Jordan Poole and promoting Kuminga, as opposed to now Kuminga still blocked. You added another youngster that could be in his way. No Poole for the second team / starters when you need them if somebody gets hurt. I would have rolled the dice with that to see.
Well, because
the Draymond, there was no point production being replaced. That wasn't going to be something you needed to work for.
If the Warriors don't trade Jordan Poole for Chris Paul and they let Draymond Green walk, Guru, how can you say they're a championship team? Or they have a chance to
I just said I'd want to see it. I wouldn't rule it out.
But you're ruling it out now.
Because the truth of the matter is they weren't a championship team with Dre and Jordan Poole. We just saw that 6 games.
So, and they're definitely not now.
No, it ain't about not now. It's about how I feel right now. I don't think they're better.
I don't disagree with you at all. I don't know what they are. I don't know what they are.
Matt. We always knew what they were.
Listen,
I don't felt like it.
They ain't. If Draymond Green comes back, if Draymond Green walks, they might win 44 games. They may win the next play. They may win a playoff series just like last year.
Could they win 44 with Dre playing if he comes back? That's
probably.
So it's the same almost, except you got
I'm not against
90.
I don't think they're a playoff team either way.
Okay. Well, I didn't know that, but
of course I've said that. if Jordan Poole were still here, they bring Draymond Green back, and you think that team's going to make a run and win it all? To me, that's preposterous.
Well, that's where I go back to my list that I was running off to you all last week about the extenuating circumstances that surrounded this team.
Okay.
And that's Andrew Wiggins, the punch.
Why were there extenuating circumstances?
Wiggins had to leave.
What about Draymond?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Like, so
now
Draymond-
we're a year removed from all that, Steiny.
So
there's no drama is what I was hoping for.
Please, there'll be no drama with. See, this is kind of where I do wonder about Joe Lacob's quote unquote, like how much he focuses on team building. I mean, damn it, you just had you brought Bob Myers back. He had 1 year on his deal. You got nothing done with Bob Myers. You got nothing done with Bob Myers, and then think about this for a sec. Let's take Joe Lacob at his word. The season comes to an end. Bob Myers walks, and he goes, well, I'm pretty surprised. I just didn't think he was going to walk. Why not?
Well, that's...
Okay, so now we got Steve Kerr. He's got 1 more year left. Is he getting an extension? I don't know. But let's say he doesn't. What, a year from now he's going to be like, well, I'm surprised Steve's leaving. Why?
Wow.
You didn't give him a contract extension. Well, I didn't expect Clay to struggle. Well, he's got stuff on his mind. He's having a contract year. Like,
that's all legit.
That crap matters.
Well, it does.
Jonathan Kuminga, what's going on? Well, you know what? It's his 3rd year in the league. He wants to get paid and to play. That's all, man. I mean,
that's all valid. And those are legitimate questions.
After Bob Myers, are you going to bring Joe? Really? Steve Kerr's not getting a contract extension? He's just going to go back on 1 year. Well, what's like?
He wants to see where they're at.
Who does?
Kerr. And see if this is what he,
Well, he's got to come back. Like Joe Lacob can tell him, you're not getting a contract extension, and I'm not firing you. So you're the head coach for 1 year, whether you like it or not. Well, that'll go over well. Boy, that's a great culture. There's no chance that's how it works, I don't think. So anyway, Chris is in San Leandro. Hey, Chris, how you doing?
What's good, Steiny?
Hey, man.
Well, I think this team is a playoff team, just with what we have right now, but not a championship team. But, Guru, let's stop talking about point production when we lost the Lakers series because Clay and Jordan Poole didn't show up. Why are we going to blame it on Draymond when his role is not even to get buckets?
Yeah, I'm not blaming it all on Draymond. My thing is he ruined Jordan Poole. So when you talk about Jordan Poole along with Clay, I don't know what was going on with Clay, but I'll tell you this, and I'll give you my right arm. I think I know what was going on with Jordan Poole. He was ruined from the moment he got hit, and the team didn't suspend him. But the fans, a lot of them, and I'm shocked, to be honest, are giving Jordan Poole no pass for having a bad year or regressing after he got humiliated in front of the world right before the season started. Just ask yourself when you're driving, taking a shower, or doing whatever with your kids, homework, what would you have done if you were Jordan Poole? Would you have been out there? Would you have had the ability? I'm not saying you couldn't, Steiny, and go out and put together an all-star season. I know I couldn't have. And we heard Eddie Johnson to what extent he wanted to get even. I mean, it's amazing how we just, they just arm wrestled. It was nothing. No, they didn't. I don't think one dude got humiliated.
I think everybody acknowledges the punch was important. The punch was the biggest reason their season went sideways.
But now it's like I'm the Antichrist when I bring it up, Steiny. Not to you. People don't even want to hear about it. Like the power of that act was everything. And I'll make the argument now. It's cluttered the future for the Warriors in my eyes because that was a commodity you had.
You know what? Here's how I'll say it. I not only think that, there's a school of thought, the punch mattered. There's no doubt the punch mattered. And Draymond Green said, we'd be playing in the finals if I hadn't punched him. Let me tell you what the punch didn't do. The punch didn't just affect 1 year. There's no chance.
Now
that punch affected more than 1 year. That punch just doesn't go away because Jordan Poole's not here. It doesn't go away because Jordan Poole is gone. I don't know that it's gone away for Wiggins. I don't know that it's gone away for Looney. I don't know if it's gone away for somebody in that organization that might think Draymond really didn't deserve a contract extension after the way he's been acting for 10 years. I don't believe for 1 minute that up and down that organization, everybody loves the decision the Golden State Warriors have made regarding Draymond Green. Maybe that most of them do, but I can't imagine they all do. Because you know why? Dub Nation doesn't all believe in Draymond Green. 888-957-9570.
It's your boy Guru here to tell you about my first week on SodaWeightLoss.com, which netted me 10 pounds. I lost 10 pounds on my first week, so you know I'm excited. So go to Soda.
Guarantee, serving golfers since 1984.
5-7 The Game, KGMC FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
I don't like CP at all. Like, we don't have a good relationship at all, but I respect his hustle and I respect his IQ. He's smart as hell.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
That's Draymond Green from,
boy.
I don't know.
It's old, like the carton of milk.
Okay.
So they didn't make this move thinking that Dre and Chris couldn't coexist, Donnie. They probably talked. LeBron's and CP3, they're good friends. So I'm sure the king is in France telling Dre, you got a good one. Nothing to see here.
Oh, hell no.
Oh, Americ Masters, a $10 tweet.
Oh, boy.
Goo, JP has no handles, bad shot selection. Myers gave JP the bag too soon to offset the punch. DG, Draymond Green didn't ruin JP. JP ruined JP. JP is known to chirp to Kerr and players, no respect. No respect. And he was put in his place. That's a $10 tweet right there.
Boy, felt like 100 to him, but he has handles. They get loosey-goosey at times, but come on now. I see you forgot to mention the ability to get to the free throw line, which was just
not late
Jordan
in the season.
Poole. Well, late in the regular season, Steiny, he was doing it. Remember the Philly game I went to? I mean, he was. I don't know what happened to. I know. I'm not. And again, I hate. I feel like I'm making excuses.
You know what your problem is?
Yeah, I don't give up on people. That's my problem.
Yeah,
and you're just quick to get out of here.
Yep. I just thought I finally got it. I finally realized what it is that's driving me crazy.
That's what is it?
About some of Goose theory, and it's this. Okay, the Warriors dynasty. This is the way I look at it. The Warriors dynasty was over. It was over. They won 3 titles. Durant left. They won five games. Then they didn't even make the playoffs. The dynasty was over. But you know what happened? They got a bonus dynasty. A bonus dynasty with an extra title. It should have been over, but they got a bonus. They absolutely got a bonus.
Earn that bonus?
They earned it with every fiber of their being. But that was their bonus title win. That was it. That was it.
What do I do
They
with
got a bonus. They're not getting 2 of them.
But you do understand they
Period.
have 90% or 85% or 80% now of that championship team, and they got 100% of Stephen Curry.
And that's selfishness, that's entitlement, and that is just that was their bonus title. Anything like it's all gravy.
So then Steph Curry's not a transcendent player. Because that's
of course
what
he is.
99% of Dub Nation is thinking he's not done, though.
The bonus
fix
was
stuff around
the
him
reason
now.
he's a transcendent player is because he did get it done after we thought it was over.
And he carried a lot of people that were freeloading. Now he needs some help. And that's why I'm just telling you and Dub Nation and anybody that'll listen, get somebody that can get some buckets. Not give them away. Hear about running no damn second team. Who could put the ball in the hoop? That's what happened against the Lakers, Steiny. You were codependent on 2 dudes putting the ball in the hoop, and guess what?
Dude, their defense was terrible. No, when's the last time a bad defensive team ever won a title? Ever. Their defense stinks. It stunk last year. You can get another score. They can't stop anybody. Or at least they didn't last year. Big Dave's in San Leandro. What's up, Big Dave?
Dave.
Hey, what's up? I have to disagree with you 100%. I definitely think that the Dubs have another championship in them. If you just take a look across the board and you look at the circumstances last year, right, we're going to have a healthier team going in with more reps. So we're talking about GP2. He wasn't healthy. He's going to be healthy. Andrew Wiggins, he was out for months. He looks rusty as hell. Guess what? He's going to come in fired up. Klay Thompson, when he started.
Andrew Wiggins fired up.
In the summer.
When's Andrew Wiggins? Andrew Wiggins has been fired up a grand total of 19 minutes in his entire career.
What he's saying.
I know what he's saying.
Back to Wiggins.
Go ahead. I'm messing, Big Dave. Go ahead.
I'm telling you, he didn't pass the eye test. You already know that. So I expect Andrew Wiggins at full force. Wherever he came off of before, he's going to be much better this year. Right? GP2, like I just said, he wasn't fully healthy. Klay Thompson didn't even practice during this summer. And Jordan Poole, okay, yeah, he's a walking bucket, but he was a walking turnover machine. He didn't make anybody else better. Bad decisions, couldn't play defense. So you take him out, you put CP3 in, and this is my hope right here. He's going to unlock Kuminga. He's going to unlock Kuminga. Moses Moody's already going to have a little bit more confidence after getting some run time during the playoffs. I just don't see all the negativity. Everything's looking good. Even if they don't make any more trades right now, what's the big difference from this team to the team a year ago? Bielitsa and freaking Otto Porter Jr., they're the ones that made the defense better. You're going to have Andrew Wiggins who's going to be zoned in. You're going to have a Draymond Green who's going to be pumped up because he's going to get paid, and the defense will settle. I'm just saying, the Warriors got a legit shot. We were only 2 wins away from making it to the Western Conference Finals, and that's with all the drama and everything already laid out. Injured GP2, Wiggins rusty, Jordan Poole in his head, all that stuff, and we were still 2 wins away. So I'm just saying, if we can unlock Kuminga, I don't want to trade Kuminga, because I honestly got to believe that CP3 will make Kuminga better, build his confidence, and then we're going to have a another two-way player that we need on the team. So.
Appreciate it, Big Dave. Hope I let you get your fill in.
Dave with that pixie. Dave, man, he sounded like your boy a little, well, before Poole got traded. But, man, a lot of things are going to, Clay's going to be able to get in the gym, Stoney the lab.
What kind of year did Draymond have this past year?
I thought from just total games played, he had a great year, which was 70, I believe.
Okay.
Stoney, I
think he played 73.
Yeah, I thought he had a great year.
Yeah, he's not going to be as good next year. Like, how can he?
But what's that drop off look like?
Well, it's 4%.
Because Steph is not.
It's 4%.
From what you're the way
4%. It's 4%. That's the number I have in my head.
Then that shouldn't be. That's not
what
enough
about
for them not to win it.
What about if Klay drops 4%?
No, I think Klay's going to go up from where he's dropped.
He's going to get better at 33 after 2 season-ending injuries.
Well, Draymond did, right? He played better in a contract year.
Mm-hmm.
Well, no.
In a contract year.
Right.
But, and Klay's now in a contract year.
Right, but he's coming off 2 season-ending injuries.
What he's getting further from that, so hopefully the goal is he would be stronger.
So he's getting better at 33. So if he never had anything, we'd probably be saying he's on the downside.
Yeah, okay.
But he's had 2 years off.
Right. And still some games.
And we're saying he's on the upside.
Well, hold on. Let me just tell you why. He'll never be defensively what he was. And
then
he'll tell you that.
Then he's worse.
But my point to what you're talking about, Stoney, he led the league, and I know he took the most in 3-pointers. If he can get stronger, what if he doesn't drop? What if he drops 1% instead of 4%? The Warriors are better. What if Dre can just stave off dropping 8%? Stoney, Dre is going to be another crazed dog because I don't think he's going anywhere. I'm getting a little nervous about
Draymond Green.
I think
Draymond Green's going to sign a 3-year contract extension, and he's going to be a dog.
Just because they chose.
Okay.
Listen, I'm Dr. Phil. I feel like there's some empowerment from Dre to show Dub Nation or just the world. They chose me over this little,
which he expects.
Be a dog. But now I'm getting rewarded with it with the chicken too.
Okay, so he's going to what?
He'll be invested.
Oh, okay.
Because he was invested. I know.
So that means because he'll be invested. There's another thing about Draymond that's an issue. Because when Draymond decides to be 100% invested, then he can hold everybody else accountable if they're not 100% invested.
Because he lost
But when Draymond Green doesn't want to be 100% invested, like when he says he doesn't like playing in March, and like he said he didn't like playing when Steph Curry was hurt, well, then he can't be accountable to other people not.
That's okay.
That's why. That's why. Don't think. That's why it's not like problem solved.
But let's be honest about Dre and that. I don't wake up until it's playoff time. We never once saw that.
Please, Guru, stop
He
it.
never came in here and said Dre's lagging. He told the world, and then we used his own words and criticized him for it. But more for a majority of the season,
all right. So if you-
Draymond Green.
okay.
Am I saying he's going balls to the wall, Game 7 those times? But we never once said that motor is really slow. He told us that, but you know why he told us? Because he had the margin, the benefit of the doubt to do so.
Draymond Green's moments of greatness are getting fewer and farther between.
My hands are up.
So,
I'm not arguing
the
that.
other thing is,
I'm not arguing that.
how many bad decisions has he made late in
turnovers
games?
against
Well, that's
the
mental.
Lakers.
Well, that's mental. I'm just saying.
Is it mental because they're becoming a one-trick pony and LeBron knew what play they were going to run? Is that why it's mental? That's why I'm saying you need to add something to the chili sauce. Yeah, you won the best chili sauce the last 3 or 4. Now you got to add something new, a flavor, something, Steiny. They're becoming. Steve Kerr said this over the weekend.
They just added Chris Paul,
who's 40.
Okay.
So you told me that you were concerned just about the natural attrition of this team. Now we go bring in another birth certificate.
Thank you. But this is what you wanted.
No, it's not what I wanted. Just what I didn't expect.
This is what people wanted. Anything and everything for Steph.
I didn't want that young kid out of here. I didn't want Poole out of here. I did not want this. And now Drake can't go. No, now I'm nervous tonight.
But what doesn't make sense is,
what if he took
you wanted
what Steiny's
Draymond
saying?
out? You wanted Draymond out of here, and still thought they could win a title.
I thought they could reinvent themselves offensively. I did, and I thought
But
rebounds.
with him and Poole, they have no chance.
No. See, I didn't say that, Steiny. I didn't say that. That last year showed to me the stuff off the court couldn't be fixed. So now I'm throwing rocks or I'm questioning the culture. I'm saying if Draymond had dipped and you pushed Kuminga up, I think he could have got the averages that Dre had.
I think you were in.
Now, would you miss him? Hell yeah, but I'm not saying the second round is off limits or going to the Western Conference Finals by the time Kuminga and everybody came together and understood their new roles.
I'll say
by
this.
April.
I'll say that.
I'll be willing to watch.
Okay, I'll say this. Whether you like Draymond Green or you don't like Draymond Green, whether you think they should listen. If he walks, here's where you're wrong.
He's done. It's
If
over.
he walks, they would have had no chance to win it. None. Zero. And I got to believe
Kerr said the same
even
thing.
people who don't like Draymond Green would acknowledge that. And I've heard that I'm not a big Draymond Green fan.
I love
Well, they
it,
got
yeah.
no shot without Draymond Green.
And you sound like a guy that
But
knows
you
more
think-
basketball than me. His own coach said that.
No, I'm just saying you.
I
think you're in the minority thinking they could win a title next year without Draymond. I think isn't that why they're going down this road?
No, they're going down this road because Dre almost gave them a non-option. Jordan Poole probably told or whispered or did what he did on purpose to say or signal he doesn't want to be here. And the reason he doesn't want to be here is we know why. I won't even say it. So Dre essentially won because if management knows that the player A to B doesn't want to be here, you got to move him. But I don't believe they wanted to move him. But I do question Dunleavy, and he was just doing his political talk about how Jordan Poole was a cornerstone and he's going to be here. Now, I could do that for every GM in sports, but Steiny, I guess I took him at his word. And I thought they were going to try to work. You ever have friends getting divorced, a couple, and they're like, oh, we're going to try to work it out. And you just say, oh, they worked it out. No, they just said they were trying. But guess what? It can't be fixed. That's what I'm dealing with.
Maybe Myers left because he's like,
There's no doubt.
I'm not going to be here 3 more years with Draymond Green.
There's no man.
Well, now there's no doubt. I'm just throwing it out
Well,
there.
there's no doubt in my mind now that Bob's name could have been Tony the Tiger, and Tony the Tiger would have sense enough to look at this job and where it's at and what's not readily available to you is the most difficult time that they've had fiscal-wise and player-wise. Maybe he tapped out. There was a little part of that on his dome. Because guess what Bob ain't doing? It's the 30th almost. Guess what he ain't doing? Stressing.
Nope. Rick's in San Jose. Hey, Rick, how you doing?
Hey, guys.
Hey, this morning I was watching the NBA Finals, rewatching it.
Uh-oh.
For NBA Finals for last year.
Yeah.
And then I watched the NBA postseason, post-game interviews on the parquet floor in Boston, and they were interviewing Jordan Poole and Draymond Green together. You guys got to look at that clip. It's very interesting. Jordan was saying all kinds of great things about Draymond and how he couldn't have made it without him and all that stuff. It was very interesting.
We'll check it out. Now, right after a championship, that's when two people are likely to say.
But what did he find interesting if Jordan was whispering sweet nothings? We know it's because they just won. What do you think he found interesting that
I don't know.
He believed what they were saying and they thought it could be fixed or defenses could be mended?
I don't know. It's irrelevant.
I don't want to speak for Evan because he's still a puppy. But have you had a relationship in your life, Steiny, to where something was said or you guys just had an argument and it was over?
Yep. But
not too many for your boy. That's on me.
Well, for all you
I'm a lover, not a fighter, man. Is it really worth it? What are we fighting over?
The issue is that you can do that and still work with a guy. I might have people in here I'm done with. But you don't know it.
Well, nobody's embarrassed you in here. That's a difference.
How do you know? You see my paycheck?
That's a we know you're balling, but that's a
Dave's in San Jose.
Boy, you know I'm laughing because you get paid, but that's pretty funny.
Hey, Dave, how you doing, man?
Paycheck. What are you
Pretty
trying to
good.
tell
What's
us?
up, guys?
Hey.
I wanted to bring up the fact that when they talk about, first off, I have no faith we'll win with Draymond. But when it comes to them saying that we can't win without him, are they not including options about bringing people in instead of him? I know our situation, and if I heard it right this morning, after Friday, so to me that means Friday at midnight, we lose any opportunity to spend that money on anybody. But to me that says on Friday, if we signed a Vukovic or a Jacob Poeltl, I think we got a very good chance to win, and they're worth that much money compared to Draymond for sure. I'd rather pay them than Draymond. That's all I got, guys. Thanks.
You can't.
But you can't use the tell them, Steiny.
Can't do anything.
But people think that, and
You
it's
can't
okay.
do anything. I mean, I guess you could sign and trade, but that's likely not going to happen. They have no money. They have no money.
Can I tell you a scary thought?
Next year, they'll have no money.
Yeah. I'm going to tell you something.
It's the price of a dynasty.
Okay.
Stop thinking it's easy that they're going to have 8 more winning years in a row because I don't know why. And this is the other thing. It's like
get it out
and find out, because I happen to think. Don't think like
say it.
I wouldn't want to follow in Steph Curry's footsteps in this franchise.
Well, we're not there yet. That was the tweet.
But just put that in the back of your head.
Okay, well,
put that in the back of your head.
My check
when
engine
Steph Curry
light just
leaves,
came on.
Who's coming here?
Well,
the guy before you.
Clap, Steiny. Ain't nobody going to be saying we're starving. We just had
really?
one of the best runs ever.
How the Bulls doing after Jordan?
Right, but how many people?
How are the Bulls doing after Jordan?
I'm about to tell you. Yeah. Bull fans were fed. They were full as fat rats.
So are Warrior fans. There's the comparison between Curry and Jordan is absolutely fair.
No, it
Don't
is.
tell me that Curry's one of the most iconic players the league has ever seen for 15 years and then say, oh, yeah, they'll just get another free agent after Steph.
I'm not saying that. I'm saying we're not there. There's so much meat left on the Curry bone.
Of course we're not there.
But my Warrior check engine light just came on. You have talked to me ad nauseum about Steve Kerr, and he said it to us a few times. You, me, and Towney, the year they won with Kevin Durant, that the vision, this was before the draft, the vision, this is at the break, the vision was we're going to lean on our youngsters so the OGs don't have to work as hard. What I'm looking at you and telling Warrior fans right now, and I mean it, and if Steph were here to my left, and I saw you, I think it was a hole-in-one, but I'm telling Steph, you're going to have to work harder this year than you ever had. there is no Jordan Poole to bail this team out. There is no Jordan Poole to get to the charity strike. This is going to be the hard. Wait, he's played the minutes. He's played the minutes where he shocked me. I'm like, Steph, you a bad boy.
Yeah.
But now
what?
right, currently constructed, this is going to be a bear physically for Steph Curry.
Okay.
Steiny, who's
But they're
scoring
gonna win
on
a
this
title.
team? Wiggins, Klay Thompson. Oh, now I'll say Wiggins. I'll throw in Klay.
Well,
and then it's crickets.
Well, you apparently don't
Who can you
understand.
give the ball to get a natural move off and a natural shot?
Apparently, you don't understand the
God.
value of having a guy like Chris Paul, because passing's a part of the game that gets people open shots. But I guess you have
when
to
I
score.
pass it to
if you don't
you,
have ha-ha.
What's he going to do?
I bet you Kuminga averages more points next year than this past
No,
year.
that there's no doubt.
Okay, well,
So
you're
I ain't
asking.
but that ain't it. That ain't enough. That's a hope. That's more of a hope.
You
than
worry about the wrong things.
No, I'm worried about the chef. Get him some help. That's all I wanted this offseason.
This isn't college basketball. All right?
Whatever that
You're not
means.
asking Steph, hey, it's a 28-game season, Steph. We need you to go balls to the wall and then really be nuts for the NCAA tournament. It's the NBA.
28.
It's the NBA.
Oh, man.
There's no such thing as that. There's like no such thing as Steph's going to be on a mission.
Well, okay. I know. Admit, Steiny,
You're going
right
to play
now-
Steph more minutes next year than this past year?
They're
What are you
gonna be
doing
more
with him?
difficult minutes because everything's going to have to go through him.
Well, he's getting better. So, man. Coach in Vallejo. Hey.
Hey, Staten Guru, how
Hey,
you doing?
what's up, Coach?
Guru, I want to say to you, if you haven't learned anything from Donald Trump, is that you can't believe anything that anyone says, politician, coach, or player.
All right.
They're going to say what you want to hear. Okay. Now, most of the Warriors, they did not like Jordan Poole. I mean, Steph throwing that mouthpiece in the stands. Draymond walking off the court, challenging Klay in Japan. I mean, these guys, they did not want to play with Jordan Poole anymore. Now, somebody like Chris Paul, he's going to make up for those Poole points because he's not going to turn the ball over nearly as much. He's going to shoot a higher percentage. Like Steiny said, he's going to make Kuminga into a monster. I mean, that backdoor lob to Kuminga, and Kuminga's going to draw fouls, the ones you think that only Poole can draw. Kuminga can draw those fouls in a different way.
Okay.
I think we get too excited. I think we get too excited about all those elbows and knees and herky jerks and all that stuff. They played just the opposite, So I think you're going to see a different brand of Warrior ball. It's going to be Warrior ball and not one-on-one ball. Poole was the outlier.
Okay, let me give you this, Coach, before you hang up. Let me give you this. So what bothers me about what you just said, if that was the real barometer of the team not liking Poole, how can the guys, the suits, Myers, everybody included, not know that Jordan wasn't liked to the point to where he got offered that contract? That's one. And then what about Steph Curry after the Lakers series pointing over to Poole's locker saying he's a big part of what we're trying to do? So was he really that hated?
The answer again is yes.
Right.
And also too, they offered him that contract because they have to keep his value high. They have to make it where other teams think Poole is an attractive piece. Okay, so that's all smoke and mirrors, and I hope you see that, Goo. Because
okay, I appreciate you.
Appreciate the call. All right, coming up on the other side, we'll take the rest of your calls, and also. It's sponsored by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises.
It's Jeep 4x4 season. Make your next adventure epic and hurry in now for great deals. And now, while qualified lessees get a low mileage lease on the 2023.
contacting Human Resources at 415-765-4011 or by emailing sfhr@odyssey.com.
If you're gold-blooded, you're always gold-blooded. There's a surprise.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Steiny and Guru here for another half hour.
Steiny and Guru will get you through.
Coming up in 10 minutes, the crossover with Dibbs and Willard.
Our brothers.
Guru close to submitting today. He's going to, what's it called when you...
Tap out?
Yeah,
No,
tapping out.
no, please.
Tapping out.
And then what would that be? What subject matter would that
Oh, just a bunch of things.
Did you?
What do you mean by that?
About which player has the ability to make teammates better? Jordan Poole or Chris Paul?
Chris Paul.
So that's how you could be better. So instead of one guy playing well in the second unit, maybe four guys will play well.
But I got to be careful here because I'm a lover, not a fighter. But that's like me telling my teenage kids as they start going to junior high school and getting bullied and having to deal with bullies, hey, nobody's going to pick on you. And if they do and they want to fight, all you have to do is just quote a Bible verse and they'll step off. That's not reality.
Oh, really?
Reality is, I'm going to teach you how to defend yourself. You ain't going to go look for it. But there are some jackals out there.
So you don't believe it? You don't believe that that Chris Paul theoretically could make the Warriors as a unit a better offensive team than when Jordan Poole's in there?
And that's where I was going. No, I don't.
Okay, I think
because he can
do,
help
do you
you.
acknowledge it's possible?
Oh, yeah, no doubt. I just said that.
Well, I don't know why he wouldn't be able to.
You're telling me the bird in the hand is better than two in the bush. I'm taking the bird in the hand, which is I know what Jordan could do, when he could do it, who he could do it with, because there was nobody on that list. So I haven't seen what you're saying may be greater, but to be honest,
So Jordan Poole
was a problem.
Right.
In a good way.
2 years ago, he had a good year. Last year, he was struggling a little. You remember what happened?
He was 0-1.
Do you remember what happened last year? This past year, where you said, Steiny, I don't like this. And it had nothing to do with a punch. Do you remember? Steiny, I don't like it. It's when Steve Kerr said, well, one of the reasons Jordan's not as efficient is because he's getting defended by better players because he's in the starting lineup now without Steph, and sometimes he's got to go. You know, when you go up against better players, you're going to be more inefficient.
Yes, Steiny, I do.
So
Thank you for bringing that up.
He became a more inefficient player last year.
Do you believe because of those reasons?
I don't know why, but he became more inefficient.
But I feel like
maybe Chris Paul can not only be more efficient than Jordan Poole, though not the scorer, but I think it's very possible that he makes Kuminga. He helps Kuminga. He gets more out of Kuminga.
All right. Then bam, you're getting a return on your investment.
But we'll see. But I don't. It ain't a sure thing either.
Now I know the people are going to use this because I've heard it. Oh, he's played more games than Curry, and it ain't even about the regular season games. It's about, okay, when he gets in the playoffs, can he hold up? And I just want to say this because I mean it, Steiny. What if, because we could do this with everybody, what if Chris Paul were to get hurt right now? That second unit would go to smithereens. So if we're going to sit here and act like a 38-year-old who didn't finish the season last year is more inclined to get hurt next year, oh my gosh.
So Clay's more inclined to get hurt next year.
You're right.
Steph's more inclined to get hurt next year. Draymond's more inclined to get next year.
They all finished the playoff series, though. Chris Paul
didn't.
What?
And I'm going to argue that makes them more likely to get hurt next year because they played deeper than they should have.
Well, they heard that stuff.
Yeah. I get it. He's been hurt for some playoffs. But quit trying to sell me on Steph Curry's an Iron Man. Steph Curry gets hurt just as much as Chris Paul during the regular season. He just does.
Well, We could say that about Giannis now. Like, Stoney, fluke stuff happens. And just because you get hurt doesn't mean you're old. And
do you think older players get hurt more?
Come on,
okay,
Stoney, yes.
Well, then just take, why can't that be part of the reality?
Lonzo
I don't
Ball,
understand.
Stuff like that. That's chronic, right? Like, his career might be in jail. Young players get hurt too. Grant Hill, he got hurt not when he got old. When Zion, he's getting hurt and he's young.
It's not about guys who can get hurt and they're young. That happens occasionally, infrequently. But what I'm telling you right now is if you sign Draymond Green for 3 more years and you sign Klay Thompson for 3 more years, you know what? You deserve what you get if they get hurt.
Just like if you buy a car with a lot of miles on it.
Exactly.
I get that.
The thing I cannot believe is, I really do feel like most people think all 3 of them are going to play 70 games a year for the next 3 years when that hasn't happened in the last 6 years.
Well, I'll tell you this about the last 6 years.
They don't stay healthy together.
But the excitement about what they had going in the last 6 years is, Stoney, that wasn't going to be a prerequisite that they had to play 70. It was almost like we got you. Steph, if you need you're not even hurt, you just need some time, we got it. Because we got this young guard that we sent to Santa Cruz, and now he's ready to go. He didn't get hit in the face. And now we got a Kuminga. Dre, you need to sit down 10 games. We can lie and say it's this or that. Kuminga's got it.
They tried
that last year. And you know what's behind them? Our boy from Indiana. All that was everybody had a role. And now the script has been ripped up. There's no script.
Who are you mad at?
That's the only thing I'm.
What are you mad
at? It's a community of everybody with the Warriors, and it starts at the top with everybody. I'm mad that Lacob let Myers go with 1 year left, and Woj told us I didn't know that was what was going on. I'm mad at Kerr for not developing the youngsters. I'm mad at Curry for putting on tape that he chose Draymond over Poole when whatever went down against the Kings in the playoffs. I'm mad. I don't know what Steph feels like after these moves. I'm mad that I feel like the video of CP3, he ain't all the way in, but he's like, where am I going to go? I'm mad that Kuminga probably looked at draft night like, oh, great, another big. I don't have the answer, Steiny. You laughing like I don't have it. And I'm starting to wonder, do they?
No, they don't.
That's what's scary. I'm hearing the jibber jab.
So you're telling me it's only recently that you've discovered this isn't going to last forever.
I was in denial.
No, but forever. Like what?
Forever is Curry. And as long as you had him, you had a shot. Huh? And I'm still saying they got a shot. On. But sure. Steiny, I'm a lover. I'm a dreamer. I can't make up no script with CP3 being your 6th man that you're better than shipping the 23-year-old out of here.
Boy, I'm worried about you. It's the natural cycle of sports.
I don't know what this is. I'm feeling.
It's
the Giants are helping
it's the
me.
End of a dynasty.
The Giants, because we didn't see. I thought baseball's going to be dead in the Bay. We got the Giants to get us to football. How about that? And this Warrior free agent, free agency unless they do something, Steiny. Unless they say, you know what? Yeah. Let's move Wiggins for something else to give us more of an impact to make up for the. I don't know.
You know, it's going to be funny. They'll move Wiggins for somebody, and then everybody will talk about Wiggins like they're talking about Poole now, and then I'll have to say, wait a minute, I thought Wiggins was the second best player on a championship team. Oh yeah.
The new CBA is what ended the Warriors dynasty.
Yeah, blame that.
No, seriously.
Yeah.
Okay. Who spin? This new CBA affected 3 owners to me. Cuban, your boy in L.A., Ballmer, and Joey Lightyear. Those 3 dudes were putting money. They were not coming up roses on everything.
So you're going to say
they were blowing
the
past
new CBA is the reason?
No, now that they can't get out of what they didn't see the rules changing, Donnie. Joe Lacob didn't lose. They changed the rules.
That's not true. He started saving money last summer with Gary Payton II before the collective bargaining agreement was agreed upon that penalized teams further. He was already headed in that direction on 95.7 The Game. You know what's coming up next, the crossover.
It was an F.
My little brother's friend.
don't let us win a championship.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, it is the crossover brought to you by California Academy of Sciences. Every visit supports the Academy's mission to regenerate the natural world. Learn more and reserve your ticket at calacademy.org. It is time for the crossover.
My guys!
Dibbs and Willard in the house. Gentlemen, how are you?
Steiny, yeah. Did you use what I texted you as ammunition against your partner?
Oh, no.
I ended up using it, yes. but-
Okay, well, I thought I heard you use it, but you didn't reference the fact that I gave it to you on a platter.
Plagiarism.
On a flipping platter, babe. I
What
thought
did he
maybe you could be
use
like...
that you tried to say it was your own.
All I said was Jonathan Kuminga got better with the trade. Because you guys were doing the whole, are they better?
But what about with Davis? He's a big body from Indiana. What if he comes to 23 years old? What if
I just was talking about
Comes in and takes Kuminga's minutes?
Okay.
Good.
I hear you.
As soon as
That'll
that
mean he's
trade was
better.
announced,
Okay.
Jonathan Kuminga got better.
I hear you.
That's all I was saying. Yeah.
Now,
yeah, and he didn't credit me. About
we
that.
don't have
I
a
remember who
mandate
said
on
that
what
to
we're
you
going to
last
talk
week.
about
Yeah,
ever.
that's
And I missed it
Never
because you
mind.
guys were at the draft.
Never mind. I
Like
brought
the
that up to
17th
you last
time
night.
I've
Yeah.
Just like when I was the first one to compare Wiseman to Lance, and all of you rubes ran with that.
Boy,
I was
claiming that
the
one?
first one to come up with that comp.
I don't remember
just-
that.
I was working from home with you two slubs at the time.
I'm going to just start calling
Thank
people
you.
I work with in this industry Equifax. Everybody wants credit.
Yeah, that's
it's like, no, but my guy just.
If you're ever right about something, you'll want it also.
Well, Willard, why are you laughing? Don't
Well,
give
no,
us-
I'm first of all, because it was funny. But second of all, I've actually made fun of all of us. I've made fun of sports radio for years
Thank you.
because when we do get something right, and we sit here and talk all day,
Nuggets
it's
at
like
5.
if you can't get something right once in a while, how ridiculous would that be? When we get something right, I mean, we are on a street corner with a neon sign. We're doing laps
boy.
around the building. We'll dedicate 3 weeks of shows to I Was Right. However, we're also wrong every day. And everyone just sweep that under the rug. Just
and all
act
it is
like
is
it
an
never-
opinion.
No,
That's,
I mean-
it's going to be two things, Dibs. You can be right or wrong.
Right. So every time you're wrong, you've got never go full Jeff. Austin and San Jose.
my God, never go Pod Love
all
them.
the rest of those guys are just waiting to pounce. So when you do get one right, Nuggets in 5, or Draymond and Poole won't both be on the roster, and all the other things I've gotten right, I'm going to blow my own horn too.
What if neither of them are on the roster?
Well, then that's equally true.
Well,
If
I
they
guess.
both won't be and
There's
neither
no
is,
way.
then
Not
that's...
if Draymond signs with Washington. How about that?
But they wouldn't have did what they did with Poole,
That hurts.
not knowing they had a wink.
I wouldn't think.
Right, but they might have had a wink.
They've had that man's back at every turn. For him to go somewhere else,
You wouldn't think.
They might have had a wink till the Sacramento Kings
okay.
cleared more
Listen,
money.
listen, I ain't ready for this.
I would be shocked.
Seriously.
I would be shocked, just like I would be completely shocked.
Stunned.
But let's not act like stuff like this hasn't happened before. I mean, the DeAndre Jordan experience, Carlos
They were in his
Boozer.
house, yeah.
I can unequivocally tell you that in free agency, the night before it got announced, the Clippers thought Kobe Bryant was on their team. And I'm telling you, they would have Sharpie. We
He
got
wanted
him.
out. Remember
Guys,
that? Yeah.
we got him. We did it. Kobe's a Clipper. Sharpie, people, champagne. We did it. Congrats.
Oh,
Unbelievable.
man.
Next day they woke up. He stays with the Lakers.
It has-
So you never know.
It's
You
happened
never
to the
know.
Warriors. Baron Davis.
yeah.
Baron Davis walked out because nobody thought he was going to walk away from $17 million.
And bam.
And he walked out because the Clippers offered him $64 back in the day, which was unheard of. What is Sharpie?
Like it's
Oh,
done.
oh,
it's
yeah.
done.
Yeah, it's a pen.
Terrell
It's a
Owens.
pen. It's permanent pen. Yeah, it's permanent pen. Yeah.
Hey, can I switch it up? Because I was gone a week and I missed getting off my takes. So I just want to let you two know. We come in here, we give opinions, we all go through different trials and tribulations in our life, and you try to get it right. But what I try to do is just be honest and give you my honest assessment. The San Francisco Giants are doing something special. And I now believe, just a couple words I jotted down, formula. They have a formula that I watch a whole lot of other baseball, and when I watch their batters at the plate, not perfect, I believe they're following a formula. Okay? They got like 10 dudes I would trust with the game on the line. And now I'm starting to wonder if the 107, if last year's 500 was the anomaly.
Hey, you want to stay till 6?
No,
because
I did it last week. I did it last week.
Did you?
I just said, hey.
I'm really starting to wonder.
I had to bring my own barf bag.
What if last year was the fluke? All you haters.
Someone hate me.
What if last year?
And I'm part of it because I said, oh my God. But dude, explain what's. I know it's not over.
Well, okay. What if we split the difference?
God, it doesn't.
Steiny, don't leave me, Steiny. Don't leave me.
Split the difference.
Give it to.
Okay. 2021, very good baseball team that probably had enough things go their way where that win total got.
But 107 is a lot.
Right, but it got injected because they weren't the best Giants team of all time. 107, like a few things went their way. I think they were very good. They were 98 wins worthy at least, but it ended up at 107. Last year, maybe sort of a reverse takes place where I think they were probably 88 win team that ended up with 81.
Felt like they lost 100.
Right. So this year, I think it's headed to what is actually probably a more normalized, accurate view of who they are, except the formula of 21 is now being used by also what I think are some good baseball players.
Man.
Like, this is a better roster than they had in 2021. I'll also say, though, some of the people who were doing good things in 2021 were like, oh, this career year by some Yahoo we've never heard of. A few of those guys this year are like, actually, we're good baseball players. Lamont Wade's a good player.
No doubt. Yeah.
Buster Posey's having an equal year.
Yeah. Well, no. I mean,
Randy Crawford's having the same year he had in 21.
No, they're not. But this is they've got an infusion of some young players, so there's a different energy around it.
Sure.
But Austin Slater in 21, you're like, what the hell is?
Guy can't even run.
Now he's hitting. He's hitting almost 400. He's a good baseball player. So
and they're a good baseball team.
It's a little formulaic. I think they've got things they value, and they teach those players to do them well. They are very.
I thought they were going to pull that comeback off yesterday. It's that old Yankee Stadium. These are the hardest 27 outs.
Right,
I'm like,
right.
But we've seen it even in St. Louis, and they didn't do it, but they're
St.
hot.
Louis stinks.
Yeah, I know they do. But Steiny, when you come back with one in the ninth,
who doesn't stink in terms of?
Diamondbacks.
Well, they ran the Dodgers and
the Padres.
They handled the Diamondbacks and they
struggling.
smashed the Padres.
Yeah.
So
that's why I was confused why I used the Cardinals.
Right, and this is my point.
Oh no, it's just an at bat. They came back the last at bat.
We're going to talk about this. I think during the show we were just touring the new studio, so we're all kind of like,
how was that?
It's gorgeous.
Beautiful.
It's all you people on YouTube and Twitch are going to be blown away at the
Is
views.
it like that?
10th floor vistas. It's gorgeous.
Do I look at? Can I see them, or will my back?
You
still
can see them.
Okay.
You can
Well,
see.
you have a choice.
Well, and
on certain
I
days, if you don't want to look at them, you don't have to.
I made the choice.
And then other days, you can.
For all of us in the number 2 chair, the power chair is even better
style.
positioned. You're going to love the view. And Tim Jordan actually told me, because I naturally went to a further away spot. He's like, why don't you sit here? I got too much of Grandy and too much of Lucas. But
so could the fat cam be gone or minimized?
That's the hope.
I've asked for the cameras to be switched.
Because we came around, I'm going to be just straight honest with you. I can tell sitting in the room with you, I can tell the soda is working.
Well, 15 pounds.
But when
but
15 pounds is 15 pounds. But we walk down the hall here, where the first thing we do is see you on camera.
Don't do it.
I'm like, oh, Goo's wearing orange. Like, I mean, you could just. It's like, man, this camera is just camera's crushing
I saw
you.
Steiny the other day. Boy, that was Steiny sitting right over here with Edro.
You know what Mark really said? We're walking down the hall and he goes,
I can take it.
Is Shaq in for Goo?
Oh, boy. I just.
And I was like, it's that damn camera.
Get a ball to Kobe and
no,
everybody back out.
That's a solid 4. What I was going to ask Mark and all of our listeners, and you guys can weigh in as well, because this is a question I think you can ask periodically throughout the year. Which team right now, as we sit, June 26th, is closer to winning a championship? Because to me, the answer now is the Giants, because of what you talked about, and they're obviously closest to their own postseason. They're closer than the Niners and the Warriors from a calendar standpoint.
But the Niners just won the NFC championship. We're in the NFC championship game.
I would still say
but they got
to.
I mean, the Niners have
Because we don't know
quarterback
if
questions.
this is real or sustainable.
But we don't know who's going to be the quarterback for the Niners. We think it's Brock Purdy coming off of surgery, and we think off of 8 games that Brock's just going to be Brock, and he's going to be better than ever.
I don't think that, but I do.
Yeah.
But I do think that they are one of, what do you want to call it, 7 or 8 teams that probably are going to be the Super Bowl champ this year. Plus, you're in the NFC, where if I just said, forget the 49ers and Eagles for a second, give me one other team where you're like, you would bet it all that they're at least going to be good.
Dallas.
Seattle.
Okay, but how confident are you?
With the additions they made.
Not as confident as saying the 49ers are going to be good.
Yeah, and even if I gave you theirs,
Well, what about
it's like,
Giants?
Okay,
Yeah, okay. All right.
Right.
you know what I mean? Like, even if I gave you those, that's 4 teams.
Nah,
we get
here we go.
7 playoff teams to come out of that conference. And
It's down right now.
You would think that there, and I know it never works this way, but you would think if a good journey and blessed with health and all those things, there's a couple of teams in the NFC that just need to win 2 or 3 games, and poof, they're in the Super Bowl.
I'd say the Giants. Just from some practical things, like right now, like I know the 49ers are supposed to be good, but they haven't started their season.
Yep.
I don't think, you can make a case that since their 6-13 start, they are, who knows? They could be. It looks like I'm a firm believer, especially baseball now. You get in, you got a shot. They're closer to going in than the 49ers at this point. And I also do think that the 49er quarterback situation would be, if the 49ers had like a real good quarterback, I would say maybe.
Okay,
but the Giants right now are closer to
was kind of my point.
Literally than any other team.
Yeah, but you're saying it in terms of, we now believe as we sit here today, we feel good about the Giants' chances to end up in the playoffs.
Yeah, but not more than the Niners.
But that's just getting to the playoffs.
Niners is all love it.
Right? So like, if I said, okay, the 49ers also are going to have a good enough journey where they end up in the playoffs, who do you feel better about navigating that playoff experience?
That's interesting.
That's a coin toss.
That is. Yeah, I kind of feel the same way.
Really?
Just because, baseball's the sport where it allows for a team getting hot with a hot pitcher more than. I kind of feel like the best team wins in football.
You don't often get 4 fluky wins in football. In baseball, you can get a hot pitcher, a hot bat, a good
10,
matchup.
12, and 14 on line 1.
I guess I'm going to need to see a couple new starters.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah.
Before I believe the Giants can navigate the Braves.
Part of what makes this fascinating to me, too, is that nobody has said the Warriors yet. And they're the team that's got the most recent chips. They've had 4 titles since the Giants and the Niners had even one.
Yep.
And yet we don't even mention them.
And I got to give my partner credit here, because I sound like I need therapy, but I only need therapy because I've been in denial about the Warriors. They've never had the dibs, penny pinch. And now that's a real thing because of the rules that are good. So I believe the Chris Paul thing was enticing to the Warriors because of the salary dump, if I could call it that. Like, that was a part of it. It wasn't just 100% basketball. And that's what has me like, oh, that's going to keep you from going Spider-Man. Oh, we're at the bottom, we'll climb right back up the wall. Well, now you can't, because they got other injunctions in there to where you got to just kind of almost pay the price.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM at HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Station. Dibs?
Always live on YouTube, Twitch, and the Odyssey app.
Free Odyssey app.
It's still free?
It's still free.
Because Peacock's not free anymore.
No.
I don't know if you heard.
Not free?
Starting today, Peacock's hitting you for $4.99. That was big news in our house this morning.
Oh, no. So you must have had a different carrier. It's always been $4.99 for the Johnsons.
Oh.
Yeah. And you pay $6.99 for no commercials.
Yeah,
I thought it was $8.99.
I got it tucked into my TV subscription.
So you've been paying for it anyway, yeah.
Well, no, it was anyway, whatever.
If you had it a la carte, if you had it just as a one-off, the free Peacock was free.
I got it.
But now Le Coq Depuis is no longer free.
Not the free cock.
By the way,
thank you. That's a 4.
Yeah.
The Giants game, they're replaying the play on 3rd that the Giants challenged.
Yeah. I still think he was safe.
What is going on?
I do too. Why are Kruk and Kipe and everybody saying it looks like you got him on the bill of the cap? And I'm like, how do you see that?
That tag said the cloth, the bill of the cap was touched before that foot actually came down on that base.
How do you know that?
I don't know.
They showed the replay.
No, I didn't see it.
It's really hard.
When they slow it, I don't see it, Bob. But
To me, that was the definition of
it's-
inconclusive.
I agree completely.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Well, they had another
Like
one.
even when you're like, his glove is touching the bill, you're like,
And then
is
you
it?
look.
Is it?
And
Like,
then you
from
look at his
that
hands
angle,
there.
your dibs. How do
From
you
that-
defend them?
You know what I mean?
It's
Like-
indefensible.
And then you yell at the ump. He had nothing to do with the call being changed or overturned.
And that's the problem. And you're asking these men, I would say men and women, but MLB's dragging their feet on actually having a female ump. And shame on you, Rob Manfred. You're telling me that a female couldn't stand there with her hands in her pockets and blow calls at any of the various bases? I digress. What we're asking these individuals to do versus microscopic slow motion replay,
Right.
it's unfair. So Mark had this on our show thread this morning. I'm feeding baby girl her food. Shout out her one tooth. And I saw it. I'm going, you know what, Mark? It's time. No more human umps. So now we can all be mad at the machine because the machine's going to get them wrong
Well,
too.
I don't blame the umps for this at all. I don't blame
It's
them
the
for them at all.
system, which is stupid.
But what I do think is, of all the sports that we talk about, baseball is, in theory, the easiest to officiate. It is the slowest moving with the fewest people in the way when you need to make a call. Plus, your calls are largely factor fiction. Not all, but you are
Factor fiction.
Well, there's not. It's
That's not subjective.
Pass
Was that a
interference,
hold or, you
right?
know?
Pass interference.
He's right.
Blah, blah, blah. Okay, did the foot hit the base first or not? Was the ball inside the box or not? It's math.
Well, there is no box.
It's math.
I know, but there is.
Okay.
There is if we do robo.
Not when you're squatting there and you're worried about 97 hitting you in the face.
Look,
There's no box.
The bottom line is I don't blame the umps for 1/2 of this or even 80% of this. But if you're going to put the box on TV and we're going to be able to have all the slow-mo factor fiction answers, then you can't keep sticking these people out there for the quote-unquote human element because all it does is serve to frustrate all of us when we can see, like I hate that on Twitter every night, well, this ump missed it by 1.5 inches. It's like the ball's going 100 miles an hour. I'm not going to blame the ump. He can't see the box, but we can, so we get ticked off, and everybody's frustrated. The other side where I will blame the umps is and I've talked about this many times, the culture in baseball with their officials is so much more holier than thou than it is in the other sports. I can go up to an NFL referee if I'm an NFL player and get in their face. We can have a conversation.
And not get penalized.
NBA refs have a certain amount of time before they're going to tee you up. They might think of your resume as well. But in baseball, there's this culture.
Yeah.
If you look at me, if you look at me
I
and
wonder
even
what that stems
think about questioning my strike call, I'm going to throw you out of the game. And it's nauseating.
So what's in theory, if we went to robot umps, if they did, what would a play at second look like, or a play at home? Like where do you look up in the stadium to see? Okay, was I out at second on the steal?
Well, you would have to put a sensor in the base and in the ball and
Like,
put
that's
sensors
the
on the
part
uniform. That way, you can't do it on the
Man.
base. Those
Okay,
calls,
yeah.
like the call like Steiny's talking about at third, did the glove
thought he was
touch the
out.
bill of the cap or not? I mean, who knows?
That call is non-umpable. Like you can't.
Which one?
The 1/3 that we're talking
Yeah.
about. It's like if he calls him
Non-umpable.
safe
I'll
or if
allow
he
it.
calls him out, it's like
The ball beat him. You're out.
wasn't
Well,
right
no,
or
no, no,
wrong.
no.
Like these things are so close.
Sometimes, but how are we going to review over the weekend when Brandon Crawford clearly beats the other player to the
that
base?
hurt me, man.
And they review it
That's
and come
sad.
back with he's
That
safe.
is- even Kruger.
What are we
that's
doing?
sad, man.
I don't. And I still, and we never got to talk about it because Chris Paul got traded to the Warriors right before we were about to discuss
Yeah.
it. But that ridiculousness against the Padres last week with Tatis throwing the home plate. And I love Giants fans who are like, no, read the rule, Mark. I'm like, I don't care what the rule is. If that's the rule, it's a stupid rule.
He's out by 10 feet. Blake Sable, yeah.
Thank you.
The Giants did a great job of knowing the idiosyncrasy of the idiotic rule. But if a ball beats you by 7 feet and they're waiting for you at home plate, I played baseball since I was a kid. You're out.
And what about this?
Wow.
I'm out of challenges, but Dibs, because it's the 8th or 9th, I can go ahead and get them to give me a challenge, like a review. You're out of them. But you get the sympathy one, huh? Oh, you're out.
I guess.
It's important now. Dude, baseball, man. No, you're out. You don't get any more.
And it's a shame because baseball, and I heard you, Steiny, last week or the week before, raving about the pitch clock, and you're so
It's
right
incredible.
because you said it, and I was going to steal it, but I don't do that like you do.
Oh, boy.
But it might have saved baseball. The pitch clock might have saved the sport because if you're a younger person and you know that baseball is now 2.5 and not 3:07, you're more likely to watch it because baseball, it moves, da-da-da.
But here's the thing about the pitch clock.
You're welcome.
And I think I can say this safely. It's not just the younger generation. I think the older generation likes it too. And that's what the big worry
No
was.
doubt.
Well, the
Old
hell
school
with the
versus
older
new
generation,
school.
honestly.
Well, that's
But I'm saying
that's how the society goes.
Having the older generation is now gravy. It's done.
Well, let's not act like it. I'll speak for me at age 48. Let's not act like I'm not addicted to my phone too.
Man,
dude,
like my attention
48
span
already?
My attention span.
Not 55. But go ahead, dude.
Easy. I'm 54.
Something with a 5. Anyway, right? Like
No, you're right about that,
Our attention spans have changed also. Absolutely.
Larry Krueger had a great tweet yesterday. I don't know if you guys saw
Well,
it.
he doesn't have many, so go ahead and say it out loud.
The Giant game, he gave love to the pitch clock. It was an hour, 58 minutes, maybe 2:08. We'll say 2:08. But he did say something that hit me in the cardiac muscle. It was a little too fast for him yesterday's game. And I said, that's old school baseball.
Some of them
like,
are.
Steiny, you're getting in and out when, can I stay a little longer? I felt him on that one.
What time did Sunday night baseball start last night?
grounds crew.
It was 4:07.
Oh, it was
4:07.
Okay, because I took notice that Astros-Dodgers game went, 11 innings, and it was over at like 7 o'clock.
That's too.
And I was like, hold on
time
a
for
second.
60 minutes.
I thought maybe it started at 5. And I was like,
Andy
did they just play
Rudy.
11 innings in 2 hours? But even still, you play 11 innings in 3
But
hours.
I felt what he was trying to say, though.
Yeah.
Like it's going. Sometimes it can be a
No.
little too fast.
Again,
Gibbs.
if you go to the game, and you want to go get nachos and you miss an inning and a half,
or you
that's
could come with me, you
Go
and
watch
Jude,
batting
and
practice.
You won't get anything.
Go watch
Miller.
batting practice before the game and watch the grounds crew dismantle the turf after before the ushers say get out.
I'm trying not to be Westbrook. You mentioned something about Brock Purdy, and I got to be careful here. Casey Schmidt, he hit the ground running. They've made adjustments to him, and he ain't the only baseball player. He could be a future All-Star. Are you looking at Brock Purdy like that, even after the 2 playoff games and the 8 wins, that there could be an adjustment to him?
Yes. Yes, how could there not be? And I mean, is Brock
He has
Purdy
so much around
is
him, is
Brock
why I
Purdy going to
say-
go 17-0?
No, hell no.
Brock Purdy already, if you just look at the schedule, he is facing more adversity just based on the schedule than they did last year. They've got 5 games, I believe, that are 10
Start in
a.m.
Pittsburgh,
East
yeah.
Coast. You start in Pittsburgh, and teams now have film on you. So to think that every team's not going to adjust to Brock Purdy, I think is short-sighted. It's
But
not
you
to
got
say
so
that he
much
can't.
around you, though, to help that
Right. It
adjustment.
doesn't mean that he can't adjust to the adjustment, but I think things are going to be tougher for Brock Purdy now than they were last December and January.
That's a different question in the sport of football, though. When you talk about an adjustment to a baseball player where you're like,
oh my God,
he's got a
yeah.
hole in
Oh,
this
man.
zone,
Chase him.
or he
Yeah.
chases too much out of the zone. Adjusting to a quarterback is like what? What does that mean? It's not like there's a spot where he can't throw the ball.
We'll blitz him more. I don't know.
Okay, I mean,
What are his tendencies when he gets the ball? Does he look always
little
look off
skedaddle
left?
that he has where he
like
does
what
the
are,
run
what are the
around.
things he's tipping?
I
Well,
guess
he can't
I look
throw
at it,
going to his left.
And dude,
That's for sure.
I look at it
That's
more
so
as like the quarterback is adjusting to the defense as opposed to the other way around. And with his, as you love to put it, his S2 cognition,
Sure.
the way he's processing information, I am very bullish on what he's going to be able to do with those adjustments.
Yeah, no, I'm also bullish, but I do think that I'm sorry,
Shout out
Steiny.
Sandra.
I know you're looking to get out of here.
Yes,
You're
I
looking
am.
to get up out of here.
You can
and-
go. You know the
Thank
deal.
you very-
You can
Yeah.
always go.
So
What's the deal?
I don't have to make a big production out of it.
No.
We used to have a line.
Is that what you've been
you
trying to
came up
tell
with.
me for like a while now?
Months.
I mean,
My bad.
You just if you got somewhere to be, go ahead.
All right, have a great
and
one, guys.
Goo can stay, and yeah, it's all good here.
The thing
Yeah,
about
everybody's welcome.
Brock Purdy,
Whenever you want to be here.
my man. I'm wondering about the way he's going to deal with pressure, and I'm not just picking on the play where he got hurt, but he held the ball too long in that
The
spot.
Dallas game, he made some mistakes he got away
Yes.
with. That's every
If I'm a
quarterback,
defensive
but I'm telling
coordinator,
you,
if I'm a DC, I'm looking at Brock Purdy, and I'm going to try and see how many different fronts and looks and blitzes and angles. How many things can I throw at this kid because he's still a very young player?
No doubt. And that's why I just use Schmidt, Willard, just with the you're right. There's more on tape, and they're going to try to take advantage of it.
But Mark is right in terms of adjustments because Casey Schmidt came out on fire. And opposing teams are like, guys, I don't know if you
his
noticed,
chase rate's
but
over 50%.
he swings
Like,
everything.
like if you throw the ball in the strike zone, you're
ever seen
doing
those
yourself a
dudes?
disservice.
They swing when they see white, right?
Yeah.
Soon as it
Yeah.
leaves that swamp.
He'll be fine though. He'll be fine. I mean, he got brought up because there was injury situation, and so they needed him to come up, and they knew that his glove was going to be great and that his hitting was going to be a work in progress. I remember in the middle of that 2-week run he had, the Giants. I mean, Gabe Kapler said it publicly. He's like, the struggles are coming.
Do it right.
Yeah. Obviously,
You got him.
Casey's
Thank
struggles are on the way.
Dude, you got him.
And they were.
I'm tracking
And it
the
was like-
package, and the struggle will be here tomorrow.
We have looked into the future.
Dude,
and
you got
Casey
that. Has he heard that?
Oh,
I
he
did
has.
it to
He
him.
did it for him.
I did it to
Oh, my
him,
goodness.
and he sort of gave a, "Do I do that?" And then he goes, "But that's well played."
It was really good.
Yeah.
Hey, you
It
made
was
little
really
Daryl's
good.
day. We were driving
What's
Friday. He made the Willard and Dim show.
We
with
had to
Dan
shout him out.
Brzezinski.
Oh hell
Yeah.
yeah! Hell yeah!
When
love
I
it.
do it, it ain't nothing.
I
When
know.
you guys did it, he was like,
He
pause.
was actually on your show.
Yeah, I was like,
and
well-
we mentioned him, and we got more credit. I like it like
It's
that.
afternoon drive.
Dude,
You
I'm
get
looking
that.
at you guys.
No, it was cool because the scouting report, and we talked to Podzinski, and he's like, I would love to go 0, 10, and 10.
Man.
That's the way he sees himself, not as a scorer, but as
I
like
heard that, and it
assistant
sounded like
rebound
he
guy.
meant it. But the last thing about Kapler, you got to give him credit, right? Whatever you think is spitting out, whatever, you got to give that man credit. And if you look at his career record here in SF, I'm just saying, I got to give that. That ain't what you. This ain't Philly Kapler.
Well, so
it's working right now.
Okay, so you're touching on a couple things
Oh,
here.
my God,
First
man.
of all, I go back to the opening press conference when he was hired, and Farhan literally said, and it's funny because it's such like a spreadsheet, and I know that bothers some people, but he's like, our data shows that people, when they're given a second chance, are enacting what they learned from their first one,
That's
and you're
deep.
going to get better results than what. That's how he answered the question when people were like, "This wasn't very good in Philly," and he's like, we think you're going to get a better manager here than you got in Philly." That's number one. But number two, you're actually touching on, I think, what we're going to talk about here in just a second with regard to the Chris Paul trade, which is people, I think, all weekend long were talking with each other and going, Warrior fans, we get it. Like, you can't root for Chris Paul. You just don't like Chris Paul. And so I threw out this question, which is, how much should fan thought, opinion, fans' likes and dislikes be taken into account when roster building? And the answer for me is pretty much not at all. Because just how you dislike Chris right now, if the Warriors start off 11-2, you're going to love Chris Paul. Because y'all hated Farhan and Gabe at the start of the season. Now they're on one heater, and you can't find one person to say one bad thing about either one of them.
Well, because you're watching the games, though,
Right.
and we watched 162 when they won 107, and we thought, and I was like, oh, that's a fluke, and that was later after. But now, dude, I'm telling. Donnie was laughing. Conforto, sign me. If there were 9 at bats of his, I just like him, Dibs. I like watching them. But you got Wade, all these guys, Slater, they can do it at any different time of the game. So now I'm like, oh, Farhan, this is what your vision was. Not that you're perfect.
Right.
Not that I trust DeSclafani, because I feel like they can use armor too.
He's
but
shaky.
He's shaky.
It's an approach as much as it is a philosophy.
it's
And
Estrada.
the
They got
approach is
dudes.
try to lift the ball, backspin it, and basically, other than situations, swing for the fences. And that is the approach. And so they found hitters who have a natural ability to do that. Lamont Wade Jr., Yastrzemski, these are guys whose swing plane,
darn it,
I think,
man.
lends itself to that
Well,
approach.
It's also
That's well
it's
said.
funny that Casey Schmidt came up and was such a thing because he's literally the one guy who does what they don't want guys to
Right.
do. Like, they're
And it ain't over for him.
No, not at
Yeah,
all.
he was,
They're-
but
I mean, the fact that Matos has just walked into the big leagues and like, I'm going to
I've been here for
I'm going to get
years.
a walk every other at bat. I'm going to bat flip when I do a walk.
I'm so strong enough. I'm going to get it through the whole
but I think what they understand, don't you guys agree? They're also a 7-game losing streak away from being blamed again.
All right.
Yeah, that's the nature of it, though.
Right. So that's
and off to Toronto and New York, and if you come home off a 1-5 trip, then it's all bad.
And nothing scares me just from their vantage point anymore. Dibs, they play smart baseball. Are they perfect? No.
Defense is better. The base running is way better. The pitching is not yet better. But we talked about trade deadline, and you think about they can do it.
They can do it.
Yeah. Well, they have to do it. They have no choice.
Man, so. Again, obviously, we all can decide, or we already know they need a starter. But dude, I'm watching like, damn. Maybe last year, which ended up Dibs 500, didn't feel like a 500 year, but that could have been the anomaly. Like,
could be, and that's what Mark and I was just joking earlier because Mark had that last week, and I was like, oh god, it's gonna be a long show if that's what we're coming with. But if they win
for real,
if they win 95 or 90, whatever, if they win something in the 90s, then yeah, you look at last year, and I do think Mark is right, and he got it from me that the 107 probably was more like a 98, and that last year's 81 was more like an 89.
Yeah, okay.
Sometimes the win total's not totally reflective of the way it looked or the way it felt. And 107, yeah, were they the best team in Giants history? Probably not, but they were a damn good team. And last year was better than 500, should have been, but it wasn't. And this year's team is trending toward, 92 and 70 right now?
Man, and like I said, I watch a lot of baseball because of the fantasy element, and I love the game. But I'm watching Correa, and it's not his fault. I'm like, oh my God, this is the epitome of sometimes stuff just happens. You don't understand it.
Yeah.
I was screaming from rooftops. All of us were in the Bay. You weren't.
No doubt.
And now look at him.
Well, look at Aaron Judge. He might be done for the year.
But I feel like if
he's
in a Giant uniform, he wouldn't have. But you're right. But that wouldn't happen if he were in a Giant
uniform. But his toe wouldn't have got hurt?
Yeah.
Who knows? Maybe he would have hurt something else on opening day. To me, that's not a reason to have not signed Aaron Judge. But
no, but it is a little bit more like
you got from missing on those two.
And don't forget letting Rodon go.
Oh my, that
I don't even think he's pitched yet.
He ain't even threw a pitch.
Yeah. So
Rhodes died, and I was sitting there like, oh, they're done.
No,
we don't know, guys. That's the beauty of sports. It's the real reality show.
And I think that speaks to one thing that fans hate, but I support that teams go for. No one ever wants to hear it, but the word is flexibility. It's what the Warriors just did. It's what the Giants have consistently done.
Now, are we talking financial flexibility?
Contract, all of it,
both. It's the same thing. And so we call it, I think you even did 20 minutes ago, called it penny pinching.
Yeah.
But
I hate it from a Warrior standpoint.
Well, they didn't really save any money this year. They're going to save money in the long run.
All right.
And again, unless you believe that Jordan Poole can someday be an NBA 1, then I think you have to at least understand the deal. You don't have to support it. You got to I understand it. I don't like Chris Paul either, but I understand it.
What did you make of the? I think we got the set. You guys have played on your show of. It was a year ago. Dre saying he couldn't stand CP3.
Yeah, it was 3 years ago.
Oh, 3 years. So that's nothing, right? Because LeBron and CP got a relationship, and to Curry, they wouldn't have said, "Hey, we know these guys don't like each other. Dibs is not fond of goo," and bring them on without not knowing. Hey, Dre, you good with CP3?
Yeah, we talked about this last week in terms of the NBA, especially like all of the rivalry. Like if GP2 and Dylan Brooks, if GP2 doesn't like Dylan Brooks, I get it. He tried to rip your head off when you were going to the hoop. That's different than me shimmy shaking you or trash talking you or tweet this or Instagram that. All of that is just professional currency. So I don't think that Draymond or Steph, heck, Clay probably doesn't even know who CP3 is. He's out on his boat somewhere. But
well, he better be in a gym this summer.
Well, I would hope so. But to that point, I don't think that, and I made this point to Mark last week. So Draymond Green punched LeBron James in the genitals, and now they're both in France on vacation together.
Wow.
So if that doesn't tell you like the nature of all of these feuds, then of course he doesn't hate CP3.
Yeah. And Mark, I got to tell you, Castani just brought it up to my attention, or somebody on YouTube hit both of them. as soon as Jordan Poole was traded, I'm like, just hurry up and tell us what the details are of the Draymond Green's new contract with the Warriors. He's not going anywhere. When I drive home, I water the grass, or I try to help. I don't help with the homework, but I'm thinking now, would he pull a move if somebody did Vivek throw hella money at him, as the kids say? Would he do that to the Warriors? There's no way he would do that.
I don't.
They've had your back.
I don't see it.
Every turn.
I don't see it.
For you to go take, I understand. I was like, "Go with money."
Well, who's had his back?
The team, the Warriors.
But who's had his back more than any other person?
Steph.
Bob Myers. And Bob not there anymore.
Yeah, but
so I do think that as we're looking at the balance sheet, and I think you're right. If I'm Draymond, it's like Bob was my number one guy in this organization, and he's gone. And Sacramento wants to give me 4 years and $120 million, and Joe wants to give me 3 and $80.
I
mean,
think
if that's what it comes down to,
I don't think that's where we are.
And I'm taking the 40. Yeah,
I don't think that's where we are. I think that this.
I don't either, but I'm saying hypothetically that could be the way it goes.
I think this started on the 5-yard line. And,
so we're right. Quarterback sneaking, we're in.
Right. If this is like about a couple bucks here or there, I bet the Warriors will do it. I think you get a week like this where it's just feeding frenzy for NBA rumors, and there's nothing anybody can do to stop them because they can't announce what may already be factual. Mark Stein has twice reported that the whole league believes the Warriors and Draymond.
Woj and Wendy.
But that's
and I love you,
I
Mark,
mean,
but
like they're going to say things that are going to get attention.
If you're Draymond, Mark, is there a dollar figure? Is money that big of a component to where it could get you out of a Warrior uniform?
I mean, money always seems to drive everything.
I'm asking.
Depends how much money.
Yeah.
He did say he wanted to ride out with the guys he rode in with. So unless the Warriors are way, way lower than another team, I do take him at his word.
It's like you said, Goo. To me, if he were to leave.
Oh, my gosh.
That's the most egg on the face of the Warriors in the Joe Lacob era. Period.
It would almost be more than egg.
Yes. I mean, a whole
omelet.
If you think about the way that played, it's not just the fact that you dealt Jordan Poole for a 38-year-old, and many will think that the reason you did that was because of Draymond Green.
Oh, man.
It's not just that. It's also that your coach and your general manager have publicly stated, we are not a title contender if we do not have that guy. And then suddenly you don't have that guy. These are things that you don't say out loud if you think that the caboose is loose. You know what I mean? So if that were to happen, then I think it would speak to a level of incompetence I've never seen this Warrior group have.
That's well put. And I don't think we even have a comp to where we could say player A stabbed his team in the back after them putting up with whatever comes with putting up with Draymond Green.
Yeah, I just it really wouldn't. Would it even make sense for Draymond? I mean,
well, why are you represented by Clutch? Because to me, that means he's got fangs, he's got a brand, and he wants every ounce of money off of that tree. Because I feel like he didn't need to go that route, and I'm not saying he did it for clout, to be in with LeBron, to do a contract that it sounds pretty cut and dry if he were going to remain a Warrior.
But you're trying to get every last drop is what you're doing, which is why
what if you can't do that for the Warriors and somebody that has more?
Well, you have more leverage now than you've had in the past year if you're Draymond Green. You opt out, you're going to test the waters, and then you let the team know, hey, I don't want to be here with Jordan Poole. That's a well-known fact.
No problem, Dre.
So they get rid of Jordan Poole. And it doesn't mean that he loses his leverage. He actually gains leverage.
Oh, man.
If you thought you were going to lose him, would you make that deal? The one that they just made, if you're the Warriors. If you thought you were going to lose Draymond Green.
No, I would have rolled the dice on Poole.
I don't think they would have either.
Exactly.
They would have either. Yeah.
No doubt.
Yeah.
All right, I'll see you tomorrow, brother.
All right, Willard and Div next.
Soda, the nationwide weight loss program that is 100% over the phone.
watching your Bay Area Panthers at SAP, presented by Mary West Credit Union. Enter to win tickets at 957thegame.com.
They're longtime friends.
Let me tell you something real quick about Dibs that I'm sure not everybody knows.
And first-time partners.
Hang in there, big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead.
Now, these two homegrown Bay Area boys finally come together to take over sports talk.
Get the hell off of my doorstep.
Major League Baseball, you stink.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All righty, kids and campers, what's going on? Hope the weekend was good, but the bottom line is it was a weekend where I know what a lot of people were doing, especially if you're a Warrior fan. You're still trying to make sense of it. Those are the text messages I got. Sometimes, Dibs, I think, I don't want to say we're too close to it. I think we're pretty representative of what's out there. We're from here. We root for these teams. We've been fans our whole lives. I understand it. But we also have that whole perspective of we get to go over there to the building. We know the people involved in some particular cases. I'm telling you, man, and I know Lucas trumpeted this as well. I don't know how you're feeling about it, but the every man, every woman fan is still having a really hard time processing Chris Paul as a Warrior.
It's tough to process, and it'll be even more difficult when you actually see Chris Paul as a Warrior, and that'll happen with the introductory press conference when the trade becomes official over the course of the next week or so. Once that's done and free agency's done, and I wonder if they don't do a Draymond Green, Chris Paul tandem press conference if it all goes down that way. If Draymond Green re-signs with the team and Chris Paul officially becomes a Warrior and that trade officially goes through, I wonder if they don't try and do something together so as to soften the blow, because a lot of fans are still going to be even more hurt, I think, when they actually see Chris Paul introduced as a Warrior.
Well, we've referenced this now a couple of times, what you're referencing right now, and I wonder if there are a lot of people out there who haven't heard it. This is from the All the Smoke podcast. Steven Jacks and Matt Barnes had Draymond on. This is actually 3 years ago. But it's not good.
I don't like CP at all. Like, we don't have a good relationship at all, but I respect his hustle and I respect his IQ. He's smart as hell. And
smart.
And CP was kind of using, like, CP saw stuff coming up. And, you know, once you start to get older in this league, you start to realize, like, okay, this guy is coming. Eventually, he may catch me because I'm going to start to decline at some point. And so I would kind of see CP kind of keeping Steph at bay, but yet giving him a stiff arm at the same time. Now, Steph, Steph ain't, Steph is Steph. Like, we all love Steph, right? He ain't cut like, he ain't got the street part to him. And so
he ain't confrontational at all. He ain't confrontational.
Exactly. And so with me coming from where I come from and the way I grew up, I'm kind of watching like, yo, he kind of rock with you, Steph, but he kind of don't. He kind of keeping you at bay. And so I took it upon myself to try to create division there.
Okay. That's 3 years ago. Big deal or not?
Not a big deal at all.
Why not?
Because, for one, it was 3 years ago, and he speaks the truth. And as I heard him talking about when you see someone younger coming for you, I thought about Klay Thompson and Devin Booker, because that's exactly what that was. And that's why Klay's like, I got four. He sees Devin coming for him, and Klay's getting older. And Draymond Green, in his own way, I'm sure sees younger players coming for him. Now, if it's Draymond, he sees probably every other player in the league in that way, because he just talked about it. He's from a different background, and he's got that edge. So he sees all competitors as people who are coming for him, and that's why Draymond plays so hard, and that's why he'll be a competitor to the very, very end. And Steph doesn't really see it that same way now that he's on the other end of it. But yeah, that's nothing to me. That's a big, giant nothing burger.
Well, a lot has happened since then, is the first thought that goes through my head.
Right.
I don't know if it's a big nothing burger. I guess that's only a question for Draymond.
Right.
Like, is he still not? I still don't like him. I'm still not going to ride with him. Well, if you're not going to ride with him, then we got a problem. we got a problem around here.
But then he immediately goes on to praise Chris for being smart, and he appreciates his hustle.
Which, as I think, in my opinion, what I pointed out on Friday was the overwhelming message I got from the Warriors last week is we're trying to get smarter. We're trying to get more experience. We're trying to get smarter. I think we fell prey to being a dumb team last year, and so we're going to go get a senior from Indiana. We're going to go get a thoughtful player who ran a team in Santa Clara, and we're going to turn Jordan Poole into Chris Paul. We're going to maybe give up a little bit of dynamic talent in exchange for basketball brains. Look at the big old brains on Chris. So that's what I got out of last week. So I'm with you that what he said 3 years ago is important when he says he's smart. And a lot has happened. Like that was before Draymond would be, in theory, presented with the idea of Chris Paul instead of Jordan Poole. Because
right.
who do you have a worse relationship with, Draymond? Chris Paul or Jordan Poole? So maybe that's just as simple as a phone call. You know what I mean? Like people can get over stuff like that.
Yeah.
But I also don't know. I mean, we are making an assumption about Draymond's role on this team without him even having a contract and being on this team as of yet.
Right. He's under contract for 4 more days, and then he officially will sign the opt-out paperwork because right now all we know is that he's reportedly going to opt out. He could surprise everyone and opt in because none of that paperwork is done yet as far as I know. So he still is a Warriors as we sit here, but in terms of the upcoming 3 years, if Draymond does agree to sign and he stays for 3, maybe it's 3 years with a player option for the 4th. I don't know what it is. I think this about Draymond Green, he wants to win more than any other thing when it comes to his professional basketball life, including having a feud with Chris Paul or even being able to compete with Jordan Poole. If he thought that he could win with Jordan Poole and Jordan Poole was going to be, let's say that Draymond thought that Jordan Poole was going to be the next Steph Curry. Like Jordan Poole, wow, this guy's going to be Steph. He would have gotten over his feud with Jordan Poole because he wants to win that much. To me, the Jordan Poole fallout, yeah, it had to do with the interpersonal relationship, but it also, I believe, stemmed from he and others not believing in Jordan Poole's ability to play basketball.
I agree with you 100% on that.
So if he thinks Chris Paul can help him, then whatever trash talk or whatever relationship, he kept Steph at arm's length. He tried to give him the Heisman. Whatever, all that stuff is nonsense if Chris Paul can help him win.
All right, so that leads us to this. 888-957-9570. You got the Comcast Business text line. Hello to Twitch and YouTube. Thank you for being there every single day for us. We appreciate you, where you can not just watch, but you can also comment. And we want to throw this out there, especially we are speaking directly to those of you who have been card-carrying Chris Paul haters throughout your NBA fandom. How much do you think your thoughts on Chris Paul should matter in terms of the Warriors roster building? I mean, how much further do you have to go from Chris Paul to what if the Warriors brass did think that Dillon Brooks would be a good fit? What if they did? What if they thought, you know what, it's actually somebody we could probably help us win next year? And what if they thought that Russell Westbrook, gosh, we could use that kind of aggressiveness to the hoop. We don't really have that, especially without Jordan Poole now. Like, who's going to drive to the hoop? I think Russell Westbrook would be a nice addition to this team. What if that kind of stuff was being said behind closed doors? How much does the fact that you, the Warrior fan, collectively dislike these people, do not want them on your team, how much should it matter? I think we would love to create a platform for many of you today to sort of get that either off your chest or, if you want to, admit that our sort of weird emotions about sports are not really actually in play here. For everybody who's like, I hate Chris Paul, you've never even met Chris Paul. But I understand it. I don't dig the way he plays. I am not a Chris Paul fan. I am going to have a hard time watching him in a Warrior jersey, but I personally also understand this part of the dynamic. If they go 11-2 and Chris Paul is averaging 7 assists and 13 points, these phone lines are going to be jammed with people going, you know what? What brilliant. I mean, Mike Dunleavy Jr., right? We should have been the guy all along. That's how fickle and quick we are to switch. I'm fully aware of that.
Which leads me to the answer to your question, which is not a bit, not one scintilla, short of, hey, the Giants are going to sign Trevor Bauer. Well, now 15,000 of us aren't going to show up.
Okay.
So until it shows up at the box office, on the bottom line, until it shows up in a tangible financial way, all the fans, the sports talk radio hosts, the bloggers, the commenters, the podcasters, you don't matter one scintilla, not one speck, not one iota in terms of what this organization is trying to do. They don't owe you anything other than to put out a product that you think is worthy of your attention, your dollars, your fandom, and your idolatry. The rest of it doesn't matter.
I love that you brought up Bauer. That's a good one. Anyone else?
I was trying to think of the NBA equivalent, and I couldn't come up with one.
Well, yeah. Or what about NFL? What about anything? Is there any? And let's go current now. Let's not bring up AJ
Well,
Pierzynski
Tyreek Hill's in trouble again.
Aubrey Huff.
I don't know if you saw that story over the
Absolutely,
weekend.
I did.
Tyreek is doing more Tyreekian things.
Yeah, but this is certainly, even if, first of all, they're still investigating the whole thing, and even if it goes somewhere, it is not what his past transgressions have been.
Right, but it's just another log on a bonfire of misdeeds.
Yeah.
Deshaun Watson's always the convenient one, and although everything that he did is simply alleged, so some fans would say, oh, he was never charged. He was never convicted.
And I hate getting into this stuff because it pins us in a corner, I think, when you're a member of the media and you talk about this. But Deshaun Watson, whatever you think about his issues, unfortunately, we do. We sort of rank issues. Like if you want Deshaun Watson, whatever Deshaun did, and again, it's really hard to speak to because it's all alleged and there's a lot of aspects to it. But if you compare that to people like Tyreek Hill and Joe Mixon and Ray Rice, I mean, I'm obviously way more offended by people who are actually punching women. Even if what you want to say is Deshaun Watson was being misogynistic. I think you can make that point.
Yeah,
I'm still going to be more offended by punching a pregnant woman in the belly.
To the point of this conversation, and I don't want to get into the lewd details of Deshaun because it's more than just misogyny. It's, things that I don't even want to speak to because it's disgusting, but it does get down to what you're talking about, which is the subjectivity of outrage.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm outraged. Well, Joe Mixon was only 18 at the time, and Ray Rice was 27. I mean, so he's a grown man. He should know better. He's a young man. He shouldn't know. I mean, then we get into this wild subjectivity.
Selective outrage, selective morality, all of that.
I think in terms of the greater point for this conversation, which is what do these organizations owe you, the fan, in terms of your input? And because the sensibility out there is that the majority of Warriors fans don't want Chris Paul to be a Warrior. Now, it's not 99-1. It might be 70-30.
Yep.
Whatever the number is, it feels like the Warrior fan is not happy about this trade as opposed to if they would have gotten another player for Jordan Poole.
Let me ask you this. Do you think in the process of making this decision, do you think that came up in the Warriors conference room?
No.
See, I do.
See, I mean,
I absolutely do, and I think that they decided.
And it was met by a hearty round of laughter.
No, I think that I listen. When you talk about what's owed to the fans, I look at it the other way around. The fans, in a way, actually have the power. They don't have the resources that the team has, but if the team turns you off enough and you don't go, well, now the team has shot itself in the foot. So what the team is saying is not, does our fan opinion matter? They're asking it in just a little bit of a different way, which is, would this move turn off the fans to a level where it would blow up in our face? And I think they talked about it. That'd be my guess.
They had a good, hearty laugh.
And their answer was no. We think that we can handle this one. But you bring up Bauer, who also, by the way, is essentially just an alleged attacker or whatever you want to call it. I think there are certain players, and I can't think of any other really great ones off the top of the head that are like that cut and dry. I think Trevor's a really good example.
Trevor was an amazing pitcher, like before
as
he left
recently
baseball.
as 2 years ago.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, so
and we hated him then because he was on the Dodgers
Dodger,
and he was doing the sword thing on the mound and all that stuff.
But he was a very, very good pitcher,
very
and for a
effective.
team that needs a starting pitcher, to think about if that rumor comes out in 2 weeks, because he's playing in Japan, I think he's in the minors in Japan, but. If all of a sudden he becomes available and the Giants need a starter and wouldn't cost us any prospects, all of a sudden now it becomes a different conversation. But in terms of Chris Paul, you're right, Mark. They have the conversation. You may be right about that. But the conversation is, what's this going to do to us in terms of our finances, the bottom line? Are people going to stop showing up because we get Chris Paul? I doubt it.
No, I don't think so either. But I do think it is something that a professional sports team will sit down and talk about before acquiring a player, especially if there's been any controversy. And I'm sure they had a conversation with Draymond Green.
And Steph Curry, for sure, and
like,
Clay.
you guys all right? You all right with this? And that's why that sound that we played, I have to think. Again, just put the chain link fence together, okay? Here's chain link 1. Do we think we're keeping Draymond Green? They have publicly stated not only that they want to, but that they're dead if they don't.
And that he wants to be here.
Right. Okay, so that's chain link 1. Now, they are very aware of these prior comments and his thoughts. So, if you're in any way worried about Draymond leaving, would you make this acquisition if you thought it was going to turn him off at such a level? I've got to think that there was a conversation. Hey, Draymond, you good with this? Yes. I'd be good with this. Don't worry. You keep working on our deal. Yes, I'm going to sign off on that. I think all that stuff happens, and it's why I get to this point where I'm like, A, I can understand the deal, and B, I still think Draymond Green is going to stay with the Warriors because it's the only thing that actually makes all the puzzle pieces fit. But I really do think that teams sit down and have these conversations, right? They've got conference rooms. You sit down and you talk about this from every angle. Like, what do you think? I mean, this is a $30 million investment. You're not going to do that without going like, let's hit this from every angle. What do we all think?
Sure.
How's it going to be received? We are an entertainment outlet.
Right. And so they ask, I don't know if they ask Raymond Ritter in the public relations department or whoever they ask, like, what's the fan reaction going to be? Jim? Well, I tell you what, we've done some straw polling and 71% of the fans aren't going to be happy about it. But of that 71%, a grand total of 0 will turn in their season tickets. We're getting no word that people are going to actually stop spending money on the product. So basically, the bottom line of this is, yeah, there'll be a little bit of PR blowback. Jordan Poole was a young fan favorite in many pockets. Chris Paul's not beloved, but it's not going to cost us any money, guys. Back to you, Joe. We'll do the deal then, darn it.
I mean, and I think it's also one of the reasons you do it as early as possible. Part of that is just the league year and the way it's structured. But when you do something like this, I think you want time. I think time is on your side. You want time to have things sort of settle in with people. And as you stated, I mean, to a degree, you can already see it in the, what have we had, 5 days? If you count Thursday, this is 5 days.
Yeah, it was Thursday, yeah.
Thursday, Friday. So really only 4 days since this announcement. And I think there's people who are wrapping their head around it a little bit more than they were 4 days ago. But I think we got a long way to go. I think we got a long way to go for people to be excited about it.
Well, the next big step is the introductory press conference. And, with the snapping of picture lenses and him holding up the jersey, the number 3 Golden State Warriors jersey, and however they want to structure that. One thing we know about the PR team with the Golden State Warriors is they are geniuses in terms of how they're going to frame this, how they're going to present it.
I mean, think of what they've navigated just this year.
Right.
Think about it.
Well,
it's unbelievable.
The Bob and Joe one was a little bit awkward, I thought, with Joe sliding in halfway
agreed.
through. But that was more of a Joe thing, I think. Mike Dunleavy with Joe Lacob, and then just recently, the new draft picks. They got center stage pretty much by themselves.
Right, but I mean, even like from the punch to Andrew Wiggins, as a PR staff, you're dealing with two of the most difficult things that you can deal with.
You've dealt with a lot,
Yeah.
without a doubt. So I think when it comes to this, they're going to present this and deal with this in the best possible way. I don't know if it's Chris Paul and Steve Kerr. I don't know if it's with Draymond, with Steph, with Draymond and Steph, with Dunleavy. They're going to have other people there other than Chris Paul to show, hey, we love Chris Paul. And Draymond, what about those comments 3 years ago? It's all the smoke. It's the nature of the podcast. We were just talking.
I mean, we'd love your thoughts on this. 888-957-9570. Let's go to JB in Fremont. Hey, JB, you're on with Willard and Dibs. What you doing?
How you doing?
JB, what's up?
All right, can you hear me?
We got you now.
All right. Great to get on. Thanks, guys. I was just going to say a few things. I'm not a Chris Paul hater, but I am totally not a Chris Paul fan. I just think over the last, few years, his skills have diminished, but it's just his whole attitude. If he makes a shot, it's the same face as if he didn't make the shot. 1 minute the passes are on point, the next minute it's a foot behind the person. I really feel concerned at how he's going to play with Steph. If he plays on the second team, I'm definitely concerned because you have a lot of young guys that basically run a faster game. If you look at the highlights, this is my last thing. If you look at the highlights of him, they're saying he's coming to the Warriors and this sort of thing. Look at every shot he took. The defender was 7 feet away. Come on. That's not going to happen.
Well,
I'm just not a
Yeah, that one is interesting to me. I don't know why it wouldn't happen. He's never going to be the scoring focus of an offense here with the Golden State Warriors. And I don't want to sound like I'm all in love with the deal and it's going to work perfect. I've got all kinds of questions, but some of the ones, JB, that you brought up are not the same as the questions that I have. Like if you're worried about a second unit that's going to be wobbly, I'll give you a name that would really concern me if he were running the second unit, Jordan Poole. That's who would concern me if he was running the second unit.
And as I said to Steiny via text earlier, Jonathan Kuminga got a lot better on Thursday, and Podziemski, who is a shooter, got a lot better just by the very fact that Chris Paul is now going to be on that second unit. So everybody on that second unit, Klay Thompson's going to have more open looks with Chris Paul as a part of that second team.
Should your distaste for Chris Paul have mattered in this with the Golden State Warriors? We continue to take your calls on that. We're presented by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. It's Willard and Dibs.
It's Ram season, which means it's time to serve with Ram 1500, Ram 3500.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
I love the internet. I'm on it all day. And I hate the internet. I can't wait to put it away.
That's a rhyme. That's a bar right there. That's a bar.
Thanks.
It's a bar.
Yeah. I got rhymes.
Thanks.
I'll give you an example when I hated the internet. Andrew Wiggins, absence. Like the internet.
Oh, I loved it.
You really?
Rumors, conjecture.
Rumor has it.
No, I love it. I love when we all can, from however many miles away, hundreds or thousands of miles away, make a determination based on a man's Instagram feed or his girlfriend's Instagram feed.
Yeah.
We can make a determination based on that and the resemblance of one's children and make a leap to decide why a man is not going to be doing his job. I love the internet for that.
I like the
Super
reason
sleuth.
I bring it up because I don't even know if this is some sort of a podcast. I don't know what network it's on, but there's this It Is What It Is podcast or something. There's three people are sitting up at a desk and they're all just kind of dropping opinions and talking basketball. And apparently one of the people up there is a guy who thinks he knows somebody who knows somebody or something. And he's got all the details of what Jordan Poole and Draymond Green said to one another that set Draymond off that day. And I look at it and I go, okay, well, that makes sense. But do I believe this? I have no idea whether or not to believe this because internet. I have no idea.
If it's on the internet, it's true.
And I guess
I thought we'd already been through that.
I mean, I guess at this point it doesn't matter also. I guess it doesn't matter. You know what I mean? He's gone. Jordan Poole's gone. But I will say that until Draymond's back, then this remains a pretty sort of like potentially naked spot for the Warriors. The more we hear about this, the more I think, because let me just put it out there, and I think you're with me. I think the chances of Draymond not being with the Warriors next year are next to zero. Next to zero.
I'd put it at about 5%.
Really?
Yes, I would.
I put it at
You'd say 99.9 to 0.1.
0.00001% chance that he's not with the Warriors next year.
I think the only way is if another team comes in with a huge long-term money offer and it's an offer that he can't refuse. For example, if the Lakers were to give him 4 years and $120 million, 4 years, 30 per, I could see him taking that deal. To go play with LeBron.
Right
now they're swapping berets and croissants.
I know.
In France, at least they were.
With matching bucket hats.
Adorbs.
They are. Besties.
Je t'aime, LeBron.
They need their own sitcom theme song. You know, like just a little edited piece of them walking around France together.
Bosom buddies.
Matching hats, matching croissants, whatever it may be. Yeah, that little theme song would be good.
LeBron or Draymond's laying down near the Champs-Élysées and LeBron steps over him and Draymond reaches up and pops him in the jewels and they throw their head back and they laugh.
Yeah, but I don't think
they recreate it.
I mean, even
on Le Saint.
Even the rumors we're hearing, none of the substantiated ones are about the Lakers.
Sure.
They're all about the Kings or the Heat or whatever. But I think the chances are next to none. However, until it's done, this sets the Warriors up in a spot where, again, if they were to not bring him back, it's the most embarrassing moment in the history of the Joe Lacob era.
You're right, because why the hell would you get Chris Paul? If you didn't want to run it back, you got Chris Paul to come in and pair with your other veterans because you wanted to run it back. Well, if Draymond's not back, then what's the point in bringing in a 38-and-a-half-year-old Chris Paul? You would have been better off with Jordan Poole if the reason you got rid of Jordan Poole was solely because you didn't think he was that good at basketball, then you wouldn't have given him that contract. So there had to be some of it that was an outgrowth of what happened with Draymond Green. So if Draymond is not going to be here, why would you part ways with Jordan Poole to bring in the 38-and-a-half-year-old? I mean, saving money, yeah. So then Draymond goes, and you're saving more money, and you're maybe even underneath the luxury tax threshold at that point, but you're not a championship team anymore.
We'll go to the phones on this in a sec, but Dibs, what do you think of this? This is from NBA Today, where today they had a guest by the name of Chris Paul. And this is what he said about joining the Golden State Warriors.
Me and Steph have known each other a long time, man. My wife was at his wedding. I think him and his wife was at our wedding. But we've known each other for a very, very long time, man. So I'm excited to get a chance to play alongside him. You know, Clay, Wig, Draymond, all them, man. They got a unbelievable organization, and that team is just, they've been playing together for a while, and they know what they're doing.
Okay, there's three things here that popped to mind. The first of which is Chris Paul does not even know who was at his own wedding. That really stuck out to me. I think Steph was at our wedding. When you know if Steph Curry and his wife Aisha were at your wedding, you should probably know that. You're here for more than just running around the store with the little price gun when it's time to register.
He got married 12 years ago to Jada Crawley, and I don't know how many people were at his wedding, but if we went back to your wedding, or heck, my first wedding, which was 25 years ago, if you gave me a multiple choice of certain names on whether or not they were there, and I had about 175 people at the nuptials, I'd be hard-pressed to remember everyone who was at my wedding, so I'm going to give him a pass.
I would just like to say to everybody who was at my wedding, I can remember all of you, and I'm sorry I wasted your time. But anyway, here's the other part about this that's actually basketball related. First of all, I can't wait to play with Steph and Clay and Wiggs and Draymond. Throws the name in there. Is that just
Kevon.
Is that just out of habit, or is he like everybody else who thinks this is already really behind the scenes a done deal that Draymond Green is staying? I think that's important. Like this guy, you don't treat free agents like that when you're among the brethren. You don't, like Draymond's going to be, you don't make that assumption. That's kind of messing with somebody else's money in a way, unless you know something.
Well, Chris Paul was acquired, so he was not a guy who, you owed it to him. Like, hey, you're a free agent. We want to give you the full scoop on what's going on. Now, Chris Paul at 38.5 has the gravitas around this league to where when he gets word of the trade, he either calls Dunleavy or he calls somebody and says, hey, who am I playing with? Is Draymond going to be there? Because if Draymond's out, maybe Chris Paul then is like, I'm not showing up. If they say, hey, we're trading Steph, we're trading Clay, it's going to be you and the kids.
See, that's the other thing that I take from this, which is I learned this over the weekend. People who are outside of our market, many of them think that Chris is just being bounced around the league until he gets bought out. There are a number of people I talked to this weekend that are like, well, when he got acquired by the Wizards, nobody thought he was going to play for the Wizards. He's not going to play for the Warriors, is he? I'm like, no. No, he's going to play.
This is different.
Yeah,
the Warriors and the Wizards are not the same.
No, I know, but because so many people would be like, Chris Paul? He's not going to the Warriors. But yeah, he is. And you'll notice Chris Paul did not have a press conference or go on NBA Today to talk about his fit with the Wizards, but he did here with the Warriors. Like, for anybody who's still holding out that kind of a hope, he's staying and he's playing.
For 1 year.
Yes.
For 1 year.
Correct.
He's not, I don't think that he's here beyond this year.
I agree.
Even if they win a championship. I mean, if they win the championship, I don't think that Chris Paul is going to be brought back, certainly at $30 million, which I think is where it's a partial guaranteed deal for next year. So this is a 1 year. Hopefully this works. Let's make the best of it. And then that money comes off the books. Yeah, and so does Clay's $42 million.
Well, but that was what I was just going to say. If they were to win a championship this year, Clay is the one who gets the new contract, not Chris Paul. Clay is the one who stays.
Yeah.
Like, that's literally, I look at
Chris Paul will be 39 next year.
I look at that as the most underrated, underreported part of this deal is that with what was told to us when we were in the building on Thursday with regard to the future of the CBA and how it affected the Warriors, without boring you with the math, here's the real. If Jordan Poole is still on the roster next year, Klay Thompson is not.
Assuming that Draymond resigns.
Assuming that Draymond is on the team, which we all assume.
Because you'd have Steph, Draymond, Poole, and Wiggins all making around 25 apiece.
I think that's important to stress because for Warrior fans out there who may not understand this deal, may not like this deal, if you have any bullish thoughts about this coming season and you think it's going to go well, then basically keeping Jordan Poole means Klay Thompson's career with the Warriors ends this year, and that's it. And I'd like,
unless you would have traded Jordan Poole at the end of this year, which it's easier to trade him now than it is to trade him at the end of next year, when he's got just the 3 years left.
Right.
And if you really want to make the most of the final years of Steph Curry's career, I would imagine he wants Draymond by his side and also Klay by his side, which means somebody's got to go. Andrew Wiggins' contract is a relative bargain, so he's an easy one to keep. Kavon's staying. Then you have all those little ancillary pieces, and you get something for Jordan Poole for this year and this year only, and you worry about the future then.
Yep, and you're able to recalibrate money-wise. I was just watching highlights from a previous All-Star game where Steph Curry and Chris Paul were throwing lobs to one another and smiling and high-fiving. And it's not that any of us are wrong. Like, yes, it's been a bumpy relationship, a rivalry type relationship between this organization, its players, and Chris Paul through the years. However, I see nothing that can't be swept under the rug with one glass of wine. That's it. So, like, if the thought is, how do these guys play together? They can, and they will, and that's been checked through with all of them.
Yeah, and I think that we as fans and in the media overstate a lot of these feuds and rivalries. Unless you got somebody who cold cocks somebody else in the face, which doesn't happen, like Mirotic and Bobby Portis, they probably don't send each other Christmas cards. So now that's a real thing. Trash talk and crossing the guy over and letting him hear about it, that's nothing.
The San Francisco Giants are the greatest example of why the Chris Paul trade is going to eventually be okay. We'll explain that and then continue with your phone calls. Those of you on hold, we're coming to you in just a moment. We're sponsored by Hint Water, and this is Willard and Dibbs.
Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
I mean, it's just part of it, right? Trash talk in the NBA is not taken personally. I actually think it's a measure of respect. When Draymond trash talks Domantas Sabonis and he shrinks to the point where he can't even hit a 20-footer anymore, what happens? You lose respect for him. People like that would rather you come back at them. I mean, let me play all this for you. You tell me if this is a thing. Do you remember earlier this year, Warriors play the Suns, and Steph takes Chris Paul, I think, off the dribble, and he is seen, after scoring the basketball, he is seen coming back down the court saying, this ain't 2014 anymore. This ain't 2014 anymore. And then Draymond went off about it on his podcast a day later.
You got to dig into that comment. This is not 2014 anymore. That's pretty much saying the last time you were better than me was 2014. That's 9 years ago. Like, this haven't been a debate since 2014. 9 years ago? That's almost a decade. That's a bar. So I just hope, those that enjoyed that part of the game, which I do, that you appreciated that bar, because that was indeed a bar.
It was a bar.
It was a bar.
You see? And he enjoys that part of the game. I think that's an important way to put it.
Draymond Green enjoys that part of the game until someone trash talks him, and he no longer enjoys that part of the game and takes things to another level. But that's a subject for a different day, I suppose.
Chris Paul was asked after the game about the comment that Steph was making, and of course acted like he had no idea what was going on.
But did you even hear him say? Did you see when he said that to you? Did he say it to me? That's what I'm asking. Did he say it to you? That's what I'm asking.
No, he said it to me. Okay. Where you see it at?
It was caught on camera, like NBC Sports called him saying that, hey, this ain't 2014 anymore after he scored on you on the baseline.
They showed him saying it to me?
No, they just showed him saying it. It was a close-up, so you couldn't even see who he was saying it to.
Oh, no, I don't know nothing about that 2014. I ain't trying to be funny. I promise I don't know. Y'all got to ask him. I don't know what happened in 2014.
Oh, yes, you do. Yes,
you said that to me? You gonna watch out for me, Sergeant? You gonna watch out for me?
It's one of my favorite things in sports. I would love, can we do a counter this year in the NFL? A tote board, if you will, of how many times a head coach, when they get to the post-game press conference, will say, I didn't see the play.
I got to look at the film, Mark.
I didn't see it. As if there's like all of these 6'4" dudes blocking your view. You've got somebody carrying your wire. You saw every play. Remember when Sean McVay was asked to go through the history of all of the plays?
Incredible, that guy.
I love it. I love it. 5 years later, he's like, so in 2017, it was a 3rd and 8, and we rolled out right. But right after the game, yeah, I didn't see the play. I had no idea what happened.
It's possible when you ask Kyle Shanahan that, because he's not that focused on what happens defensively. When you've got great defensive coordinators, as he's had, running things, a lot of times your nose is in that beautiful laminated play sheet. So maybe he, in fact, didn't see the play. But the other one is, if they did see the play, well, we're going to look at the film. And, until I look at the film, it's not film anymore. It's all video, and you can do that on your little Surface tab immediately. But you got to look at the film, Mark.
Kyle Shanahan actually did a tell on himself remember Lip Sync Gate with Jimmy Garoppolo?
Yeah.
Yeah. Coach, did you see what he said? I don't even know the video you're talking about, unless you're talking about the video that I literally just watched to come into this press conference, because I knew you guys would ask about it, but I didn't see it.
And stuff.
Didn't you just say you saw it? I didn't see it. You didn't see what?
The video.
The video that you're talking about that I just watched.
I saw a different video that had the exact same footage, but it wasn't the same video.
Did you see it?
There's so many,
did you not see it?
So much nuance and gray area. So Chris Paul, he said that to me? Wait, he said that to me?
So wait a minute. The person who was standing right next to me talking on a very small court.
So the person who just burned me and turned and shouted at me about 2014.
You guys are saying he was talking to me?
I don't know what you're talking about.
And then they showed it to who? Who got shown it?
You got shown.
It's like, come up with a new excuse. I didn't see it.
Well,
Yes,
I mean, what are you supposed to? You're not going to answer it.
Why not?
because we don't do that, Mark. We don't give that justification to trash talk. If you're Chris Paul, you're thinking, all right, I'm going to get you back. Just you wait until Phoenix takes on Gold. Oh, yeah. In the playoffs, yeah.
Well, but that's the point. I don't think this stuff actually sits with players for a long time. I think it sits with us. I think we remember it. I think we make a big deal out of it. I think they expect it. I think it's their nightly experience. It's their reality. And the idea that would prevent two guys from being teammates, I think, is largely made up. 888-957-9570. Let's go to Jonathan in the city. Hey, Jonathan, what are you doing?
Just playing with a literal dog.
You're playing with a dog right now?
Oh, yeah. He's literally a dog. It's a Labrador.
Oh, man. As a mailman, you got to be careful about that stuff.
Hey, that's why I got him. It's my muscle.
What's up, Jonathan?
When the trade happened, I'm like every Warriors fan out there. It's like, this doesn't make sense. We need a power forward or a center because we have that fresh memory of losing in the playoffs. Just all the need they just showed us, we're just too small and the league's getting bigger. But then, come to think of it, I went back and looked at the numbers of why the Warriors lost. They weren't manufacturing and shooting enough free throws. And aside from Steph, really, who's, getting buckets in the mid-range? And those are the two things that Chris Paul would bring to the Warriors. And not only that, as a true point guard, remember when Chris Paul had Blake Griffin and it was Lob City, he could kind of mentor, Jonathan Kuminga, athletic as he is, and be that, slasher, the alley-oop guy for Chris Paul. And hey, the free agency hasn't started yet anyway. So Warriors fans, relax. They're not done yet.
Well, there's a lot coming later in this week. Absolutely. Jonathan, thank you. But I'll also say this, and I've actually known a lot of people who've ended up having great relationships out of this sort of start. You ever see someone, you meet someone, and people are like, you two, you should get together. Like, no, that's not a fit. And then you get to know the person for a while, and then at a certain day, at a certain time, you suddenly see them in a completely different light. And you're like, well, now maybe it would work. Now in my life, or now because of this dynamic, it'll work. I think the Warriors right now, because of their experience last year, are thirsting for heady basketball. They are thirsting for intelligent basketball, more so than they have in the past, because that's what they feel killed them last year. So they're looking for heady basketball. Even those of us who don't like Chris Paul can all admit that, right? I mean, that's what the guy does well. And so if that's what you're thirsting for right now, maybe now is when you suddenly, for the first time in your life, see Chris Paul in a little bit of a different light.
Well, you should, and I hope you will, because he's going to be a Warrior and he's going to be a part of this year's team, it looks like, unless they get to January and they decide that they want to trade him at that point. They can't do anything until January once this trade goes through. And they absolutely want heady basketball players, and they want veterans, because last year they leaned on the kids too much, and to quote Steiny, to hell with the kids, because the kids didn't get it done for them. You had James Wiseman, who was a relative kid. You traded him. Jordan Poole, 23 last year, 24 now, didn't get it done. He's a young player. You traded him. Moses Moody, you played him, then you didn't play him, and then you had no choice but to play him, and you're still kind of on the fence. Jonathan Kuminga, same thing. You played him until you got into a spot where you needed him to play better, and then you couldn't play him. So of your four kids, well, you can even add in PBJ, who you played a little bit, and now you traded him. So you've got Ryan Rollins, you've got Jonathan Kuminga, you've got Moses Moody, and that's basically it. And yes, Quinones and Guy Santos and the two new draftees, those guys are all players 10 through 15. You're looking at adding one more, maybe two more veteran pieces. The older, the better, because you've got an old team and you want guys to join you in your core, guys who know what they're doing. You got GP2, who's 30. You got Kevon Looney, who feels like he's 50, but he's 28, 29. You've got enough veterans now. You don't want any more young players.
No, I agree with you. And I'm not saying that they're looking for more 38-year-olds.
Oh, yeah. That's what I'm saying. The older, the better.
Yeah. Perfect.
They're going to have the oldest team in the league.
I just saw a picture of Tim Duncan and David Robinson. You go get. I know everybody wants some size. If you want someone who's the older, the better. They both look different, by the way. Did you see that picture?
I showed my wife that picture. I showed Supper
of all those dudes standing next to Wembanyama.
I said, "Look at this, babe."
They don't even get to his shoulder.
Manu Ginobili is 6'4", and he looks like me in the 95-7 The Game team photo.
Did David Robinson start to shrink, or is that real? He was 7 feet tall, right?
And Duncan is 6'11", and then you look at Wembanyama, and they're barely up to his shoulder.
Dude.
And Sean Elliott's a legit 6'7", maybe 6'8", and he looks tiny. Yeah. Sean Elliott. It goes Elliott, Wemby, and then Manu, Duncan, and Robinson.
Was in the middle. Yeah, D. Rob was in the middle.
That was the crew, and it's like, oh my God. First of all, Tim Duncan mixing a razor, my man, with that salt and pepper beard. I like it.
I'm with you. Duncan looks like he could be on the cover of a reggae album now.
Totally.
Awesome, dude. Live
in
your
contrast to how he was just, just clean cut and kind of, boop, 27-14.
Off the backboard.
Another title, ho-hum. Can't stop me. 12-foot turnaround bank.
Big fundamental. My butt is the big bore.
He's the big Rasta now.
It's less boring.
Totally.
Suddenly. Coach Duran with Willard and Dibbs. Hey, Coach Duran, what are you doing?
Hey, Willard Dibbs. How's it going? Just at 7-Eleven, about to get a Blue Bay Rockstar.
Yeah.
To say I applaud the Chris Paul trade. I think it's genius. He's a Hall of Fame guy. Now we have a real conductor to orchestrate our train ride off and going. The juice is worth the squeeze for Chris Paul. I definitely think it's very good.
That's interesting, man.
I'm with you, RJ. Thank you for the call.
I wonder if by the time we get to the season, this isn't more of what we're hearing. I mean, a lot of people are calling us today. Thank you, Coach Duran. Appreciate it. A lot of people are calling us today and suddenly making it sound like you're all in love with this deal. That's not what I hear when I leave the building. That's on our phone lines. It's not on Twitter, and it's not on my phone.
Well, Twitter's always going to skew negative.
Well, but it's not even just, it's not with my friends. It's not with people I talk with. People are like, Chris Paul? Chris Paul on the Warriors?
And then the other thing you hear is, well, it's a salary dump. Well, that's a small piece of it. I don't think that Joe Lacob went into this thinking
though, by the way.
Salary.
Yeah.
No, it is for next year. It's a salary dump. After this year, it absolutely is. And you're going to save money. You're not going to be on the hook for Jordan Poole's 30, and you're not going to pay Chris Paul's 30.
I guess my
so
problem,
in terms of that, it's absolutely a savings.
I think that it being a savings and it being a salary dump for me are two different things.
Well, that's why I bristle at the notion, and Guru was saying this earlier. Salary dump. They're not just going to do a trade for straight money purposes. They're not going to do that. Joe Lacob's not going to just say, well, I save money. We're going to stink next year, but I save money. So they brought in Chris Paul thinking that he had something left to give.
Salary dump is what the Wizards did, okay? That's a salary dump.
Yeah.
We're going to just keep moving money off the books. We're going to get rid of our stars for pennies on the dollar. I don't think you can use the phrase salary dump unless you believe that the Warriors are not trying to win next year. And they are. Is it something that gains them some flexibility? Is it something that does save them some money down the road? Yes, although I don't know if they're just going to go ahead and spend it again anyway on someone else. But a salary dump suggests just get this guy off of our roster, and we're not even really necessarily worried in terms of who we get back. I know some people may feel that way if you think Chris Paul is completely worthless at this point. But I think the Warriors think that there's something they can get out of him. Not what he used to offer, but there's something that they can still get out of him.
Can they get what Phoenix got last year?
No.
He averaged 14 and 9.
No, but he started.
In 60 games.
But he started.
32 minutes a night.
Yeah, he's not going to do that.
Well, can you get 14 and 9 off the bench in 25 minutes? Absolutely, you can.
I mean, you're allowed to, yes, but if those are his numbers as a starter, and
but 32 minutes. It's not like he's playing 38 to get to that level.
No, but I would imagine if the minutes go down, then the numbers are going to go down. You're not going to have the same number of points and assists in if you lop 10 minutes off of your per night average. I would think.
Well, you could look at, if you want to look at his per 36 stats, they're all pretty consistent.
Sure.
So, he was 15.6 and 10 assists per 36,
Look.
which means if he plays 24 and not 36, you get 2/3 of that. So he'll average about 7 assists and he'll average about 11 or 12 points.
I think in the end, you're going to, you hope, if everybody's healthy, you're going to be able to judge the Chris Paul trade on about 3 things. Number 1, does Jonathan Kuminga get better? Having a pass-first point guard there in the second unit, does Jonathan Kuminga get better? Number 2, do turnovers go down? Number 3, does the Warrior team handle the non-Steph minutes better than they did last year? If those 3 things all get better, there's no question that the Warriors are going to be a better basketball team. And I guess you could add the 4th, which is when you have a load management night. The interesting thing here, and this is one thing that I'll look at, used to be that a load management night meant that Jordan Poole was just going to have takeover night. Like, Jordan, you're our one. The rest of us are all going to sit. Well, are you going to do that with Chris Paul? I mean, Chris Paul is older than the guys who would be benched in theory. So who now do you center your team around when you have a load management night? I would imagine Chris Paul will also be involved in load management night.
And I wonder if you don't have load management nights almost every night with one of your big 4. You're going to end up load managing. You don't want to load manage all of them at once, although there will be times.
Usually what they do,
based on the schedule, it'll determine like what they do. Wiggins never load manages. Last year was different because he got hurt and then he had the family issue, and so he only played about half the season. Kevon never sits and Poole never sat, so you don't have the same roster construct this year. And if you can't sit Chris, Draymond, Clay, and Steph all the same night, because to your point, who are you going to get the points from?
I mean, you can, and you just lose the game. Yeah, that's what you do. You just lose the game, or sometimes you won't. I mean, that was
go crazy, Pods.
Remember, for a while, that was their best road win of the year in Cleveland last year when they had a load management night. Poole went for over 30 points, and the Warriors won the game. But I don't think you lessen yourself every night by taking one guy out, as opposed to doing it the way they're doing, which is you pick a night, let everybody sit, usually toward the end of a road trip. Let's go to RJ and Napa next up on Willard and Dibs. Hey, RJ, what are you doing?
Driving home, gentlemen. Thanks for taking the call.
Yeah, man.
The biggest thing for me with the Chris Paul trade is I envision, kind of like you just said a second ago, Mark, but the beginning of the fourth quarter, Steph Curry is sitting out. It's going to be so nice to have a grown-up running the point, and those 8 or 9 point leads that the Warriors always have at the end of the third, and then Steph sits, and then by the time he comes back in, it's a 1 or 2 point lead. How many times did we see that last year? And I'm not blaming Jordan specifically for that, but clearly when you don't have to count on at least 2 turnovers and 2 bad shots in those 6 minutes, that makes a difference in a 3 or 4 possession game. So that's all I got. You guys have a good afternoon.
Nice uptick.
RJ, thanks.
Great tick, RJ. Thank you for that.
I mean, I do think that's what you're looking at. You're looking at non-Steph minutes. Those were a problem for the Warriors. Are they going to get better now with Chris Paul, in theory, playing, 65 games this year? But I just think this is, you and I talked a lot about this on Thursday at the arena when the Paul trade had just come down. And you're all for it. And I'm sitting here going, I don't like it, but I understand it. And as I go through the weekend, let's use Farhan Zaidi as an example. When this year started, what was Farhan's approval rating, would you say? Just guess.
It's about a 4 on a scale of 1 to 10.
You think?
Yeah. It was
I mean, in that moment, I think it was at its worst since he took over.
And I would say it was at about a 4.
Okay.
Because you're still coming off 107 2 years ago. Last year was not good. It wasn't a disaster. And this was the year where you thought, young guys coming up, and you missed out on a couple of big fish, and you entered the year with no sizzle and a lot of question marks. I had him at a 4 on a scale of 1 to 10.
Well, but all the normal stuff, he's a penny pincher. He won't go out and get the big guy.
Yep.
But then it was even worse. He went out and got the big guy, and then it turned out that it was
panicked.
Yeah, it was just like a dollar bill on a string at the airport that people are. Have you ever played that game?
That's a good one.
I mean, when I was with the minor league baseball team in Idaho, maturity level, age 6, that's the kind of stuff that we did. You ever put like a dollar on a string and then throw it out into the middle of the walkway at an airport and then just sit there, like gate 15?
Yeah, fishing line.
Yeah, every time somebody tries to pick it up, you're just like, whoop, 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 and watch how many times they keep trying to pick it up before they realize the joke is on them. Fun for the whole family. Anyway, point being is that's what it felt like this Giants offseason. Like, we reach down, pick up the dollar, whoop, whoop. And so people were very, very angry at Farhan Zaidi. And what would you say his approval rating is now?
As we sit right here, right now, he's probably at about a 7.5.
Okay. I think at minimum. Have you heard somebody come down Farhan or Gabe's road at all in the last 7 weeks?
No, but still a ways to go. And I'm the jury's still out on Iser Diaz. I don't know if he necessarily is going to be a Farhan find.
Yeah, no, I mean
Iser, I don't even know.
Whatever.
Point being, his approval rating is up, but it's not all the way at the tippy top.
Well, it never is.
If they win the World Series, I'll give him a 10. But right now, where they sit, I'll give him a 7.5.
Yeah,
he's looking good.
But the point is this: I would say the same thing about Chris Paul as I would with Farhan Zaidi at the start of the year. You thought one thing, then he won some games, and now you think a different thing. And that's exactly, in my opinion, how this is going to go with Chris Paul. I don't like it either, but I will go ahead and sit on the grenade right now and admit that if they win, I'll get over it. I'll get over it, and I will be there watching Warrior games the same way that I always do.
I'm already over it.
I know. Well, you didn't have an issue with it to begin with.
No, not at all. And I look at the player that Jordan Poole was for this team, and I see that Jordan Poole needs to go elsewhere. Put the Draymond Green punch aside. For Jordan Poole to truly maximize who he needs to be, it's not going to be with Golden State. And I just was looking at his splits. He started 43 games last year. They were 22 and 21 when he started, so not bad, slightly below the overall team average. He averaged 24.6 a night on 33 minutes. Off the bench, he averaged 15.9 in 26.6 minutes. That's a huge disparity. 8.7 points a game difference, starter to reserve, and he played about 6 minutes fewer coming off the bench. Jordan Poole needs to start. He needs to play as much as he can. He needs to eat, and that wasn't going to happen here. So Poole out, Paul in. I'm looking forward to see what Chris Paul off the bench looks like. He's never done that in 1,214 games in the association. But if he can do that for this team, I love the trade.
We're presented by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises. If you haven't already, make sure you subscribe to Willard and Dibs on the Odyssey app or wherever you find your favorite podcasts, and we will continue to take your phone calls. How much should the Warriors take into account the lack of popularity of a player before acquiring him? 888-957-9570. It's Willard and Dibs.
It's Jeep 4x4 season. Make your next adventure epic and hurry in now for great deals.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, we are going to get back to the calls here in just a second, but I got a little something for you here.
For me? For me, Mark?
Yeah, for you.
I'm looking forward to it.
For all y'all.
Hope it's food. I'm a little hungry.
All y'all jive turkeys. I was too. Just rock a little protein bar.
Attaboy.
Let's see. What are these called? These are the Robert Irvine's Fit Crunch. As if I'm like working out or something.
Totally.
Over here. Hi, I'm Mark Willard, and I enjoy a good Robert Irvine's Fit Crunch during the show when I'm feeling a little hungry.
Right.
Yeah, work the camera next time, but go ahead.
Well, I thought I was. Is that not? You see that right there?
Much better.
When I have a Robert Irvine's Fit Crunch bar in my hand, the wrapper's open like that because I ate it. All right, there you go. Anyway, I'm going to eat it. Thank you. So it's not done yet, but it looks like Hard Knocks will go to the New York Jets. Ayahuasca. Here we go. Robert Saleh, baby. You know that head coach always gets a little run with his energy when you go on Hard Knocks, a la Dan Campbell last year, Detroit Lions. So,
bite off their kneecap.
They're still my favorite. Still my favorite, although I thought it was ridiculous when it happened, and then it became sort of actually fun when they started playing well, which is, I think, our theme today.
Doesn't matter if you have one ass cheek and 3 toes. I will beat your ass.
I haven't heard that one. That's good.
So good.
That was Hard Knocks last year.
There you go. The bottom line is we fans, we're stupid. That's it. We're stupid. We think one thing, and then our team goes and wins 2 games, and we go, okay, let's do that. And whether that's stupid or if you want to use a different word, it's just fandom, that's fine. But we change our opinion like we change our socks if our team is scoring more than the other team. So if you hate Chris Paul, listen, I'm going to tell on myself as much as any of you right now. If you dislike Chris Paul, just wait until the Warriors start the year 11-2. You'll change your mind.
If they start out 4-7 and he is immediately gimpy and unable to go and play back-to-backs, then you'll be right. So either way,
this is true. If
you're a Warriors fan and this causes you to get off the bandwagon, then you're not really a Warriors fan because Chris Paul is not that offensive. Chris Paul is not that much of a despised presence to shake any real fan from continuing to be a fan. Now, this is me judging other people in terms of your fandom, but if you're really a fan of a team, unless they bring in, Charles Manson to play small forward, I don't see where a Chris Paul trade is going to shake you from your fandom.
Okay, I'm going to agree with your concept that Chris Paul's not actually that offensive. However, I don't think we should say, this is just the way I look at it, I don't think you can tell people if this shakes your fandom, then you're not actually a fan because
you're not a real one.
Well, but that means that you stay a fan of the team no matter what they do.
No, that's not what I said.
Well, listen, no matter what they do.
If they put Manson at the stretch 4.
Yeah, short of starting a murderer. You understand what I mean? Like, a fan absolutely has the right to voice their displeasure.
Of course.
Okay, so.
No one's saying that. Well, I'm saying if you decide that you want to go be Team Beam, we had somebody call last week and said, I'm a Beamer now. Well, go be a Beamer. What if you're not a real fan?
But what if it's not picking another team? What if it's just distaste with your own team and you're like, I'm not doing tickets this year? I don't think that makes you not a real fan. If you were to say it the other way, where anything short of a mass murderer means you should stick with the team, then I would suggest that maybe you're a little bit too far into this thing, as opposed to the other way around.
Depends if Manson can rebound or not. You know? Honestly, you as a fan have a right to make any decision you want based on any signing. Maybe a fan out there is like, you know what? I'm still mad at Mike Dunleavy Jr. for being drafted 3rd in 2003. So now that he's the new GM, I don't want to be a fan anymore. You can fan however you want to fan. I'm not the guy telling you how to fan. I just don't think, personally, a Chris Paul signing or a Chris Paul trade and a Jordan Poole trade is enough to shake you from being a Warriors fan. That's just me.
Yeah, I don't think it's that offensive. Even though I had him on my top 5 list of NBA players that I don't want to be Warriors.
And I think you did that list before the trade came down. I think we did that back in the Dylan Brooks days.
Yeah, it was Brooks, Westbrook.
It was Dennis Schroeder. That's what started the bit.
Yeah, I took Harden off of it and replaced him with Schroeder during the Lakers series.
Because you said that about Schroeder, and I said, he's not in your top 5, and you did your top 5, and Chris Paul was in the top 5.
Chris Paul, Westbrook, Dylan Brooks, Schroeder, and it wasn't Harden. I took Harden off. Who's the guy I'm forgetting? There was one other. I
don't think it was Beverly. That was on my list.
No, yeah,
and LeBron
Beverly
was on my list.
Beverly and LeBron don't bother me nearly as much.
You had Draymond on there.
No, I didn't. No, I didn't. I'll think of it.
It wasn't Sabonis.
No, well,
it was somebody who just really annoys you.
Yeah, it wasn't Sabonis. I'll come up with it. But let's go to Mike in the city.
Let's do it.
Hey, Mike, you're Willard and Dibs. What are you doing? Might have been Kyrie. Anyway.
What's up, guys? Just chilling. It's my day off today, so I'm just taking it easy, listening to y'all. I just been hearing a bunch of fans displeased about the Warriors trade, and I understand, like, you give up a young superstar for an aging dude. That's what it looks like on paper, right? But it takes a couple things. Like, in terms of the Warriors getting better, they definitely got a lot better. The regular season, in terms of, like, 5-man combinations, the Warriors had the best 5-man combination, starting 5-man combination with Curry, Green, Looney, Thompson, and Wiggins. And behind them was the Nuggets.
Whoop, did we lose him?
Yeah, he got called back into work.
Mike,
day off got cut short.
That's it. Yeah. Maybe Mike didn't know today's Monday.
Snuck right up on you.
Supposed to actually go into work. Do you want to know something that keeps getting the hair on the back of my neck? Bing! Can we stop calling Jordan Poole a budding superstar? Can we stop?
I mean, no.
Why?
Why do we have to stop?
Because he's not.
Well, you don't know that.
That's my opinion.
Well, that's their opinion. When they say he's a budding superstar,
all right,
they're projecting his career out.
I'm allowed to project my opinion and squash down their opinion because I think I got a lot more on my side. And this is the number one thing, the issue that I've had with some Warriors fans this year is you're talking out of both sides of your mouth. You cannot keep sitting here and saying, this guy is a budding superstar, and he's 24, and how dare we give up on him? When you watched the games last year, you all were furious with him.
Well, not all of them. And
pretty much.
I would imagine that the budding superstar camp, those are people who were not furious with Jordan Poole.
Who was not furious with Jordan Poole at the end of many games this year?
888-957-9570. There are people out there. I'm not saying I'm one of them. And this is where we get into the nuance of the lexicon of words like star and superstar and budding superstar and the rest of it, because I'm with you in terms of what I think Jordan Poole will become. If he goes to Washington, and let's say he becomes Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, which I think is a bit of a stretch, but he averages 31 a night for a team that is play-in bubble-worthy on the regular. And Jordan Poole is that guy. 4th in the league in scoring, averaging 31 a night. Does that make him more of a superstar than if he's getting 20 a night on a championship team? That to me is where we get into this, the nuance of the language. Because
I would say no, because
the numbers would tell you yes, and he'll probably be an Eastern Conference All-Star.
Yeah, but like who?
But it's empty calories.
Thank you. Who's more valued by the league? And I know one of them did a lot. Maybe I can come up with a better example than Shai Gilgeous-Alexander versus someone like Klay Thompson, who's never even been the leading scorer on his own team. That guy's going to be in the Hall of Fame.
Right.
And there would be a healthy number. If we asked people in this city, okay, big three, what is their level of importance through this dynasty? Everybody would have Steph number one. And then there would be this big old debate over who's actually number two in the big three. Is it Klay or is it Draymond? Klay does the fancier stuff. He's a splash brother, and he shoots and scores, and he's way more likable. But I guarantee you there are plenty of basketball minds who would go, but Draymond has been more important in terms of all the things that he does on this particular team. Yet, Klay Thompson is considered a superstar. So it's not just points. It's not just being the leading scorer.
Is Draymond a superstar? Because that's where.
Yeah, I think he is. This is a huge name.
Oh, yeah.
Like, what defines superstar, I guess.
Well, this is where you and I have had a difference of opinion in terms of what it means.
Yeah.
Because, and also, in this market, we're going to think differently about Draymond than other markets do. We see Draymond night in and night out. If you don't watch a lot of Warrior basketball and you look at Draymond's numbers, you laugh at the notion that he's a superstar.
Okay, but you also know who he is. You go to other markets, who's got more recognizability, Klay Thompson or Draymond Green?
Probably Klay.
You think?
It's close.
Draymond's got a huge footprint in this league.
But I think if you said Draymond Green or Jordan Poole, for example, it's not even close. And,
in terms of what?
Recognizability
not
outside
even close.
the market.
Of course.
And that's
like, it's not just about points. I'm not looking at just
it's about
numbers.
Q rating, and it's about overall impact. Absolutely.
Absolutely. Right? Like, isn't Ben Wallace in the Hall of Fame?
Yeah.
What did he score per game?
Probably fewer than 8 a night, I would guess.
Right? Like Dennis Rodman. There are big names, superstars, Hall of Fame players that don't average double digits.
Yeah.
Who don't even think about shooting.
I wonder the Draymond question, if the Warriors had never won a championship, yet he was the same player that he's been, same career, same numbers, same defensive accolades. Do we think about him the same way in terms of Hall of Fame and superstar?
I don't think so, because actually I don't even think the numbers add up the same way if it doesn't have championships attached to it. It's not valued in the same way. It's like, you did all the dirty work for the 6th seed. Cool. Great. Lots of people do the dirty work for the team that finishes in 6th.
Yeah.
Like that's not valued in the same way.
And I think about Dame Lillard in the terms of this conversation, because he's a superstar, but there's no sense that he is going to ever do anything in Portland. So if he does go somewhere to chase a ring, and I always love that expression, like it's some scarlet letter, like an NBA veteran is supposed to be embarrassed for going out and trying to win. Oh, you stay loyal to Portland and continue to stink, as opposed to leave and fulfill your destiny and chase a chip?
I think we collectively, and by the way, real quick, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on Twitch, YouTube, and the free Odyssey app. I think collectively as a sports society, we would be very well served if we stopped having a huge opinion about where people should go in their career.
Making decisions for other grown-ups?
And in fact, this market more than others, because we were the ones who supported Kevin Durant's decision. So if you supported Kevin Durant's decision, just boil it down to this. It's really easy. Go wherever you want to go. If it's time to leave Portland because you want to play games in June, I'm totally supportive. I think we love Dame Lillard in this market more than almost any out-of-market player in the entire NBA for a couple reasons. He's from here, and he's non-threatening, okay? And he scores. He's a very, beautiful basketball player to watch. So I'd love to see him be on a team that plays in June. But if Dame Lillard is man, it's very important to me that I start my career and finish my career in the same uniform, dude, rock on. Great. I don't get criticizing people for stuff like that. That I don't understand.
For making their own decisions about their own life?
Go where you want to go. Play where you want to play.
You'll play where we say you should play, Dame. It is fascinating. Think about it in terms of your own life and your own friends. Your friend, you may want to encourage him to do this or encourage him to do that, but ultimately if one of your friends is you know what, I got a job opportunity in Bismarck, I'm going to make more money, and I'm going to be happy there. You idiot!
Right.
Right. But we do that for our pro athletes.
Or even, let's say you're at a company that's not doing so well. And are you motivated by, I'm going to go, I'm going to go the other place where they're doing really well? Or are you motivated by, I'd love to build something that then catches fire, and you can say, I was part of building the bricks. Whatever motivates you. Dame Lillard is maybe one of the most interesting names in the NBA over these next 3 to 4 weeks. I have no idea how that's going to play out. And honestly, like, this will sound campy. I hope that wherever that goes, I hope it's just where Dame wants it to go.
Ugh.
No, seriously.
I'm sorry. You telegraphed it too, and I still
know.
threw up in my mouth.
I like Dame Lillard.
We all do.
And if he wants to stay in
this
Portland,
is Mark. I want you to be happy.
Well, his last name rhymes with
That's
mine.
right.
We're very connected, right?
Big time.
You know, he
Big
shoots
time.
the three. I'd like to think that I could in high school. All that stuff. We're almost the same person.
Totally. 11 years in Portland.
Do whatever you want to do.
Is 11 years enough to where he doesn't get called disloyal if he decides to go elsewhere?
Yes.
Come on.
I think that we're past that, but I also think the idea of loyalty being aimed at the employee is always a weird thing to do.
Yeah.
Like, oh my gosh, do it in the NFL. You need to be loyal to your team. Are you kidding me? Does anybody on planet Earth cruise around on the daily being like, you know what? My parent company is so loyal to me. Nobody does that. Nobody feels that. Yet we ask of it from the employees. You don't need to be loyal. It's not disloyal if you leave after 2 years. You go where you want to go, where the world allows you to go, where you're getting the best offer, and that'll make you happy. Period. I wouldn't call Draymond disloyal if he joins the Kings. Join the Kings. That's what floats your boat. I'm done rooting for you.
What if he joins the Lakers?
Well, no,
then he's a
that
snake.
would be disloyal. Yeah, that would be absolutely awful. Let's go to Tom in San Jose. Hi, Tom. What are you doing? You're on with Willard and Dibbs.
Hey guys, great show. So it's just driving in San Jose here. I almost drove off the road a little bit when someone said Jordan Poole is a budding superstar. But basically, the reason Jordan Poole cannot ever be a superstar is because of his extreme low basketball IQ, in my opinion. I mean, because in basketball, when you have low IQ, low basketball IQ, that means you can't play well with others, and that will be his ceiling. And you can score some points, some nice games. You guys have to remember, when you play with the Warriors, you probably play with the guy with the highest basketball IQ in Draymond Green in the NBA. So that that covers up a lot of Poole's deficiencies, quite honestly. So, you guys remember a guy named Monte Ellis? The exact same player. Flashy sometimes, but very low IQ. Lowest basketball IQ in terms of just the way he plays the game. And he can never be a winning player. I might sound harsh on a 24-year-old, but, I think people who really know the game and watch the game, the fans out there you guys are talking about, the people who know the game, they would never say Jordan Poole is a great basketball player. And conversely, the people who are saying, oh, why do you trade him for Chris Paul? Those are the people who probably, are not, watching the game very, very closely. So that's my opinion. And also Chris Paul, I love the trade. I think the closing minutes will be where he's going to be very valuable as well. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Tom. I think you nailed a lot of stuff there. What he said there at the end. Do you think Chris Paul is in the closing five?
It depends. Depends on who you're playing and what the situation is, but I could see it. Steph, Clay, Dre, Wiggins, and Chris Paul. Defensively, it's a little bit scary, and it depends on what sort of a team you're going up against. But as we saw in the playoffs, GP2 at times was in the closing lineup.
Yep.
You can play Kevon in the closing lineup. You've got some options, but no more worried about Jordan Poole being unpoolable or unplayable in the closing lineup.
Stupidest question ever. But
time.
I will also mention that a couple of things he said I think are really, if you want to whittle down all of the conversation of the year to one thing, this is it. Like, I believe that the Warriors collectively believed that Jordan Poole let his ego become higher than his basketball IQ. Now, does that mean he should get punched? Of course not. Of course not. But again, I believe the Warriors believe that Jordan Poole let his ego become higher than his basketball IQ. And that is what led this whole thing to where it ended up. And that is that they took the young fellow along for a championship ride, then he got his bag, and then I think he decided, come hell or high water, well, now this is what we're doing next for the next portion of my career. even though that might have gone completely against what the rest of his teammates were wanting to do on the basketball floor. And after begging and pleading and coaching and film room and discussions and all of that, he wouldn't listen. And I think that's what Draymond was talking about at the end of the year when he said we'd be still playing if I hadn't punched him. Because I think Draymond thinks he would have listened to me if I hadn't punched him.
Right.
But I punched him, so now he won't listen to me, and he won't do what we want him to do. And the fact that he won't do what we want him to do is why we can't win.
And if you're Jordan Poole, why would you do what he's telling you to do after he punched you in the face and received virtually no punishment? If you're Jordan Poole, and I put myself in his shoes all year long in terms of my reaction. So his reaction was basically the team told him, you're going to have to take this one, young buck. You're going to have to just wear it. He'll be there for ring night. So will you. And hands in the middle, team on three. And if I'm Jordan Poole, I'm thinking, well, forget this whole thing. I'm just going to go out and play my game, and I'm going to try to have fun playing my brand of basketball. And the numbers meted out in terms of when he started, which means there was either no Steph or no Clay, and Jordan Poole started. He shot the ball almost 20 times a night, and he averaged 24.6 a game. Playing free, not worried about anything. When he came off the bench, Steph and Clay both would have been back for those games. He played a much more stymied kind of brand of basketball.
I don't know that I'll ever love it, but with each passing day, I can at least see the path to not feeling ill to the stomach when Chris Paul is playing for the Warriors this fall. And that's kind of what we're asking. As time passes, are you feeling any differently about this deal, number one? And number two, do you feel a team should take fan interests, fan likes, fan dislikes into account when roster building? On that one, I'm a hard no, because we all understand how fickle fans are. But on the other side of it, with a full understanding that Jordan Poole had to go, and an understanding that the team wanted to become more basketball intelligent, I understand the deal. But Dibs, I will stick with how I felt on Thursday last week when it happened with this comment. It better work. It better work. This is one of, and that's why when people say there's risk involved here, that's why.
Big time.
This is a move that, while it makes sense, it is going to open the Warriors to major criticism.
No doubt.
If it goes the wrong way.
And there's two ways it goes the wrong way. Number one, the most obvious way would be Chris Paul gets hurt.
He gets hurt.
Because he tends to get hurt a lot, and it's a possibility that happens at the worst possible time. He tends to get hurt in April and May a lot. He doesn't play a lot in June, but he tends to get hurt in those spring months. The other way this goes wrong is if he's either disgruntled or they don't gel and they don't get along, like they're all going to seem to make it seem like they are going to get along. I think that's the less likely scenario, but the third way is they just don't win.
Right.
Maybe they are old. So, he doesn't get hurt. They do get along, and they're the 6th seed again, and they get knocked out.
It's a good point, because they all say, we just need to be more connected. And if they come back and they're more connected and they still don't win, back to the drawing board.
Yeah.
All right. We'll keep going with your calls on all this. 888-957-9570. Plus, we've got a little Brock Purdy update to send you coming up in a few minutes. This is Weather and Dibs.
Hi, this is Brian Bakhtiari, Executive Manager of Stevens Creek Subaru. The month of June is filled with excitement. With graduations, Father's Day, and summer trips,
question ever.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
I would say that we're owed an apology, except for I spent a lot of time trying to get you to a point where you felt good about that conversation because NBC Sports Bay Area's post-game team talking about Willard and Dibs all evening, every evening was a good thing.
I got to give a shout-out to Willard and Dibs.
Thank you, Festus. Appreciate you. Appreciate you, Bonte. But I do think it has been proven to not be the stupidest question ever.
Correct.
I do think that.
And I want to add that, you did bring me to a point where I gained great acceptance over the exchange. And you're right. Any pub is good pub. And on behalf of, I'm not going to say on behalf of Willard and Dibs, just on behalf of Dibs, to anybody out there who questioned that question, you got served.
Oh, boy.
Serve him up.
I mean,
because Jordan Poole, not only is he not going to be in the closing lineup, he's not going to be in any lineup, and they traded him for mere trinkets.
Yeah. Well,
trinkets, Mark. And everybody who's crying in their beer over the first-round pick, we had to throw in a first to get broken down, Chris Paul. You realize that first-round pick is never going to populate, right?
That first-round pick is what? It's protected, and it's in 7 years?
It's protected 1 through 20. So it's protected 1 through 20.
That's like...
And by the way, it doesn't roll over.
It's 7 years from now.
It doesn't convert.
Right.
If it's not used in 2030, then it just goes away.
Honestly, you could tell me that, I guarantee you the Warriors are going to have a lottery pick in 2030 and they lose it, and I'd still be like, I don't care. 7 years from now, I couldn't give a rip about, right? 7 years from now.
That player's 12 right now, Mark. He's a person.
Somebody was like, hey, I got a free golf trip to Scotland for you in 7 years. I'd be like, I don't know. Talk to me in another 3.
You would take it.
I would.
7 years goes by quick.
I wouldn't. I know that it does, but it also doesn't. Do you know what I mean? Think back to what were you 7 years ago? What were you, my age?
Don't be a jerk, okay?
I love the young people.
Oh, and you too, Grandy. Yeah. We've been getting along today, Mark.
We have.
And you're going to throw that at me.
Well, yes.
7 years ago, I was a year younger than you.
I made a halftime adjustment.
I was 47 7 years ago. I don't love the young people.
Yeah,
seriously.
So, all the way back then, doesn't that feel like a long time ago, Dibs? Remember when you didn't have a third kid? Doesn't even that feel like a long time ago? That was 9 months ago.
Almost 10.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There you go.
7 years ago, I was fighting to get back on the morning show with Joe Lowe and Dibs.
How'd that go?
That's great. It's great. 3.5 years. Great. That's 7 years, yeah.
7 years ago, I don't even know what market I was in. I don't even know. I mean, that feels like that's forever ago. 41?
You were in San Diego, I think.
No, actually, it wasn't.
L.A.?
Yeah. But what I was doing in that, I don't even, that's a long...
You bounce around a lot,
Well,
though.
time has that double perspective always. Right? You look at your kids' lives and go, how the hell did this little baby turn into someone with a driver's license? How the hell did that happen?
Dude, she's got a tooth.
Yeah, but right. but then ask yourself, how does it feel go back to last Monday? Oh my God, it's the longest week of my life. It feels like it was 2 years that I aged just in the last 7 days. So time is always that perspective.
Yeah.
7 years from now? 7 years from now?
The Warriors may have to give up their first-round pick.
The kid I'm talking about who's a sophomore in high school, in theory, should be out of college by then. And I'm going to be worried about what the Warriors are doing then?
There is somewhere out there a 12-year-old basketball player who's pretty good for his age, and he's got a lot of upside.
I knew you were going to say it.
And that player is going to grow into the player that the Warriors could have had in 2030, but now they're going to miss out on him.
And you will be here at age
60-something. There'll be a 6 in front of it.
To rip Mike Dunleavy Jr.
Or Mike Dunleavy III by then.
Exactly. Which Lakem will be running the show by then?
Seriously. And I will rip. Put this in the capsule.
Of course you will.
Put it in the cap, Grandy.
Uh-huh.
Now, that throw-in was a non-throw-in. So everybody out there crying over the trade, You basically gave away Jordan Poole and his contract for 1 year of Chris Paul.
I would like everyone to remember this with regard to, you got Chris Paul for Jordan Poole. That's where the finances come into play. You know, what if you had gotten a better star? What if you had gotten, and I don't even know what Anunoby's contract is.
AJ Anunoby.
Okay, let's say, and this is a total dream world, this would not happen, but let's say you got Siakam, okay? You got Pascal Siakam in exchange for Jordan Poole. So instead, you got a younger, better player. But I'm also telling you, no, you also just lost Klay Thompson after the year. So you essentially traded Jordan Poole and Klay Thompson. You might have had to throw Kuminga in there too to get something like that to even work financially. Would you feel better? In that respect, it's not so much about the name Chris Paul. It's about the fact that he had 1 year left on the deal.
Siakam's a great comp because he makes $37.9 next year, and then he's a free agent. So you get 1 year of Siakam.
Okay. So that actually would have been great, but he's too good.
Right. Anunoby is 18.6. No wonder why they didn't want to trade him. And then a player option for 19.9 the year after that. You're not trading that if you're Toronto.
No, not for Jordan Poole.
Exactly. So when you're trading Jordan Poole, a player who the league knows is a very good young player, he's got upside, he's got star potential, but there are certain things that you've seen from afar, forget the punch, but you've seen the way he plays, and you realize that his worth is not as high as a more established vet.
We want to continue to take your calls here, 888-957-9570. Chris Paul trade, you've had four nights of sleep. Is it starting to feel any better? Should a team take fan likes and dislikes into account when making roster moves? 888-957-9570. But real quick before we go back to the phones, I'd like to read something penned by the great Tom Pelissero, who covers the NFL. Quote, 49ers quarterback Brock Purdy is headed to Jacksonville. No, not in a trade. He's headed to Jacksonville today to throw the next couple of weeks with quarterback coach Will Hewlett and ortho specialist Tom Gormley. Another sign that Purdy is progressing through his rehab following elbow surgery and remains on track to be ready for the 2023 season. Does that do anything for you?
Yeah, it does a lot for me. It shows me that he's continuing his off-season throwing program, and he's going with a doctor and his throwing coach that he's worked with in the past. We had Will Hewlett on the show.
I remember.
Yeah, and Will's a good QB coach, and it tells me that he's able to go out there and maybe not go through a full offseason program, but at least be able to throw. And the fact that a doctor will be there to supervise, quote unquote, tells me that his rehab is going great. So this is wonderful news for Brock Purdy.
Yeah, I think even more than that, Dibs and Grandy, if you could get the drop ready, that would be great. I made a couple of national radio appearances over the weekend, and everyone's asking people like us from the Bay the same questions. It's Chris Paul, Jordan Poole. One more Chris Paul. Oh, by the way, before you leave, that 49er quarterback situation. What's going on there? Because it seems to be filled with confusion, and the 49ers are a favorite, but nobody even knows who their quarterback is. And I answered it the same way every time. I said, somebody knows who the 49er quarterback is. You know who it is? The 49ers. The same way two timelines with the Warriors was a concoction of the media and the fans, I'm going to place a new one. The idea that the 49er quarterback room is unsettled and unknown and a competition is on the horizon. Concoction, fans, media, this deal is done. Brock Purdy is the quarterback of the 49ers. He will start week 1. He's incredibly ahead of schedule. Could there be a setback? Sure, anybody could get hurt between now and then, including the other two guys. But there's one place on earth where there's no questioning who the quarterback is of the 49ers, and it's inside their locker room. Nobody there has any questions. It's all of us. It's all of us who have decided that either politics or fandom or just, gosh, that little small Mr. Irrelevant guy, you're really going to go with that? Yeah, they're really going to go with that. We've done all of the work as a group here. Everybody who covers or follows the 49ers, I'm talking about all of you too. The questions have all been asked. The statements have all been made. George Kittle said it publicly again 3 weeks ago on the Dan Patrick Show. This thing is cooked. Something really, really totally odd would need to happen between now and September.
Well, there's only one thing that could happen.
For Brock Purdy to not be the quarterback. Yeah. Exactly. And we know exactly what that is. But I don't think that I know he's coming off of an injury. People seem to think, and this would be a great question for Doc Pandy, and maybe tomorrow you can ask it for me. Is Brock Purdy more likely or the same amount of likelihood as some other player, maybe coming off of a different injury, just like Trey Lance is,
to get hurt again?
I think it's pretty even, Steven.
Well, I think that he would be less likely in the way I've read it because of the freakish nature of this injury. So he goes through the internal brace, which basically is in there until his ligament is able to regrow and reattach. And then after that, as soon as he's cleared and he's good to go, he doesn't have any more likelihood than a guy who has a bad ankle. I think a body part that's more susceptible to general injury based on what you're doing is more likely to get re-injured. His injury was such a freakish injury that it would take another blow of a similar fashion, I think, to cause that injury again. And so I would argue that he's less likely to get re-injured.
Yeah, and the timeline that this is on right now, we are literally, I'm not trying to jinx anything, but something very odd would need to happen for him to not be ready in August.
Yeah.
He is ahead of schedule. Everything has progressed at every turn. He's been throwing for weeks already.
And the fact that he's with an orthopedic doctor, an ortho specialist, that makes me feel good, knowing that he's not going to be out there just playing pitch and catch with some random person and overthrowing and stretching it too much. He's going to be examined and looked at. They're going to put him through specific throws to see where he is in his progress. He's not just going to go out there and start slinging it all over the place. Now, he could get re-injured in this session. Knock on wood. Hope he doesn't. But you're right in terms of the quarterback. And I also think this, Mark, and we'll get the Chris Paul calls coming up here momentarily. I also think that they know in that same 49er brain trust whether or not Trey Lance is quarterback 2 or if he's not quarterback anything.
I agree.
I don't think there are any unanswered questions at 49-49 Centennial about any of the quarterbacks.
Well,
they know.
I think they know where at least where the presumption is right now. I think you have to enter into every day with an openness for it to go a certain way. And so can Trey go take something from someone? Sure. But I agree with you that right now, Kyle in his head knows exactly what the pecking order is, but especially at the top. I mean, every single person we talk to, it's just so weird. Oh, it's unset. They've got all kinds of confusion in the quarterback room. Not when you talk to any of them. They all look at you like, well, yeah. Well, so Brock's starting. And then after that, then I don't really know. And Trey looks great. Sam, love having Sam here. They're all saying that. But the idea of like, boy, who's going to win this battle? They're like, what battle? What are you talking about?
There is no battle.
We have made this up out of thin air. It doesn't exist.
Well, because outside the market in particular, they don't know what we know. And you look at just a roster and you say, Brock Purdy, Mr. Irrelevant. Yeah, he only lost one game and it's because he got hurt. Fine, flash in the pan. He hasn't really done that much. Trey Lance, number 3 overall. And Sam Darnold, number 3 overall. These are quarterbacks with real drafted pedigree. It's got to be an open competition.
Yeah.
But it's really not.
It's not.
Right. But you can see, and I get the same questions when I do my national interviews.
Nice job.
And it's the same thing. And it's there's been no indication that this is a competition, nor should it be.
Of course not.
The guy won 5 regular season and then 2 playoff. The guy was unbelievable when he came off the bench.
Yep, and I'm giving him 6. I'm giving him 6 regular season because he was losing when he came in. I feel like that should be a stipulation. He didn't start the Dolphins game. No, worse. He was given a deficit and less minutes to come back. So
you can do what you want. I'll speak in terms of fact.
That's fine.
He doesn't get Miami, and then he does get Philadelphia. Do you give him that loss?
Oh no.
Yeah,
he didn't play in that
you're
game.
trying to have it both ways.
Yes, I am.
Yeah.
I like to have my cake and eat it too because I don't know what we're supposed to do with cake if you don't eat it.
And you put it in the freezer for your 1 year anniversary. I got a cake in my freezer.
Do you have cake that's been sitting there the whole year?
Wedding cake.
No way.
Coming back out in November. Yeah.
What kind of cake?
It's chocolate. Chocolate. It's
no.
Oh yeah.
You did chocolate
I
for
even
your
looked
wedding?
on the internet how to freeze it.
Oh, that is a bold move.
It's a different wedding. It was
No,
a
I know.
backyard.
No,
It was,
I'm saying this
The
with
baby was at the wedding. For
I'm
God's
saying this
sakes.
for like wonderful amazement.
Yeah.
I don't know why, because
The cake was
weddings
good.
Well, weddings are all supposed to be white, and so people use vanilla cake and white frosting and all this, and I'm like, come on.
Yeah.
Chocolate, people. Like, I know you don't want to get it on your dress. Stop it. Chocolate.
It was a non-traditional deal.
Good for you.
Yeah. It was bagels and schmear and quiche and fruit salad. Keep it simple. Keep it moving.
Followed by cake.
Yeah.
Bagels followed by cake.
Gotta have
Amazing.
cake.
I love it. I love it. We once did a party for Abe where we did donuts followed by cake. Yeah, absolutely. It's perfect. All right, let's get back to your calls. 888-957-9570. Hey, D in Walnut Creek, you're on with Willard and Debs. What are you doing?
I just got to do artichokes for tonight.
Yeah. Let's go, D.
Yeah, you can come over. You can be Willard and Ribs again.
Oh, that's my
D, that's a
favorite.
good one. That's a zinger.
You be nice.
Hey, guys,
Go ahead,
I
D.
just like CP3, but you know what? He's a hell of a player. He's got lots of experience to bring to the table. The NBA is not a popularity contest. It's a win contest. So, fans have to get out of the pool party and jump into the Paul party. CP3 will be a player coach since Iggy didn't pan out. But there's some roster spots open, and so the Warriors aren't done. You know what? Let the games begin.
Well,
But on a different note,
yeah. Oh, go ahead, D.
Never cut D off.
my idea of what makes him super are his skills and then his notoriety in the league and his no doubt indefensibility to a team. Kind of like Steph, even Draymond or Clay. Those are superstars.
D,
Jordan
thanks.
Poole's not a superstar, and it's going to take a few years and the right team to get him into that status. But he might make the All-Star game just on scoring.
Thanks.
Okay. But D was killing me with those pauses. I thought he was done.
He hit you with
It's
that
he was-
headsy.
Yeah. Seriously. That guy, maybe he's taking sips of water in between your takes, but D, I like a lot of what you're saying. I am not. Can I make a promise to you right now?
Go ahead.
And I wonder if you'd agree with me. I am going to divorce myself from Jordan Poole's future stats. I don't. It's okay.
Oh, not me.
I don't. No. But my point is, I'm not going to be bothered by it, and I'm also not going to. If I criticize the Warriors after this deal, it will be because Chris Paul didn't work out, not because Jordan Poole made an all-star team. If Jordan Poole averages 25 and makes an all-star team, knock yourselves out, Wizards. Good on you, Jordan. I don't hate Jordan as a person. I'll forever be impressed by how he worked himself from G League to a big contract. It is all good.
Do you feel the same way about Wiseman in terms of...
That's different. That one's different, and I'll tell you why. The reason that Jordan Poole had to go, he had to go. The only I already knew it. I think a lot of people knew it. But the super, super, super double, triple confirmation is that when this deal got announced, he immediately, the first thing he did, he didn't even call his mom. The guy went to social media and unfollowed Draymond. And that tells you everything you need to know that we've been asking all year. You think they're getting along? I wonder if they had dinner. Maybe they had wine. Maybe they had cocktails. Did Draymond talk to him? Did they get into the lab? Did they go to a film session?
Was that an Instagram unfollow or Twitter? Or
I think it was all of the above.
Unfriended on Facebook?
If that tells you that, no, Jordan wasn't over it. So if Jordan's not over it, then whatever he is for any other team, he couldn't be that here. And therefore, it's irrelevant.
Does this then put more pressure on Draymond Green, knowing that the reason why Jordan couldn't be here was in large part because of his relationship with Draymond Green? Does that then put more pressure on Draymond to make this work, quote unquote, because Draymond is the reason that Jordan had to go?
Yeah. I don't think that he will feel that way, no.
No, but how do you feel? Do you feel that way?
I think it's on all of them. I think that in the end, what the Warriors feel like they did. Some people, I wonder what you think about this. Do you feel like the organization picked Draymond over Poole, or do you think the organization picked the big three over young guys?
I think more the latter, but both.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. But
I think that
I agree, the latter.
Well, the latter because they traded for another old guy,
and they traded Wiseman also, and they benched
for an older guy,
and they benched Kuminga.
Correct. So all the signs point toward the big three, the veterans, wanting to make a run for it with Steph's contract window, but to do it with other veterans. They don't want to wait and hope that Kuminga and Wiseman and Poole were going to develop fast enough to really help them and be a part of a core. They wanted a quicker fix with older guys, which is why they brought in GP2 of all people. They knew what they were getting with Gary Payton II. They knew it works with GP2. They knew he played the way they want to play. Chris Paul, very smart player. If he stays healthy, you can see Chris Paul fitting in with this veteran core because he's going to understand how the Warriors like to play, and he's going to do it to the best of his ability, I think.
Let's go to Devon, either in an Uber or driving an Uber. Devon, what are you doing right now?
Hey, man, I'm the number one Uber driver in the world. How y'all doing, man?
Hey, I need your number, brother.
5 stars across the board.
I wanted to talk about Jordan Poole for a minute, but also really quick, you guys said something about like ring chasers, and I hate that because at the end of the day, majority of these professional athletes are all chasing a ring. Some of them have greed with like money, but if you're a team guy, you're chasing rings. So I'm kind of with you guys. Like I'm kind of against that. But with the Chris Paul thing, man, I'm happy about it. I look at it, Poole averaged 20 and 5. And if we're, trying to take and add productions, Paul averaged 14 and 9. And so if we're saying, well, where do we account for those 6 points? I'm sure Kuminga's going to have a good year. And the way Chris Paul moves and plays the game of basketball, other guys are going to get buckets. It's going to be easier for them to score, which is going to help in their development. He's proven to adapt to superstars. Everybody's bringing up his injury history, which is valid, but if you're saying give me a part-time Chris Paul, you don't got to play all these tough minutes. Some of these games we might have blowouts. I'm kind of feeling it. He's deadly at the mid-range. He brings grit and experience. He takes care of the ball. And when I compare that to Jordan Poole, who's a very good scorer and an energy guy, but adds these other lists of things on the scale, I just think it's a good trade when we're getting Hall of Fame mindset. So I wanted to see how you guys felt about that, but I actually look forward to the season, man.
Devon, thanks, man. Appreciate it. And I hope to end up in an Uber in your car sometime soon. But I like what he said there at the end. The Warriors are acquiring a Hall of Fame mindset. They're not acquiring the Hall of Fame level talent that he's been before.
No, he's not that player anymore.
But the mindset, right? He still has that. And I do think the Warriors are thirsty for that right now.
And I think if you look at one of their big problems last year, it was turnovers. And Chris Paul had the fewest turnovers per game in his 17-year career in the NBA. He was below 2 turnovers a game for the first time in his career. His minutes were only down a little bit. His turnovers were way down. Assists were still high. So this is a player who can pass, and this is a player who's going to understand the way the Warriors want to play. The other thing that callers have said is Chris Paul plays slow and the Warriors like to play fast. I would like to see the Warriors play a little bit slower at times, particularly not only Jordan Poole going breakneck out of control, but play with a little bit more tempo in your favor because you're an older team. And when you start going up and down with Oklahoma City and Sacramento and some of these other fast teams, I don't think it plays to your advantage.
Meet in the middle. Right? Chris Paul, can you speed it up a little bit? Rest of the team, can you slow it down a little bit?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's doable, especially when you're not the starting point guard. You're not going to be out there for 40 minutes a night, 35 minutes a night. And so I think that there's room for all of that. All right, we're going to keep getting your phone calls on this. Should a team take fan likes and dislikes into account when making a move? And after 4 nights of sleep, are you feeling better or worse about the Chris Paul trade. There's giant stuff to get to as well, and we will around the bend. We're presented by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises. It's Willard and Dibs.
What's up? It's your boy Guru, and if you hear that excitement in my
and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Pitch clock violation?
Yeah.
I'm here.
I was gearing up for my time. My time.
Go ahead.
It starts tomorrow.
Go ahead.
I said I was.
Start now.
I'm booking guests right now for the rest of the week.
Dude, you want me to kick my feet up for the last hour? Go ahead.
I want you to act like this matters to you.
It does.
Then bring it.
I'm here. I'm him.
I'm booking a guest that you do not want to talk to for the rest of the week.
Wait a minute. Are you booking for today?
I'm booking for the rest of the week.
Oh, you're
today. We're set.
Who are you bringing on?
Thank
Chris
you.
Paul?
I'm efforting somebody who is the GOAT in their field, the greatest of all time.
Okay.
He's the GOAT.
He is unquestionably.
You better not have any of my people.
He's the GOAT. What do you mean your people?
My people.
Like Momo, Rob Parker,
Rich Ornberger?
Orny.
Yeah, exactly.
I was listening to him yesterday. And
Anybody
I'm like,
I've ever done a show with, which is basically everybody.
Michael?
Yeah.
Ephraim?
Yeah. Oh,
no
gosh.
salam?
No salami for you.
I'm efforting a guy who's been known to eat salami.
I'm going to eat it.
Joey Chestnut. I'm gonna get.
You
Joey.
ever heard of him?
You ever heard of Joey Chestnut?
You can't have him.
I've had him many times.
That's my people.
That is not your people.
It is.
You got too many people, man.
Why is
Joey
your mic so
Chestnut?
loud, Lucas? Calm down in there. You're over modulation sensation.
That's a buck.
No,
a couple words I get, I got to make them real noticeable.
Yeah, no, you can have Joey. You can have Joey.
I know I can have Joey.
Yeah.
I know Joey.
You
We're
don't
friends.
know. No, you don't. You don't know Joey Chestnut.
I actually emceed an on-field eating contest with Joey Chestnut.
That does not mean you're friends. I emceed an event that Tiger Woods was in. That does not mean we're friends.
I found that I was not nearly as hungry as Joey was. And,
You do me a huge favor.
Hey, Joey, I need you to do me a huge favor. I need you to eat 17 hot dogs in the next 30 seconds.
I need you to go over there and punch the MC. No,
Joey, I don't know why you soaked the bun, but it makes sense now when I think about it. I've been soaking buns in my own way, in my own private life.
Once again, Tiger Woods, also
Thank
known
you.
as Nasally Kyle.
Well, I was at the Waffle House and stuff, and yeah.
Who was the third person that we decided was the same impersonation?
Farhan.
That's who it was. Okay, so there's Kyle Shanahan.
I think that it's going to be Brock Purdy this year and stuff.
And then there's nasally Kyle Shanahan, which is Tiger Woods.
Guys, I think my driver's a little bit errant these days. I need to work on my 3-wood.
And then there's Kyle Shanahan with little teeny Snickers interspersed in between sentences.
I got Blake Sable from Rule 5.
Boy, that Sable thing yesterday. What the hell? What are you,
Dude.
What are you doing?
Act like you know
What are you doing?
I mean, do you know
Listen,
the rules?
I mean, okay, real quick on this, because by the way,
Good God.
I'm so excited about the Giants. I am so excited about the Giants. You go on a win streak like that, you come home, like Grandy made this point before the show, and I think it's a good one. That wasn't just a winning streak. You play those other division teams, you don't play them again until September. The fact that your heater came when you were playing them is huge for your imprint on the division. They passed the Dodgers and almost caught the Diamondbacks and shoved the Padres further into submission. Just an absolute monster stretch of baseball that the Giants have had in the last 2 weeks. So that is great. They've also got Memory Lane coming up tomorrow night in Toronto, where Kevin Gausman will be the starting pitcher and Brandon Belt is going to be in the lineup for the other team. So that's a whole lot of fun. But real quick on Blake Sable. What everyone said was not wrong. I actually heard Dave Fleming after the game. He was talking about, he's like, I don't know what happened, but here would be my guess. Evan Longoria, if you missed the play, Patrick Bailey hits a little chopper down the third base line.
First and second, 2 outs.
First and second, 2 outs, and you're down 4-2.
Starting to rally.
The Uncle Mo was wearing a Giant jersey. The stands were lit. It's a great crowd out there over the weekend.
Been fun.
Wow, the crowd was great. So you get a little bounding ball down the third base line. Evan Longoria is shaded over towards second base, so he gets there, but way too late to do anything about it. But he dives, and he stops the ball from going down the third base line. And then he did something odd with his body. Like, he got to the ball, and then he just sort of lollygagged. Like he stayed down for a minute, as if, like, I'm not in any hurry. which was because he had the ball in his hand. So if anybody tried to take another base, he was going to have him dead to rights.
He was only 10 feet into the outfield.
Sable read that as he missed it, and the ball went down the line. And Fleming was guessing that well before anybody had talked to him in the locker room. And then afterward, it's exactly what Sable said. He said, I took a quick look up. I looked at Longo. His body language suggested that he didn't catch it. I'm thinking, if it's down the third base line, I got a chance to tie the game right now. Score from first base. So I just kept on running. So Longo stands up, and it's like, dude, you're cooked. And throws him out. Inning over. Rally dead. I
Because
get
he was
it.
halfway to third, and as he looks up, he realizes one of his teammates is, standing on the base.
Right.
And it dawns on him that it's illegal in these parts to have two players on the same base at the same time.
Would be a game changer if that was allowed. That would have been great. Blake would have been safe.
It's called pickle. That game is a different game.
Here's what Gabe Kapler had to say about the whole thing.
So I've watched the play several times, talked to Blake about it. He runs around second base as he's supposed to. So he attacks second base hard with his head up, puts his head down around second base, looks up and sees Longo on the grass, right? He also hears the crowd getting really loud, and he's making the assumption that the ball's down the left field line. In his brain, he's thinking about scoring. He's a very, very aggressive base runner. He has been the entire season for us. I maybe a little bit over aggressive. I think if there was any feedback to give Blake, that would be it. Also, young, developing player that's ran the bases very well for us so far, come up in some huge spots for us. He doesn't even have a chance to do that unless he draws a big walk. So, look, we can't make those type of base running errors. If it happens often, it's really going to hurt us. I also think it's kind of fair to give Blake the benefit of the doubt here, call it a very aggressive and perhaps over-aggressive base running mistake, but not make too much of it, turn the page, and get ready for Toronto.
Obviously, it was unfortunate. And he's not wrong. I get it. Then again, there's something that comes up in my mind, and we do this repeatedly, and it's actually come up in the Warrior conversation, and we should do it with the Giants now as well, because the Giants have a bunch of them who've come up, from Casey Schmidt, Patrick Bailey, Luis Matos, Blake Sable. They got a bunch of rookies on the team. And in fact, one of our YouTube watchers right now just said, and it's Claymond Currens Pooney on YouTube, said, bad mistake, but he's a youngster. He is. He's a youngster. But sometimes I think we do this. We did it with Jonathan Kuminga. Oh, he didn't go for a rebound in the Kings series, but he's a youngster. Do you need to be older to know things like that? Do you need to be 28 to know the runner ahead of you's not going, I should stop?
No, but that was a good explanation by Kapler in terms of, and I love the way he describes it. He attacked second base like, he just attacked it.
Like he was going to eat it for dinner.
Exactly. And then you round second, he's got his head down. And, he's a rookie who made a small mistake in not a meaningless game, but it's just a game.
I don't
and
call
the way
it a
things
small
have been,
mistake at all.
It's a small mistake.
That was a huge mistake.
Well,
that's a big game. And
it's a game in June.
And they were,
Jonathan Kuminga didn't chase a rebound. That was one play that was symptomatic of a much bigger problem, which was he lost his confidence. He lost his confidence because they stopped playing him. They stopped playing him because he wasn't playing well. And when he wasn't playing well and they stopped playing him, the little dollops that he did play, he wasn't playing with confidence and aggressiveness. That play, to me, was much bigger than a rookie in a base running error.
I'm not going to disagree with that because it was in a playoff game. But my larger point is this. When we talk about mistakes made by young players, there's two different kinds. The Kyle Haynes, the director of player development for the Giants, was on with us a couple of weeks ago and stated Matos is going to make some base running errors. And Matos got picked off. He got picked off over the weekend. That's the kind of, okay, he's young, so he's aggressive. He doesn't know the tendencies and the tricks that the pitchers are going to play on him. That I get. Okay, young player, you're getting to know the big leagues. I don't need to be in the big leagues to realize that when the runner in front of me is not going, I need to stop, especially when the play is happening in front of me.
Yes.
Like if everyone's like, well, he's running hard, his head is down. Get your head up. What is your head doing down? You literally have the benefit of the fact that the play is happening right in front of you. Keep your head to the left. You can see three things. Longoria catch the ball, the runner ahead of you not go, and I don't know if you know this, Dibs, there's a coach over there who will tell you what to do. But if you don't want to look at any of those three things, just keep running and then run a big league baseball game into the ground in the 8th inning. I'm sorry. Like, that's not an excusable mistake. I can't, like, you can't go, oh, he's young. My son knows not to do that. He's 9.
It's just a mistake. I mean,
yeah, it's a mistake, but it's not a big league mistake.
I don't think it's a rookie mistake. I think it's just a case of a player who didn't obviously look up in time. By the time he looks up, he's between second and third, and it's an blank moment because you realize Longoria is standing there with a baseball, and there's somebody on third. And so now you're stuck and you're screwed. Yeah. Lesson learned, and you move on. If that happens in Game 5 of a playoff series in an elimination game, we're having a different conversation. It's a rookie who made a rookie mistake in a June game that, you know what? You might not have won that game anyway. Even if he does score, the game's only tied. They scored a run in the next inning anyway.
Well, of course. They needed another hit to even tie the game after that. Yep. But they had clear momentum going. The pitcher was shook.
No doubt.
The stadium was all set up. And they're a half game out of first place right now today, potentially.
If they win that game.
If he doesn't run into that. I like San Jose Jazz fan on YouTube just wrote, Sable just needs minutes.
It's pretty good. He's getting a lot of minutes.
Exactly.
All those
a lot of minutes here on 95.7 The Game. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on Twitch, YouTube, and the free Odyssey app. The other side of that, though, is, Sable did a great job of working a walk to even get on base. There's a completely different energy. A completely different energy around the entire lineup and everything going on there, even in a game like yesterday, which in the late innings got messed up about 3 different ways. You still get down to the last at bat with the tying run at the plate, and the Giants were just an incredibly difficult out. And I don't know how you watch the last, and this is specific to the last 10 games. The last 10 games, and the Giants' record during those 10 games is 8-2. The last 10 games were the Dodgers for 3, the Padres for 4, the Diamondbacks for 3. Quite frankly, that's it. That's your division. The Rockies are irrelevant. Those are the 3 teams you're going to need to navigate. And for them to play the way they did in those 10 games, have the success that they had, some of it at home, some of it on the road, I don't even know how you could be more encouraged as a Giants fan based on where they're at right now.
No, it's incredible, and it's exciting, especially when you look at how close the division is in terms of run differential. There are 16 runs separating the top 4 teams in the division. The Dodgers are first with 47 to the positive. Then the Giants are 2 back of that. Arizona's 11 back of the Dodgers, and then San Diego's 16 back. If you factor in expected win-loss records based on that very run differential, you would be looking at a division right now led by the Dodgers by a half game over San Francisco, a full game over Arizona, and a game and a half over San Diego. You'd have 4 teams separated by a game and a half. That's to say that this thing is not only far from over, we might have a good old-fashioned 4-team division race.
Totally possible.
And Mark, if this thing does continue to go this way, it makes those last 10 games even more important because we talked about this before. In the new balanced schedule, you're not playing Arizona, San Diego, and LA 19 times apiece. You're playing them 12 times apiece. So to win those head-to-heads now, you mentioned it, you don't play these teams again for a long time, but you've got that certain leg up on them in terms of that head-to-head that you've already won.
What do you think the Giants' playoffs odds, Fangraphs, are right now?
Right now, it's got to be 79%.
71.5.
Okay.
71.5. Right behind the Diamondbacks are 73.9. Dodgers are at 89% to make the playoffs. So that's, by the way, not that we ever want to grab one of the, I don't know how we do this on the air. I'd love to talk to somebody with Fangraphs once upon a time to figure out what determines playoff odds, seemingly factoring in the team you think they're going to be. In other words, the Dodgers right now are exactly a half game behind the Giants. They're a half game behind the Giants, yet their playoff odds are a full 17.5% higher. What's that about? Just because you think they're good? And I'm not saying I think differently. I understand that the perception is that the Dodgers have a better roster than the Giants, but how does that get factored into the math? Why do the Dodgers have a 17.5% better chance to go to the playoffs than the Giants when the Giants are a half game ahead of them at this hour?
It's based on projections. A lot of it's based on projections and overall talent assessment in terms of, what they think of the roster. So it says we use a number of different systems such as Steamer, Zips, and Fan. It's so funny.
I don't know what that is.
Well, Zips is created by a guy at ESPN, and then you use Zips, which is depth chart based. So it's basically looking at a team's roster and basing these projections on what these players are most likely to be when all is said and done. So you take a combination of what's already happened mixed with what is likely to happen. Baseball is the most predictive sport, I think, of the big three in terms of...
You think?
Yeah, in terms of...
It feels the opposite.
I think a player, like a good 8-year veteran, is most likely to perform within a certain realm more so than an NFL player or an NBA player.
Okay, well, I'll buy that. The other side to that is, baseball, you don't get in the NBA or the NFL a team like the Miami Marlins, where you're like, they're just tracking toward the playoffs and nobody could name a player on their team. Like in the NBA, you can be a little surprising, but right, if you've got the stars, you're going to be the 1, 2, or the 3 seed, and we can see that coming ahead of time. Sometimes there's a small party crasher, but does that go deep? Very, very rare. Even the Miami Heat, while they were an 8 seed, came out of the play-in tournament. Sure, they've got a star player, they've got pedigree, and they were in the finals just a few years ago. So, and they were in the conference finals literally the year before. So, I don't know. Baseball, to me, feels the least predictive as far as what can happen. Like, the Braves are going to go to the playoffs this year. The next 3 most likely, Dodgers, Giants, Diamondbacks. I don't know. Based on what I've seen from those 3 teams, I think that can be a pretty neck-and-neck deal the rest of the way. I don't feel like any team is overwhelmed by the other one in terms of roster.
Yeah, I think that the Dodgers, if you looked at, the names and the numbers that go along with those names and the seasons that they've had over the course of their career would indicate, and that's what the models would tell you, that they're more likely, those players are more likely to start performing closer to their career averages than they have so far.
Right, but their bullpen is worse, for example, which is just as predictive. And this doesn't take into account what deals any of these teams are going to make next month.
It's true.
So I'm just wondering out loud, but no, it very much, all of the sudden, the young guys come up. You have the way they've played over the last 6 weeks, and it has changed our outlook on all of this because it right now feels like there's going to be postseason baseball coming to the Bay Area.
Right, which is why, and we did this on our show thread earlier today, I asked the question, and I do think it's interesting to do this periodically throughout the course of any calendar year, who's more likely to win the next championship? And we are so lucky in this market that it really is a 3-way question.
It's a discussion, yeah.
If you're in Houston, for example, conversation's over. Duh, it's the Astros. It's not the Texans, and it's not the Rockets. Let's move on to our next topic. But here, you've got 3 teams who all have a chance to win a championship. Let's start with the Giants. You said 71% to make the playoffs. And we know this, that in baseball, if you make the playoffs, you're a team that could be a real live wire to win the whole thing, as opposed to the NBA. Miami is obviously the anomaly as an 8 seed, but if you're like a 9 seed and you got to win 2 play-in games just to get in there, you usually get crushed by the 1 seed. See you later, and that's all she wrote. But in baseball, you get in, you've got a chance. So that's why I thought the Giants might be that team. Now, the Niners have the most ready-made championship roster, but they've got questions at quarterback. Whether you think Brock Purdy can be the guy or not, he's going to have to go out there and do it again, which he can do. If Brock has a good year, then the Niners are very much a viable Super Bowl contender. And then you have the Warriors. Championship pedigree. They've won 4 since the other teams have won anything. And now you add Chris Paul, a veteran, to a team where, and the Warriors weren't that far off last year. You said it yourself.
No,
I mean, they were in
weren't.
it against the Lakers. I don't think they would have beaten Denver.
Neither do
but
I.
they're a team that's been there, and they're close enough.
Well,
so who do you think is the next one to win it?
If you start a season in the NBA and there's only, even if you think, oh, there's 2 or 3 teams better than us, well, then you absolutely have a shot.
Right.
Because as we know, the journey for those teams could go 100 different ways, starting with injury, starting with the unforeseen Ja Morant, for example. If you're going into next season as the Warriors and you're like, I don't think we can beat Denver. If that's the only team that really makes you feel that way, and that's kind of how I feel in the West, well, then they got a great shot because I don't know what's going to happen with Denver next year. I do know that everybody who's ever played in the league says it's incredibly hard to repeat. So, yeah, the Warriors are right there. My answer, though, and we'd love to throw this out to all of you, which team is closest to a title in your opinion, because I do think that a reasonable person could come up with different answers. 888-957-9570. I would say the 49ers. I would say the 49ers in this moment for these reasons. The number one reason is this. You said the Niners have questions at the quarterback spot. I say the Niners have question at the quarterback spot.
That's fair. It's my lisp that came out.
If the 49ers get good play from Brock Purdy, they're the best team in the NFL. There it is. They have the best non-quarterback roster in the NFL. Anybody have an argument with that? Anyone?
You'd have to look at it. And Lucas printed out the top cores in the NFL.
Yep.
Niners were 10th, and they were the only team in the top 10 to not have their quarterback be a part of their core.
Which I think, and I thought that list was kind of a joke. I mean, who's got the best?
He's calling you a joke, Lucas.
No, it wasn't his list, was it? Lucas, was it your list?
No, but he took the time to print it out.
No,
it was
that's
10
fine.
pages.
That's something being a joke.
This guy.
Something being a joke can make it interesting. I like jokes. Anyway.
You do like stand-up comedy.
Thank you. Point being is, like, who's got the best left tackle in the NFL?
Oh, the Niners, yeah.
Okay.
Trent Williams.
All right. Who's got the best running back in the NFL?
That's debatable.
It is.
Who's got Dalvin Cook? Poor guy can't get a job.
I know, man, the running back position.
Christian McCaffrey is among them.
Do they have among the best tight ends in
He's
the league?
among them.
Okay.
Mungus.
Do they have, where would you put their receiving core?
I'd have to look at all the cores, but it's probably
top 10?
Top 7, yeah. Top 10.
How about their linebacking core?
That's good.
How about their pass rush?
It's fine.
Fine?
Well, we'll see.
I mean, starts with Bosa.
Yeah.
Right?
And then now they got Reddick.
You know, right. Man, even
Hargrave.
Hargrave.
Jesus.
Anyway, but even the defensive backfield. Where's the buzzer? Even the defensive backfield, which, take a Charvarius Ward, put him in there. The way Gibson played last year, the 49ers have an answer at every position except for quarterback, and they think they might have the answer there too. I only have one question for that team this year. Is Brock Purdy going to play well? If he does, I think the 49ers are the favorite in the NFC. So that's why I would stick them there, because I don't think that either of the other two teams can get to the point where you would tab them as the favorite. The Warriors can be in the mix. The Giants can be in the mix. I do think the Giants are going to need more starting pitching before you can realistically think that they would navigate their way through the playoffs against the Dodgers and the Braves and whoever else you might need to beat. I think you're going to need more starting pitching, but they may go get that at the deadline. I'll agree with you from this point. I mean, I can see it. I could see it for all three the next time they play. I can see it. But the Niners, to me, are the best bet of the three.
And if we go by just odds, and I will use the odds based on FanDuel, the FanDuel Sportsbook, the lowest odds, so the best odds to win a championship would be the 49ers. They got them listed right now at 10-1, plus 1,000, and they are second in the NFC. It goes Chiefs at 6-1, Eagles at 8, Bills at 9, Then the Niners and Bengals at 10-1.
10-1.
So they're 10-1. And if you go to MLB futures, according to FanDuel, the Giants right now are 30-1 to win the World Series. You've got the Braves, Dodgers, and the Padres ahead of them in the National League. And boy, a bunch of American League. You got the Rays, Astros, Rangers, Yankees, Blue Jays, Orioles, and Twins all in that same realm as the Giants. And to the NBA, the Warriors are 12-1. They are the fifth choice. That was 5 days ago. So, these odds change rapidly this time of year.
That was before or after the acquisition of Chris Paul?
Probably right before.
Okay.
And I could get more updated odds, but I wouldn't imagine that the Warriors are much different than the 12-1. 12-1. I'm seeing it here. FanDuel, 12-1. So Niners 10-1, Warriors 12-1. The Giants are at 32-1 or 30-1. Mark.
So the Padres have lower odds than the Giants?
20-1.
That's wild.
Dodgers
that's a terrible bet.
Dodgers are plus 470. Braves are plus 370.
Yep. I get all that. And I know there's a long way to go. The Padres are 7 games back of the Giants right now, 9.5 games back of the Diamondbacks. I absolutely think they can and probably should turn it around. And as far as predictors are concerned, like the Padres have a run differential of plus 31, yet somehow they're 4 games under 500. That's wild. That's wild. There are only 1, 2, 3, 4. There are only 6
teams, 4 in the West.
In the National League that have a plus differential. The Padres are one of them, yet they're 4 games under 500. So should they turn it around? Sure. But in my opinion, by definition, a terrible bet if you bet on them now, 4 games under 500, and all you're going to get out of that is 20-1. Yet I could go bet on a team like the Giants and get 30-1 when they're sitting 7 games ahead. That's a big number. That's a really big number. So, I don't know. That's a little bit of a head scratcher.
Yeah, and it's based on their roster and the expectation that they will turn it around. And I do think that plus minus the run differential is a big part of it because, and I mentioned this earlier, the expected win-loss record, they would be 42-36 right now. So they're 5 games below what their expected would be. The Giants are 1 game better than they're expected. Arizona's 4 games better. The Dodgers are dead on what they should be based on their run differential. So what that tells me after almost 80 games, nearly half a season, Arizona's been a little bit more fortunate. San Diego's been a little bit more unfortunate in terms of their run differential and what their record should be. And if those trends continue, you would figure San Diego is going to be able to flip that around. But you mentioned the big number. They're 6.5 out of the wild card.
Yeah.
I mean, San Diego's got work to do. A lot of work.
They're furious down there.
I can imagine, Coach.
I got my
you got ties.
Got my boys down there, and they're like, people are marching for Bob Melvin's head already. Like, there are plenty on the daily of you have got to fire Bob Melvin calls in San Diego. And this is you're not even a year and a half in to his tenure as the manager of the San Diego Padres, and they just went to the playoffs last year.
It seems a little bit harsh to me, but then I look at the Giant series, and I mean, it's easy to say he mismanaged those games because the moves that he made or didn't make didn't work out, but they have enough arms down there to where they shouldn't be losing games in that fashion.
Well, and also, I wonder even about a situation like what we saw with that play at the plate that got so much discussion. And you think about the Giants dugout who had the wherewithal to be like, that's against the rule. And Gabe even said it after the game. They're like, it's kind of a bad rule. And he's like, look, it's not on me to figure out the rules. It is on me to put my team in a best position to follow them. And so that's what they did. Like, I really, as much as I hate the rule and hate the way it was interpreted, I really congratulate the Giants for even thinking or realizing that that could be something that was overturned. And so when you watch a manager do that in one dugout, and then the other dugout, here's your manager freaking out and screaming and yelling and getting tossed and doing all the things that he did. Again, I'm not saying he should have known. I'm not saying there's anything he could have done about it. but it does not feel good when you're a fan and you watch your manager get outmanaged. That's what happened in that series. You look at the way Gabe ran his bullpen, the way Bob ran his. The Padres had the lead, I think, was it all 4 of the games? I think they had the lead in all 4 of the games. And he got outmanaged. He got beat to the punch, and the Giants took 3 out of 4.
Yeah, it's easy to say that because the guys that he brought in, Hader in particular, didn't get the job done, and that ultimately is on the manager. But if your players come in and play well, then the manager gets the credit. When they don't, he gets the blame. Looking at FanGraphs, Mark, they've got the Padres with a better chance than the Giants to win the World Series. 4.5% for the Padres, 4.3% for the Giants. So all of the projections, and I was looking at FanGraphs and all the projections they use one from Bill James, one from Nate Silver. They use like 12 to 15 different models, and all the models are telling you that the Padres will turn this around, and if they get into the playoffs, they're seen by the FanGraphs projections as more dangerous than the Giants.
They've got better players.
Yeah.
But I'll continue to point to the same thing, which I don't understand why teams don't get this. Or maybe they do, and they're just, there's nothing they can do about it. But I haven't followed every Padre game, but when I watched what their bullpen did last week here, when I watch that, I go, oh, well, there's your problem. Your problem isn't Tatis. He's fantastic. Machado's underperforming. Soto has now been fine. Bogart's underperforming a little bit, but it's not like they're not scoring enough runs. They're doing their stats again. They've got this positive run differential. They've only given up 304 runs this year as a pitching staff. You know what that is? It's the lowest number in the whole National League. They've given up the fewest runs in the whole National League. But their bullpen was giving up leads. The Dodgers, same thing. And the Giants' bullpen, knock on wood, has not been giving up many leads. You know what I mean? Camilo Doval is probably the most under-discussed player in the entire National League right now. That guy is the best closer in baseball. And even when he coughed up a save at Dodger Stadium last week, the rest of the team picked him up. He has been absolutely lights out. You look at the way the Rogers twins have thrown, put in a couple other players who have done the job out of the bullpen, and that's the difference between being 10 over 500 and 10 under 500. Win your close games. Win your one-run games. And you do that with a bullpen. You can have all the fancy lineup you want, but if your bullpen's coughing up leads, you are dead in the water.
No doubt, especially when your offense, which is much ballyhooed, is not scoring at the rate that you think that they should score at. I was just reading Bob Nightingale's tweet from yesterday. The Padres get smoked again by the Nationals in front of 41,503 disgusted fans at Petco Park. It's a toss-up. Who would the most underachieving team in history be between the Padres and Mets if they both miss the postseason? So, man, answer Bob's question, which would be more galling if the Mets or the Padres if they didn't make the postseason? Because the Mets came in, oh boy, the Mets have a similar stacked roster.
They were the highest priced team. They're the highest priced team in all of baseball. They've got all kinds of big names all over the place. Their pitching staff is littered with former number ones, guys that you would love to have game one of a playoff series. And they've been even worse, 35-42, and they're coughing up stuff in all kinds of ridiculous ways. And remember, they lost their closer in the World Baseball Classic.
Yeah.
So
the WBC later.
Little part of it as well. All right, 888-957-9570. We will reboot the phone calls with regard to 4 nights of sleep. Did it help you with the idea of Chris Paul being a Warrior? And should teams take the fan distaste into account when building a roster? I mean, I did think of one example where, for instance, the Los Angeles Dodgers last year were not going to get into the Carlos Correa conversation. Not at all. Because their fan base despises anybody who had anything to do with the Houston Astros 4 or 5 years ago. So that was someone who the Dodgers probably could have used. And they didn't even touch him with a 10-foot pole, and it was because of the way the fans feel about that player. I'm not drawing a direct comp between the Astros cheating scandal and anything that Chris Paul has done, but I'm just saying that it does get there. It does get to a point where a team will take that into account, and I have zero doubt in my mind that the Warriors brass sat down and said, let's have a conversation before we make this deal about how our fan base would receive Chris Paul.
I bet that came long after they talked to Draymond, Steph, and Clay, assuming that Draymond's going to be back, which I think we both are making that assumption. Maybe after all of that was a box that was checked and they all signed off on it, then they had a brief, maybe introspective look to see how the fan base might react. And I don't know if they go to a think tank or if they put out a feeler or how you actually get that real-time feedback. Maybe you just go onto Twitter and you search up Chris Paul and Warriors and see what Warrior fans were saying about Chris Paul to get a sense for what the fans would do. But I think that you ask the veterans far more and you get their feeling, and maybe at the very end of it you think about the fans, but it doesn't matter what the fans think. If you think that Chris Paul can help your team and this trade helps your bottom line, it doesn't matter if you get some fan backlash.
Well, I think it does matter initially, but then it doesn't matter provided that it works. Like, for instance, you say, hey, it doesn't matter if you get some backlash initially. I think it will matter if it doesn't work and you get the backlash there. Chris Paul gets hurt in training camp and plays a total of 3 games for the Warriors and then leaves.
Iguodala.
And Jordan Poole scores 26 a night next year. You don't think that's a problem for the Warriors?
Oh, it's a problem. It's a major problem.
And that could happen.
It could.
It could play that way. Or Jordan Poole could continue to score points on an irrelevant team. Chris Paul could stabilize the second unit, and the Warriors could be in the Final Four again next year. That could happen too. And I think that those two possibilities and anything in between is going to determine how the fans receive Chris Paul.
It likely is going to be in between, and it'll likely be Chris Paul, who is fighting father time and fighting injuries and decreased minutes. And look at the entire team in terms of the veterans. Klay Thompson wasn't able to play back-to-backs until after the change of the calendar. Draymond Green was remarkably healthy, but he's a player who had to slap ice on his knees every time he came off the floor. Steph Curry played about 2/3 of the games. Andrew Wiggins played about half the games. So to think that this team is going to be able to go in and forget Chris Paul for a minute, but you had Steph Curry who was fighting the injury bug last year. Clay had to ramp up to play back-to-backs, and he came in out of shape, admittedly. Draymond was healthy but needed ice constantly. This is a team that's going to have those injuries, let alone whatever happens to Chris Paul as a 38-year-old.
I mean, I will agree on this level, which is, again, if it works, we forgive almost anything.
Yep.
The bigger question might be, what does this guy think of Chris Paul?
I don't like CP at all. Like, we don't have a good relationship at all, but I respect his hustle and I respect his IQ. He's smart as hell. And
smart.
And CP was kind of using, like, CP saw stuff coming up. And, you know, once you start to get older in this league, you start to realize, like, okay, this guy is coming. Eventually, he may catch me because I'm going to start to decline at some point. And so I would kind of see CP kind of keeping Steph at bay, but yet giving him a stiff arm at the same time. Now, Steph, Steph ain't, Steph is Steph. Like, we all love Steph, right? He ain't cut like, he ain't got the street part to him. And so
he ain't confrontational at all. He ain't confrontational.
Exactly. And so with me coming from where I come from and the way I grew up, I'm kind of watching like, yo, he kind of rock with you, Steph, but he kind of don't. He kind of keeping you at bay. And so I took it upon myself to try to create division there.
That part at the end, because this clip is getting a ton of run this weekend.
He took it upon himself to create that division.
So he started it on purpose, which means
that
what?
S.
Yeah, but guess what? That means he can on purpose walk it back.
Right. And
because now they're teammates.
And whatever he started on purpose was just basketball trash talk.
That's what I mean.
It wasn't like, hey, Steph, let's go by Chris's house and throw a brick through his window or slash his tires. This was, hey, Steph, what do you think about Chris Paul? Let's go out there and let's own him. And when you cross him over, we'll scream 2014 at him, and we'll keep clowning him. And you know what? We're not gonna choose his insurance company. We're gonna insure ourselves. Using something else. How about that?
They could all be graybeards on the shop, or actually at the shop.
Right.
Years from now, that's the kind of stuff that they would laugh at, because everyone's making a big deal about this. Oh, Draymond doesn't like CP3. How are they going to be able to coexist? Obviously, those conversations happen well before a deal gets made. And listen to what Chris, because now let's bring it to present day.
Bring it.
What does Chris Paul have to say about it now? I'm having a hard time finding any issue here with what Chris Paul said today on NBA Today.
Me and Steph have known each other a long time, man. My wife was at his wedding. I think him and his wife was at our wedding. But we've known each other for a very, very long time, man. So I'm excited to get a chance to play alongside him. Clay, Wig, Draymond, all them, man. They got a unbelievable organization, and that team is just, they've been playing together for a while, and they know what they're doing.
Okay, so these are the first words from Chris, where he's actually expressing some excitement. He's naming names, right? The Warriors won't even address this, because this trade apparently, quote unquote, hasn't even happened. We're not even at the start of the legal tampering period, any of that. But Chris is openly speaking about joining the Warriors. This is not going to be a buyout. He's going to play. And what did he do when he named off all the names? He said, first of all, let's talk about Steph Curry and that relationship. You can all point to trash talk on the court, but the man was at my wedding. And then he brings up everyone else, Clay, Wiggs, and Draymond, who is a free agent. But I have a feeling none of these things get said. This is why I'm sort of willing to dig my heels in with regard to rumors about Draymond Green going elsewhere. What are you hearing publicly right now? Chris Paul's on NBA Today talking about playing with Draymond. The Warriors, Steve Kerr, and Mike Dunleavy Jr. are both in front of microphones saying, we cannot win a title without Draymond Green. None of these things are said into microphones if they don't have the framework of a deal already in place.
Or at least close. And you said this during the changeover, the crossover. I can't remember which one we're on right now, but you said this thing started at the 5-yard line, and they're marching it toward the goal line.
They're at the half-inch line now.
And it's first and goal at inside the 1. It's just a question of QB sneak or fumble Ruski. What are we trying to do here to punch this thing in the end zone? I think you're right in terms of the nature of this deal getting done. And the Chris Paul trade happens, and it's not official yet, but Chris Paul doesn't come out and make those remarks unless he had made a call and gotten at least some assertion of what's going to happen.
Yeah, and I saw the quote from Guru right before we came in. Quote, I would have let Draymond walk rather than trade Jordan Poole. Respectfully, I don't even understand that.
Well,
do other people feel that way?
I'm sure they do.
I don't even understand that.
It's because Jordan Poole's got the ha-ha, as Steiny calls it, because the ha-ha, and he's got the skirt, and he's got all these offensive moves and abilities that Draymond doesn't have, and Jordan Poole's 24. Jordan Poole's the future. He's a bucket. He's a walking bucket.
Not the future.
No, but this is, Mark, I'm speaking for, I don't mean to speak for Guru, but this is what the Jordan Poole camp tells you. He is the future.
He never was.
Well, he's the future for someone. He's 24. And the guy's 20 points a night at least. He's a great offensive player who's only going to get better.
He's a good offensive player.
He's a superstar in the making.
He's a very talented young player.
No doubt.
He's a very talented young player who has all kinds of holes in his game.
Led the team in scoring last year.
Not really factual, but yes.
Well, in terms of who scored the most points.
He led the team in points.
Yes, which is scoring.
Scoring is usually thought to be points per game.
Depends on how you want to look at it.
It does.
And again,
I choose to look at it that way.
And you do things a lot differently. Brock Purdy, you're undefeated.
Well, actually, if I go on the internet, I don't want to do semantics, but if we go to NBA stats and click on scoring,
Yeah.
It's going to list it based on per game averages.
That's their prerogative.
Yes, it
if
is.
you go to Basketball Reference and you click on PTS, which I believe is points, you would find Jordan Poole with 1675, Steve Curry 1648. So it's factual to say that Jordan Poole scored more points than Steph Curry.
Looking at PTS right now, and it goes Joel Embiid, 33.1.
You're doing per game.
Per game.
You're doing PPG.
No, PTS.
Right.
PTS.
According to
ESPN.
Basketball Reference.
ESPN.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you're a Fox guy.
Anyway.
What is going on here?
Just follow along, Grandy. It's not that complicated.
Yeah.
I think about next year in terms of like what could go right, what could go wrong. And I think it's easier to see what could go potentially wrong in terms of the age when you've got Steph at 35, Chris at 38, Draymond in 30s, Clay in his 30s, GP2 is going to be 31. You're relying on a lot of older players to stay healthy. And if you don't have those guys able to stay healthy, well, now you're going to have to lean on your youngsters. And I will include Jackson Davis as one of the Davis
TJD,
Jackson, as one of the
Trace
younger
Jackson
Davis. I got to get that down. He's 23.
Yeah,
so he's not necessarily one of the younger players.
I don't know, but he is. Like, can I say this real quick? And this is, part of my own whole as a fan in terms of drafts. When people start talking about guys who were just drafted on Thursday, and they're talking about how their role is going to manifest this year with the Warriors, I just shrug my shoulders. I'm like, do you really think that these guys are supposedly playing a key role for the Warriors in the playoffs next year or at any point? I mean, for me, that's a baseline. I know the guy's 23. I'm not telling you that he can't contribute. I absolutely think he could. I don't know how he's going to look. We'll see. Podziemski, same thing. Is that guy going to have real minutes, real contributions? Historically, and I don't just mean because Steve Kerr is the head coach, historically, these two players who you're spending time getting to know and breaking down YouTube film, these two players are going to watch as much Warrior basketball as you and I will this year. That's not who's going to run the roost for the Warriors this year. They'd be lucky to get on the floor at all. They'd be lucky to not be in Santa Cruz for parts of the season. So the Warrior core, we already know what it is, except for there are going to be some veteran minimum additions to it here in the next couple of weeks. And those guys who aren't even on the team yet have a way better chance of playing minutes than either of the two guys who were drafted last week.
Agreed. And I think in terms of last year, where Patrick Baldwin Jr. and Ryan Rollins were those guys. They were last year's version of these two dudes, and Rollins played 62 minutes. Not a game. He played a total of 62 minutes. And I know he broke his foot, which ended his season, but Patrick Baldwin Jr. played 226 minutes over the course of 31 games. So 31 times he got little dollops, little sprinkles of minutes. And that's kind of what you're looking at for these two drafted players this year. So you're right, but I also look at who else is going to be a part of that core, and you can't just play 9 guys all year. You're going to have to use some of these younger players to fill in minutes.
Yeah, to fill in gaps. Look, I think this. I think that not only do we believe that Jonathan Kuminga scored in the Chris Paul trade, I think Jonathan Kuminga is going to have to be a thing next year for the
Moses
Warriors. Moody too, but I've less doubt that he will be. I think Moody will be exactly what he already is. He seems to not be afraid of the moment to shoot a three. I think his basketball IQ has gone way up. I think he's an interesting defender. I think he can be a finisher if he's got somebody who's dishing the ball on the court next to him. Jonathan Kuminga's the wild card. Jonathan is the one who's got athleticism to burn. Jonathan's the one who clearly needs an attitude adjustment according to the organization, but he's also the one who stands to take the biggest leap next year and really have an impact. For instance, if we're looking at Jordan Poole's 20.4 points per game and we're going, all right, how are you replicating that? Where's that coming from? because Chris, realistically, is only going to get about half that.
Yeah, we'll give him half of it.
So half of it's going to go to Chris Paul. Where's the other half coming from?
10 more points a night.
I'm looking at Jonathan. Jonathan's got to be...
Not for all 10.
Not for all 10, but he's got to be a big chunk of that. What did he average last year?
What do you think he averaged last year? What does your memory tell you? Because I looked at the number, and I thought,
so many different roles as far as like when Andrew was gone and he played a big role, and then there were other times where he played a much smaller role. I would say that Jonathan averaged, he probably averaged 9 to 11 points a night.
That's a good guess. 9.9.
Okay.
9.9. And I thought that it was going to be higher, and then I was remembering what you were remembering, like some nights he only, and those count as games played when he plays 8 minutes and doesn't shoot,
totally.
But you need him to be in that 13 or 14 range.
At least.
He needs to take that kind of a step up, and then whoever you vet in to join this club, can you get another 5 to 7 points from them? Because, Wiggins gave you 17 a night, but only over 37 games.
Chris Paul, is it starting to resonate in a different way, or is it still making your tummy roll? After 4 nights of sleep to think about it, right? Thursday night, Friday night, Saturday night, Sunday. Yeah, today's Monday. 888-957-9570. We still got plenty of time for your phone calls. We are brought to you by Cars.com, and this is Willard and Dibs.
Oh, that's the sound of a car being added to Cars.com. And since...
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, that's right.
I see you over there.
Yep.
About to leave me a mess.
That's how we're going to do it. Oh, no, don't worry. There's no chance this thing is still ready to roll by 2 o'clock tomorrow. No chance. None.
For those of you not on YouTube or Twitch, the microphone in the power chair is like the last few blocks of a Jenga game.
I will not confirm or deny this statement that you're making right now. This microphone that I am not touching
It's
right here.
operational.
It looks fine.
It's fully operational.
The red light is working.
Correct.
Wait till you see me try to dislodge this
Your muff?
the cover from the microphone.
It's like a Jenga game
will
where
be
you're
like a
about
Jenga.
38 turns in, and you know that the next block that's pulled, there are no more blocks that will be free.
This thing's not getting to 6:05 tomorrow morning. Okay?
Because I'm in the power chair for the rest of the week.
I got Spadone as a minus 250 favorite to dislodge
break
this
it?
mic.
Okay.
Totally. Because he's going to be tired. He's going to get in here. That's right. And he's gonna be like, right? Restaurant quality. He's going to walk in here. It's going to be 4:45. He's going to pull this thing right over here toward his face. It's going to whap. It's going to fall right in front of him on the table. And there's not going to be anybody here to do anything.
Sorry about that, Spadone. Spadone.
It still works. You just have to be like a game show host. You just got to hold it.
Yeah.
It's fine. It's not like it's not like the show's not going to happen. Anyway, I also cannot confirm or deny anything that you're talking about. This mic is in perfect working order, and I had nothing to do with anything that has led to this moment.
Sure. Other than, the fact that you use it every day.
Yeah.
It's, that microphone tends to break more often than this one.
So do 3 other people.
Exactly.
And by the
At
way,
least.
I actually do think it was in this shape when I got here.
Yeah.
I had nothing to do with it. But anyway, Mike in Santa Clara, you're on with Willard and Dibs. Hi, Mike. What are you doing?
Willard, Dibs, what's going on? How are you doing?
Hey, Mike.
Awesome. Hey, yeah, I wanted to talk about, more of like a hypothetical in this case. It's more surrounding, like with Chris Paul, we know it's a money dump in this case. I don't see us being a full contender, and I was listening to Steiny and Guru earlier, and Stein opinion, who could we be looking at if we were to keep CP3 and then also Clay's coming off the books? We would obviously look for someone to sign with Clay, but what are we looking at in regards to potential free agents for 2024? Again, I'm looking at it as if we're making 2023 kind of a dump, even though it's a loss on Steph's, like another year of Steph.
Well,
I love it. You're thinking about the year after the year.
Yeah,
Thank you,
so
Mike. Appreciate the phone call and the kind words.
First thing, we'll give you some names, but the first thing I'm going to do is reject the quote-unquote, we're not looking like a championship team. I don't know how you can make this statement in June. We don't even know who's on the roster.
You can't.
Everybody is 0-0. You can absolutely say that you don't like where we currently sit. You can absolutely say that. And that's fine. If you hate this trade, I hear you. I totally get it. You want to buy into the idea that everybody's declining and looks decrepit. I disagree with you, but you're not alone. So that's number one. But number two, we can give you some names right now. But
I got names.
But 100 things can happen with those names prior to us getting to next year. He mentioned Klay Thompson is actually the most expensive free agent on the board next year at this moment. But you're watching a lot of the guys who are being traded or at least in trade conversations right now because they have 1 year left on their deal.
Yeah.
That's the case with Porzingis. Remember all the talk we've had about Jaylen Brown. Right now, he would stand to be a free agent after next year. You mentioned Pascal Siakam.
Yep.
He's a free agent after next year.
How about another guy who you don't necessarily love, James Harden? Harden's a free agent, and he's a guy, add him with Chris Paul. We'll keep Chris around and get Harden, and maybe we get Westbrook too.
The Sixers are interesting.
All your favorites.
Yeah, Tobias Harris has also got 1 year left on his deal, very expensive one with the Sixers, and what are they going to do with those people? Whether it's Harden, whether it's Harris, are they still going to be backing Joel Embiid? DeMar DeRozan is a free agent. But here's what I think the Warriors you ready? I got the free agent I think the Warriors are going to go after this season. You ready? It's a zinger.
Oh, boy.
I think the Warriors after this year are going to go after Klay Thompson.
Ah, jeez.
That's who I think that they're going.
That's a letdown. Seriously?
That's what I think they're going to do.
You're limping out of here for an 8-day stretch 8, and you're hitting me with that?
I'm not hitting you with that. I'm hitting you with that because that's the deal, dog.
Well,
that's what's happening.
Thank you, Rick. Let me just say this.
Unless something goes horribly wrong with his season this year.
They need to do more than that.
Well, of course they'll do more than just that.
Well, then they need to come with more than just, hey, Klay, we're running it back. You're going to need to get better. I know you're not.
That's the biggest name that you're and most expensive thing that you're going to sign. In theory, right, if we had heard that the Warriors don't want to do more than 4 players at the top of the market north of $30 million. You said you think Draymond might get about $30 million.
Yeah, it seems like
All right, let's say he gets $30 million.
Steph is going to be making about 50.
Steph's going to be north of 50, and you're already going to have Andrew who's floating around 25. Based on the way Klay Thompson plays this year, that will set his market. Let's say that's about 30. I think the Warriors would do that, but you've also got Chris Paul's 30 then coming off of the books, and in theory, you will be able to still have a mid-level, and you might have a few, maybe not all, but some of those $30 million to go spend on other players. I think it gets split on multiple players, and we'll see what kind of veterans they can add. But
the Klay question is going to be the most interesting subtopic all year long.
That's your biggest name that you sign next year if you ask me to predict.
Every time Klay plays well, and this is assuming he doesn't get signed before the start of the year, which they may make him play his final year on his $42 million and just say, show me. Okay,
I think they will.
Let's assume that they do, and I think that you're right. Every bad game is going to be, oh, Klay, your worth is plummeting. Mm-hmm. Every good stretch will be, okay, Klay Thompson, he's back, baby. This is a huge year for Klay. Not that he needs the money. He doesn't. But Klay wants to play well because he wants to play well. But also in the back of his mind is exactly what we're talking about, because last year he was top 10 in payroll for the season. So he doesn't want to go from $42 million down to $20 million a year based on how he plays.
I don't think he will, unless something were to really happen bad physically. But here's what now sits on Klay, and this is why it is an interesting year for him that I think is got a lot of pressure baked into it, because he had such a bad Lakers series. There's a little bit of a distaste going into next season because he didn't come in shape and ready to go in camp last year. There are a lot of eyeballs looking at Klay Thompson for the way he handles his business. But even bigger than that, if Draymond signs the deal we think he's going to sign, a 3-year contract to align with Steph, Mike Dunleavy Jr. last Monday said there is a way for the big three to finish their career as Warriors. There's a way, and we will attempt to do that. But it doesn't mean it's a done deal. And it essentially then lands on Klay Thompson to make that work. So Klay's got to do 2 things. One, he's got to play well so that the Warriors still want to do this after the year.
Right.
And 2, he's got to be willing to take the number that is going to be the number. And I don't know if it's going to be the biggest offer that he can get. And so if Klay Thompson gets to that point and he values the biggest contract I can get, he might be gone. If he values the big three riding in and riding out together, then maybe he accepts that 2-year, $60 million contract, align with Draymond and Steph, and off you go for 2 more years.
It's going to be interesting.
It's on him.
Right. It could be on him. It also could depend on what that number is, because it might be less than $30 million a year if he has an up and down sort of season, and he might get an offer from one of the LA teams that just completely blows that out of the water, what the Warriors want to do, because they're not doing $450 million. And I don't know where the luxury tax threshold will be at the end of next season. Those numbers aren't out yet, but you mentioned it. Steph's making north of 50. Draymond's probably making 33. He might get 3 and 100 from the Warriors. The more I think about everything that's playing out, if the Warriors want to keep Draymond Green and there are competing offers out there, they may have to pay him more than they want, which is only going to serve to further blow this thing up in future years luxury tax-wise.
Yeah, I think Draymond wants to stay with the Warriors, and all of this talk, the Kings and everything else that's come out, is simply to sort of shape his market so the Warriors and Draymond can come down to the number that makes sense for both sides. But they should have some things to spend next year. Chris Paul and Clay, that's $73 million that comes off the books at the end of the year. So they should be, I know they don't want to spend all of it,
right?
But they should have some money to give Klay Thompson.
Well, Clay would probably get half of that. If he gets 36, then you got about 37 other.
You're going to have to play well to be worth 36.
I think he's going to get half of what he's making now, but we'll see. Long season to go between now and then.
Long season to go.
Yeah.
You want to do this again tomorrow?
Not with you.
Okay, fine.
I miss Larry Krueger.
Then I'll leave, and I'll let Larry come in. And someone once said that aloha means goodbye.
Different Larry.
Yeah, that's a different Larry.
It's a 4.
Yeah, take care of everybody, and all of you listening, you take care of my guy Dibs. But I'm going to take a little holiday and be back next week.
Attaboy.
Okay. Coming up next, it's Grandy, everybody, with the best of the game, and it's brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full-service banking, no compromises, full hour of 95.7 The Game's best content from the day. Here comes Grandy. For Dibs, for Grandy, for Lucas, I'm Mark. Y'all shoot your shot. That's all I got.
Golfers.
He always lit up a room, but his vision dimmed with age. He had age-related macular degeneration, or AMD. And since partnering with Apellis, I've learned there's an advanced form of the disease called geographic atrophy, or GA. His struggle with vision loss